9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 693 to Chapter 733. At the center of the hall, Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming stood opposite each other with a distance of several tens of meters between them. The outcome seemed to have already been decided. Many people had already voted with their feet. There were merely several tens of people standing on Yang Dingtian's side, and all of them were dressed in white. There were several hundreds of people standing on Wu Yuming's side, and all of them were dressed in black. However, regardless of whether they were dressed in white or black, all of them firmly believed that Yang Dingtian would definitely lose this battle. It was just that the people dressed in black firmly believed that Yang Dingtian would definitely die. As for the people dressed in white, they firmly believed that Yang Dingtian would be able to survive. Ling Wu wasn't willing for Yang Dingtian to die just like this. Therefore, she had once taken the initiative to look for Yang Dingtian to have a talk with him. She wanted Yang Dingtian to submit to Wu Yuming and unite with her to fight against the evil ways. However, she also knew in her heart that the overall situation was more important than her personal feelings. She sat at the most prominent position at the front, directly beside Vulture. She looked at the mere several tens of people opposite her, and then looked at the several hundreds of people behind her. Of course, there were still several tens of neutral people in between the black and white seats. Yang Dingtian, you should be able to see clearly that there are only several tens of people supporting you. As for those who support Sect Master Wu Yuming, there are several hundreds of people. You can also know what it means to have a just cause enjoys abundant support, and what it means to have an unjust cause enjoys little support. Ling Wu thought to herself, if a person wants to be saved, then he must save himself. Perhaps, this is already the final moment for you to submit, and also the final moment for you to survive. After that, Ling Wu looked at Wu Yuming with anticipation. She hoped that Wu Yuming would be able to give Yang Dingtian a chance at the final moment. However, Wu Yuming didn't do that. She just stood there quietly. The two of them faced each other quietly without moving at all. The people from the Council of Light behind Yang Dingtian had solemn expressions on their faces. Their emotions were suppressed, and they were practically unable to breathe. They were only worried about one thing. Would Yang Dingtian be able to survive? They no longer held any hope of winning or losing. As long as Yang Dingtian could survive, there was still hope. As for the people standing behind Wu Yuming, although their expressions were complicated, they seemed somewhat relaxed. It was just that Nyayu didn't dare to joke around. However, there was no pressure in his heart at all. Because Wu Yuming had already won and Yang Dingtian was dead meat. The outcome had already been decided. All that was waiting was for him to happen. Even Tai Meili and Mutsun didn't care about the duel at all. Instead, they were lazily taking a nap. Even Elder Mutsun kept glancing at Xianxia, who was in the Council of Light. Sometimes he would nod his head in greeting, and sometimes he would greet him with a smile. This caused Xianxia to feel extremely awkward. He didn't know how to respond. He wanted to frown coldly, but he was afraid that he would cut off his escape route. He wanted to greet them with a smile, but he was suppressed by the solemn atmosphere. Outside the main hall, the 100,000 soldiers loyal to Yang Dingtian stood quietly in the north. The army of 100,000 loyal to Wu Yuming stood quietly in the south, clad in black armor. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Looking at the entire Zhongjing, the hundreds of thousands of Council of Light's Silver Legion in the north and Wu Yuming's Black Legion in the south were facing each other coldly. Looking at the entire Zhongzhou, the hundreds of thousands of Council of Light's legions were leaving their respective territories and retreating to the northern Zhongzhou. As for the Zhongzhou forces that had just switched sides, there were millions of soldiers heading north and occupying the territories that the Council of Light had retreated to. In the southern Zhongzhou, the hundreds of thousands of Black Vulture's legions once again covered the sky and the sun. As long as they were given the order, they would rush into Zhongzhou and Zhongjing at full speed. In the East Continent, a storm was brewing and it was secretly being torn apart. In the Yin-Yang sect, many people were put under house arrest, but they were imprisoned. As long as Yang Dingtian was defeated, all the captives would be executed or their martial arts would be crippled. This included Ling Ao. Although he only viewed Yang Dingtian as an enemy, he might not have any dealings with the evil ways. However, at this time, Dongfang Minmi had already decided that he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Although he and Ling Qingchen were as close as brothers, his body still came from Ling Qingchen. However, he believed that if Ling Qingchen was still alive, he would kill Ling Ao personally instead of crippling his martial arts if he saw that he did not care about the big picture. In the Vulture Palace, Wu Lingzi, who rarely wore a brocade robe, stood on the mountain peak and looked in the direction of Zhongjing. He was also waiting for the news of Yang Dingtian's death. It had been many years since he wanted someone to die so badly. In the Dongli grassland, only Hai Xian and Dongli were in the main hall of the Snakemen Empire. Prime Minister, do you think I want Yang Dingtian to live or Yang Dingtian to die? Hai Xian asked faintly. You want Yang Dingtian to live, Dongli said, because he is the only one who can make the Snakemen go into estrus. Dongli said cunningly. He did not mean that only Yang Dingtian could make the Snakemen go into estrus. Instead, he meant that only Yang Dingtian had the ability to make the Snakemen go into estrus. Yes, I want Yang Dingtian to live, Hai Xian continued, so do you think I want him to win or lose? Dongli said, you want him to lose because a powerful Yang Dingtian who can control the world is not in your interest. These two questions are not difficult. Hai Xian smiled. Then, if there are only two results, one is that Yang Dingtian dies and the other is that Yang Dingtian wins, which one do you think I will choose? Dongli was stunned. This was a difficult choice. Hai Xian did not want Yang Dingtian to die because Yang Dingtian could make the Snakemen go into estrus. However, Hai Xian did not want Yang Dingtian to win because it was not in the interest of the Snakemen Empire. Your subject does not know, Dongli said. I do not want Yang Dingtian to win, Queen Hai Xian said. Dongli trembled and his heart was filled with ecstasy. Queen Hai Xian did not say it directly, but her attitude was clear. She would rather Yang Dingtian die than let Yang Dingtian win. I do want the Snakemen Empire to evolve into the Naga Empire, but first, I cannot lose the Snakemen Empire. Hai Xian said slowly, once Yang Dingtian becomes the ruler of the primal chaos world and becomes powerful to a certain extent, the Snakemen Empire will cease to exist. Then, Queen Hai Xian smiled at Dongli and said, Wu Yuming asked you for the darkness crystal many times, but you were afraid that he would be too powerful, so you did not give it to him, right? Dongli was shocked, then lowered his head and said, Yes, Your Majesty. You are as wise as the Queen. I gave it to him. Queen Hai Xian said indifferently, I gave him a big darkness crystal that the Snakemen Empire refined for half a year. Wu Maji came to me to ask for it, to poison Wu Yuming. I made the best of it and gave this darkness crystal to Wu Yuming. Therefore, Wu Yuming should be very shocking now. He might really surpass you in the future. Dongli trembled slightly and said, Everything is the Queen's will. In Cloud Sky City. All the students and disciples stopped cultivating and sat in the square of Cloud Sky City. They closed their eyes and prayed for Yang Dingtian. In the valley, under the guidance of the mistress, all of Yang Dingtian's wives and children sat quietly in the hall and prayed for Yang Dingtian. Yang Li, who loved to cause trouble, also seemed to be affected. She sat motionless. Even Qin Mingli, who had an important position in Zhongjing, returned to the valley and prayed with everyone. All the citizens of Cloud Sky City stopped working and walked out of their houses. They sat on the road outside and prayed for Yang Dingtian. To everyone in Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian was their sky and their land. Once Yang Dingtian died, all their happy lives and everything they had now would go down the drain. Everything would be destroyed. In the Southwest Sea, the entire Southwest Fleet, which consisted of thousands of ships, surrounded the Netherworld Sea. The ancient giant beast, Xiao, was entrenched in the Netherworld Sea. All the cannons of the ships were loaded with shells. All the torpedoes of the submarines were in their launch tubes. No one needed to give orders. As long as the armed forces of the Netherworld Sea appeared on the surface of the sea, they would be mercilessly destroyed. In the sea outside Iron Furnace City, close to 2 million troops had boarded the ships. Thousands of ships of various types were ready to set off. There was no need for a ceremony. They just gave the order. They covered the sky and the sun and headed toward the North Middle Continent. At this moment, all the soldiers came out of their cabins and stood on the deck. They looked in the direction of Zhongjing and prayed for Yang Dingtian. They were also waiting for the final news. At this moment, the entire chaos world, which spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, had tens of millions of troops, and billions of people, were all waiting with bated breath for the final result. Was Yang Dingtian alive or dead? Unlike the big shots, the people and the low-level army were filled with fantasies. They did not know that Yang Dingtian's cultivation was not even one-tenth of Wu Yuming's. They only hoped for a miracle to happen. No matter how remote or even ridiculous this miracle was, at this moment, in the dueling arena of Zhongjing Main Hall, the two people who had gathered the attention of billions of people in the entire chaotic world were still quietly facing each other. A quarter of an hour had elapsed since they had stood motionless. Although no one shouted for the duel to begin, the duel had already begun. Of course, they were not playing a battle of wills. Although they were in the chaotic world, they were not that mysterious. The reason why they did not move was because Yang Dingtian was waiting for Wu Yuming to make a move. Wu Yuming was also waiting for Yang Dingtian to make a move. In the end, neither of them made the first move. They were in a stalemate. Okay. Wu Yuming said with a smile, "Junior brother Yang, I will personally write an epitaph for you. The people of the chaotic world will not forget you, and the history of the chaotic world will not forget you." Yang Dingtian smiled and did not answer. "I know, you are wearing your woman's demon spirit mist robe, you are also wearing her demon spirit black armor, you also have the universe ring and the guardian ring. You know you will lose today's battle, so you are doing your best to save your life." Wu Yuming sighed and said, "But I'm sorry, you can't live. Today, you will die." Boom. Wu Yuming suddenly pulled out her sword and slashed out. In an instant, the entire Zhongjing Main Hall was suddenly shrouded in darkness. The sky of the entire square suddenly turned dark. The ground of the entire Zhongjing was trembling. All the mounts in the Zhongjing square instantly knelt on the ground. A destructive power suddenly burst out from Wu Yuming's body and attacked Yang Dingtian. The unparalleled darkness mystic flame was mixed with other mystic flames as well as all of Wu Yuming's mystic chi energy. 9 stars and 9 grades, the energy that was infinitely close to the half-saint's energy had all gathered together and blasted towards Yang Dingtian. He not only wanted Yang Dingtian to die, but also wanted to destroy him and make him disappear from the human world. This destructive power instantly flew out and hit Yang Dingtian. Because Yang Dingtian could not move at all, even with the demon spirit mist robe. He could only watch helplessly as he was struck by this shocking force. Bang! Then, Yang Dingtian's entire body was instantly swallowed by this destructive power. The sky of Zhongjing changed completely. The Zhongjing main hall was shaking. Dark clouds were rolling like thunder. A bolt from the blue, as if the end of the world had come. Everyone in the main hall was horrified. He looked on helplessly as Yang Dingtian was completely engulfed by this world-destroying energy. It turned out that there were no miracles. It turned out that Yang Dingtian was definitely going to die. Everyone in the Council of Light felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their hearts were dead. The people sitting behind Wu Yuming were shocked. Then, they were completely relieved. Good, good. It was good that Yang Dingtian was dead. No one would punish them. They were completely relieved. No one would force them to fight to the death with the evil Dao. It was good that Yang Dingtian was dead. Ling Wu's heart suddenly felt empty. It was as if someone had completely cut out her heart. She told herself with trembling lips, he was seeking his own death. It was his ambition that caused him to die today. His death was for the overall situation of the chaotic world, for the future of the chaotic world. However, all of a sudden, suddenly, the destructive power that surrounded and destroyed Yang Dingtian's figure disappeared without a trace in an instant. All of the terrifying power suddenly drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian was still unscathed as he stood in the middle of the arena. It was just that his entire body seemed to be burning with raging flames. Moreover, this raging flame was of a strange color. It was hard to tell what color it was. In short, his entire body was like a ball of burning fire. Then, he opened his eyes. His eyes shot out a terrifying light that instantly burned people's hearts. He suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed toward Wu Yuming. Whoosh! Suddenly, the destructive power that was swallowed by his body, together with a mysterious dark green flame in his body, turned into a terrifying dragon in an instant. It whistled toward Wu Yuming with incomparable ferocity. Wu Yuming was horrified when she felt an incomparably familiar yet incomparably terrifying power. No, no, no. It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. How could he have the dark profound fire? No, no, this is not the dark profound fire. This is a more terrifying supreme power. I can't accept this, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Looking at this terrifying energy, as if the demon abyss was attacking her, Wu Yuming let go of all her unwillingness. Her survival instinct instantly enveloped her entire body. Then, she used all her strength to perform the demon spirit flash technique and fled frantically. In an instant, she flew dozens of miles into the air. However, that terrifying dragon instantly swelled hundreds of times, directly dozens of miles long. Like a ghost, it instantly appeared behind her. Then, this black shadow dragon suddenly drilled into her body. Wu Yuming, who was in the air, let out an earth-shattering shriek of agony. It was an earth-shattering shriek. The dark clouds in the sky of the entire Zhongjing suddenly struck with shocking lightning. The ground of the entire Zhongjing was fiercely torn apart piece by piece. The wind whistled, shaking the sky and the earth. It was as if the whole sky was about to crash down and crush the entire Zhongjing. Wu Yuming's entire body emitted a terrifying black light. Her skin was torn apart inch by inch. Fresh blood splattered in the air. Wu Yuming's entire body was torn apart and deformed. She, who was peerlessly handsome, instantly looked like a ferocious ghost. In the sky above Zhongjing, she let out a mournful roar. Whoosh 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 whoosh, that giant dragon fiercely penetrated Wu Yuming's body. Finally, it fiercely dragged out a black flame in Wu Yuming's body and then swallowed it alive. That's right, this dragon dragged Wu Yuming's dark profound fire out of her sea of qi and swallowed it alive. Then, it condensed into a green flame in the air. Then, this flame completely disappeared in the air. It slowly appeared in the depths of Yang Dingtian's sea of qi, quietly burning, and then slowly sank into the depths of the sea of qi. Wu Yuming's body, like a straw, was thrown hundreds of miles away and disappeared. This duel that determined the fate of the world was officially over. From the real beginning to the complete end, it was less than a minute, and the real blow that determined the fate of the world was less than a second. Therefore, it could be called an instant kill. Note, second update, begging for the monthly votes of the brothers, please. Yang Dingtian won. The one who was most surprised and astonished by this matter was Yang Dingtian himself. He really didn't expect to win, or else he wouldn't have made so many preparations. Not only was he prepared to lose, he was also mentally prepared to die. In fact, the demonic spirit fog coat and demonic spirit black armor couldn't save his life, not to mention the guardian ring and cosmos ring. When Wu Yuming made her move, Yang Dingtian's entire body was confined and he couldn't move at all. Then, was Yang Dingtian not mentally prepared for this result at all? No, Yang Dingtian was mentally prepared, and he had thought about it for a long time. He even subconsciously treated him as the only miracle that could happen. If there was anyone in this world who had predicted this result, it would be Yang Dingtian himself. Yang Dingtian wasn't very smart, and his IQ wasn't high, but he was very focused. In this duel, he saw it more clearly than anyone else. Therefore, he wasn't completely unprepared for this miracle to happen, and he even had a certain theoretical idea. But he had always said that one shouldn't expect a miracle to happen. He had also always said that one should prepare for the worst and welcome the best result. Therefore, he had set up a series of strategies for the aftermath of defeat, including the mobilization of millions of troops and the withdrawal of thousands of miles of territory. Then, was the result of this duel an accident? Was it a coincidence? No, it was definitely not a coincidence, it was inevitable, it was the inevitability of fate. Then, how did Yang Dingtian win? It was very, very simple. The whole process of defeating Wu Yuming was almost the same as the process of Yang Dingtian consuming the darkness crystal to awaken the darkness mystic flame in the world of ice and snow. Yang Dingtian's darkness mystic flame had swallowed an astronomical amount of deep-sea mystic poison, and because the energy was too strong, the darkness mystic flame couldn't complete the digestion process with Yang Dingtian's energy sea. It would only crush Yang Dingtian to pieces. Then what should he do? The darkness profound flame sank into the deep space of Yang Dingtian's energy sea, away from the energy field of his energy sea. Then, it entered a deep slumber and used the slowest speed to digest it while waiting for Yang Dingtian to become stronger. However, Yang Dingtian had consumed the darkness crystal. All of a sudden, the slumbering black-green flame was awakened. Why was it awakened? This was because the mystic flame and the dark crystal had an extremely strong suction force. It was a suction force, not an attraction force. Attraction was subjective, but suction, or gravity, was objective and would definitely happen. What should he do after awakening the black-green mystical fire? Yang Dingtian's body simply could not withstand it. There was no other way. The black-green mystic flame could only completely release its energy into the world of ice and snow. As a result, hundreds of miles of ice and snow melted and turned into boiling water. Then, it was completely frozen. With this, Yang Dingtian finally managed to consume all the energy that he couldn't endure. That's right, it was exhausted, or rather, wasted. Yang Dingtian could not absorb it, and it was awakened by the black-green mystic flame. This flame had no choice but to save its master. As for the mystic flame that was mixed with the darkness crystal and deep-sea mystic poison, it was incomplete because it lacked something. As a result, it looked as if it had no power. However, it had another instinct, and that was to eat. In other words, it was swallowing energy. However, ever since it swallowed the deep-sea mystic poison, it did not swallow all kinds of energy. Currently, it only swallowed the deep-sea mystic poison and the darkness crystal. As for what other energy it swallowed, Yang Dingtian did not know for the time being. In other words, this thing basically swallowed the darkness crystal crazily when it saw it. Then, Wu Yuming coincidentally had the darkness mystic flame. Wasn't this bad luck? Of course, this was fate as well. Many years ago, young Lord Wu Yuming accidentally created the darkness mystic flame from the darkness crystal and mystic flame. How excited and proud was that, moreover, it had been so many years and he had never used it before. However, in order to kill Yang Dingtian, he had to use it, right? Why did he have to use it? Because Yang Dingtian had the demon spirit black armor, which could resist all kinds of energy attacks, the Qiankuan ring, and the guardian ring. It was not a problem to win if he attacked with a plop. It was easy to beat Yang Dingtian until he fled. However, it was not easy to kill Yang Dingtian. And our young Lord Wu Yuming was a respectable person. He had to be killed instantly. Moreover, it just so happened that Yang Dingtian's woman, Wu Maji, gave him such a huge darkness crystal as a gift. It was a huge surprise. His darkness mystic flame had increased by so many levels. In fact, with Wu Yuming's cultivation, he was almost unable to devour the dark crystal. Therefore, young Lord Wu Yuming felt that the heavens wanted him to kill Yang Dingtian instantly. Therefore, if he wanted to kill Yang Dingtian instantly, he had to use the darkness mystic flame. If he used the darkness mystic flame, he would definitely kill Yang Dingtian instantly. Then, young Lord Wu Yuming used the darkness mystic flame. To be honest, the energy of his darkness mystic flame was even stronger than that of Yang Dingtian's. Because his darkness crystal was 10 times more powerful than that of Yang Dingtian's. Not only did he use the darkness mystic flame, but he also used other mystic flames and other mystic skills. He used all of them at once. Young Lord Wu Yuming injected almost all of his mystic qi into it. Not only did he want to kill Yang Dingtian instantly, he also wanted to turn him into ashes. His attack was indeed powerful. Instantly, the sky changed drastically as though it was the end of the world. Moreover, even if Yang Dingtian had the demon spirit mist cloak, he could not move at all. Demon spirit black armor, guardian ring, universe ring, they were all useless against the darkness mystic flame. Yang Dingtian could not resist at all and was about to be turned into ashes. However, the black-green mystic flame in his vital energy reserve was instantly excited. Instantly, a fatal suction force was created between it and Wu Yuming's darkness mystic flame. Originally, Wu Yuming's darkness mystic flame was stronger. After all, she had swallowed a few mystic flames and a huge darkness crystal. However, Yang Dingtian's darkness mystic flame had already evolved. Not only had it swallowed the darkness crystal, it had also swallowed the deep-sea mystic poison. Although the energy was small, it was of a high level. Just like a snake, although it was small in size and strength, it could still swallow a dog alive. Therefore, the black-green mystic flame suddenly swallowed Wu Yoming's darkness mystic flame and any other energy. However, the level of Yang Dingtian's vital energy reserve was still too low. It could not withstand this energy. Therefore, just like in the world of ice and snow, in order to save its master, the black-green mystic flame could only spit out all this energy. It would not be good to spit it out anywhere else. The entire central capital main hall would probably be smashed into pieces. Therefore, it spat on Wu Yoming's body. Moreover, it completely regarded the darkness mystic flame as its life. It also swallowed the darkness mystic flame and Wu Yoming's vital energy reserve completely. Wu Yoming had no choice but to obey. However, the black-green mystic flame's energy level was higher. Therefore, Wu Yoming was beaten miserably by this huge energy. The darkness mystic flame was also swallowed alive. Of course, he was also very strong. After being attacked by such a powerful energy, he actually did not get smashed into pieces. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's seemingly awe-inspiring slash was actually just the black-green mystic flame spitting out the excess energy for its former master. After it spat on Wu Yoming's body, it swallowed all the darkness mystic flame. However, there was another problem. The energy of Wu Yoming's darkness mystic flame was extremely huge. Yang Dingtian's vital energy reserve could not withstand it. Therefore, it could only sink into the deep space of the vital energy reserve helplessly and lay dormant. Just like that, Yang Dingtian killed Wu Yoming instantly. Although it was a shocking miracle, it was definitely not an accident or a coincidence. It was inevitable. Even if it happened 10 times, 100 times, the result would still be the same. This result was already destined when Wu Maji borrowed the darkness crystal from Xianxia. When Xianxia gave the darkness crystal to Wu Maji out of selfishness. Therefore, Wu Maji did not do anything wrong out of kindness. Her actions directly led to Wu Yoming's great defeat. It was just that the process was a little scary. Then, how confident was Yang Dingtian about this result? How confident was he that he could kill Wu Yoming instantly, subconsciously, in the depths of his heart? When he awakened the darkness mystic flame, he felt that it was 80%, or even more. Of course, this was his subconscious. However, his rationality felt that this possibility was less than 10%. Because he did not dare to hope for a miracle, nor could he hope for a miracle. More importantly, he felt that this kind of conjecture, this kind of wisdom, could only be confirmed by someone with a very high IQ. He did not have much confidence in his own IQ. Therefore, although he had a feeling about this result, he did not dare to imagine it at all. This was like when a person was thinking of the most perfect thing in his mind, he did not expect it to happen. However, when it really happened, he became the most surprised person. If Yang Dingtian still had a little bit of fantasy about this result, then, to everyone in the main hall, it was completely like a bolt out of the blue. This, how is this possible? Is this world crazy? Or are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or am I dreaming? How is this possible? Even if it was 100 times, 1,000 times, this kind of thing would not happen. Even the people from the Council of Light felt as if their hearts were about to explode. They had never thought of winning. They only thought that their sect master could survive. They even thought that their sect master would definitely die this time. Then, not only did Yang Dingtian win, it was an absolute instant kill. This was too crazy. Because the surprise was so great that the people from the Council of Light felt that their brains short-circuited. They could not react at all for a while, and they could not even show their surprised expressions. And the people standing on Wu Yoming's side were stunned for a full quarter of an hour. Is this a dream? Oh, this is not a dream. God, this is not a dream. Yang Dingtian won, Wu Yoming was instantly killed. And we have actually turned to Wu Yoming. What should we do? What should we do? What should we do? Was he dead for sure? We must be doomed, then. Is it too late to sell ourselves to Yang Dingtian now? Turn to him now? Is it too late? Originally, these leaders of Zhongzhou state should immediately change their faces at this time, go to Yang Dingtian, kneel, or cry. In short, they must beg for Yang Dingtian's forgiveness, so that they could have a chance to be human again. However, things changed so much that they had no chance to react at all. Therefore, after they regained their consciousness, they still sat there in a daze. And at this time, after Vulture was completely stunned and turned into wood, her whole body was ice cold, as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Then, her heart was filled with endless resentment. Why? Why? She had just abandoned some precious moral character, and pinned all her hopes on Wu Yuming. When she was at the peak of her glory, he actually kicked her to hell with a single kick. This world was too unfair, too unfair. As for Ling Wu, the moment Wu Yuming was defeated, her body lost all its reactions. Was it heartbroken? No, when she thought that Yang Dingtian had died, it was a heart-wrenching pain. And when Wu Yuming was defeated, it was as if she had been struck by a huge thunderbolt. Her whole person seemed to have broken down in an instant, and then, she completely lost all her reactions. If it was said that Yang Dingtian had caused her emotions to throb, then Wu Yuming was her ideals, will, and all her hopes. Because, in the entire world, only Wu Yuming was willing to acknowledge Ling Wu's value. In the eyes of everyone else, Ling Wu was worthless. Only Wu Yuming acknowledged and praised her. It could be said that losing Wu Yuming was equivalent to losing everything. Therefore, when Wu Yuming was defeated and completely disappeared, Xianxia's eyes lit up. How did Ling Wu feel? It was like a person who had lost all his career in an instant. His stocks had fallen to the bottom, and he had gone bankrupt. He was at the end of his rope. So much so that his own ideals had been completely destroyed. In this world, there were very few people who would jump off a building due to heartbreak. However, there were many people who would jump off a building due to bankruptcy. Every time there was a stock market disaster, there would be waves of people who would jump off a building to commit suicide. The ones who were the most shocked were Tai Muley and Mutsun from the Sea of Netherworld. However, at the same time, they were also the first to regain their senses. In an instant, the gaze that Tai Muley used to look at Yang Dingtian became incomparably strange, incomparably dangerous, and not necessarily fearful. Yang Dingtian only stayed for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, he directly disappeared from the main hall. In the blink of an eye, he had flashed dozens of miles and hundreds of miles away. Very soon, Tai Muley was so shocked that she wanted to chase after him. This was because she knew what Yang Dingtian wanted to do. Yang Dingtian wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to slaughter Wu Yuming. However, Tai Muley would definitely not be able to chase after him. This was because Yang Dingtian had the demonic spirit fog cloak. After Yang Dingtian chased after him, the second person to chase after him was Ling Wu. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was already hundreds of miles away. Wearing the demonic spirit fog cloak, he frantically searched every corner to find Wu Yuming. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to completely kill him. Note: the first update has been sent to you. I will continue to write the second update. Please give me your monthly votes. This chapter is not water. Regarding an instant kill, there must be a clear explanation. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. After searching for a long time, Yang Dingtian, wearing the demon spirit mist cloak, almost searched the entire middle continent, but he did not see Wu Yuming. He seemed to have disappeared from this world. The masters of the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture Palace were still in the South Mansion. In addition, the Black Vulture Army of the South Middle Continent did not withdraw, but was still stationed in the South Middle Continent. Even the leaders of the Middle Continent who had previously turned to Wu Yuming had completely become cowards. They stopped all actions of occupying territories in the north, but they did not come to Yang Dingtian's North Mansion to sell themselves to him. In short, the entire upper level of the Middle Continent seemed to be in a strange silence. Of course, this did not mean that these forces of the Middle Continent were going to fight against Yang Dingtian. Of course not, they were scared out of their wits. They were praying that Yang Dingtian would not find trouble with them. How could they dare to fight against Yang Dingtian? They might want to come to the North Mansion to pay respects to Yang Dingtian again and choose a new team. However, after all, some of them had just changed their allegiance 2 or 3 days ago. And most importantly, if they went to Yang Dingtian at this time to admit their mistakes and beg for mercy, they would definitely pay a huge price. Maybe they would lose their army and their territory. Although Wu Yuming was not there, at least the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture Palace were in front of them now, weren't they? they felt that before the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea were dealt with, Yang Dingtian would not do anything to them. Moreover, the most important thing was that Wu Yoming's whereabouts were unknown. Therefore, the leaders of the Middle Continent were cowards for the time being. They did not fight, nor did they beg for mercy. They were waiting for Yang Dingtian to take the initiative to find them, so that they would suffer as little loss as possible. However, the strange quiet atmosphere of the Middle Continent did not prevent the Council of Light, the West Continent, and part of the East Continent from falling into a carnival. After Yang Dingtian's victory, hundreds of demon vulture messengers immediately flew in all directions of the chaotic world. In just one day and one night, almost all the territories of the Council of Light received this good news that made them go crazy. Then, all the territories of the Council of Light instantly fell into a boiling sea. Cloud Sky City, in particular, had become a city that never sleeps. Countless wines and delicacies were placed on both sides of the streets. The citizens of Cloud Sky City took out all the good things in their homes and shared them with their neighbors. After the celebration in Cloud Sky City, countless citizens began a grand parade from Great Cloud Sky City to Cloud Sky City Castle. And that time, Yang Dingtian's wife and child had a rare party together. Usually, Yang Dingtian's family kept a very low profile and rarely showed themselves in front of the world. Western Capital City, Iron Furnace City, Qin City, Ba City, and the other 3 cities of the southwest continent were also celebrating. The navy that was rushing to Zhongzhou State even fired 9 shells into the empty sea to express their inner ecstasy. At the same time, all the soldiers' worship and faith towards Yang Dingtian rose to an unparalleled level. In their hearts, Yang Dingtian was already undefeatable. At that time, Ling Wu immediately went out to look for Wu Yuming, but the Vulture Palace did not. After a period of complete coldness and a period of absent-mindedness, she first left the Zhongjing main hall, then left Zhongjing and flew directly back to the Vulture Palace. Such ruthlessness stunned everyone. And 8 hours after Wu Yoming's defeat, the news immediately reached Wu Lingzi's ears. At that time, he was standing outside the straw hut, waiting for the news of Yang Dingtian's death. However, the news of Wu Yoming's failure came instead of the news of his death. In an instant, Wu Lingzi was really like a bolt from the blue. Then, a deep sense of fear welled up in his heart. That's right, it was fear. When the mountain wind blew, he actually felt a little cold. It was really ridiculous that he actually knew fear. He was one of the rare half-sages in the world. If the Demon King and the Devil Queen did not appear, no one in the world would be his opponent. However, what he was afraid of was the unknown. How was this possible? How was this possible? He was clear about Wu Yoming's cultivation later on. Moreover, Wu Yuming did not hide anything in front of him. She was a 9-star 9th grade great grandmaster. Although there was a huge disparity between her fighting strength and that of a half-sage, her realm was only half a step away. Wu Yuming was actually defeated? How was this possible? How powerful was Yang Dingtian? Logically speaking, only a half-sage could defeat a 9-star 9th grade great grandmaster. Wu Lingzi was certain that Yang Dingtian had not broken through to the half-sage realm. However, how old was Yang Dingtian? He was merely 24 years old. He had only started cultivating for a few years. In merely 4 years, he was already able to defeat Wu Yuming. Who else in this world would be able to stop Yang Dingtian's advancement? Perhaps he would break through to the half-sage realm in 2 or 3 years. Then, he would at least be able to defeat him before the age of 30. Once Yang Dingtian's cultivation surpassed his, he would definitely come to kill him. Wu Lingzi knew that although Yang Dingtian hated Wu Yuming, he also admired her a little. But to him, it was pure hatred and disdain. Wu Lingzi had never doubted that Yang Dingtian's cultivation would surpass his before the age of 30. However, the reason why he dared to offend Yang Dingtian was that he thought that Yang Dingtian would definitely die this time and that Wu Yuming would definitely be able to kill him. However, the result was beyond his wildest dreams. Not only did Wu Yuming fail to kill him, but she was also defeated in one move. Therefore, he felt cold all over and infinite fear. This time, Yang Dingtian did not die. He would be in trouble. The Vulture Palace would be in big trouble. It might even be a disaster. He ignored the messenger who came to inform him. Then, he returned to his straw hut in a daze. He gasped for breath and then sat down in the middle of the straw hut. Then, Wulingzi sat there, chattering and muttering to himself. In 5 or 6 years, Yang Dingtian would definitely come to kill him. He would definitely come to kill him. Damn Wu Yuming. Damn Wu Yuming. Damn Wu Yuming. She should be cut into pieces. It was all your bragging that made me think that Yang Dingtian would definitely die. That was why I tried so hard to show off. Now, I have completely offended Yang Dingtian. If Yang Dingtian does not die this time, it will be me who will die in the future. The Vulture Palace will be finished. Wulingzi desperately forced himself to calm down. He had to think of a way. He had to think of a way. In an instant, Wulingzi had an impulse to immediately withdraw all the Black Vulture Corps in the south-central continent. Then, he closed all the connections between the Vulture Palace and the outside world. It seemed that as long as he hid, nothing would happen. But he knew very well that this time, he could not escape. He could not escape. Then, an idea came to his mind. How about I kill Yang Dingtian with my own hands? Yes, I will kill Yang Dingtian with my own hands. If he doesn't die, I will definitely die in 5 or 6 years. Then, Wulingzi suddenly stood up and was about to walk out of the straw hut. He was about to rush to Zhongjing to kill Yang Dingtian. But just as he reached the door of the straw hut, he stopped. No, I can't go, I can't go. Maybe Yang Dingtian already expected me to go and is setting up an inescapable trap? Maybe Xianxia is also here. Zhu Qingzhu is also here. Du Gushao is also here. If I go, I will definitely die. Yes, I can't go. Then, Wulingzi immediately ran back to his cushion and sat down. Of course, at this time, Yang Dingtian's life was saved. If he went to find Yang Dingtian at this time and really went all out to kill Yang Dingtian, of course, Yang Dingtian would not be able to stop him. However, this person was already extremely paranoid. I can't kill Yang Dingtian. What should I do? Should I beg Dongli and let Dongli kill him? No, that bitch Lingbai has already escaped from Dongli and went to Yang Dingtian's side. Dongli is currently dissatisfied with the Vulture Palace. Moreover, Dongli is currently under the command of Queen Xianxia, and Queen Xianxia wants Yang Dingtian to be her husband. What should I do? What should I do? Wulingzi immediately paced up and down in the straw hut. He was unable to calm down. Although Yang Dingtian would only come to kill him 5 or 6 years later, to him, this was already a huge matter. Why was he so hell-bent on helping Wu Yuming? It was to perform in front of Wentian. He didn't want Wentian to challenge the battle god, but Wentian's defeat was at least 1,000 years later. Of course, it would be good if he could live for 1,000 years. But now, Yang Dingtian would come to kill him in 5 or 6 years. Speaking of which, he, Wulingzi, was also a peak expert in the universe. It was really strange for him to be able to reach such a stage. At this moment, a message came from outside that the Vulture Palace had returned. Wulingzi was instantly enraged. This bitch, after Wu Yuming changed her attitude towards the Vulture Palace, she considered herself as Wu Yuming's wife and cast aside her identity as the princess of the Vulture Palace. Now that Wu Yuming was finished, she came back like a stray dog? How could there be such a good thing? Therefore, Wulingzi had the intention to chase her away. But when he thought about how she was the only heavenly spirit master in the world, and more importantly, she was his daughter, Wulingzi's heart softened. At this moment, Wulingzi rushed up. His eyes were red and filled with fear. Old ancestor, what should I do? What should we do? When Wulingzi heard Vulture ask him what should he do, he frowned. This bitch was indeed selfish. Her first sentence was actually asking him what should he do. Little girl, did you see with your own eyes that Wu Yuming was killed in one move? Wulingzi asked in a trembling voice. Yes, it was killed in one move. Yang Dingtian came out unscathed. Vulture said in a trembling voice. Suddenly, Wulingzi's lips turned purple. He immediately blurted out, little girl, you are his sworn sister. He must still have feelings for you. Why don't you secretly get together with him? In an instant, Vulture looked at Wulingzi in disbelief. This was what his great-grandfather said? Where did his arrogant demeanor go? Why did it seem like he was even more scared out of his wits than her? No. Suddenly, Vulture said sternly, I am not a prostitute. Even if I die, I will not beg Yang Dingtian, and I will not be with Yang Dingtian. I would rather be a prostitute than be Yang Dingtian's woman. After saying that, Vulture was also shocked. Why did she get so agitated and speak so loudly? Then, she vaguely understood that the short time she spent with Yang Dingtian was perhaps the purest time of her life. She did not want to face that time. Wulingzi looked at Vulture, licked his dry and cold lips, and said, Why don't you go to the Dongli grassland? Vulture was completely stunned. The old ancestor that he thought was as powerful as heaven and earth was actually so weak. Could it be that he only knew how to give away his woman, his daughter, as goods? First, he gave her to Wu Yuming, then he gave her to Yang Dingtian, and now he wanted to give her to Dongli. Previously, when the old ancestor gave Lingbai to Dongli, although she was not very happy, she did not have much of a reaction. Instead, she despised Lingbai, thinking that she was just a good and that it would not be her turn to experience such a thing. She did not expect that it would be her turn so soon. Vulture stared at Wulingzi and said coldly, Great-grandfather, old ancestor, my father, you are a semi-sage, you are a supreme expert in the world. Can you show half of the demeanor of an expert? Can you not be scared out of your wits by Yang Dingtian? Can you not let me down? When these words came out, Wulingzi's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and felt that his authority and dignity had been attacked like never before. He immediately raised his hand and was about to strike down Vulture. However, what followed was an incomparable love in his heart. This was his daughter, his precious daughter, and also his only child. That's right, although he had many grandchildren, they were all in name. Little girl, great-grandfather. Oh, old father sees further than you. Yang Dingtian can't do anything to us now, but in 4 to 5 years, he will definitely come to kill me, to destroy our Vulture Palace. Wulingzi said, moreover, no one will be able to stop him. Then kill him. Kill him when he is at his proudest. Vulture said coldly, go to the central capital and kill him personally. This way, you will be able to answer to Emperor Wendian. In an instant, Vulture's cold and vicious face gave Wulingzi a fright. Wulingzi himself was incomparably sinister, but he didn't want his precious daughter to be the same. The reason why he loved Vulture so much was because his naive and quick-witted appearance had a stimulating effect on his old and weary heart. At this point, Vulture's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, great-grandfather, if you go and kill Yang Dingtian, this will be the best opportunity. In any case, if he doesn't die, we will die. Wulingzi took a few deep breaths and said, little girl, I also want to kill him, but I can't. Yang Dingtian can obviously defeat Wu Yuming, but he pretends that he will definitely lose. This shows that this person is very scheming. He will definitely know that I want to kill him, so he must have set up a trap. If I go and kill him now, I will be walking into the trap. Trap? Which trap in this world can harm you? Even if all the martial grandmasters and the Council of Light worked together, they would still not be your match. Vulture said sternly. Then what about Zhu Qingzhu and Du Gushao? Although I won't lose with the two of them, I won't be able to kill Yang Dingtian. What if Queen Xianxia also comes? I will be dead, I will be dead. Wulingzi hissed, no, I can't go. I definitely can't go. If I go, I will be finished. Vulture's expression changed, then go to the Netherworld Sea and find Wu Yu. You two half-sages will work together to go to the central capital and kill Yang Dingtian. Note, second update, please give me monthly votes. He heard Vulture telling him to find Wu Yu and the two semi-sage experts to kill Yang Dingtian. Wulingzi's eyes lit up. This was indeed a feasible plan. If the two semi-sage experts Wulingzi and Wu Yu joined forces to enter Zhongjing, then no one would be able to stop Yang Dingtian from dying. Even if Zhu Qingzhu, Du Gushao, and Xianxia joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat the two semi-sage experts. However, Wulingzi's heart sank into a strange mood. It wasn't Wulingzi's turn to kill Yang Dingtian. It should be the disciples of the demon king Wendian who would kill him. If he and Wu Yu went to kill Yang Dingtian, wouldn't it be a bit too much? Wouldn't it be a bit too convenient for the Temple of Annihilation? This was Wulingzi's character. He was suspicious, fickle, and overcautious. Vulture suddenly said in a cold voice, "Great-grandfather, Yang Dingtian is still alive because you and he didn't kill him. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian would have died a long time ago. Moreover, this is the last chance. If you don't kill him now, you'll never be able to kill him. At that time, we'll be the ones to die, you'll be the one to die, and the Vulture Palace will be annihilated." Vulture's words could be said to be enlightening. Wu Lingzi was almost startled awake. Yes, this was the last chance to kill Yang Dingtian. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to kill Yang Dingtian once he broke through to the semi-sage realm. At that time, it would be the end of the Vulture Palace. Wu Lingzi immediately stood up and said, "I'll go to the Netherworld Sea immediately." Vulture said, "By the way, the Netherworld Sea has been completely blocked by Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's ancient giant beasts and thousands of ships have completely blocked the sea area within 100 miles. If you want to enter the Netherworld Sea, I'm afraid you'll have to put in some effort. I'm a semi-sage. An ancient sea beast can't do anything to me," Wu Lingzi said. Then, his body directly turned into a stream of light and headed towards the west. He did not even ride the black vulture and directly flew. At this time, many people had been sent out by the Council of Light to search for Wu Yoming's whereabouts, but to no avail. At this time, there was a meeting in the hall of the Council of Light. What were they discussing? Of course, it was how to deal with the current situation, how to deal with the situation in Zhongzhou State, and how to deal with the missing Wu Yuming. No one dared to imagine the result of the duel. But no one expected that they would really win, and it was an instant kill. Therefore, even though a day had passed, everyone in the Council of Light was still in a daze. They felt as though they were in a dream. Xianxia was mocked by everyone in the Council of Light. Song Xiao even said bluntly, "Manor Lord Xiao, you're so close to Wu Yuming. Do you know where he went?" Xianxia only smiled embarrassedly and cupped his hands to beg for forgiveness. He was embarrassed, but not too angry. In fact, although Xianxia had wavered many times, he was very, very happy with this result. From the bottom of his heart, he was willing to follow a leader like Yang Dingtian and not Wu Yuming. Wu Yuming was too cunning. Following him would be too scary and unpredictable. But Xianxia's character leaned towards weakness. He was really afraid that after Yang Dingtian died or was defeated, the divine weapons matter would be destroyed as well. Furthermore, he had a deep understanding of Yang Dingtian's breadth of mind. If he wanted to make a move on you, he would definitely do it directly. He would definitely not scheme against you. In fact, after Yang Dingtian's victory, his attitude towards Xianxia didn't change. He was still very tolerant and magnanimous. He still allowed him to participate in top secret matters and didn't ostracize him. In fact, during the previous Council of Light's top secret meeting, even though Xianxia was wavering, Yang Dingtian still allowed him to participate. Furthermore, Qin Wanzhou and Song Xiao had been openly mocking Xianxia, but Yang Dingtian didn't say a single word. Therefore, although Yang Dingtian's political skills and methods were ordinary, his breadth of mind was incomparable. Of course, Xianxia also knew that this was the last time he wavered. There definitely wouldn't be a next time. Even though Yang Dingtian didn't say a single word, if Xianxia wavered again, it would be his death date. At that time, either his younger brother or his son would be on the stage. At that time, even if Yang Dingtian wanted to execute him, as his own son, Xiao Yiming, wouldn't stand on his side. The current Xiao Yiming was already Yang Dingtian's most fervent supporter. However, he was inexperienced and his cultivation was weak. At this time, he had entered the Heavenly Edict Academy and was madly cultivating. Therefore, when faced with Song Xiao and Yun Kailan's mockery, although he was a little embarrassed, he didn't take it to heart. This was because Yang Dingtian's attitude didn't change. Although Dongfang Minmi didn't treat him well, he didn't say a single word either. None of the Central Continent's leaders have taken the initiative to enter the North Mansion to admit their mistakes. Yang Dingtian asked. Yun Zhena checked the records and said, "Not yet." However, some of the Central Continent's leaders' family members are flying towards the Northwest mainland to visit your wives. Unpresentable things. Song Xiao twitched his mouth. Yun Zhena said, "There's enough information to show that the Central Continent's leaders held 2 secret meetings the day after the duel. The discussion was about the central continent's forces joining forces and advancing and retreating together. According to the insider information, they decided in the secret meeting that no one is allowed to compromise with the North Mansion alone. They must wait until sect leader Yang takes the initiative to talk to them. This way, their losses will be minimized. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed and said, at this time, these fence-sitters still want to bargain. Sect leader, I think you should stop the meeting and start the fight. This time, let me be the commander. I guarantee that I will kill these central continent's people and give you a clean central continent. At this time, Song Zhao's blood was boiling because of Yang Dingtian's great victory. Moreover, his cultivation had just broken through to the Grandmaster level. His body's battle potential was unbearable. Song Lihua said, sect leader, of course it's not a problem to fight the central continent's forces. However, the key is whether the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea will intervene. At this time, the Vulture Palace hasn't reacted to Wu Yoming's defeat. The Black Vulture Corps also hasn't shown any signs of retreating. Dongfang Minmi said, I also think that it's not a problem to solve the central continent. The important thing is to solve the problems of the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea first. Suddenly, the Council of Light was divided into two groups. Song Xiao represented the radical group. They proposed to start the war directly to solve the problems of the central continent. On the other hand, Song Lihua and Dongfang Minmi supported the conservative group. They proposed to solve the problems of the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea first. Solve the problems of the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea? Yun Kalin said, now it seems that it's completely impossible. Before you break through to the half-saint level, it's impossible to solve the problems of the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture Palace. Do we have to wait until then to solve the problems of the central continent? I think now is the best opportunity. While Wu Yuming is missing, the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea are completely silent. Let's decide the situation with a war and solve the problems of the central continent as soon as possible. Dongfang Minmi said, then, at least we have to form a tacit agreement with the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea first. Let them stay neutral and watch. Then we can start the war. Yang Dingtian said, then, seniors, if you agree to start the war immediately and solve the problems of the central continent once and for all, raise your hands. Song Xiao, Yun Kalin, and Kuei Si raised their hands. What a coincidence. These three people all had strong tempers. With the help of Yang Dingtian, they had all broken through to the great Grandmaster realm. They were full of fighting spirit. Yang Dingtian said, then, seniors, if you agree to stabilize the situation of the central continent and solve the problems of the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea first, or at least let them stay neutral and watch, then solve the problems of the central continent, raise your hands? Dongfang Minmi, Song Lihua, Qin Huayu, Qiu Wanjia, Li Guinong, Duan Ruyan, Shuiqing Qi, and most of the others raised their hands. Strangely, Qin Wanchou and Song Chunhua did not raise their hands twice, as if they were neutral. Seeing Yang Dingtian looking at him, Qin Wanchou smiled and said, Sect Master, it's really hard for me to choose this time, so I'll stay neutral. Song Chunhua said, me too. Yang Dingtian could not help but look at Yun Zhenu. She was stunned and waved her hand. I'm just a clerk. I don't have the right to vote. Oh, there was one person who did not raise her hand. That was Dishi Bian. Seeing Yang Dingtian looking at her, she was stunned and said, I'm casual. Yang Dingtian was speechless. He decided not to ask Dishi Bian about her attitude in the future. He would just treat her as if she did not exist. Because she really did not care about these things. She was casual. Yet, such a person was still the #1 expert in the Radiant Parliament. It was truly laughable. Then let me explain my attitude. Yang Dingtian said, first of all, as Master Yun Kalin said, we don't have the ability to solve the problems of the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. In fact, it would be very difficult for us to get them to adopt a neutral attitude. The key point was that Wu Lingzi could not be described as an ordinary person. This person is arrogant, conceited, and as timid as a mouse. If you talk to him seriously, you won't be able to get anything done. He will ask for a sky-high price. Moreover, this person basically does not want to help others. If you want him to stay neutral, it's very simple. Hit him. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Hit him? Wu Lingzi was a half-saint. They could not hit him. Of course, it's fake, not real. Yang Dingtian said, last time, his Black Vulture Corps was going to enter Zhongjing. I fired 10 super missiles. In fact, it did not cause any damage to the Vulture Palace. However, it scared him immediately. He ordered the Black Vulture Corps to withdraw. Therefore, this person remembers the consequences but not the consequences. Yang Dingtian continued, if we use war to solve the problem of Zhongzhou State, what are the obstacles? There are only the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. The Netherworld Sea lacks the means to intervene in the war for the time being. The only thing that can interfere and stop our war is the problem of the Black Vulture in the Vulture Palace. Therefore, as long as we solve the problem of the Vulture Palace, we can start the war. Then, how do we solve the problem of the Vulture Palace? Yang Dingtian said, according to Wu Lingzi's character, it's still one word. Hit. It's still fake, not real. How can we fake it? It's very simple. Send an elite demon vulture corps to kill hundreds of demon vultures with the brand new experimental weapon, the crystal launchers, and we will take the initiative to create disputes and friction. We will act as if we are going to attack the Vulture Palace and destroy the Black Vulture Corps. That will be enough. Yang Dingtian said, therefore, I agree with President Song Zhao's opinion. We can solve the problem of Zhongzhou State completely with war. As soon as he said this, Song Zhao's eyes lit up. Yang Dingtian continued, however, I suggest that we use the method of building one plank road under the guise of passing through another. First of all, we will take the initiative to find the leaders of Zhongzhou State and have a talk with them. We will discuss the matter of thoroughly rectifying Zhongzhou State and set very high conditions. We will directly let the Council of Light take charge of the entire Zhongzhou State and revoke 90% of the territories of the feudal lords. As for the leaders of the major sects, as long as they have surrendered to Wu Yuming, they will all be replaced. They will definitely not agree, Song Lihua said. Yes, what we want is for them to disagree. Yang Dingtian said, then, our Chaos Times will immediately publish a comprehensive announcement that Wu Yuming is the adopted son of the evil ways, the demon king Wendian. Don't worry, we already have enough evidence and materials about this matter. We will report for a month in a row and let the people of the world know Wu Yuming's identity. We will completely confirm his identity as the leader of the evil ways. Yang Dingtian continued, in this way, whoever surrenders to Wu Yuming will be the leader of the evil ways. According to this crime, we will be on the same side and attack those who are not. The third step is to take the initiative to create friction with the Vulture Palace and make it look like we are going to war with the Vulture Palace. While negotiating with the leaders of Zhongzhou State, we will create friction with the Vulture Palace and make it look like we are going to war to paralyze the leaders of Zhongzhou State. Yang Dingtian said, the fourth step is to wait until the Vulture Palace completely compromises. Millions of troops will directly attack Zhongzhou State from the north and south. Use lightning warfare and storm warfare to take down the entire Zhongzhou State in the shortest time possible. The key is to be fast and thorough. I suggest that the entire Zhongzhou State campaign, from the beginning to the end, should not exceed 3 months. Then, Yang Dingtian looked at Song Xiao and said, and the frontline commander of this Zhongzhou State campaign will be Guild Master Song Xiao, and the deputy commander will be City Lord Kuei Si. When these words came out, everyone's hair stood on end. Those fence-sitters in Zhongzhou State were going to be unlucky. Sure enough, if Song Xiao, the butcher, was the commander, he would really kill the entire Zhongzhou State. Immediately, Song Zhao's eyes lit up, and he was so excited that his beard straightened. He said sternly, I give a military order, I will definitely give you a complete, thorough, and clean Zhongzhou State. The Council of Light was going to take advantage of this rare opportunity to completely massacre Zhongzhou State. Yang Dingtian said, next, I will issue a few orders. The first order is to immediately publish the Chaos Times, completely disclose Wu Yuming's identity, kill him, and never make a comeback. As for the information, go to Madame Wu Maji for it. The second order is to immediately draft the negotiation outline, form a negotiation team headed by Sect Master Dongfang Minmi, and City Lord Qin Wanchou as the deputy, and start negotiating with the leaders of Zhongzhou State. The third order is that I will write a Tianda League order, ordering the Vulture Palace's Wuling to immediately come to the Zhongjing Council of Light to admit his guilt, otherwise, he will bear the consequences. This order must be strict, and must be rude to Wuling, and create friction and conflict with the Vulture Palace. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Then, the power gears of the Council of Light began to turn, and the curtains of the bloodbath in Zhongzhou State began. Note, the first update has been delivered, I will continue to write the second update. Please, monthly votes, bosses. After Yang Dingtian gave the order, the headline of the next day's Chaos Times was a huge portrait of Wu Yuming. The face of this portrait was a realistic sketch, while the body was drawn in an elegant freehand style. Wu Yuming was graceful and calm. Her incomparably handsome face immediately appeared on the paper. There was only a huge portrait of Wu Yuming on the front page, followed by a headline. Wu Yuming was defeated in a single move in the duel 2 days ago, and her whereabouts were still unknown. As for the content, it was less than 100 words. Basically, it was about the time, place, people, and events. It described Wu Yuming's defeat and disappearance in an extremely objective way. Only Wu Yuming had such a huge portrait and such luxurious treatment on the headline of the Chaos Times. Even Yang Dingtian hadn't been there before. As for the content of the second page, it was a review of the duel between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming at the Taiyuan League conference a year ago. Whoever won would be the master of the Taiyuan League. After that, in the following pages, the news about the duel and Wu Yuming came to an end. It was all the normal content of the newspaper. All the way until the gossip section, where the content related to Wu Yuming appeared again. Moreover, it was indirectly related. The title of the content was, The Running Bride Ling Wu. This gossip was about Ling Wu and Yang Dingtian. It was about Ling Wu's strength, diligence, and independence. Then, how she met Yang Dingtian, how Yang Dingtian saved her, and how he saved Ling Wu's father. In short, the entire content could only be described with one word. And that was reality. Absolute reality. There wasn't a single bit of fiction. Yang Dingtian wanted to completely drive Wu Yuming away from public opinion. However, he definitely wouldn't create a single rumor, nor would he deliberately smear Wu Yuming's name. Everything was based on the facts. Therefore, it had to start from the story between Ling Wu and Yang Dingtian. And from today onwards, it would be a special issue of the Chaos Times for an entire month. He would expose everything that had happened between Wu Yuming and Yang Dingtian. Everything, including Ling Wu saving Wu Yuming, their chance encounter on the ship, Wu Yuming marrying Vulture, Kueisi's disappearance, and so on, would only be revealed when Wu Yuming and Yang Dingtian entered the Ghost Hell region to have a secret talk with Dongli. Only then would Wu Yuming's identity as the Demon King Wendian be revealed. In short, everything that had happened to Wu Yuming after she walked around the world would be written clearly and truthfully. He wouldn't lie or exaggerate at all. Every sentence, every matter, was backed by evidence. Finally, all the judgments were left to the readers. Therefore, the entire gossip would be serialized for an entire month from the beginning to the end. It could be said that Yang Dingtian, who had control of the Chaos Times, could have attacked Wu Yuming in public and exposed his identity a long time ago. However, he didn't do so. Because before the duel ended, although these public attacks were meaningful, they were absolutely meaningless. He had to wait until Wu Yuming was completely defeated before he could be completely judged by public opinion. This was because Wu Yuming was different from the 7 refined lane. Wu Yuming was incomparably powerful. As for the 7 refined lane, Yang Dingtian could destroy it with a raise of his hand. All he needed was a reason. Therefore, he had to destroy their reputation first before destroying their physical body. Today was merely the beginning of the serialization of Wu Yuming. However, those who were observant had long smelled a terrifying scent. This was because they could see that although the Chaos Times was reporting on Wu Yuming, it wasn't just targeting Wu Yuming. It was targeting those fence-sitters. Once Wu Yuming's identity as a member of the evil ways was completely confirmed, there would be an absolute reason to destroy the leaders of Zhongzhou State by force. At the same time as the newspaper, the negotiations with the leaders of Zhongzhou State began. With Dongfang Minmi as the leader and Qin Wanqiu as the deputy, the negotiation team undoubtedly looked luxurious and sincere. Instantly, the leaders of Zhongzhou State heaved a long sigh of relief. As expected, Yang Dingtian was anxious to solve the problem and was also full of sincerity. This way, their danger was greatly reduced. In fact, the leaders of Xianxia state even felt some disdain in their hearts. They felt that Yang Dingtian was really not shrewd. He was really superficial to come in such a hurry to negotiate. Very soon, the representative of the Central Continent forces was also elected. On the fourth day after the duel, the negotiations were officially held. On behalf of the Council of Light, Dongfang Minmi directly put forward three main conditions: disarm 90% of the vassals of Xianxia state. These vassals could enter the various defense areas as civil officials or military officials. Remove the territories of most of the vassals. The Tianda League would use the treasury, the shares of the Chamber of Commerce, and money to redeem their territories. All the leaders of the major sects who had surrendered to Wu Yuming, especially the leaders of the first-tier forces of the Tianda League, would be replaced. The old leaders would all enter the observation period to see what would happen in the future. Although the leaders of Xianxia state were afraid, they immediately exploded when they heard the news. Some of the leaders of Xianxia state couldn't help but be angry and directly curse, laughing at Yang Dingtian for being whimsical. Without a doubt, the first negotiation ended on a sour note. Then, the forces of Xianxia state and the Council of Light entered a state of indifference. The forces of Xianxia state stepped up their contact with the representatives of the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea who stayed in the South Mansion. It wasn't easy to hold a second negotiation. The forces of Xianxia state hoped that the Council of Light could lower the conditions. However, Dongfang Minmi still put forward the same three conditions. Suddenly, the representative of Xianxia state couldn't stand it at all. He sneered and said, "Leader Yang Dingtian is so powerful. Why didn't he punish the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea? Instead, he keeps making trouble for us. Is he bullying the weak and fearing the strong?" Immediately, the second negotiation ended on a sour note. The indifference between the Council of Light and the forces of Xianxia state became more and more intense. The special issue of the Chaos Times continued to be published every day, and the progress of the negotiation was reported in real time. Therefore, the circulation of the Chaos Times during this period increased day by day. And Wu Yuming instantly replaced Yang Dingtian as the most famous person in the Chaos world. His presence was even stronger among the ordinary people. Because in the gossip, he was almost described as the protagonist, so he was very immersed in it. As a result, Wu Yuming gained many loyal fans, especially women. Therefore, the truth, objectivity, and authority of Wu Yuming's article was recognized by everyone. Although the half-saint Wu Lingzi's flying speed was not as fast as the demon Vulture King, it was still very fast. Only one day later, he reached the sky above the Netherworld Sea. Looking from the sky, the warships of the Southwest Fleet were densely packed and fully armed. They surrounded the area within a radius of a few hundred miles. At the entrance of the Netherworld Sea region, the ancient giant beast, Xiao, had already occupied the dozens of kilometers of sea beside the Silver Beach. Its gigantic body, which was thousands of meters long, was swimming in the sea, full of irritation and uneasiness. And almost all the underwater creatures in this sea had been eaten by it. The ancient giant beast Xiao was extremely fierce when it killed great masters in the sea. But as a half-saint, Wu Lingzi was not afraid of it. Of course, he didn't want to fight with such a stupid thing. Others might not be familiar with the entrance of the Netherworld Sea, but he was quite familiar with it. At a height of tens of thousands of meters, he found the entrance of the Netherworld Sea. Then, like a flash of light, he swooped down in an instant. Almost before the ancient giant beast Xiao reacted, he had already entered the sea, passed through the entrance, and entered the boundary of the Netherworld Sea. Wu Yuming was defeated, and she was defeated in one move, Wu Lingzi said. Wu Yu's beautiful and mysterious face was hard to distinguish between male and female. Even after so many years, Wu Lingzi still felt a suffocating feeling when he saw this face that was so beautiful that it made people hold their breath. When Wu Yu heard the news, there was almost no expression on her face. After a long time, she just sighed. It's only been 4 years since Yang Dingtian started cultivating. Although we don't have to be afraid of him now, we won't be able to control him when he breaks through to the half-saint realm in 3 to 5 years, Wu Lingzi said, and this person hates the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea to the bone. I predict that in less than 10 years, he will definitely come to destroy the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. We can't raise a tiger and invite calamity. Then what do you mean? Wu Yu asked. Kill him before he becomes a half-saint, Wu Lingzi said. At this time, he has entered the Zhongjing. Kill him. Okay, then you go, Wu Yu said. Wu Lingzi was stunned and said, you won't go with me? Wu Yu smiled and said, why should I go with you? You alone are more than enough to kill Yongding Tian. Wu Lingzi said, but Yongding Tian will certainly know that I want to kill him, so he will ask Du Gushao and Zhu Qingzhu to help. Although I'm not afraid with the two of them, I won't be able to kill Yongding Tian. What I'm worried about is that if Queen Xianxia is here, then not only will I not be able to kill Yongding Tian, but I will also fall into a trap. It's hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse. So, you invited me to the Zhongjing to kill Yongding Tian? Wu Yu smiled and said. That's exactly what I meant, Wu Lingzi said. Wu Yu said, Wu Ling, first of all, let me tell you that Xianxia will not be here. Although she has fantasies about Yongding Tian, she doesn't want him to be strong, and it's not like she doesn't want Yongding Tian to die. Secondly, Du Gushao may be secretly protecting Yongding Tian, but Zhu Qingzhu won't. He's not even in the primal chaos world anymore. So, you alone are enough to kill him. Really? Wu Lingzi's eyes brightened. Of course, Wu Yu said. Wu Lingzi said, then why don't you come with me? Wu Yu said, because I can't go. Wu Lingzi said, why is that? Wu Yu said, because I have indirectly promised someone that I won't kill Yongding Tian with my own hands. Who did you promise? Wu Lingzi asked. The guardian of the celestial Red Sea, Saint Tantai, Wu Yu said. Wu Lingzi was shocked. Tantai wants to protect Yongding Tian, but you want me to kill him? Wu Yu said, first of all, Tantai has no intention of protecting Yongding Tian. It's just that she and Yongding Tian have a very small fate. When Yongding Tian came to the Sea of Hades to take Shimin Yan away, he had a grudge with Song Yu. He defeated Song Yu and angered the Sea of Hades. I wanted to get rid of him, but I found Tantai's mark in his brain, a very faint mark. Tantai didn't want me to kill him at that time, although this fate has already been used up for Yongding Tian. But since I have promised, I can't go back on my words. More importantly, you alone are more than enough to kill Yongding Tian. If you want me to go with you, I think you are overestimating him. I am ashamed to go. Wu Lingzi nodded, then said, Queen Xianxia really won't help Yongding Tian? Of course not. Wu Yu said, in fact, in the matter of Yuming and Yongding Tian's duel, Xianxia secretly helped Wu Yuming, hoping that Yongding Tian would lose, or even die. There's such a thing? Wu Lingzi was pleasantly surprised. Wu Yuming has a woman called Third Lady Gongsun. She is already dead, killed by Wu Maji. At this time, the soul in her body has become Qin Ji. Wu Maji went to Dongli Grassland to ask for a huge darkness crystal, and asked Qin Ji to poison Wu Yuming. However, Wu Yuming repeatedly asked for the darkness crystal from Dongli Grassland, but to no avail. This is because he has the darkness mystic flame in his body that specializes in devouring mystic flames and darkness crystals. Xianxia clearly knew that the darkness crystal could only make Yuming stronger, but she still gave it to Wu Maji. It can be seen that she wants to help Yuming. Wu Yu said, and during the duel, Wu Yuming's darkness mystic flame was much stronger than what I remembered, because it devoured the darkness mystic flame. Wu Lingzi said happily, it seems that Xianxia really wants Yongding Tian to die. However, Yuming has such a strong darkness mystic flame, why was he killed in one move? Wu Yu shook his head and said, this is not what I know. Maybe Yongding Tian specializes in subduing the darkness mystic flame. If Wu Yuming didn't use the darkness mystic flame, she wouldn't have lost. It's really fate that Yongding Tian was born to subdue him. After saying that, Wu Yu smiled and said, if that's the case, why are you still afraid of Yongding Tian? Being stimulated by the goddess, Wu Lingzi's ambition was immediately ignited. He smiled and said, what a joke. Why would I be afraid of such a small ant? I'll go to the central capital now and slaughter him. Wu Yu said, then I'll wait for your good news. Wu Lingzi smiled and said, why don't you hear Yongding Tian's head fall to the ground in 3 days' time? Then, Wu Lingzi bade farewell and left. He turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the netherworld sea region. The ancient giant beast, Xiao, couldn't stop him. It instantly went berserk and set off huge waves on the surface of the sea. However, inside the netherworld sea's barrier, Poland was not startled. After leaving the netherworld sea, Wulingzi's heart was filled with disdain and killing intent towards Yongding Tian. Without Zhu Qingzhu, without Queen Xianxia, what did he, Wulingzi, have to fear? Yongding Tian, you're dead meat. Wulingzi's speed reached the extreme and flew towards the central continent. The netherworld sea and the southern barbarian continent were on the same level. After a full day, Wulingzi flew above the southern barbarian continent. He originally wanted to go to the central capital to kill Yongding Tian and then return to the Vulture Palace. However, after thinking about it, what if something happened in the Vulture Palace? Therefore, he returned to the Vulture Palace first. After confirming that everything was fine, he went north to the central capital to kill Yongding Tian. After entering the Vulture Palace, he first received a handwritten letter from Yongding Tian. It was an imperial edict in the name of the Council of Light. Wulingzi, as one of the leaders of the Tiando League, you colluded with Wan Wentian's adopted son, Wu Yuming, and plotted to take over the position of the Tiando League. Your intentions are punishable by death, and your crimes are monstrous. I order you to come to the central capital to plead guilty within 23 days after receiving this letter. If you're late, you'll have to bear the consequences. The words in the letter were strict, and it was completely in a commanding tone. It was as if Wulingzi was one of those random sects in the central continent. After reading it, Wulingzi flew into a rage. His killing intent was limitless. Note, second update, I beg for monthly votes. Yongding Tian, you're courting death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Endless anger turned into a sentence of gnashing teeth. Then, the letter in Wulingzi's hand directly turned into ashes. He suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew directly towards the north. He wanted to go to the central capital and dismember Yongding Tian into pieces in front of everyone. He wanted to make him fall into hell when he was at his most glorious and complacent time. However, he had just flown for less than 100 miles. A thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Why did Yongding Tian write me such a letter? He wants to provoke me on purpose. He wants to provoke me to go to the central capital to kill him, otherwise, why would his letter be so rude and presumptuous? He's not an idiot. No, there's a conspiracy in this. There must be a conspiracy in this. I can't go. If I go, I'll be walking right into a trap. Yongding Tian must have set a trap for me. Although I don't know what kind of trap it is, there must be a trap. Otherwise, why would he specially write a letter to me? Then, Wulingzi immediately shivered and stopped completely. Then, he started to doubt Wu Yu's words. She said that Xianxia hoped for Yongding Tian to die. Maybe she was lying. Maybe Xianxia already knew that Yongding Tian had a way to restrain the darkness mystic flame. That was why she gave Wu Yuming the darkness crystal. Xianxia wanted to help Yongding Tian. She wanted him to kill Wu Yuming. I treat Wu Yu as a goddess, but she might treat me as a weed. She might also want to harm me. Then, Wulingzi laughed loudly and said, Yongding Tian, you want to trick me and kill me? It's not that easy. The letter you wrote is completely a case of being too smart for your own good. Ha. Instead, I saw the flaw. Then, Wulingzi suddenly felt incomparably lucky. Fortunately, his wisdom was unparalleled, and he saw through Yongding Tian's plot. If he rushed into Zhongjing, Zhu Qingzhu, Du Gushao, and Xianxia would all be waiting for him. Although he wouldn't die, he would be seriously injured. Evil spirits could give people an immortal body, but their lifespan was limited. At most, they would reach the end of their lifespan after 100 or 200 years. The netherworld ghost flame gave people eternal life, but there was no such thing as an immortal body. He would still die if his heart was pierced by a sword. That was why Wulingzi cherished his life so much. It wasn't easy for him to obtain immortality. If he were to be killed by someone, it would be such a waste. Therefore, for more than 100 years, Wulingzi hid in the Vulture Palace and never came out. I've really lost my mind. Why did I get entangled with that little bastard Wu Yuming? Wu Yu is completely heartless to me. Why did I still have fantasies about her? I ended up in such a sorry state. I was actually humiliated by a mere junior. Hateful Wu Yuming, hateful Wu Yuming. Wu Lingzi cursed loudly in the air. Then, he decided to return to the Vulture Palace like this. Yes, he was really dejected. He flew out angrily and wanted to kill Yang Dingtian. In the end, he flew out less than 100 miles before he turned back. Therefore, Wu Lingzi instinctively covered his face. He hoped that when he went back, he couldn't let the vulture see him. It was really too embarrassing. But what was he afraid of? What would come? Vulture directly flew over from the front and shouted, "Great-grandfather, great-grandfather." Wu Lingzi planned to pretend that he didn't hear anything and flew directly back to the thatched hut. "Great-grandfather, I've thought about it. You can't kill Yang Dingtian. You can't kill him." Vulture shouted loudly. Wu Lingzi was stunned and delighted. Then, he flew over and said coldly with a straight face, "Why can't I kill him? This ant thief should be cut into pieces. He actually dared to provoke me. He's purely seeking death." Then, Wu Lingzi stared coldly at Vulture and said, Are you soft-hearted? You can't kill him?" "No, I forgot. I still have the evil spirit planted in me by Wu Maji. If you kill Yang Dingtian, Wu Maji will definitely kill me," Vulture said loudly. For some reason, Wu Lingzi felt slightly disappointed. Vulture continued, "Before we deal with Wu Maji, we can't kill Yang Dingtian. I'm thinking, how can we get hold of Wu Maji's weakness so that she won't dare to kill me?" Wu Lingzi said, "Who does Wu Maji care about the most?" "Yang Dingtian and her twins." Vulture said, "Yes, we'll capture her twins and use them as hostages. At that time, not only will Wu Maji not dare to kill me, she'll bow down to us and beg for mercy. When the time comes, I will definitely make her suffer 10 times the amount of torture." After saying that, Vulture's eyes lit up. She imagined the scene of torturing Wu Maji. Suddenly, her delicate and beautiful face became slightly distorted. Then, she looked at Wu Lingzi and said, "Ancestor, you haven't seen Wu Maji, right? She's a peerless beauty. None of the women in Vulture Palace can compare to her. She's even on par with Wu Yu. Don't you want to have a taste?" Suddenly, Wu Lingzi's eyes lit up. He wasn't lustful, but he had a preference for peerless beauties. Vulture said, "Wu Maji's twin children are currently in the Snow Clan. There are several great Grandmaster Realm powerhouses there. Ordinary people won't be able to take the twins away, but if you go, you'll definitely be able to capture them." Hearing this, Wu Lingzi's face turned cold. His eyes became clear and he said, "Girl, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't touch the twins or Yang Dingtian's children. Otherwise, he'll use all means to exterminate the Vulture Palace." Then, Wu Lingzi said coldly, "All right, since that's the case, I'll let that brat Yang Dingtian go before I deal with the evil energy in your body. However, since he dared to write a letter to insult me, I won't let him off lightly. I'll definitely teach him a lesson." "How?" Vulture asked. "Go and send a message to Ling Chizi. Tell him to send 30,000 Black Vulture army directly into Zhongjing. If God or Buddha blocks, kill them all," Wu Lingzi said coldly. Vulture gritted his teeth and said, "If I don't send the message, you'll send someone else?" "Why?" Wu Lingzi asked. "Before I find a way to get rid of him, I don't want to provoke him directly," Vulture said. Wu Lingzi's face twitched. Then, he circulated his Xianxia and said loudly, "Listen to my order. Let Ling Chizi lead the Vulture Palace's experts and send 30,000 Black Vulture army into Zhongjing. If God or Buddha blocks, kill them all." "Yes." Immediately, several Vulture Palace's experts shouted. They sat on the black vultures and flew towards Nanzhong continent. At this moment, it had already been 6 days since the duel. The Council of Light's aerial army had almost searched the entire Nanzhong continent. However, they still couldn't find Wu Yoming's figure. It was as if he had really disappeared completely. "Sect Master, Ling Wu has gone missing." Yun Zhenu reported, "The people monitoring the southern residents have discovered that Ling Wu's figure isn't there. She should have left after disguising herself. Is it possible that she knows Wu Yoming's whereabouts?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It shouldn't be possible. Yun Zhenna said. From Tai Muley and Mutsun's reaction, Wu Yoming's whereabouts are completely unknown. I think that Ling Wu should be looking for Wu Yuming alone. However, she definitely won't be able to find him. Then, Yun Zhenna said, Sect Master, should we send more people to search for Ling Wu's traces? We can send more people. However, don't have too much hope for her. Even our people can't find Wu Yuming, let alone Ling Wu alone. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Yun Zhenna said. Yang Dingtian turned his gaze and looked at Yun Zhenna's extremely charming face. Yun Zhenna felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. She said angrily, if you continue to stare, I will really force you to marry me. Yang Dingtian stared at her small face, her gradually growing chin, her big eyes, and her delicate nose. There was simply no more charming oval face than this. Instantly, he couldn't help but laugh. Did anyone say that your face is purely the face of a vixen? It's not just my face. People have directly said that I'm a vixen. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to reach the heavens in one step and become your eternal pet. Yun Zhenna said. Yang Dingtian said, recently, Master Yun Kailan seems to have become at least 10 years younger. I don't even dare to admit it. Compared to his previous appearance, he's at least 10 times more beautiful. He's simply radiant and dazzling. After breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, the knot in his heart has been removed. Naturally, he'll become younger. Yun Zhenna said, furthermore, he's already living together with my father openly. I reckon that Kuei Ning's mother is going to blame you. She won't. For City Lord Kuei Si to only have 2 women, it's already very impressive. Yang Dingtian said. Who can compare to you? Yun Zhenna rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, Sect Patriarch Dongfeng only has 1 wife. Cough. Yang Dingtian pretended to cough awkwardly and said, I didn't notice it previously. After Master Yun Kailan turned into a great beauty, I realized that you do look rather similar to her. I'm her child. Of course, we look alike. Yun Zhenna said. Yang Dingtian's mind was in a mess. He had once thought that this Yun Zhenna was Duga Fengwu. After checking, he realized that she wasn't. Immediately after, he thought that Huang Yu was Fengwu, but she wasn't either. Therefore, Yang Dingtian turned and looked at Yun Zhenna again. In the end, after Yun Kailan became a great master, she became 10 years younger and 10 times prettier. She became a charming great beauty. Yun Zhenna might be prettier than her, but the 2 of them looked very similar. Ordinary people would be able to recognize her with a single glance. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was completely confused. Furthermore, Wu Yuming had previously revealed that she wanted to use Yun Zhenna's identity to make an issue out of it. She was using Yun Zhenna to threaten Yang Dingtian. Therefore, during that period of time, Yang Dingtian brought her along with him every day. In the end, Wu Yuming didn't make a move on Yun Zhenna. Some time ago, Senior Duke Xiao was actually in the central capital. He might still be around now. Did he visit you again? Yang Dingtian asked. Yun Zhenna shook her head lightly. Do you know who your master is? Yang Dingtian asked. I heard that she's Queen Hai Xian of the Snakeman Empire. Yun Zhenna said. She's a half-saint. Why is your martial arts only at that level? Yang Dingtian said. I'm a martial honor. I'm only in my 20s. Yun Zhenna said, however, Master doesn't put in much effort in teaching me martial arts. She doesn't spend much time in the valley. Most of the time, she's outside. I'm always alone at home. Yang Dingtian said, Zhennu, tell me honestly. You might be her? Sister. Fengwu? Yun Zhenna said, I don't know and I don't care. I think my master is the only one who knows about this. Yang Dingtian rubbed his forehead and said, all right, let's not talk about this. Right, how's the negotiation going? The first failed, the second failed, and the third negotiation is still far away. Yun Zhenna said, it seems that because the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea are watching from the front, the Central Continent's factions are becoming more fearless. All right, the more fearless they are, the better. Yang Dingtian said, then what about Walingzi from the Vulture Palace? Why hasn't he reacted? That shouldn't be the case. My letter should have completely infuriated him. Who knows? Maybe he wasn't at home when he received the letter. Yunjena said. At this moment, Zhu Hongshua's voice came from outside. Sect leader, there's a change in the south-central continent. The Black Vulture army is forming up in the sky. They might invade the central continent. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. How many? I don't know, but it shouldn't be the whole army. Zhu Hongxue said. Good. Yang Dingtian said happily, Wulingzi is indeed interesting. Good. Has our secret weapon been prepared? Yun Zhena said, we have already created 700 Phoenix-grade mini crystal bullets. These Phoenix-grade bullets are made with special crystals. Also, we have created a few thousand fire-grade mini crystal bullets. These are normal crystals, their power and flying speed are much smaller. Other than that, we have already created 1,000 launchers. These weapons have all been equipped to the most elite Demon Vulture army. They can fight in the sky at any time. Good. Yang Dingtian laughed, let Song Chunhua and Kuei-Qing fight this battle. Yes. Yun Zhenu immediately drafted the order, and Yang Dingtian signed it. 15 minutes later, Song Chunhua and Kuei-Qing received the order. They immediately rode on the Demon Vulture army and led 1,000 elite Demon Vulture army into the sky. This Demon Vulture army was made up of experts. On every Demon Vulture, there was a small crystal crossbow and a launcher. There were over 100 arrows and 10 mini crystal bullets. The bloody black gold was a special crystal. Originally, it could only be ignited with Xian flame or gunpowder explosion to ignite the crystal. The trembling sound of the huge energy could cause the special crystal to explode. But it could not be ignited with Xian flame every time it was fired. Very quickly, the warlocks solved this problem. They just needed to reach the same temperature as Xian flame. Then how could they reach such high temperature? Very simple, use the Xian flame to melt the bloody black gold into molten iron and store it in the energy field crystal box. The shockingly high temperature bloody black gold liquid would float in the energy field and the heat loss would be very slow. When needed, open the box and ignite the energy field crystal. However, this was still very troublesome. The warlocks were currently researching how to solve this problem from the energy field of the crystal. Just in case, Song Chunhua still put on the magic fire demon phoenix. It was already more than 2 meters in size. With an order, this 1,000 Demon Vulture army equipped with secret weapon, rose into the sky and flew towards the southern middle continent. And the southern middle continent's 30,000 Demon Vulture army covered the sky and whistled north. This time, not only did they want to win, but they also wanted a magnificent victory. They wanted to beat Wulingzi into submission. At the same time, Ling Wu had already arrived at the southern middle continent. She steered a small crystal boat and went south to sea to look for Wu Yuming. Note: the first update has been delivered. I will continue to write the second update. Please vote. The 30,000 Black Vulture army didn't look as amazing as the 100,000 before, but they still covered the sky and the sun as they flew across the vast sea. At this time, the leaders of the central continent were having a secret meeting. When they heard that the Black Vulture army had invaded the central continent again, they immediately congratulated each other. Well, the most difficult time is over. Now Yang Dingtian and the Vulture Palace are fighting. Good fight, now we're safe. Nangong Langia said loudly. Does that mean that Yang Dingtian will make a big concession in the negotiation? A leader of the central continent laughed. Negotiation? No, let's not talk about it. Nangong Langia said, the Vulture Palace and Yang Dingtian are fighting. It's hard to say who will win. Let's wait and see first. Maybe in the future, Yang Dingtian will take the initiative to come to us. Then, another voice whispered, maybe the Vulture Palace can do what Wu Yuming can't. So, not only do we not have to talk, but we can also take over the entire central continent. That's right. It's best if Yang Dingtian is defeated and retreats to the west continent, so that we can take over the entire central continent. What do you mean we can take over the entire central continent? The central continent was originally ours. Who does Yang Dingtian think he is? What right does he have to take over the place? Go back to where you came from. Who do you think will win this aerial battle? Of course Yang Dingtian will be defeated. At present, the Black Vulture army is unbeatable. Even if Yang Dingtian sacrificed all the Demon Vulture army, he could only kill 10,000 Black Vulture army at most. And the Vulture Palace has more than 100,000 Black Vultures in the south-central continent. So, Yang Dingtian will definitely lose this aerial battle. It's very likely that his army will be wiped out. In this way, the Council of Light will be disgraced. That's right, that's why we have to destroy their spirit. Otherwise, after Yang Dingtian defeats Wu Yuming in the duel, the Council of Light will instantly assume that they are number one in the world, and those who obey them will prosper, and those who oppose them will perish. At this time, the Black Vulture Corps was not stopped. They rushed directly into the central continent for a full 500 miles before they encountered the special forces of the Demon Vulture Corps who came to intercept them. Ling Chizi and the other experts of the Vulture Palace couldn't help but sneer when they saw that there were only 1,000 Demon Vulture army soldiers led by Song Chunhua and Kuei Qing. Was Yang Dingtian crazy? He had 1,000 Demon Vultures block 30,000 Black Vultures and had Song Chunhua take command. Of course, with that being the case, Ling Chizi would definitely not use his martial abilities. As such, he would naturally not attack Song Chunhua. Furthermore, the experts of the Council of Light were currently 100 miles away from the army. If Ling Chizi were to use his martial arts, the experts of the Council of Light would instantly appear. Rush up and tear apart the Demon Vulture Corps in front. Ling Chizi ordered lightly. Suddenly, 30,000 Black Vultures whizzed out in a dark mass, wanting to completely crush the 1,000 Demon Vulture Corps. At this time, the Demon Vulture Corps in front of them formed a long array in the air. There were a total of 5 rows, with 200 Demon Vultures in each row. From top to bottom, they formed a square formation to meet the Black Vulture Corps. 30,000 Black Vultures neatly formed a three-dimensional formation in the air and flew fiercely. They still blotted out the sky and the sun, and it was still a one-sided scene. The dukes of the central continent who came to watch the battle were extremely excited. They almost shouted in a low voice, "Kill the Demon Vulture Corps, kill the Demon Vulture Corps. Let Yang Dingtian's Demon Vulture Corps be completely annihilated. Let the Council of Light have no air force to use." The 30,000 Black Vulture Corps were getting closer and closer. 100 miles. 50 miles. 30 miles. 25 miles. However, the Demon Vulture Corps did not move. Whether it was the Black Vulture Corps or the Central Continent forces who were secretly watching the battle on the ground, they couldn't help but be shocked. Was the Demon Vulture Corps still seeking death this time, when the distance was still 20 miles? The warriors of the Demon Vulture Corps suddenly carried a long iron tube with a diameter of 5 kilograms on their shoulders. A Demon Vulture warrior behind them took out a small crystal missile of about 200 kilograms from a big box. There was a faint phoenix painted on it, indicating that this was a special phoenix missile. Of course, this time there were only more than 700 of them. One was not enough for each person. Therefore, among the 1,000 Demon Vulture Corps, there were only 200 Phoenix-level missiles in the first wave of attack. The rest were all ordinary fire-level crystal missiles. The warriors behind loaded the missiles into the launchers one after another. "Everyone aim!" Song Chunhua ordered loudly. Instantly, the 1,000 warriors all aimed at the black mass of the Black Vulture army that was coming at them. Seeing these iron tubes, everyone was stunned. Not only Ling Chizi, but also the people watching the battle on the ground. Was the Council of Light crazy? They actually used iron tubes to fight. Were they looking for death? At this time, they still didn't use the small crystal crossbows. At this time, the Black Vulture Corps was getting closer and closer. And it began to form a semicircular formation, to surround the 1,000 Demon Vulture Corps. The secret weapon of the Council of Light was only met with harsh ridicule at the first moment. Even the warriors of the Black Vulture Corps were extremely disdainful. The Black Vulture Corps was 10 miles away. 9 miles. 8 miles. "Ignite, fire!" Song Chunhua ordered. Suddenly, the Demon Vulture warrior behind carefully took out a small energy box. Inside it floated the bright red liquid bloody black gold. The temperature here was tens of thousands of degrees, or even higher. Then, the liquid bloody black gold directly ignited the crystal power array at the tail of the missile. Suddenly. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 1,000 missiles whistled out in an instant, dragging a long tail, like a meteor. And 200 of them were extremely fast. That's right, the speed of this small missile was faster and more astonishing than the large missile. The previous large missiles needed to fly too far, so they didn't dare to burn too many special crystals per unit of time. So in terms of speed, they could only take a balance value. But now, these small missiles only needed to fly a few dozen miles. Therefore, the warlocks increased the crystal power per unit of time, so the flying speed was astonishingly fast. The initial speed could reach tens of meters per second, and the highest speed in the middle could even reach more than twice the speed of sound. In short, these small crystal-powered missiles were much more outstanding than the large missiles in terms of speed. The rocket projectiles on Earth could also reach a very shocking speed. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In everyone's astonished eyes, these 200 missiles were getting faster and faster, faster and faster. In a short 6 or 7 miles, only a distance of 3,000 meters, it was only 10 seconds. Destroy these things. Ling Chizi suddenly ordered. But it was too late. Not every Black Vulture warrior was an expert who could slash out sword light. These small crystal missiles, at more than twice the speed of sound, fiercely plunged into the Black Vulture core. Puff puff puff. The first casualty was not the explosion, but these missiles, which directly penetrated the body of the Black Vulture core, directly tearing the Black Vulture core, which was as hard as iron, in half. Then, it suddenly exploded. Boom. 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 In an instant, nearly 200 Phoenix-level small crystal missiles violently exploded. At every moment, the small missiles almost burst out a huge fireball with a diameter of hundreds of meters. In an instant, the entire sky was swallowed by countless flame giant flowers, completely dyeing the entire sky red. Among these missiles, there were only about 100 kilograms of high explosives, about 5 kilograms of ordinary fire crystals, and 3 grams of blood black gold accompanying crystals. The power could only blow up a house that covered an area of 2 or 3 acres. However, it was enough, and it was already very amazing. Because at this time, the Black Vulture core was very crowded in order to completely destroy the Demon Vulture core. Although this kind of missile was called a small missile, it was also a large rocket on Earth, and because of the existence of special crystals, its power was even more amazing. Boom 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 boom, within a large circle of 30 meters of each explosion, all the Black Vultures were directly burned into charcoal by the terrible high temperature, and then shattered into pieces. The Black Vultures within 50 meters instantly exploded on their backs, completely dying tragically. And the Black Vultures within 100 meters, although not dead, were also seriously injured. Suddenly, the sky seemed to rain Black Vultures. Countless charcoal, countless minced meat, and countless Black Vulture corpses fell one after another. Everyone had no time to be shocked. The second wave of missiles came again. Whoosh 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 whoosh, this time, there were as many as 800 small crystal bullets. The flying speed was only about a quarter of the previous Phoenix-level missiles. The power of the explosion was less than a third. However, the previous round of explosions caused the entire Black Vulture core to be in chaos, and there was no time to intercept this new wave of attacks. Suddenly, of the 800 ordinary crystal missiles, more than 700 of them fiercely smashed into the Black Vulture core like a metal rainstorm. Boom 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 boom, there was another earth-shattering explosion. The flames of these ordinary crystal missiles were not much smaller than the Phoenix-level crystal missiles, so the scene was still earth-shattering. Countless Black Vultures were once again swallowed by the flames, and the scene was extremely shocking. But in fact, the casualties caused by these 800 missiles were less than half of the previous 200 Phoenix-level missiles. The power of the explosion was less than a third, but it did not mean that the lethality was less than a third. Therefore, the second wave of missiles, except for the center of the explosion that would directly kill the Black Vultures, could only injure them, but could not kill them. This was the difference between Phoenix-level missiles and ordinary missiles. The bloody black gold associated crystal was so powerful. Even the Phoenix-level missiles just now all successfully reached their targets and detonated. As for the ordinary missiles, there were still more than a dozen of them that directly lost their direction in the air. They either flew in other directions or directly fell to the ground. When the power of the crystal was exhausted, it exploded violently. The first wave of attacks had left Ling Chizi and the experts of the Spirit Vulture Palace completely dumbfounded. The neat formation of the Black Vulture core was suddenly in disorder as if it had been cheated alive. There was a missing piece here and there. Ling Chizi looked at everything in disbelief. The spectators also looked at everything in disbelief. How many Black Vultures had been killed in the first wave of attacks of the Demon Vulture Core's secret weapon, no one knew. No one knew now. But when the Demon Vulture's corpses fell just now, it was really more mysterious than raindrops. The results of this wave of attacks alone were much greater than the last time when the 2000 Demon Vulture Corps fought for a quarter of an hour. At least, this first wave of attacks directly killed and seriously injured thousands of Black Vultures. Before Ling Chizi could react, the second wave of attacks of the Demon Vulture Corps came. This time, 500 Phoenix-level missiles and 500 ordinary fire-level missiles whizzed over in an instant. A gorgeous light streaked across the sky. At this time, no one dared to laugh. They only felt that these flames were completely emitting the aura of death. Ling Chizi immediately roared, "Disperse, disperse, army, disperse." That's right. Such a dense formation was useful before, but now it was completely courting death. Moreover, it was foreseeable that from now on, the Vulture Palace would not dare to let the Black Vulture Corps form such a dense formation. Immediately, the Black Vulture Corps immediately changed their formation and dispersed. But in panic, not only did they not disperse, but they crowded together in groups. However, the Phoenix-level missiles that were more than twice the speed of sound wouldn't wait for them. In an instant, 500 Phoenix-level missiles fiercely plunged into the Black Vulture Corps. Because the Black Vulture Corps was too secretive, nearly 70% of the missiles hit directly. The remaining 30% just flew faster and faster, whizzing over. Some still crashed into the Black Vultures behind them, while others flew further and further away. Boom, 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 another earth-shattering explosion occurred. Then, the Black Vultures in the sky fell like a rainstorm. This time, no one knew how many of them died. Before they had time to be shocked, the 500 ordinary small crystal missiles behind came like a storm. However, the hit rate of this wave of ordinary missiles instantly dropped to 50%. But still, it caused another earth-shattering explosion. The spectators found that the extremely fast missile in front was so fast that it made people tremble. After flying dozens of miles away, it directly exploded in the air. In other words, this thing could fly dozens of miles away at such a fast speed. How amazing was that, in the last wave, no less than 200 ordinary crystal missiles did not hit the target. After flying dozens of miles away, they suddenly exploded. Looking at the Black Vulture Corps again, less than half of them were intact. The remaining Black Vulture Corps, which was less than half intact, immediately scattered and desperately scattered. They did not dare to gather together again. If they gathered together, they would be the living targets of the terrible missiles. At this time, Song Chunhua ordered 10 Black Vultures, changed to small and medium-sized crystal crossbows. Hunt freely. After hearing the order, the 1000 Demon Vulture Corps immediately changed their formation. 10 in a group, a total of 100 groups. Each group formed a sharp knife-killing formation, sandwiching small and medium-sized crystal crossbows. Originally, small crystal crossbows were used. Later, they found that the demon vultures were large and heavy. They could use small and medium-sized crossbows, which were more lethal to the Black Vultures. Moreover, they could directly fix the small and medium-sized crystal crossbows to the north of the Black Vultures. At this time, the remaining 10,000 or so intact Black Vultures desperately scattered in private. Because there was no complete order, it was difficult to form a complete battle formation. Behind them, 100 hunting squads whistled as they approached. Therefore, an extremely absurd scene appeared. 1,000 demon vultures were crazily chasing after more than 10,000 black vultures. Moreover, the demon vultures flew faster. As long as the distance was within 2 miles, the small and medium-sized crystal crossbows on the back of the demon vultures would shoot wildly. Because of the change to small and medium-sized crystal crossbows, the shooting power was instantly 7 or 8 times stronger. Furthermore, instead of shooting 1 arrow each time, he would shoot 3 long sharp arrows at a time. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In an instant, large crossbow arrows 2 meters long were shot out like a rainstorm. The crossbow arrows were not as precious as the small crystal missiles. It did not matter how much they were used. Therefore, as long as there was a chance, the demon vulture warriors would shoot wildly. After increasing the crystal crossbows, the power of the crossbow arrows also doubled instantly. Once shot from the back, they would basically be inserted 3 or 4 feet into the black vulture's body. Even if they did not die, they would be greatly injured. Therefore, the black vulture corps, which had lost its organization, was like a plate of loose sand. They were crazily hunted by the demon vulture corps, which only had 1/10 of their numbers. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless crossbow arrows sprayed out like a rainstorm. The black vultures were not as fast as the demon vultures, so it was difficult for them to escape the pursuit. In an instant, the black vulture corps in the sky rapidly decreased. Once again, the black vultures rained down. Countless black vulture corpses and secret manuals smashed to the ground. Xianxia looked at this shocking scene. At this time, the number of black vultures in the sky was decreasing. There were only a few thousand left. At this time, even if they fought face to face with swords, they were no match for the demon vulture corps. Therefore, no matter how unwilling Xianxia was, he could only shout, "Retreat, retreat!" Suddenly, the surviving black vulture warriors in the sky were so excited that they almost burst into tears. The black vultures were not afraid of death, but they were. Immediately, they controlled the almost crazy black vultures to flee in the direction of the South Middle Continent. Continue to chase and destroy the enemy, Song Chunhua ordered. Then, 100 groups of demon vulture hunting teams chased at full speed. The experts of the Council of Light rode on the black vultures and chased closely. Although the Vulture Palace would not break the rules and use martial arts, they still had to be on guard. The Great Middle Continent was thousands of miles away from the South Middle Continent. 1,000 demon vulture corps chased crazily for thousands of miles. Along the way, the black vulture corps fled desperately. However, they were not fast enough. Moreover, the demon vulture corps used long-range attacks. Not only did they have no power to fight back, they could not escape the pursuit at all. The experts of the Vulture Palace were mad with anger. They almost could not help but use martial arts to kill the hateful demon vulture corps behind them. However, if they dared to do so, the experts of the Council of Light behind them would not mind using martial arts to kill them all. Just like this, Xianxia and the other experts suddenly realized that the demon vulture corps behind them did not continue to pursue. Then, he realized that the black vulture corps had been completely annihilated. Only he and dozens of Vulture Palace experts were left. After half a day of fighting, the 30,000 black vulture corps were completely annihilated. Note, second update, more than 9,000 words for today's update, looking for support. After the experts of the Vulture Palace fled to the South Central Continent, there was no response. Because Xianxia had no authority, he had to report the news to the Vulture Palace and wait for Wulingzi's next order. When Wulingzi heard that the 30,000 Black Vulture army was wiped out by a mere 1,000 Devil Vulture army, he was completely stunned. He didn't dare to believe it. How was this possible? How was this possible? Why was the Vulture Palace so domineering and arrogant? Wasn't it because the Black Vulture army was invincible? For the past 200 years, the number one strategic formation of the Vulture Palace was the Black Vultures, Black Vultures, Black Vultures. They used all their strength and all the barbarians and beasts in the South Barbarian continent to feed the Black Vultures. Therefore, in 200 years, the Black Vulture army had increased from 20,000 to 200,000. These 200,000 Black Vultures gave Wulingzi great confidence. He even felt that even when Tian's Legion of Doom wouldn't be able to break into his Vulture Palace. Last time, the 2,000 Devil Vultures fought against the Black Vulture army and a few thousand of them died. Wulingzi did not care at all, because the Demon Vulture Legion had also lost more than 500, and a few hundred were injured. This kind of casualty ratio was completely within his expectations. The Devil Vulture army only had 4,000 Black Vultures and 200,000 Black Vultures. Even if the Devil Vulture army was wiped out, the Black Vulture's casualties wouldn't exceed 20,000. It was a drop in the ocean. But this time, 1,000 Devil Vulture army actually wiped out 30,000 Black Vultures. This was too shocking. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Wu Lingzi said impossible more than 10 times before he calmed down. Then how many casualties did the Devil Vulture army have? Wu Lingzi asked. The Vulture Palace expert stammered, It seems like 0. What? Wu Lingzi hissed, are you talking in your sleep? Last time, he killed a few thousand of my black vultures and also lost 1,000. Now, there are no casualties? Are you dreaming? The Vulture Palace expert said, There really are no casualties. The Devil Vulture army used a new secret weapon and killed countless of our black vultures from a few miles away. We couldn't even get close. Wu Lingzi asked in shock, secret weapon? The Vulture Spirit Palace expert said, it's a type of metal tube that shoots out a type of metal bullet. 100 kilograms of iron vultures, it flew very quickly, several times faster than the vultures. And iron vulture is, and vulture. One of these metal bullets is enough to kill a dozen of our black vultures. Wu Lingzi instantly thought of the terrifying things that were shot into the Spirit Vulture Palace 10 days ago. Especially the last one, which caused the ground within a radius of several dozen miles to collapse by several tens of feet. This powers vulture. Who would have thought that this thing could be shrunk and shot out from the demon vulture's body? It could even be used against the Black Vulture army. Suddenly, Wu Lingzi felt somewhat disheartened. He sighed and said, the times have changed. The Vulture Palace expert said, Ancestor, how should we respond? Should we gather all the Black Vulture army and rush into Zhongjing to kill? Are you going to kill all my black vultures? Wu Lingzi said coldly. Ancestor, it's not impossible to deal with the Council of Light's iron barrel missile. Disperse the Black Vulture army and it won't hit. That thing's accuracy is very low. The Vulture Palace expert said, moreover, I believe that this thing must be very precious. The Council of Light doesn't have many of them. We don't need to be scared. Wu Lingzi hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, let's hold back for now. Send a letter to Zhongjing and ask Yang Dingtian to come to Vulture Palace personally to apologize. Then, we'll let this matter go. The Vulture Palace expert said, That's it? That's it? What, do I need you to teach me how to do things? Wu Lingzi said coldly. I don't dare, the Vulture Palace expert said, I'll send a letter to Yang Dingtian and ask him to come to Vulture Palace to apologize. Just like that, Wu Lingzi planned to turn this matter into a small one and a small one into nothing. Wu Lingzi wanted to let this matter go, but Yang Dingtian didn't agree. It was obvious that he didn't intend to give up. Qin Wanqiu had already entered the south-central region before the letter asking Yang Dingtian to apologize had even reached the central region. He didn't say a word and directly handed a letter of challenge to Ling Chizi. Then, he turned and left. That's right, it was a letter of challenge, a real letter of challenge. Seeing this letter of challenge, Ling Chizi didn't open it. He felt as if his hand had been stung. He and all the Vulture Palace experts were stunned. What did Yang Dingtian mean by this? Was he crazy? Was he really going to declare war on Vulture Palace? Wu Lingzi had already planned to turn this matter into a small one and find a way out. However, Yang Dingtian didn't let this matter go and actually issued a letter of challenge. Was he really going to start a war? Ling Chizi didn't read this letter of challenge and directly sent someone to deliver it to Vulture Palace. A few hours later, this letter of challenge appeared in Wu Lingzi's hands. Yang Dingtian's letter of challenge to Vulture Palace was written as follows: Wu Lingzi, you old bastard, not only did you not come to Zhongjing to apologize, you even sent 30,000 Black Vulture troops to despicably ambush the Council of Light. Such a deranged behavior is unforgivable. Here, the Council of Light officially declares war on Vulture Palace, swearing to erase Vulture Palace from this world, completely liberate the southern barbarian continent, and completely save the savages of the southern barbarian continent from hell. Clap, 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 these rude words were like slaps to Wu Lingzi's old face. In particular, the sentence erase Vulture Palace from this world completely stabbed Wu Lingzi. Overturn the heavens, Yang Dingtian, your crimes are unforgivable, unforgivable. Tear you to pieces, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Having just lost 30,000 Black Vulture troops, Wu Lingzi was about to grit his teeth and swallow it, not wanting to bicker with Yang Dingtian. Instead, Yang Dingtian was relentless and even said that he would erase Vulture Palace. This was simply trampling on the dignity of Vulture Palace, this was simply trembling. Wulingzi said sternly, "Fine, let's start the war. Send out all the Black Vulture troops, all of them. Today, I will have a life-and-death battle with Yang Dingtian." After Wulingzi gave the order with great anger, the 80,000 Black Vulture troops in the Vulture Palace rushed out of the southern barbarian continent and whistled directly to the middle continent. This was the first time in hundreds of years, that all 200,000 Black Vulture troops left the Vulture Palace and the southern barbarian continent. Countless people saw the scene and saw the Black Vulture troops that blotted out the sky and the sun enter the middle continent. This scene seemed to have given the leaders of the middle continent a shot in the arm. The scene of the 30,000 Black Vulture troops being wiped out the day before scared them out of their wits. They were in a constant state of anxiety. After returning, they took the initiative to go to the North Mansion and groveled to ask for the third negotiation. However, the 200,000 Black Vulture troops of the Vulture Palace came out in full force, which instantly made them extremely excited. Their judgment was the same as that of the Vulture Palace. The Council of Light did not have many of those small missiles. Perhaps they had already been used up yesterday. Moreover, after the event, they also judged that the iron cylinder missile had a big flaw, that was, its accuracy was not good enough. In the last wave of attack in yesterday's battle, 50% of them missed their targets. Therefore, as long as the Black Vulture troops were scattered, the lethality of this missile would be greatly reduced. Therefore, the leaders of the middle continent began to celebrate again. Therefore, after the negotiation started in the evening, the leaders of the middle continent changed their humble attitude from yesterday to smiling poker faces. Dongfang Minmi still put forward the 3 conditions. Then, the leaders of the middle continent refused without hesitation. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi sneered and said, "Everyone, yesterday you begged and pleaded for the third negotiation to be restarted. As a result, when the negotiation started today, you were disinterested and indifferent. You didn't even show any sincerity in the negotiation. Why do you have to be so respectful?" The leaders of the middle continent just smiled faintly and did not respond. Then, the third negotiation, which had just started, parted on bad terms before it started. After the 80,000 Black Vultures entered the South Middle Continent again, there were 200,000 Black Vulture troops. Moreover, the people of the Vulture Palace began to move frequently and took the initiative to contact the forces of the Middle Continent. 200,000 Black Vultures began to organize and line up, ready to launch a fatal blow to Zhongjing at any time. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were fixed on the North Mansion of Zhongjing. The words of the leaders of the Middle Continent became more and more unbearable. "He's exposed, isn't he? Yang Dingtian is acting like a coward. What do you mean by tough on the outside but weak on the inside? This is tough on the outside but weak on the inside." Yang Dingtian took the initiative to issue a challenge. As a result, 200,000 Black Vulture troops came, and he is a coward again. Yes, he has been seen through. Whatever secret weapon, it has all been used up. Yang Dingtian is at his wit's end. It's hard to escape, it's definitely hard to escape. Of course, the leaders of Zhongzhou state were not such shallow people. They were all eloquent. They were encouraging themselves and provoking Yang Dingtian at the same time. They hoped that the Council of Light would really go to war with the Vulture Palace, and they would reap the benefits without doing anything. Soon, the Council of Light responded, and it was an earth-shattering response. Nearly 1 million troops in the North Middle Continent crossed the sea directly to the south. The West Continent Army, which had been on standby at sea for several days, was about to turn around. Thousands of warships and nearly 2 million troops headed east at full speed directly into the Middle Continent. What was more critical was that the fleet of the Yingzhou Empire that had ambushed the spiritual Vulture Palace with super missiles was marching south ferociously again to the west of the spiritual Vulture Palace. That wasn't all. With the Yin-Yang sect as the leader, the East Continent's factions had been inspired by Yang Dingtian's great victory. The atmosphere of surrendering was instantly swept away. Immediately, the Radiance Parliament's factions had an overwhelming advantage. Under the orders of the Council of Light, the East Continent Army also began to gather their troops and martial arts forces, preparing to head west, Not only that, most of the Southwest Fleet was blockading the Netherworld Sea. Even so, they still managed to gather an army of a few 100,000. They boarded the newest warships and charged over from the west. Everyone was shocked by Yang Dingtian's generosity. 5 armies were attacking the South Middle Continent and the Vulture Palace from the east, west, and north. Tens of thousands of warships and more than 4 million troops were mobilized. From the looks of it, they were going to completely occupy the entire South Barbarian continent and wipe the Vulture Palace off the face of the earth. They were really going to wipe the Vulture Palace off the face of the earth, just like what was written in the letter of challenge. At this time, Ling Chizi had a feeling that the 30,000 black vultures entering Zhongjing was like poking a hornet's nest. Then, countless hornets came in a frenzy, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Yes, the 200,000 black vulture troops entered the South Middle Continent, but without Wulingzi's order, they could not move. In the past few days, information about the Council of Light's army had been sent to the Vulture Palace one by one. However, Wulingzi, who was in the Vulture Palace, did not respond. Ling Chizi immediately complained in his heart, "If you want to fight, fight now." It was the best time to strike while the Council of Light was still on the way. In the end, you didn't fight, nor did you retreat. The 200,000 black vultures were here to scare people. Moreover, so what if the Council of Light had millions of troops? They could do nothing against the black vulture troops in the sky. Wulingzi had the same thoughts as well. Even though he had also felt the monstrous pressure and was indeed intimidated by Yang Dingtian's army that had split into 5 groups, he wasn't too afraid. Because these troops were not a big threat to the black vulture troops. These troops could not enter the Vulture Palace. However, the next piece of information really scared the crap out of the Spirit Vulture Palace, because thousands of huge missiles were continuously transported from the West Continent. Each missile was bigger than the ones that attacked the Vulture Palace. That was not all. The next 3,000 demon vulture troops were all equipped with iron barrels of missiles. Not only that, but there were also thousands of Golden Eagle troops and tens of thousands of other elite winged cavalry. They were all equipped. Each winged cavalry carried an iron barrel and 10 missiles when they went north. There was also a small crystal crossbow and countless crossbow bolts. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of small crystal missiles were transported to the Zhongzhou state one after another like a mountain. All of a sudden, the people of the Zhongzhou state were almost scared to death. This was 2F** King crazy. Previously, 1,000 demon vulture troops used this secret weapon to kill 30,000 black vulture troops. Now, the Council of Light had madly piled up tens of thousands of launchers and transported hundreds of thousands of small crystal missiles. Not to mention 200,000 Black Vulture Legion, even 500,000 Black Vulture Legion would be wiped out. Moreover, there were many rumors circulating in the Zhongzhou state. For example, Queen Hyacinth of the Snakeman Empire was Yun Zhenu's foster mother and master. Another rumor was that Queen Hyaxian was actually one of Yang Dingtian's lovers. And in the Snakeman Empire, there were no less than 20 great grandmasters. Some people sneakily said that Du Gushao of the Temple of Blood had been in the Zhongzhou state recently. There was also news that Zhu Qingzhu was currently trying his best to return to the Zhongzhou state. Of course, the giant missiles and the small crystal missiles were all models. Where could the Council of Light find these crystals? The real missiles had been used up long ago. Bad news came one after another. Every one of them made people tremble with fear. Wulingzi's whole body was cold. He had been hiding in the thatched hut and would not come out. Yang Dingtian is not only going to destroy the Vulture Palace. He is also going to kill me. Note, I will continue to write the second update. He had planned this all along. After defeating Wu Yuming, he was ready to destroy the Spiritual Vulture Palace. Lass, do you think Yang Dingtian is serious this time or is he faking it? Wulingzi asked. Vulture shook his head and said, I don't know. I have already lost my ability to judge him. Then do you think he has the ability to destroy the Vulture Palace? Wulingzi asked, the thousands of large missiles he showed, are they real? And the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of small crystal bombs, are they real? I don't know either. Vulture shook his head and said, but I know that he still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. What is it? Wulingzi asked. Do you still remember the blood pool in front of Cloud Sky City? The blood pool that can corrode everything is spreading rapidly. In just a few days, it has engulfed hundreds of miles of land. Soon, it will engulf the entire Cloud Sky City. Vulture said, this is called a biochemical weapon in Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian used it to instantly kill Ning Wuming's 30,000 blood pupil demonic army. It was also at that time that Ning Wuming lost his army and his waist was broken. He could only rely on Zhu Qingzhu and Wu Yuming. Biochemical weapon? Wu Lingzi said, that's the poison that Wu Yuming thought of and Zhu Qingzhu wanted. If it is allowed to spread, it will be able to engulf the entire northwest continent. Yes. Vulture said, other than dealing with Ning Wuming and Qin Chichi, Yang Dingtian has never used this kind of biochemical weapon. Wu Yuming and I once speculated that it might be a variant of the deep sea shan poison. Deep sea shan poison? Something from Naga? Wu Lingzi suddenly said in shock, then why didn't Yang Dingtian use it? If he used this kind of weapon, wouldn't it be easier to destroy Zhu Qingzhu's army? Wouldn't it be easier to destroy the Black Vulture army with this so-called biological weapon? I've speculated that a single shot of such a poisonous crystal arrow would be enough to turn a Black Vulture into a puddle of pus, Vulture said. Wu Lingzi said, is the reason why Yang Dingtian doesn't use this deadly biological weapon because it's too vicious, so he only uses it on evil ways? As for Zhu Qingzhu, he saw it as a civil war between the Tiando League. He even views my Vulture Palace as a civil war within the Tiando League. Is that why he doesn't want to use such a vicious weapon to exterminate us? Vulture said, I've thought about it for a long time, and it should be like this. Just like how Yang Dingtian subdued Song Shao and Qin Huayu before, maybe he also wants to subdue our Black Vulture army and make it the main force in the future Doomsday War. In his dreams, Wu Lingzi sneered and said, the enmity between him and me is irreconcilable. I can't wait to tear him into pieces. It's pure daydreaming if he wants to use the Black Vulture army. Vulture said, but if we force him into a corner, he will really exterminate our Black Vulture army. Because only by destroying our Black Vulture army can he rest assured to reorganize Zhongzhou state. Wu Lingzi suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, he asked, girl, what do you think is the reason for my fight with Yang Dingtian? Vulture thought for a while and said, anger, face. In fact, our Vulture Palace and him are indeed life and death enemies. However, it isn't in the military. Instead, it is in the life and death situation between you and Yang Dingtian. So our key is to kill Yang Dingtian, not to destroy his army. Wu Lingzi nodded hard and said, yes, our purpose is to kill Yang Dingtian. As for how many troops we destroy and how much territory we occupy, it doesn't mean anything to us. If we really defeat Yang Dingtian's army, it will only benefit those bastards in Zhongzhou state who are watching the show. Now, Wu Yuming doesn't even know whether she's dead or alive. Why should I fight Yang Dingtian with all my might? Yes, for us, the key is to kill Yang Dingtian. The army of the Council of Light has nothing to do with us. Even if we destroy 1 million or 10 million of them, it doesn't mean much, Vulture said. Alright. Little girl, you can be considered to have some friendship with him. Go and talk to him. Both sides should stop fighting. Wu Lingzi said. Vulture said, I don't want to go. This time, you have to go. Wu Lingzi said, because only you and he are friends. If necessary, you can use some tricks. Vulture's expression changed. Are you saying that I can use a honey trap? I didn't say that. I just said that you can act at your discretion until the goal of stopping the war is achieved, Wu Lingzi said. Vulture gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll go. Yang Dingtian's 5 armies, a total of 4 million, were still approaching Zhongzhou state and Nan Barbarian state from the sea and land. Suddenly, the entire chaotic world was like a storm that was about to come. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the outbreak of the war. What was more strange was that Netherworld Sea was completely silent about everything in front of them. They did not express any attitude. But they were still in Zhongjing South Prefecture and did not retreat. One day later, Vulture rode a black vulture and entered Zhongjing, asking to see Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, I know that your plan to deal with the Vulture Palace is fake. Your real plan is to reorganize Zhongzhou state. Vulture said slowly, in front of a smart person, there is no need to lie. Keep the South Prefecture, release my mother, divide Zhongzhou State, and we can stop the war. Yang Dingtian looked at Vulture in shock. After a long time, he said, is your brain damaged? After destroying the Black Vulture army, I can deal with Zhongzhou State at any time. If not to destroy your Black Vulture army, why would I transport so many small crystal missiles? Vulture said, who knows if your crystal missiles are real or just empty shells? In a fit of anger, Spirit Vulture revealed the truth. Yang Dingtian lowered his head and said, Servant June, send Miss Vulture out. Then, he directly refused to negotiate. Servant Yun stepped forward and chased Vulture out with a rude attitude. Vulture was furious and said coldly, Servant Yun June, what right do you have to talk to me like that? Don't forget that I am the mistress of the South Prefecture, and you are just a servant. Servant Yun Jun looked at Vulture and sneered, don't you read the newspaper? Your husband has become one of the young masters of the evil ways, and he is notorious. If you don't draw a line with him, we will arrest you at any time and execute you. You dare? Vulture said coldly, Servant Yun Jun, if you dare to talk to me like that, you will die on the street one day. Servant June, slap her. Yang Dingtian ordered. Slap. Servant Yun Jun slapped her hard. Vulture wanted to dodge, but she was trapped by Yang Dingtian's energy and could not move. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. Vulture's delicate face was swollen and her delicate body was slapped away. Then, she showed an extremely vicious look and was about to say something. If you dare to threaten me, I will execute you immediately. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, don't forget that your old bastard is a half-saint, and so is Servant Yun Jun's master. Suddenly, Vulture felt extremely humiliated and walked out angrily. After walking out, Vulture said loudly, Yang Dingtian, your missiles are all a bluff. Don't think that I don't know. Let me tell you, if you don't agree to stop fighting today, it will be too late if you want to stop fighting in the future. Then, Vulture walked out angrily. How many small crystal missiles have we produced in the past few days? Yang Dingtian asked. Servant Yun Jun said, we have sent out 30,000 prospectors, and 4 of them have returned. They brought back a total of 47 kilograms of bloody black gold accompanying crystals. This is the result of 1.5 months ago. We have produced a total of 115 Phoenix-grade crystal missiles. Yang Dingtian said, use them all. Send a Demon Vulture squad to launch a sneak attack on the Black Vulture Legion's camp. Yes. Servant Yun Jun said, by the way, Madame M.O. Weaver provided a kind of corpse poison to the warlock ancestor. She specially made 50 ghost-grade missiles. Do you want to use them? Yang Dingtian knew that this corpse poison was far inferior to the deep-sea Shan poison. But it was refined from countless corpses. It was something left from Ning Wuming's era. When the Blood-Eye Demon Army was created, only 1 in 10 could become a Blood-Eye Demon Army. The rest would die miserably and be refined into corpse poison. This corpse poison would become nutrients for the Blood-Eye Demon Army. But for ordinary creatures, this corpse poison was a nightmare. Although they wouldn't die, but their bodies would gradually fester. Moreover, this thing was infectious. Use 10, and then seal all these corpse poison missiles. Don't make any more. Yang Dingtian said, we will need this Black Vulture Legion in the future. We can't kill them all. Yes. Servant Yun Jun said. Then, she drafted an order and Yang Dingtian signed it. This sneak attack mission was directly handed over to Song Chunhua. After receiving the order, Song Chunhua immediately selected the most elite 100 Black Vultures. In the darkness, they rose to more than 10,000 meters. Under the cover of the night, they flew towards the south. At this time, they couldn't directly fly to the South Middle Continent. Otherwise, they would be easily discovered by the Black Vulture Legion's aerial patrol. One must know that in terms of flying altitude, the Black Vulture Legion was not much lower than the Demon Vulture Legion. At this time, there were at least 10,000 Black Vultures monitoring and patrolling the South Middle Continent. Therefore, they had to take a detour to avoid the patrolling Black Vultures and sneak attack from the back of the South Middle Continent. Not only that, they also had to send out the Demon Vulture King to carry out a feint attack. When necessary, it would attract the patrolling Black Vultures. The Demon Vulture King and the sneak attack team, one to the east and one to the west, took a detour of more than 10,000 miles and suddenly came to the south of the South-Middle Continent. Then, Cultivation rode the Demon Vulture King and rushed into the South-Middle Continent. After rushing for a few hundred miles, they were immediately discovered by the patrolling Black Vulture Cavalry. Then, countless patrolling Black Vulture Cavalry desperately blew the horn of the enemy attack. Suddenly, the patrolling Black Vultures within hundreds of miles and thousands of miles all frantically chased and intercepted. The Black Vulture Legion on the ground, as if facing a great enemy, rose into the air one after another. But soon, they found that there was only one Demon Vulture. However, this Demon Vulture's flying speed had reached an astonishing 4,000 miles per hour. It was more than 4 times the speed of the Black Vultures. They could not catch up at all. In this way, the Demon Vulture King led hundreds and thousands of Black Vultures in the air. Not to mention catching it, they could not even catch its shadow. Suddenly, the Vulture Palace was so angry that they cursed loudly. At this time, the Black Vulture sneak attack team led by Xianxia was lurking on the sea. The Demon Vulture King attracted all the patrolling Black Vultures within 1,000 miles, tormenting them in the air. After a full 4 hours, the Vulture Palace finally gave up. Besieging. In the Black Vulture camp, peace was restored. However, the patrolling order was completely disrupted and the patrol tasks needed to be reclassified. As a result, there was a temporary patrolling void and chaos in the sky above the entire Black Vulture camp. At this time, the sneak attack team led by Xianxia, like an arrow, suddenly rose into the sky. With the fastest speed, almost 1,000 miles per hour, they madly plunged into the interior of the south-central continent. The Black Vulture camp of the Vulture Palace spanned 100 miles and was 700 miles away from the southern sea. In less than an hour, the Demon Vulture sneak attack team arrived in the sky above the camp. Without any hesitation, they directly aimed at the camp on the ground. Ignite, fire! In an instant, more than 100 Phoenix-level missiles and 5 zombie poison bombs whizzed down from the sky. Whoosh 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 whoosh, powered by crystals, coupled with the acceleration of gravity, the missiles shot down from a height of 10,000 meters reached a low altitude of 2,000 meters. Their speed was extremely astonishing, 3 or 4 times the speed of sound. At this time, the Black Vulture camp did not even talk about intercepting them. After seeing these missiles shot down, just as they shouted the enemy attack, the enemy attack, the missiles had already entered 5,000 meters in the air. Then, the experts of the Vulture Palace ordered to activate the large crystal crossbows, but it was too late to shoot into the air. Because as long as they were wound, they would consume the energy of crystals, so they would not be wound until the war. Occasionally, large crystal crossbows would be wound at all times for anti-air defense, but at this time, it was completely impossible to shoot the missiles. Whoosh 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 whoosh, more than 100 missiles whizzed and smashed into the ground at a speed of 1,000 meters per second. Boom 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 boom, more than 100 missiles, like a rainstorm, attacked the Black Vulture camp more than 10 miles away. In an instant, 100 meters of flames burst out. The entire night sky was completely illuminated. Countless Black Vultures and Black Vulture warriors were instantly smashed to pieces. And several of the missiles, after the explosion, there was no fire, only green smoke in the sky. Then, no matter if it was a Black Vulture or a human, as long as they were touched by the green smoke, only the flesh on their body began to fester, which was extremely disgusting and terrifying. And the Demon Vulture sneak attack team led by Xianxia, after firing the missiles, did not even look at the results. They directly rose into the air and flew to the west. That's right, they flew to the west, not directly to the north. Because if they went north, they would be intercepted by the Black Vultures. If they went to the west, with the speed of the Demon Vulture army, it was impossible for the Black Vulture army to catch up. As for the Black Vulture corps that was ambushed, other than desperately chasing after the Demon Vulture corps that was ambushed, they could not counterattack at all. They could only report to Wu Lingzi of the Spirit Vulture Palace again and wait for orders. Because Ling Chizi had no power. When Wu Lingzi received this information, his body immediately trembled. This sneak attack had killed nearly 1,000 Black Vultures and injured more than 1,000. This number of casualties was not a big deal, but it was very significant. Just a moment ago, Vulture said that Yang Dingtian was bluffing and that these crystal missiles were fake. Then, he shot more than 100 missiles and killed more than 1,000 black vultures. This was not a big deal. The most terrifying thing was the black poisonous bombs in the report. Although no black vulture died after the explosion, no matter if it was a human or a black vulture, after being infected by this poison, they would constantly fester and spread. At present, more than 100 black vultures had been infected with this terrible black poison and their bodies had begun to fester. Obviously, this was a warning from Yang Dingtian. He was telling Wolingzi that he did have a more powerful secret weapon that was suspected to be the deep sea Xian poison, but he did not use it. Instead, he used the inferior poisonous bombs. If he had really used the deep sea Xian poison, who knew how many black vultures would have died? Wolingzi stared coldly at Vulture and said, "Why? I clearly asked you to take the initiative to stop the war. Why did you provoke Yang Dingtian?" Vulture gritted his teeth and said, "Even if we stop the war, we can't compromise too much. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian will only take an inch and want a mile. So, I'm just fighting for the conditions that Vulture Palace deserves." "Then what should we do now?" Wolingzi said, "Your rude attitude has angered Yang Dingtian. He is a person who can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. You know best. Just because of your pampering, my Black Vulture Legion has suffered such heavy losses." Vulture gritted his teeth and did not say anything. "Okay, you continue to go to Zhongjing. This time, no matter what method you use, even if you have to sleep with Yang Dingtian, you must make him stop the war." Wolingzi said sternly, "You don't have any choice. You said it yourself, our key is to kill Yang Dingtian, not to start a war." "No, I won't go." Vulture said sternly, "I won't go and be humiliated by him again." "You have to go." Wolingzi said word by word, "You don't have a choice. You have to go." Vulture said, "No, I'd rather die than go. You can kill me. In any case, I won't go and look at Yang Dingtian's face again. I won't go and be humiliated by him again." Then, Vulture looked at Wolingzi with teary eyes and said, "Father, even if your daughter begs you, go to the Sea of Hades again. You can't stand aside and watch the show. You must persuade her. The two of you go to Zhongjing together and capture Yang Dingtian. Force Wumaji to hand over her evil spirit power, so that she can't kill me at any time. I beg you, for your own sake and for your daughter, try one more time." After saying that, Vulture knelt down in front of Wolingzi. Wolingzi's face twitched. He gritted his teeth for a long time and said, "I really owe you a lot in my previous life. Just let this old face of mine be trampled by her again." "But what if Wu Yu still doesn't agree?" Vulture said, "Then I'll go to Zhongjing. Even if I have to sleep with Yang Dingtian, I'll make him stop the war." Wolingzi stomped his foot and turned into a stream of light, flying toward the Sea of Hades again. The Council of Light's army didn't change at all. They still moved at the same speed toward Zhongjing and Nam-Barbarian continent. The Black Vulture Corps that didn't receive any orders could only desperately send out air patrols to guard against the Council of Light's sneak attack. Without orders, they couldn't fight back at all. It was really frustrating to the extreme. The encirclement of Nanzhong and Barbarian continent had been formed day by day. The entire Nanzhong felt suffocated. Wolingzi rushed to the Sea of Hades with his fastest speed. After entering the Sea of Hades, he met Wu Yu again. His intention was still to invite her to Zhongjing to deal with Yang Dingtian. Wu Yu didn't answer for a long time, but the disdain in her beautiful eyes became stronger and stronger. After a long while, she said, "Are you still the Wu Ling that I saw 200 years ago? A few days ago, you said you were going to kill Yang Dingtian alone. Why didn't you go? I've never seen a half-saint that's so afraid of death." Then, she left directly, not giving Wolingzi a chance to say a second word. She also didn't agree to go to Zhongjing with Wolingzi. Instantly, Wolingzi was flustered and exasperated. He was embarrassed and angry. Being humiliated like this by the woman of his dreams was the most painful and unbearable thing in the world. He really couldn't understand why Wu Yu rejected him again and again. Instantly, he was even more convinced that Wu Yu didn't have good intentions towards him. Therefore, he rushed out of the Sea of Hades and returned to the Vulture Palace as fast as he could. At this time, Yang Dingtian's army of millions was less than 1,000 miles away from Nanzhong and Barbarian continent. In at most one more day, the army of millions would completely surround Nanzhong and Barbarian continent. At this time, there were only 20 to 30,000 Black Vulture Corps protecting Vulture Palace in Nanzhong. After arriving at Vulture Palace and seeing Vulture, Wu Lingzi's first words were, "Go, go, go accompany Yang Dingtian. Even if she defiles you 100 times, you have to stop the war." Note, the second update is 5,500 words. Today's second update is close to 10,000 words. Please support. Vulture came to Yang Dingtian's North Castle again. After entering, she walked to the table in front of Yang Dingtian expressionlessly and laid down. "Come on." Yun Zhena glanced at her and continued to report to Yang Dingtian. This time, Yang Dingtian didn't ignore Vulture. He closed the document in his hand and said, "Is there a way to do this? Sleep with me in exchange for a truce." Vulture said, "You take me in exchange for a truce?" Yang Dingtian's gaze fell on the delicate snow-white body and fell into deep thought. Yun Zhena was startled and thought, "Is this bastard really going to do it?" Yang Dingtian said, "Then I want to ask clearly, is it only once or always?" "What do you mean?" Vulture asked. Yang Dingtian looked at Vulture and said, "Have you ever thought of remarrying me? Then Vulture Palace will completely join the Council of Light. Although I don't want to see the changes in your body, it's still not too late to turn back." Vulture looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and shook her head. "You want our Black Vulture army?" "Of course." Yang Dingtian said, "In 3 to 5 years, the Great War of Destruction will begin. Your 200,000 Black Vultures can fill the gap in the Air Force of the Tiando League." "Impossible, don't even think about it." Vulture said, "You can only sleep with me once. It's impossible for me to remarry you and control the Black Vulture army. In this world, anyone can stand with you, but I can't." "Why? Don't you dare to face your only pure time?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Don't make yourself sound like a saint." Vulture said coldly, "You want me to remarry you for the sake of the Black Vulture army? How good can it be?" Yang Dingtian's expression turned cold as he said, "Then forget it. You go and tell Wu Lingzi. If you want to stop the war, you have to send the entire Black Vulture Corps back to the Vulture Palace and marry me. You want to stop the war after doing it once? That's impossible. You're not made of diamonds." Yang Dingtian's words caused Vulture's body to twitch violently. "Jun Nu, send the guest off," Yang Dingtian said. Yun Zhena picked up the clothes from the ground and placed them in front of Vulture. "Please." Yun Zhenu's figure was simply too devilish. When she bent down to pick up Vulture's clothes, her curves were so perfect that no one could look straight at her. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, "Also, don't think of me as a pervert who can't stand seeing women. Jun Nu is much more attractive than you. I haven't touched you yet." Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, Yun Zhena walked to his side and used her deerskin boots to step on his toes. It was so painful that Yang Dingtian trembled violently and couldn't say anything else. Yun Zhena used her heels to step on Yang Dingtian's toes and said to Vulture, "Miss Vulture, do you want to put on your clothes and go out or just go out like this?" Vulture grabbed the clothes and put it on with extreme humiliation and resentment. He then walked out with a face full of resentment. "Vulture, I'll give you 24 hours to consider. Either you marry me or go to war." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Jun Nu, when did you send the letter to your master?" 5 days ago. She should be on her way here. But are you really going to agree to her?" Yun Zhenu asked. "Isn't it just selling your body? What's so great about that?" Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Vulture shuddered and then slammed the door shut and left the North Mansion. "Your reaction is not bad." Yang Dingtian hurriedly took off his boots and rubbed his bruised toes. He looked at Yun Zhenu's back and said, "But your ruthlessness is exactly the same as her. It's just that you are more cunning than her. She is the kind of person who wants to kill your entire family. You are so evil." Yun Zhena didn't seem to understand what Yang Dingtian was saying. She opened a document and read it seriously. However, with the documents covering her face, her beautiful and charming lips pursed into a sweet and charming smile. After reading it, Yun Zhena said casually, "Sect leader, if you blackmail Wu Lingzi like this, what if he doesn't fall for it?" Then there's no other way. We can only make the act real. We will really go to war and land in the South Barbarian continent. Yang Dingtian sighed, although it will be a tough battle, but if it really comes to that, there's no other way. Yun Zhenu pretended to be even more casual. If it really comes to that stage, will you really give yourself to my master? I don't know. Yang Dingtian said, your master is ruthless. If I really sell myself to her and let her get pregnant, it might be the time of my death. She is ambitious and will not be controlled by anyone. Yang Dingtian wants you to marry him? Wu Lingzi hissed, he wants to encroach on my Black Vulture Legion. Dream on, dream on, dream on. Even if I poison all the black vultures to death, I will not give it to him. Wu Lingzi furiously grabbed a cup of water and drank it in large gulps. Furthermore, he doesn't have many years left to live. Once the doomsday battle arrives, he'll be dead for sure. He actually wants to drag the spiritual vulture palace down with him. Dream on, dream on. I also directly rejected him. Anyone can follow him, but I can't. I can follow anyone, but not him. Vulture said, then what do we do now? Do we really go to war? He gave us 24 hours. Wu Lingzi said, what did he say to you? Repeat it word for word. Either we marry him or we go to war. He gave us 24 hours. Vulture said, and 5 days ago, Yun Zhenu wrote a letter to Queen Xianxia. It was as if Yang Dingtian had agreed to some condition of Xianxia. He mentioned selling himself. Wu Lingzi shuddered and said, that refers to impregnating Xianxia. Currently, no one is able to make the snake men go into estrus, and no one is able to impregnate them. It seems like Yang Dingtian is an exception. Vulture sneered, he is really a stud horse. Wu Lingzi said, Yang Dingtian said marriage, but he didn't say who he was going to marry, right? Vulture nodded. Wu Lingzi sneered, all right then, let's fulfill his wish. Who is the ugliest in the Vulture Palace? Of course it is Spirit Rabbit. Vulture sneered, not only is she a mute, she is also the ugliest person in the Vulture Palace. Speaking of which, she is also my cousin. Ha ha ha. Wu Lingzi laughed, Yang Dingtian wants marriage, right? Let's pick the ugliest mute for him. You go and find Spirit Rabbit, then bring her to Zhongjing and marry Yang Dingtian. Yes. Vulture's beautiful eyes flashed with a demonic light. In heaven, there was also hell. In New York, there was also a slum. In the Vulture Palace, in a cold and remote cave, there was an intense coughing sound. This kind of coughing was almost heart-wrenching. A withered old man with broken legs was lying on a pile of straw, coughing desperately. As he coughed, black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Beside him, an ugly girl dressed in coarse cloth held back her tears and desperately stroked the old man's chest. Seeing him in so much pain, she wished she could take his place. After coughing for a few minutes, the old man finally stopped. The ugly girl held a bowl of honey water and placed it beside the old man's mouth. This old man was so thin that he was only skin and bones. His hair was sparse like weeds, snow-white. His entire person was like a candle flame in a strong wind that could be extinguished at any time. He took a sip gently and looked at the ugly girl with infinite love. He said hoarsely, I'm going to die soon, I should be dying soon. As soon as these words came out, the ugly girl shook her head desperately, tears falling down continuously. I'm not willing to die like this. The old man's withered eyes could no longer shed tears. They were like a dry well, revealing infinite pain. He said, if I die, what will you do, what will you do? My little rabbit, my little rabbit. Grand. Grand. The ugly girl cried loudly and shouted with difficulty. The old man cried bitterly, but there were no tears. He sobbed and said, after I die, what will my little rabbit do, what will I do? They will torture you to death, they are a group of beasts, a group of beasts. The ugly girl shook her head desperately and cried desperately. The old man cried and said, Wu Lingzi harmed my parents in order to fight for the position of the Vulture Palace, I admit it. Because I was too outstanding, he crippled me and broke my legs, I admit it. My son was too outstanding, he killed my son and daughter-in-law, I admit it. They can't harm you anymore, I'll beg him, ask him to let you go, let you go." The ugly girl hugged the old man desperately and cried desperately. "Ugly ghost? Are you there?" Outside, the voice of the vulture suddenly sounded. Immediately, the ugly girl trembled and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. There was also a trace of hatred. Since she was young, the vulture had been her nightmare. Since she was young, she had already lost count of how she had bullied and abused her. The vulture was a high and mighty princess, and although she, the spirit rabbit, was a true descendant of the vulture palace, she was even inferior to the lowest servant. Insulting, beating, whipping, cutting off her head, tying her body with a rope, throwing her into the black vulture's cave, and quickly lifting her up the moment before the black vulture ate her. These were all things that the vulture had done to her when she was young. It could be said that it was fortunate that she was ugly, otherwise, her bones would have already rotted away. To the vulture palace was heaven. To her, the vulture palace was hell, the hell of hell, an eternal nightmare. If not for the fact that she and her grandfather depended on each other, she would have died long ago. The spirit rabbit took a deep breath, messed up her hair, and walked out of the cave. Slap. The vulture directly slapped her. Immediately, the spirit rabbit felt dizzy and spat out blood from the corner of her mouth. She flew a few feet away and fell to the ground. "Are you deaf? Are you deaf?" The vulture fiercely pulled her ear with her sharp nails and said coldly, "Why didn't you hear me when I called you? Why did you only come out now?" The spirit rabbit did not say a word because she was mute. The vulture tortured the spirit rabbit when she was young. For this, Ling Bai could not bear it and scolded her several times. Therefore, her relationship with her mother was not good at all. She looked down on Ling Bai. However, when she grew up a little, she did not torture the spirit rabbit anymore because she almost disdained to do so. When she grew older, she had a little sympathy for the spirit rabbit. Of course, it was only a little. Especially when she was with Yang Dingtian, her heart would still surge with guilt towards the spirit rabbit. At this time, she and the spirit rabbit had not seen each other for almost a few years. This was the first time they had met. The reason why she hit the spirit rabbit was because she had transferred her anger towards Yang Dingtian to her. The vulture stepped forward, grabbed the spirit rabbit's neck and raised her face. Then, she smiled and said, 7 or 8 years have passed and you have become uglier. Just right, just right. It's just right for you to marry Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian is only worthy of an ugly ghost like you. Then, the vulture directly grabbed her hair and dragged her out. He wanted to drag her directly to Zhongjing to marry Yang Dingtian. At this time, the spirit rabbit struggled desperately and wanted to run back into the cave. You still dare to resist? Are you rebelling? The vulture said coldly. Then, she kicked her to the ground and dragged her out by her hair. The spirit rabbit quickly took out a dagger from her waist and cut off her hair. Then, she quickly ran back into the cave. The vulture quickly chased after her. In the cave, the spirit rabbit hugged the old man tightly and shook her head in pain. The vulture covered her nose and stepped forward to grab the spirit rabbit's hair. She said coldly, "Today, you have to marry even if you don't want to." What? Marry? Marry who? The old man said with a trembling voice. A lowly Yang Dingtian. The vulture said coldly. He is not from the vulture palace? The old man's eyes lit up. No, he is not. The vulture said in disgust. The old man said in surprise, Okay, we will marry, we will marry. For him, as long as the spirit rabbit could leave the hell of the vulture palace, nothing else mattered. It didn't even matter who she married. Even if she married a vicious person, it was better than staying in the vulture palace. Then, the old man said to the vulture, Little princess, you go out first. I will persuade the spirit rabbit and let her marry. If she doesn't agree, I will kill you. The vulture said and left. After the vulture went out, the old man said to the spirit rabbit, Child, you have to marry. You have to leave this hell immediately. Otherwise, you will die, and it will be the most tragic death. Even if your face is ugly, it's useless. Your body is gradually maturing. Some bastards will definitely not let you off. You have to marry them. The spirit rabbit shook her head desperately and cried desperately. She hugged the old man tightly. The old man pulled out a dagger and placed it on his dry neck, saying, "If you don't marry, then I will die. Anyway, I have lived until now for you." Suddenly, the spirit rabbit did not dare to move. Her tears kept falling. 2 hours later, several women bathed the spirit rabbit and changed her into a red wedding dress. In a burst of ridicule, the spirit rabbit put on silk for the first time. Then, she rode on a black vulture and flew with the vulture to Zhongjing. A few hours later, the vulture and the spirit rabbit in the wedding dress landed in the North Mansion. The Vulture Palace agreed to Yang Dingtian's conditions. The Black Vulture army would withdraw from the south-central continent and marry Yang Dingtian in exchange for a ceasefire. However, they chose the ugliest woman in the Vulture Palace, the Spirit Rabbit. After landing in the North Mansion, the first sentence of the vulture was, "Yang Dingtian, we have married you according to your words. I have sent your new wife." Note, the first update has been sent. I will continue to write the second update. Please vote. Yang Dingtian raised his head from behind the table and looked at Vulture in front of him. There was also a woman with a graceful figure. She was wearing a wedding dress and a headscarf. "Yang Dingtian, you said that as long as the Black Vulture Legion retreated to the Vulture Palace and the Vulture Palace married you, you would stop the war. Does this still count?" Vulture asked. Yang Dingtian replied, "I always keep my word." Vulture said, "But you didn't specify who the woman from the Vulture Palace would be who would marry you, right? And you didn't state that the person who would marry you would be me, right?" Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "But if the Vulture Palace dares to tease me in this regard and randomly find a woman to marry me, I will let you see my anger." Vulture laughed and said, "Of course we won't randomly find a woman. The one we chose to marry you is the true descendant of the Vulture Palace, my dear cousin, Spirit Rabbit. From today onwards, she will be your new wife. Are you looking forward to seeing her appearance?" Then, Vulture's beautiful eyes emitted a demonic light as she stared at Yang Dingtian's face. Her hand grabbed Spirit Rabbit's headscarf, ready to tear it off at any time. She wouldn't miss this scene. She was looking forward to it. The pain of others was her joy. She was looking forward to seeing Yang Dingtian's painful expression when he saw the ugly Spirit Rabbit. She was looking forward to seeing it. "Are your eyes wide open? Now, I'll show you." The Spirit Vulture suddenly tugged. The headscarf fell, revealing Spirit Rabbit's ugly face. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly shrank and he burst out with anger. But then, he saw the fear and uneasiness in the woman's eyes. She was like a little beast that had just escaped from hell. She didn't even dare to look at Yang Dingtian. Her hands were clenched into fists so tightly that even her veins were popping out. Then, Yang Dingtian's eyes widened again, from anger to gentleness. He knew this girl. Lingbai had spent too much time in the Taboo Continent's illusory realm. She had told him all the interesting things that she had encountered. Most of it was about this girl called Spirit Rabbit. There was one thing that she had said at least 10 times. That was, when Lingbai's black vulture was young, it also ate human flesh like other people. Of course, Lingbai was unwilling, so she forbade it from eating human flesh. He gave it food, raw materials, fruits, and beef and mutton. At that time, Black Vulture was still very young. Of course, he was unwilling. After being hungry for a few days, he secretly ran away from home. At that time, it was still young. After running out, it couldn't find anything to eat. Thus, he went into a cave and slept. As they slept, they became dehydrated and starved to death. At that time, the Spirit Rabbit, which was also very small, was looking for food all over the mountains to feed itself and its grandfather. Of course, he found this dying Black Vulture. Then, she used the porridge that she cooked herself to revive it. As for the Black Vulture's problem of being picky about food, it had also completely corrected itself. Eating the Spirit Rabbit's porridge every day, it was so happy that it forgot about home. However, the food that the Spirit Rabbit found every day was enough to feed itself and its grandfather. How could it afford to feed the little Black Vulture? Thus, it was hungry every 2 to 3 days. But even so, she did not stop giving the Black Vulture porridge. If Lingbai had not found the Black Vulture, this silly thing would have been eating for free with the spirit rabbit. It would probably starve the little spirit rabbit to death. From then on, Lingbai came into contact with the pitiful spirit rabbit. Although she did not have a good time, she did not have any problems surviving. Thus, she tried her best to help the spirit rabbit and her grandfather. However, this kind of help did not bring any luck to the spirit rabbit. Instead, it brought misfortune. At that time, although Vulture did not like her mother, when she saw that Lingbai treated the spirit rabbit better than her, she came to torture the spirit rabbit every 2 to 3 days. Lingbai wanted to stop her, but her status in the Vulture Palace was far inferior to the Vulture, who was still a little girl, even though she was her daughter. Therefore, she did not dare to help the spirit rabbit openly. She could only secretly bring food to her. From then on, Lingbai disliked Vulture very much. Although she was her own flesh and blood, she was more willing to see the spirit rabbit as her daughter. Therefore, although Lingbai was very stupid, she still protected a pitiful life. Lingbai even said that under her influence, Xianxia once said that the people in the Vulture Palace should not bully the pitiful spirit rabbit anymore. Yang Dingtian walked over and held the spirit rabbit's slightly rough hand, saying gently, "From now on, no one can bully you anymore." Then, he held her hand and walked towards the back of the castle. Not seeing the scene that she was looking forward to and not seeing Yang Dingtian's pained expression, Vulture was furious and immediately said without thinking, "Yang Dingtian, are you satisfied with the new wife that we have made for you? She is so ugly, she is a match made in heaven with you. Zhenu, stay behind and talk to her about the ceasefire." Yang Dingtian said, after talking, "Ask her to get lost immediately. Then, wash the place where she stood with boiling water. Also, she sat on my table yesterday. Dig out all the places where she sat." "Yes." Yunjena said. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of Vulture's eyes and she almost fainted. This was the first time that Yang Dingtian used such a vicious tone. In the magnificent room, Yang Dingtian sat in front of the spirit rabbit. "I know you." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "You can talk, but you pretend to be mute." Once these words were said, the spirit rabbit trembled and revealed a frightened look. "Also, you are very beautiful. When you were very young, your beauty shocked the entire Vulture Palace. But when you were 6 years old, you knew how to protect yourself. You let your grandfather turn you ugly." Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, the spirit rabbit revealed a look of disbelief. How could it be? No one knew about this secret. How could she know? At that time, on the surface, you became ugly because you ate a strange poisonous mushroom. Yang Dingtian said, and this mushroom was deliberately picked by you. And to make yourself ugly, you ate this mushroom every day. But I don't have this ugly mushroom here. At this time, the spirit rabbit's whole body was curled up. Her eyes were full of fear and vigilance when she looked at Yang Dingtian. You even secretly practiced martial arts. Although you were very talented, you lacked elixirs and a place to practice. You lacked everything, so your cultivation was not as good as Vulture's. Yang Dingtian said, not only that, you also searched all the mountains in the Vulture Palace, trying to cure your grandfather. The spirit rabbit breathed heavily. Suddenly, she raised her head and stared at Yang Dingtian with her eyes wide open. She said, "Who are you? You will harm me? Will you harm my grandfather?" Yang Dingtian did not answer. He just gently stroked her neck with his hand. The spirit rabbit in front of him was still too young. But if she could really restore her grandfather's strength, then perhaps she would be a good chess piece to usurp the Vulture Palace. Although the spirit rabbit's grandfather was a generation younger than Xianxia, he was the true heir of the Vulture Palace, just like his father. At this time, there was a sudden knock on the door. Suddenly, the spirit rabbit's body trembled violently, and all the hair on her body stood up. It was as if she was really a little rabbit in the wild. Even the slightest movement could make her incomparably alert. "Come in, the door is not closed," Yang Dingtian said. Opening the door, the beautiful Lingbai came in. The moment she saw the spirit rabbit, she was stunned. The spirit rabbit's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing an unbelievable surprise. Lingbai rushed in and directly hugged the spirit rabbit's little body. She cried with joy, "Little rabbit, you're not dead." That's great, Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart softened slightly, and then he left. After the negotiation with Yun Zhenu, Vulture left with humiliation. Yang Dingtian immediately ordered the negotiation team led by Dongfang Minmi to send an ultimatum to the forces of Zhongzhou state. They could start the fourth negotiation immediately, which was also the last negotiation. Or they could completely close the door of the negotiation. Moreover, they only gave the leaders of Zhongzhou state 24 hours to think. Suddenly, the ultimatum completely frightened the leaders of Zhongzhou state. They immediately gathered together and held a closed-door meeting. Soon, they reached a consensus. That was, they resolutely disagreed with the 3 conditions of the Council of Light. But they did not dare to refuse the negotiation. No one was willing to say no to the Council of Light. The meeting lasted for 4 to 6 hours, but there was no result, and it was impossible for there to be a result. They neither agreed nor dared to turn hostile. Therefore, these leaders of Zhongzhou state immediately ran to the South Mansion and asked the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea for help. Here, they got the most exciting answer they could think of. The ancestor of the Vulture Palace must have agreed to fight Yang Dingtian to the end and completely destroy all the military forces of the Council of Light in Zhongzhou state. Not only that, the representative of the Vulture Palace also said that the Netherworld Sea also decided to help. They would never sit by and watch Yang Dingtian be arrogant. The ancestor of Wolingzi went to the Netherworld Sea twice in person and finally persuaded Sect Master Wolingzi to fight Yang Dingtian. Moreover, the representative of the Vulture Palace told the leaders of Zhongzhou state. They had already investigated and found out that Yang Dingtian was simply bluffing. Those missiles were all fake, and they were all empty. Therefore, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to destroy the Council of Light. Moreover, the masters of the Vulture Palace also asked all the forces of Zhongzhou state to send out troops to attack Yang Dingtian from behind. After conquering the whole of Zhongzhou state, the Vulture Palace would only take the South Zhongzhou state and leave nothing behind. Suddenly, the leaders of the forces of Zhongzhou state felt their blood boil. However, they did not dare to send out troops to attack Yang Dingtian's army from behind. They would not dare to do so even if they were given 10 guts. Therefore, they tried every possible way to refuse. Therefore, the representative of the Vulture Palace said that they should sign a secret agreement. The leaders of Zhongzhou state did not need to send out troops. When the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea completely destroyed the face-to-face parliament, they would send out troops symbolically and take away all the territories of the Council of Light. However, these leaders of Zhongzhou state had always been sending themselves to their deaths. You can eat the meat, and I'll do it. They didn't even dare to sign such a symbolic agreement. They thought, even though it's impossible, what if the spiritual Vulture Palace screws me over? Therefore, the representative of the Vulture Palace was angry. Well said, you guys only want to eat meat and don't want to be beaten. You want me and Yang Dingtian to fight to the death while you snatch the territories from behind? How can there be such an easy thing? Therefore, they threatened not to negotiate with Yang Dingtian. The leaders of Zhongzhou state were frightened again. In the end, the leaders of Zhongzhou state said that if they wanted to sign this secret agreement, they could ally with the Vulture Palace and attack Yang Dingtian together. However, they had to see the Vulture Palace send out troops and confirm the real war before they could sign it. Obviously, these leaders of Zhongzhou state were smart. They would not act without seeing the hair. Although the representative of the Vulture Palace was very unhappy, he still agreed after hesitating for a while. Then, on behalf of the Vulture Palace, he invited these leaders of Zhongzhou state to South Zhongzhou state to participate in the swearing-in ceremony of the 200,000 Black Vulture Corps. The moment the 200,000 Black Vulture Corps took off and rushed to Zhongzhou state, the moment the real war started, they would sign the secret agreement. The leaders of Zhongzhou state, who had no choice, agreed. Then, under the leadership of the representative of the Vulture Palace, hundreds of leaders of Zhongzhou state came to the camp of the Vulture Palace in South Zhongzhou state. A few hours later, the blood-boiling swearing-in ceremony began. 200,000 soldiers, a total of 200,000 Black Vulture Corps. They took off in rows and finally covered the sky for hundreds of miles above their heads. Even the sun could not shine down on the whole city. It was really covering the sky and the sun. Heroic military music and impassioned proclamations. There were also the sounds of countless black vulture knights fighting to the death. In the end, 200,000 black vultures covered the sky and the earth and headed for Xianxia state. The leaders of Xianxia state were also excited by this monstrous scene. Let's kill Yang Dingtian. Yes, instead of waiting for death, it's better to fight with all our might. Yes, let's fight Yang Dingtian to the end. Let's go back and gather the army. If we add up our army, there will be at least 10 million of them. We will be able to crush Yang Dingtian to death. Yes, Xianxia state belongs to the people of Xianxia state. Yang Dingtian, get out of here. Council of Light, get out of here. Fight, fight, fight. Fight to the end. Then, in this impassioned atmosphere, the leaders of Xianxia state signed the secret agreement with the representative of the Vulture Palace, Ling Chizi. All the leaders used their profound energy to sign their names. Finally, when it was Ling Chizi's turn to sign, he directly stamped a seal. It was the seal of Wu Yuming from the South Mansion. Of course, the leaders of Xianxia state did not care about this. Then, with the secret agreement in his arms, Ling Chizi directly flew to the Black Vulture and flew towards Xiangjing. The leaders of Xianxia state were stunned, then said, Palace Master Ling Chizi is going to the battlefield to fight Yang Dingtian to the death. I heard that Ancestor Wu Lingzi is also going to Xiangjing to kill Yang Dingtian. Yes, Yang Dingtian is doomed this time, ha 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 ha, then let's go back to our territory and summon the army. Gather 10 million, 20 million, and kill Yang Dingtian's army. Yes, let's go. Then, all the leaders of Xianxia state got up with their blood boiling. They were about to get on the winged cavalry and return to their territory. Suddenly, at this moment, several senior leaders of the Vulture Palace in the sky blew some strange horn. Then, the 200,000 black vulture troops neatly turned around in the air. After hovering in the air for a while, they covered the sky and flew toward the south. Eh? Why are they flying toward the south? Xiangjing is in the north. They should be going to annihilate the Council of Light fleet on the southern sea. Yes, yes, kill the nearest enemy first, then kill the Council of Light bastards in Xiangjing. Then, everyone looked up at the sky and saw that the dark clouds were getting farther and farther away. After a long time, someone said, they seem to be flying a bit far. They should be at the seaside. Why aren't they swooping down to attack? No one answered. The 200,000 black vulture troops kept flying toward the Vulture Palace in the southern barbarian continent, farther and farther away. Finally, they completely disappeared into the dark clouds in the sky. Everyone suddenly felt that the air was very cold. Finally, someone said, they can't have all retreated to the Vulture Palace, right? I don't think so. A leader said, I saw the secret agreement clearly just now. They are irreconcilable with Yang Dingtian and will fight to the end. Finally, someone remembered and said, but I seem to remember that the seal at the end of the secret agreement was Wu Yuming's seal, not the Vulture Palace's. After almost a month of serialization in the newspaper, the whole world now knew that Wu Yuming was one of the adopted sons of Wan Wendian of the Temple of Annihilation and one of the great devils of the evil ways. Moreover, no one doubted this conclusion. This was because every word in the newspaper was backed by absolute evidence. It was absolutely true and authoritative. Wu Yuming was one of the young masters of the evil ways. This was a fact that could not be changed. They signed a secret agreement with Wu Yuming. This was a public rebellion and evil ways. Then, they thought of a very, very, very scary thing. Have we been sold by the Vulture Palace? Finally, someone said this nightmarish fact. No one answered him. No one was willing to face this terrible truth. Then, the entire ground suddenly began to tremble. A deafening sound came from afar. It was the fleet of the Council of Light. Thousands of ships began to bombard the coastal defense line of South Xianxia. Thousands of warships and tens of thousands of cannons fired wildly. Almost in an instant, the defense line on the shore was instantly reduced to dust. The soldiers on it were instantly smashed into pieces. Countless cannonballs rained down like a storm of steel. Whoosh 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 whoosh, then, countless flying mounts rose from the ships on the sea and whistled towards South Xianxia. Countless soldiers, team by team, landed on the beach. Suddenly, many of the leaders of Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Wulingzi, F***CKU. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian called for a meeting of the Tiando League. He took out the secret agreement signed by the leaders of Zhongzhou and Wu Yuming and publicly announced that some of the vassals of Zhongzhou had colluded with young master Wu Yuming of evil ways and tried to overthrow the Tiando League in Zhongzhou. Their crimes were unforgivable. Yang Dingtian, as the master of the Tiando League and the master of the Council of Light, officially gave the order. Gather all the military forces of the East Continent, North Zhongzhou, West Continent, and Yingzhou to completely eliminate the rebellion. Then, millions of troops that had long been prepared. Like a tide, they surged into South Zhongzhou and Great Zhongzhou. The millions of troops that were originally stationed in Great Zhongzhou attacked crazily, sweeping down from the north to the south. Hundreds of thousands of air troops suddenly rose into the sky and flew toward all the rebel territories in Zhongzhou. Moreover, there was a small announcement. The daughter of the Vulture Palace, the Golden Spirit Rabbit, was officially married to Yang Dingtian, the master of the Council of Light. Suddenly, all the leaders of Zhongzhou vomited blood. F***CKU, Wulingzi, ********** note, the second update is 9,000 words. Please support me. What happened next could not be considered a war at all. All the territories of the leaders of Zhongzhou state added up were more than 2 west continents, the population was 5 or 6 west continents, and the army was more than tens of millions. However, they had lost all their morale. The moment they were completely betrayed by the Vulture Palace, the leaders of Zhongzhou state had completely lost all their fighting spirit. Therefore, the so-called War of Zhongzhou state was like boiling water splashed on snow, melting in an instant. When the 5 armies of the Council of Light entered Zhongzhou state from all directions, they almost did not encounter any decent resistance. All the troops collapsed at the first touch. After these troops surrendered, they did not even change their clothes and flags. They directly picked up their weapons and charged all the way with the army of the Council of Light. For the army of Zhongzhou state, there was no psychological barrier to surrendering to Yang Dingtian at all. The middle and low-level armies in this world were Yang Dingtian's most solid supporters. Therefore, the army of the Council of Light increased as they fought all the way. From 5 million, it increased to 10 million, and then to 20 million. The only one who was unhappy should be Xianxia, the commander-in-chief of this war of Zhongzhou state. Damn it, he was ready to raise his butcher's knife and wash Zhongzhou state with blood. As a result, the other party surrendered before he raised his knife. What was even more outrageous was that as soon as his army arrived in front of their city, the city gate opened without saying a word. Then a group of guides came out and took him directly into the city. That was not all. The most outrageous thing was, before he arrived in the city, all the troops had gathered outside the city. At first, Xianxia was ecstatic, thinking that there was a great war to fight. As soon as he arrived, the neat army of Zhongzhou state immediately shouted excitedly, "Long live the Council of Light, long live Yang Dingtian." Then, he could not wait to change the flag of the territory to the flag of the Council of Light. This was not the most outrageous thing. In the end, he was still hundreds of miles away from a territory to be attacked. In the end, the army in the other party's territory rushed right in front of him. From their flags to their armor and badges, they changed everything to the Council of Light. This caused many of the Council of Light's generals to feel extremely depressed. You guys are the ones leading the way. Not only did you guys prepare your own flags and weapons, you even prepared your own clothes and rations. This is too much. Previously, Xianxia had been holding back his anger, wanting to fight a great battle. Hence, he had always been at the forefront. Half a month later, he left the front line. He couldn't stand the excitement anymore. What kind of war was this? They were simply taking everything in. With regards to this situation, Yang Dingtian had never expected it. It was only at this moment that everyone fully understood the power of the public opinion of the chaos times. This was truly the will of the people. Unknowingly, he had won the hearts of all the middle and low-level martial artists and soldiers in Zhongzhou state. Yang Dingtian did not have a good reputation among the people. He had done many things that crossed the line. However, his image was welcomed by the soldiers like never before. In order to save his fiancée, he dared to go to the territory of evil ways. After being pushed down by Dugu Fengwu, he actually dared to acknowledge Dugu Xiao as his father-in-law. In short, all the stains on Yang Dingtian were things that all the soldiers yearned for. They wanted him to become a person of flesh and blood. He would not be like Wu Yuming, who was always illusory and high above. Of course, in the eyes of the higher-ups of Xianxia state, Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming were the exact opposite. Most of the leaders of Xianxia state did not have a good impression of Yang Dingtian. The reason was very simple. It was because Yang Dingtian wanted to touch their lifeblood and take away their army and territory. In the face of such a situation, countless Xianxia state troops changed sides. Yang Dingtian, who was supposed to be idle, suddenly became extremely busy. He could not disappoint the hearts of these Xianxia state troops. They definitely did not change sides because they were afraid of death. They changed sides because they truly yearned for and agreed with him. Such an army would be the backbone of the future doomsday war and resist evil ways. Therefore, in the end, it was basically Yang Dingtian who went to different cities every day to take over different armies. When he met with countless soldiers, he did not give any speeches. He just went to talk to the generals and representatives of these defected armies. In the end, the entire war of Xianxia state was completely anticlimactic at the beginning. Because there was almost no decent war. In the end, Yang Dingtian alone was not enough to take over these cities. The leaders of the Council of Light were all working round the clock. The entire Council of Light did not fully estimate this situation. Therefore, the specific division of administrative areas, the allocation of officials, the land policy, and other matters had not really started yet. Therefore, they had to urgently transfer hundreds of thousands of people from the West Continent to the reorganization of Xianxia state. Tang Guozhao and Song Lihua once again entered into an inhuman work. The so-called reorganization before was just scratching an itch. They could only issue orders to the various leaders and vassals. They could not even really supervise the execution of the orders. In total, he had only done two things. The first was the division of defense areas. The second was the establishment of the Xianxia State Army. As a result, the duel began before the second thing was completed. Because they were not optimistic about Yang Dingtian, the leaders of the forces of Xianxia State all turned to Yang Dingtian, causing the construction of the defense areas and the Xianxia State Army to be directly stopped. Now, the Council of Light directly took over a complete Xianxia state. All the forces that did not side with the Council of Light, all the vassals, were wiped out. A huge power vacuum appeared in the entire Xianxia state in an instant. The Council of Light had many discussions and finally decided. All the first and second tier forces of the Tiando League and forces with martial arts sect attributes would still be preserved. However, a large number of territories would be reduced and replaced with the shares of the Central Chamber of Commerce of the Tiando League and the gold shares of the Tiando League. All the purely territorial forces with vassals would be abolished and transformed into provinces, states, and counties. The Council of Light would directly send civil and military officials to govern. All the territories obtained from the rebellious vassals would be distributed to the civilians according to the way of the southwest mainland, and all the serfs would be liberated. The Tiando League would unify the harvest, business tax, and agricultural tax. All the strategic resources in the territories would be unified and owned by the Tiando League. In short, this was an extremely tedious work. It would take hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of people, and a few years to completely reorganize it. However, the Tiando League's order to reorganize Xianxia state had just been issued. The entire Xianxia state was completely boiling. Especially the serfs and civilians at the bottom, they instantly became the propertied class with land. As for the people in the cities, the benefits were not so great, but at least they were not harmed and were still the same as before. Influenced by the people of Xianxia state, and intimidated by the power of the Council of Light, they also raised both hands in approval. Another group of people who benefited were the middle and low-level soldiers of Xianxia state, the warriors. Their salaries, fields, and houses were almost several times higher than before. The bottom-level army of Xianxia state was the same as the army of West Continent before. It was all because their families were poor and could not support them, so they sent the strong and healthy to the vassals to serve as soldiers and receive a meager salary, mainly to eat their fill. Today, the army of the Council of Light completely adopted the meritorious service system. The more meritorious service accumulated, the more generous the treatment. Moreover, the promotion channel was incomparably smooth. Even the son of a serf could be a staff leader, commander, or even general. It was not like before, when all the officers were controlled by the children of the vassals in the territory. Even a pig could be a commander. Therefore, as soon as the rectification edict of the Council of Light came out, those troops and people in the remote territories and cities of Xianxia state could not wait any longer. When they were still thousands of miles away from the Council of Light army, they changed the flags of the cities themselves. They could not wait to raise the flags of the Council of Light in all the towns and cities. They directly arrested the families and minions of the vassals, sealed all the accounts, and sealed all the accounts in boxes, waiting for the people of the Council of Light to come and take them. Therefore, it was a huge war of Xianxia state. In less than half a month, the victory had been completely decided. In less than 2 months, it was completely over. Of course, the real tedious rectification work had just begun. As for the leaders and vassals of Xianxia state, they could have used their territories to exchange for shares of the Tiando League's Central Chamber of Commerce and the gold accounts. Now they could not even exchange these. However, the Council of Light did not completely exterminate them. They let the families of the vassals enter various cities with a large sum of money and quietly live there. The general policy of the Council of Light was to take back the territories and the army. However, they could let the vassals keep a larger proportion of their property, so that their families could maintain a good life. Of course, even under such circumstances, it was inevitable to kill people. Among them, Wu Yoming's hardcore supporters, who were complete enemies of the Council of Light, could not be let off. They were completely destroyed mentally and physically. Not only that, but those who had done many evil things in the territories before would also be imprisoned or executed according to the laws of the Tiando League. Therefore, although the Council of Light had been relatively lenient, they still killed a large number of people. They killed until rivers of blood flowed in the execution ground of Zhongjing. As for the leaders of the fence-sitters, their Xian meridians were locked, and they were half-monitored. They were half free and half under house arrest. As for the leaders of the first-tier and second-tier martial arts forces of the Tiando League, they had all replaced their leaders, and the Tiando League publicly appointed them. The original leaders were either put under house arrest or imprisoned. In short, the Council of Light was very cautious against those with high cultivation and would not easily kill them. Even so, there were still countless leaders, and vassals who fled and went into exile. However, the entire chaotic world now belonged to the Council of Light. Even if they wanted to go into exile, they could not find a place to go. Therefore, they all chose a place, and that was the Dongli grassland. Some leaders ignored their old grudges and went into exile in the southern barbarian continent. But no matter what, after this so-called Great War of the Central Continent, Yang Dingtian's Council of Light truly unified the entire chaotic world, the entire human countries for the first time. The outcome of the Great War of the Central Continent was countless times better than expected. At almost the smallest price, the smallest number of casualties, those cities and lands that contained the most essence of humanity were conquered. Just from this point alone, Yang Dingtian's achievements had already surpassed the past leaders of the hidden sect, including Nihility Piaoling. Because no leader of the hidden sect, no leader of the Tiando League, had truly unified the chaotic world, had truly gathered all the fighting forces of the chaotic world, and had not united everyone in the chaotic world. But Yang Dingtian had done it. He had truly unified the entire human countries, except for the Netherworld Sea and the Vulture Palace. And from start to finish, it had only taken slightly more than 3 years. Among them, although his personal martial arts cultivation had played a crucial role in some key points, from the entire process of unifying the chaotic world, the effect of his personal martial arts cultivation was next to nothing. The only reason he had truly accomplished this great task was one word, Dao. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. Using the greatest effort, the greatest tolerance, to obtain the support of the greatest number of people, to unite the majority of people. Therefore, from Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, Song Xiao, Qin Wanzhou, Qiu Wanjia, Yun Kailan, Shui Qingqi, and countless others, they had all turned from enemies to comrades. Of course, there was also a group of people that Yang Dingtian had never been able to successfully turn from enemies to comrades. For example, the Vulture Palace or the Netherworld Sea. Within these few months, Yang Dingtian's Council of Light had always entered the craziest and busiest state. Countless people were working hard to reorganize the central continent. As for Ling Wu, within these few months, she had constantly distanced herself from the central continent, getting further and further away. She steered a small crystal ship and searched island by island to find traces of Wu Yuming. By the time the central continent had started the war and the Council of Light had entered the southern middle continent, she was already 30,000 miles away from the southern middle continent. At this moment, it had already been 100 days since she had left the central continent to search for Wu Yuming. At this moment, she was already more than 70,000 miles away from the human countries. At this moment, the sea region that she had entered could no longer be found on the map. Furthermore, the clean water, food, and elixirs that she had brought were almost used up. However, she still hadn't given up. She also wouldn't give up. At the instant Wu Yuming was defeated, the entire world had given up on Wu Yuming. This included the Netherworld Sea, the Vulture Palace, and even his wife, the Vulture. It was just like how the entire world had given up on Ling Wu when she had left Yang Dingtian. The words that Wu Yuming had said to her had been engraved in her heart until now. You have to finish the path that you've chosen even if you have to kneel down. Otherwise, you'll be worthless. Before the duel, how glorious was Wu Yuming? He was only one step away from the pinnacle of the entire world. Almost the entire world was prostrating at his feet. At the moment of his defeat, he had instantly lost everything. Everyone could abandon Wu Yuming, but Ling Wu couldn't. Because once she abandoned Wu Yuming, it was equivalent to abandoning herself. Therefore, she would continue to search until Wu Yuming's death. In this unfamiliar sea region, Ling Wu raised her head to take a look. It was a rotting island with an overwhelming stench. She then looked inside the ship. The water was all gone, the food was all gone, and the elixirs were all gone. If she still couldn't find Wu Yuming on this island, then she wouldn't leave either. She would die on this rotting island. Note, I'll continue to write the second update. This was a rotten island, from top to bottom, from inside to outside, everything was rotten, every step she took was as disgusting as a puddle of mud. The entire island emitted an unbearable stench. There were all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe. She really didn't know how such an island was formed. Furthermore, it only had one color. After being dried by the sun, the thick blood had a nearly jet-black color. Just like this, Ling Wu walked towards the island, one step at a time. That small crystal-powered boat of hers was being pushed by the waves and gradually drifted away. She didn't care about it at all. The disgusting mud on the island was getting deeper and deeper. It was almost buried up to her thighs. She continued to walk blindly towards the inside. She continued to walk. That's right, she was walking blindly. When she first left the central continent, she still held on to hope to find Wu Yuming. 10 days, 20 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, after more than 100 days, she had actually almost given up hope. Of course, giving up hope wasn't equivalent to giving up on searching. She continued to search numbly like this. Perhaps she wasn't looking for Wu Yuming anymore. Instead, she was persevering in a kind of suffering. Once she gave up, it would be equivalent to betraying herself. Just like how she couldn't turn back from the moment she left Yang Dingtian's side. Once she turned back, it would be equivalent to betraying herself. The deeper she looked, the deeper she went. The disgusting mud of blood gradually buried her thighs, her waist, her chest, and her throat. If she took another step forward, her mouth, nose, and eyes would be completely buried. Then, she would stop. She would die. When she was very young, she had heard a story told by her mother. It was said that there was a kind of bird that didn't have legs. Therefore, it could only fly continuously. When it stopped flying, it would die. She didn't know when it started, but Ling Wu felt that she was like this legless bird. She couldn't find sustenance or a place to land. Just like that, she kept flying until she died. Alright, then I'll die like this. Goodbye, Yang Dingtian. Ling Wu took a step forward and waited for the disgusting mud of blood to drown her eyes and life. However, after she took a step forward, not only did she not continue to go offline, she floated up instead. Because she seemed to have stepped on something. At this moment, she was already numb and unable to react. After stepping on it, she even used all her strength to press down. Then, with a sudden thought, he stretched out his hand, grabbed that thing, and pulled it out. This was a person. Oh, no, this is a ghost, because he no longer looked like a human from head to toe. His entire body was rotting. In fact, it was even more rotting than the entire island. It was extremely disgusting and smelly. He was motionless, so he should be dead. Ling Wu loosened her grip, and it sank down just like that, remaining motionless. However, his eyes seemed to be open, but they were covered by blood. Ling Wu extended her hand to wipe away the blood and mud in his eyes. Immediately, a pair of eyes that were like a dry well was revealed. They were deep and profound, yet there wasn't any radiance or focal distance. His face could no longer be seen. It was all rotten. Only a pair of eyes that looked like dried wells were still intact. Seeing that he was about to sink completely, Ling Wu lifted him up once again, allowing him to float above the disgusting bloody mud. However, he still remained motionless and continued to sink. Ling Wu lifted him up once again. However, he sank down again very quickly and remained motionless. "Are you dead?" Ling Wu asked. "I'm dead," that person replied. "If you're dead, why can you still speak?" Ling Wu asked. "Even if I'm dead, I can still speak," that person replied. Even when he was speaking, his mouth didn't move at all. His eyes didn't move at all as well. Ling Wu looked at him for a while and said, "Since you're dead, then I'm dead too. Let's die together." Ling Wu laid down beside him and sank down together with him. Finally, that person's eyes moved as he said, "You don't have to die. You're already dead. I'm worthless in this world. There's no meaning in living anymore." Ling Wu said. That person said, "You can go and find the person you love. You can go and find Yang Tian." Ling Wu said, "I won't go. Back then, I didn't go to Cloud Heaven City to look for him. Now, I won't go to the central capital to look for him." That person looked over and said, "Do you love him?" Ling Wu was silent for a moment before she said, "I'll only love one person in this lifetime. I can only love one person. It's not that I'm loyal and faithful. But once I change my feelings, all of my actions will become laughable and shameful. Only by loving him can I be justified in my actions. Only by loving him can I maintain the pride in my heart." That person said, "Then go and find him. As long as you apologize that I'm late, he'll forgive you. He will forgive you. I know him very well." Ling Wu shook her head and said, "If I go and find him now, I'll lose even my last trace of dignity. That's even more painful than death." That person said, "No, you're wrong to think this way. The reason why you became strangers with him is because there's a problem with your perception. You think that you're righteous and correct. In fact, you're wrong. Yang Tian is the correct one." Ling Wu trembled as she looked at him and said, "But, I've always been following you. If I'm wrong, then you're also wrong. No, to me, you can't use wrong and correct to describe me." That person said, "If you insist on using a word to describe me, then it would be righteous and evil. Little Wu, everything that I've done in the past has been to deceive you. Yang Tian is righteous. Everything that he's done is for the sake of saving this world. However, I'm evil. Everything that I've done is for the sake of destroying this world. I'm a person of evil ways. I'm the adopted son of the demon king Wendian." This person was naturally Wu Yuming. Wu Yuming, who had been missing for more than 100 days. After telling the truth, Wu Yuming looked at Ling Wu and said, "Why aren't you surprised?" Ling Wu was silent for a moment before she said, "I want to surprise myself. But I don't know why, but I'm unable to be surprised in my heart. Perhaps, I've long known this truth in my heart. It's just that I've been constantly hypnotizing myself all this while." Wu Yuming said, "Haven't you always wanted to stand on the side of righteousness?" Ling Wu smiled sadly and said, "It's already at this point in time. There's no need to deceive myself anymore. Perhaps, righteousness is just an excuse for me. An excuse that allows me to righteously go against him. Since I can't obtain any dignity from him, I'll use another method to obtain weight. Even if it's hatred." "You're really foolish." Wu Yuming sighed and said, he's never thought of hurting your self-esteem at all. He didn't do it on purpose. Ling Wu said, it's this kind of unintentional that hurt me the most. It made me feel that I'm so lowly, and I wanted to be so different from the rest. Immediately, Wu Yuming fell into silence. Ling Wu said, did you choose this place? It's so far away. Wu Yuming said, that's right. Back then, after I was defeated, my soul was instantly destroyed. After that, I wore the demonic spirit mist cloak and blinked aimlessly. Blinked, blinked, blinked. I didn't know where I was going at all. I couldn't find my destination either. Therefore, I finally found a target. That was to find a place to die, the best place. After that, I found this place. This place isn't bad. Ling Wu said. It's not bad, right? Wu Yuming smiled and said, after I found this place, my profound energy had just been exhausted. After that, I just laid here and watched myself rot day by day. This kind of feeling is very blissful. However, what's not blissful is that I can't die no matter what. I've been waiting for my death every day. Why haven't I died yet? Ling Wu said, why must you die? You've only lost once. Wu Yuming smiled and said, there's a kind of person who can lose many times in a battle. He doesn't care about winning or losing. For example, Yang Dingtian. No matter how many times he loses, even if he dies, there will still be many people who love him and remember him. However, there's a kind of person who wants to win all the time. Even if he loses once, it means that he has nothing and it means death. And I'm this kind of person. Ling Wu said, when my mother was young, she once told me a story. She said that there's a kind of footless bird that flies for its entire life. As long as it lands once, it will die. Wu Yuming said, I'm the real footless bird. Because I don't have any foothold, I shouldn't exist in this world. Since the moment I was born, I only existed for one person. Only by defeating him completely and eliminating him can I truly become a person and truly stand on the ground. Otherwise, I'll always be illusory. Of course, perhaps I've always been illusory. Is that person Yang Dingtian? Ling Wu asked. It's not important who he is. When I was born, Yang Dingtian hadn't been born yet. Even his parents hadn't been born yet. Even his grandparents hadn't been born yet. Wu Yuming said, I'm a flaw, a cheating device of the demon King Wendian. The reason why he created me was to prove one thing. Under the circumstances of cheating with all his might, whether the spokesperson chosen by God could be defeated and whether the so-called fate could be broken. I've already cheated so badly. Before he was born, I was already very strong. Even now, I'm 10 times stronger than him. However, I still failed. This proves that everything is predestined. Everything I do is futile and my existence is meaningless. Ling Wu was silent for a moment before she said, I kind of understand now. You exist for the sake of proving one thing. Now that the result is out, you've lost all meaning. Then I'd like to ask, other than this matter, do you have any other reason to continue living? You don't want me to die? Wu Yuming asked. I don't know. Ling Wu said, I only know that as long as you die, I'll definitely die with you. Because when I lost my love and dignity, I yearned for your loneliness. Wu Yuming smiled faintly and said, all right then, let's die together. It's pretty good to die in this place where no one will ever discover us. After that, the two of them lay quietly in the bloody mud and gradually sank down, waiting for the arrival of death. Merry Christmas. Although I'm not a homosexual and don't care about this holiday, it's still okay to find a reason to be merry. Just like that, Wu Yuming and Ling Wu lay motionlessly on the rotten island, waiting for the arrival of death day by day. Yang Dingtian still knew nothing about the matter regarding Ling Wu and Wu Yuming. He was still extremely busy every day. The entire chaotic world had basically been unified. Next, other than fully preparing for the world extermination war, the next strategic target was the Vulture Palace. The Netherworld Sea was purely based on martial strength. It didn't seem to have any astonishing military strength. As for the Black Vulture Core in the Vulture Palace, Yang Dingtian was almost determined to obtain it. However, now was the crucial moment to reorganize the central continent. Yang Dingtian didn't wish for side issues to crop up. Therefore, the war definitely couldn't be fought. He still had to use the old method of coercion and bribery. The first step was to rescue Ling Xuanji, the grandfather of Ling Tuesday. He had to find a way to let him recover his strength before taking back the Vulture Palace. However, this should be very difficult to do. The current Wulingzi was like a granddad. He was incomparably precious to his own life and power. Once his power was touched, he would be extremely vigilant, even if it was just the slightest movement of the wind. Moreover, once someone touched his lifeblood, he would definitely fight with his life on the line. If a half-sage started to fight with his life on the line, the consequences would be incomparably shocking. Therefore, the entire matter indeed had to be considered at length. West of the northwest continent, in the sky above the sea near the taboo continent. Suddenly, two figures approached from afar. One was peerlessly beautiful, the other was peerlessly handsome and looked down on the world, the fourth person of the evil ways, Princess Mudan. And the young master of the Foxman race of Little Western Paradise, the snow-white masked man, Yao Li. Let's part ways here. Princess Mudan, Dongfang Bingling, said, Your Excellency Yao Li, won't you reconsider the matter of forming an alliance? Yao Li shook her head lightly and said, I'll say it again. Although the Temple of Annihilation is very strong, there is no need for us, Little Western Paradise, to form an alliance with anyone. No one has the right to form an alliance with us. We have no interest in the conflicts between you humans. Then, Yao Li's figure flashed and disappeared in the air, flying towards the northeast. Princess Mudan's fragrant figure flashed and flew towards the southeast. Several hours later, Yao Li's figure instantly appeared tens of thousands of meters above Cloud Sky City's castle. Yao Rao was holding Bao Bao and playing mahjong with Yan Yan. Suddenly, her heart twitched, and all the hair on her body stood erect. Then, she sniffed instinctively, wanting to find something, but found nothing. Sister Alluring Rao, what's wrong? Yao Rao shook her head and said, Oh, nothing. Master's wife said softly, Yao Rao, now that little Tian's matter is finished, you should tell him if there's anything. Yes. Yao Rao said. At this time, Bao Bao, who was in the bosom of Yao Rao, suddenly raised his head to look, but he only saw the ceiling, and his little face immediately showed a perplexed expression. North Prefecture of Zhongjing. Yang Dingtian was crazily struggling with countless documents. Now, he had completely turned into the busiest signing machine. The mountain-like documents were all waiting for him to review and sign. He originally wanted to read 10 lines at a glance, and then sign them directly. But every time this happened, Yun Zhenu's eyes would become very strict as she stared at him, or she would pretend to cough a few times. In short, as long as Yang Dingtian was distracted, she would be able to sense it. This secretary was too competent, she was completely like a housekeeper. Every time this happened, Yang Dingtian would be afraid of her like a tiger. Yun Zhenu also put in a lot of effort. She knew that Yang Dingtian did not like this kind of work, and among the 1,000 documents that he had read, at least 999 of them were signed directly. But among the 1,000 to 2,000 documents, there would always be one or two that Yang Dingtian felt were very inappropriate from his point of view, so he would reject them. With regards to these rejections, the Council of Light and Yun Zhenu treasured them very much. Because Yang Dingtian could often see things from a different point of view, these rejected documents would also become very important. As for Spirit Rabbit, ever since she entered the North Prefecture in her wedding dress, Yang Dingtian had never seen her again. Originally, he thought that after this pitiful little girl escaped from the sea of bitterness and met another relative, Ling Bai, the two of them would definitely not want to be separated, and Spirit Rabbit would also enjoy this quiet and leisure life. Then, she would have some charming interactions with Yang Dingtian, even though Yang Dingtian was incomparably busy. However, none of this happened. Spirit Rabbit and Ling Bai were only together for 3 days. In these 3 days, she fully understood Yang Dingtian, after understanding the Council of Light. She then mentioned that she wanted to go to Xianxia Academy. That's right, she wanted to practice martial arts, she wanted to take back all the time that she had lost. Therefore, in these few months, she was in Xijing, madly practicing martial arts. Of course, no matter in name or in fact, she was Yang Dingtian's wife, so almost every day, there would be information about her sent to Yang Dingtian. In fact, these information were very simple, it was nothing more than just how much her cultivation had broken through. Also, her beauty was recovering day by day. Of course, on the 50th day. The information said that Madame Spirit Rabbit's beauty should have completely recovered, shocking the entire Xianxia Academy. In the end, on the 51st day, the information still said that Madame Spirit Rabbit's beauty was still recovering. On the 100th day, the information still said that Madame Spirit Rabbit's beauty was still recovering. In other words, since she did not eat the poisonous mushrooms, she became more beautiful bit by bit. On the 50th day, the intelligence personnel felt that they had reached their limit, but on the 100th day, she was still becoming more beautiful, and they did not know when it would stop. Since you have recovered your beauty, you should come back, why are you still in Shijing? Yun Zhenu asked. Yang Dingtian pretended not to hear, and did not look at Yun Zhenu's mesmerizing back. How long had it been since he had touched a woman? It had been a long time, the last time was after he defeated Wu Yuming. Then, Wu Maji rushed back to the Snow Clan, because she was worried about Yang Dingtian's duel. She had not seen her twin children for a few months, and she missed them so much that she was going crazy. She was not the only one who went back, Qin Ji and Dishi Bian went with her, and the three of them were as good as one. After Wu Maji left, Yang Dingtian did not have a single woman by his side, and he could not touch her even if he wanted to. Moreover, he was so busy that he did not even have time to go back to Sky City. He was a normal man, and he was more hot-tempered than others. Therefore, whenever Yun Zhenu talked about this topic, he would definitely keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, if he was provoked, it would be troublesome if there was no way to put out the fire. Seeing Yang Dingtian's bitter face, Yun Zhenu pursed her lips and smiled. She stretched her body slightly, and the curve of her waist was even more breathtaking. Then, when she saw Yang Dingtian turn his face away, she felt an inexplicable sweetness and satisfaction in her heart. She had always enjoyed her current life, and every day was filled with sweetness. She enjoyed this kind of sweetness, and if she was from Earth, she would have a term for it, which was platonic love. Of course, Yun Zhenu was closer than that. She also enjoyed the warmth and light touch very much. Sect leader, there is someone outside, and he wants to see you. Zhu Hongxue suddenly said from outside. Yang Dingtian was stunned, and said, is it someone important? I don't know him. Zhu Hongxue said, but, I feel that he is very important. Okay, I will be right there. Yang Dingtian put down the document in his hand, stretched, and walked out. Very quickly, Yang Dingtian saw the unfamiliar man. He was wearing a snow-white mask, but the eyes that were exposed were already beautiful to the point of being devilish. Sir Yang Dingtian. The masked man bowed slightly to greet him. At this time, Yang Dingtian was almost the #1 person in the chaotic world. Although the masked man was polite, but Yang Dingtian could clearly feel the indifference in his eyes. The way he looked at Yang Dingtian was like a human looking at an animal in the zoo, with curiosity and admiration. That's right, admiration. Just like in the zoo, when you saw some animals doing acrobatics, you would look at them with admiration. Hello. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, may I know who you are? You have never seen me before, but I have seen you. The masked man Yali said, at that time in the taboo continent, I saw you struggling in the illusion. But Sir Yang Dingtian is very impressive, to be able to escape from the illusion in such a short time. From what I remember, you are the second person to escape from the illusion with your own ability. And compared to the other person, your time was much shorter. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Dingtian said. Yali asked, aren't you curious about who the other person who escaped from the illusion was? Yang Dingtian said, it should be Dongfang Bingling, or Princess Mudan. Yali couldn't help but clap and say, wow, Sir Yang Dingtian has really impressed me. For some reason, the more the other party looked at him with admiration, the more uncomfortable Yang Dingtian felt. So he directly said, may I know your name, and what business do you have with me? My name is Zhao Li, the masked man said, I come from Little Western Paradise, the same place as Zhao Rao. Yang Dingtian's gaze suddenly trembled, and his heart jumped. Then he said, nice to meet you, Sir Yao Li, what business do you have with me? Oh, it's nothing. Yao Li said, I'm just here to bring Yao Rao home. After all, she has been outside for so long, thank you for taking care of her all these years. Note, second update. Bring Yara home? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed, then, he put on a smile and said, so, someone from her family came? How about this, I'll go back and ask her and see what she thinks, okay? Then, Yang Dingtian's smile became even more enthusiastic. He said, speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen Yara's family since she was married to me. I shouldn't have. I'll definitely bring Yara back to visit them when I have the time. Seeing Yang Dingtian smile, Yao Li's faint smile disappeared. He took half a step back and his expression became even more polite. He said, I think you might have misunderstood. When I said bring her home, I meant bring her back to the little western paradise forever. Yang Dingtian's smile also disappeared. He said, but I think you're being unreasonable. If a woman marries a chicken, she will follow the chicken. If she marries a dog, she will follow the dog. Yarao is married to me, so my place is naturally her home. What home is there to talk about? Oh, no, no, no. Yao Li bowed again and said, I'm sorry, fox demons and humans are not allowed to marry. Is there such a rule? Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Of course there is, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian said, then why did you let a bunch of female fox demons come to the human countries? To play? When he said this, Yao Li's eyes twitched and turned cold. Yang Dingtian's words undoubtedly poked the fox demon's sore spot. Why did they let so many female fox demons out? Of course, it was to find humans to mate with and borrow their seeds to improve their bloodline. They wanted to give birth to a perfect demigod race. Yang Dingtian didn't say it clearly, but that was what he meant. Yang Dingtian continued, also, Yarao is already an adult. She can decide everything by herself. Even if you're her brother, you have no right to interfere. Yao Li stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. I'm not her brother. I'm her fiancé. I grew up with her. When he said this, Yang Dingtian trembled. When he had heard the names Yao Li and Yao Rao, he had thought that they were brother and sister, but the result was that they were actually fiancés. Yao Li took a deep breath and withdrew her exposed anger. She spoke politely, Sire Yang Dingtian, did you know that when you were in the Forbidden Continent's illusion realm a few months ago, not only was I there, but Dongfang Bingling was there as well? Yang Dingtian obviously knew, but he didn't nod or shake his head. Do you know what she's doing? Yao Li asked. I don't know. Yang Dingtian said. Yao Li said, is he there for the sake of forming an alliance? They want Little Western Paradise and the Temple of Annihilation to form an alliance. This was a major event, an unprecedented major event. His expression immediately turned serious. Yao Li continued, of course, don't worry. I didn't agree to it. Because we don't interfere in your human affairs. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I have come with great sincerity. How about we make a deal? Speak, Yang Dingtian said. If you agree to my request, we will provide you with generous help in this battle against the evil ways, Yao Li said. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, are you planning to form an alliance with the Council of Light? No, no, no. Yao Li shook her head vigorously and said, I don't know about the Temple of Annihilation or the Council of Light. To be honest, I don't know what they mean. I only have one word for you, and that is humans. If I form an alliance with humans, I think I will become the laughingstock of Little Western Paradise. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Yang Dingtian said, go on. Yao Li said, when I say help, I mean to send some experts to help you. For example, a few of your so-called half-saints? A few dozen of your so-called great masters will be your reward for taking care of Yao Rao all these years. How about that? Yang Dingtian didn't answer. The coldness in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. I'm sorry. My words are harsh, but they are the truth. Yao Li said, just like how you humans can help monkeys, but you can't form an alliance with them, right? If I hurt your pride, then I'm sorry. My pride doesn't come from my mouth, and it's hard for it to be hurt by it. Yang Dingtian said, then if I refuse, you will stand on the side of the evil ways, right? Oh, no, no, no. Yao Li said, you have completely misunderstood. Because we are noble silver dragon bloodline bearers, we won't bully others. That's why I came to negotiate with you very honestly, and I'm offering a generous reward. If you refuse, then I can only apologize. What? If I refuse, you will kill me, right? Yang Dingtian sneered. How can you understand it like that? Yao Li said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, please don't judge me from the perspective of a human. Why would I want to kill you? Just like how a human wouldn't want to kill a monkey just because it barked at him, right? If you don't agree, then I can only regretfully take Yao Rao away, that's all. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, What if I stop you from taking Yao Rao away? Yao Li was stunned and said, Then I can only be very, very sorry. After all, patience is limited. It's just like a monkey blocking your way and throwing feces at you. I think you're likely to kick it away, right? Yang Dingtian didn't even have the desire to be angry. There were many racists on Earth. In their eyes, only white people were human, yellow people were monkeys, and black people were beasts. Of course, the racism of this person in front of him was even more deranged. In his eyes, all humans were monkeys. Yao Li smiled and said, I know you have very complicated emotions, so it's hard for you to make any rational decisions when you're angry. As a silver dragon bloodline holder, I think I have to give you time. How about 10 days? I'll give you 10 days to think about it, and I'll come back after 10 days. If you agree, I'll give you some so-called half-saints and grandmasters to help you win this so-called Armageddon war. If you don't agree, then I can only take Yao Rao away. Of course, if you want to stop me, then I can only be very, very sorry. Then, Yao Li turned to leave. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, If Yao Rao and I don't have a child, will you still want to take her away? You only talk about Yao Rao and don't talk about the baby, how hypocritical are you? Yao Li's face twitched, and then said, As for the child, please don't worry. After I marry Yao Rao, I'll treat her as my own. Yang Dingtian said, I have another question to ask you. Yao Li said, Please speak. Yang Dingtian said seriously, Please tell me, a man who needs another man's help to have a child with a woman, where does his sense of superiority come from? This is the first time I've seen someone with a sense of superiority even after being cuckolded. Yao Li's eyes suddenly turned cold, and then he continued to smile, and raised his slender index finger, and said, The first time you threw shit at me, and that exhausted a third of my patience. If there are 2 more times, then I can only be very, very sorry. Goodbye. Then, he bowed respectfully in a gentlemanly manner, and then directly disappeared. At this moment, for some reason, Yang Dingtian actually missed Wu Yuming. Even though Brother Netherworld was hypocritical and ethereal, he was indeed the kind of person who was as carefree as the wind and clouds. He wouldn't bend his waist all the time, bow all the time, and wouldn't speak polite and vicious words all the time. When Wu Yuming occasionally said vicious words and cursed Yang Dingtian, it was also quite realistic. Princess Mudan, Dongfang Bingling, flashed the dark purple wings on her back, and quickly soared on the surface of the sea. Then, she floated above a rotten island. She raised her hand slightly, and immediately, 2 bodies slowly floated up from the disgusting bloody mud below. She frowned slightly, and distinguished which one was Wu Yuming. Then, she threw the other one back into the bloody mud, and didn't look at it again. Wu Yuming was still alive, and he really didn't know why he couldn't die. Princess Mudan, right? He said hoarsely. Yes, Princess Mudan said indifferently, You lost the duel with Yang Dingtian. Yes, I lost, Wu Yuming said. Then what are you doing right now? Mudan asked. Wu Yuming said, I'm waiting for death, but I don't know why, but I can't die. You don't have to die, Mudan said, you can live. No, please don't, Wu Yuming said, it's impossible for you to bring a dead person back to life. You can recover your energy, and even become stronger, Mudan said, I have a first-class evil spirit, and Li Ming also has a first-class evil spirit. Because you're in Dongli's mission is special, you don't have it in your bodies. But your first-class evil spirit has been temporarily stored somewhere. Once the mission fails, you will be given the evil spirit that you should have obtained. I brought your share this time. Dongli was responsible for making the Naga pregnant, and he was worried that the evil spirit energy would affect this, so he didn't activate his evil spirit. And Wu Yuming, because she wanted to usurp the power of the Tiando League, of course, she couldn't have the evil spirit energy, so it wasn't activated. Thank you very much, Wu Yuming said. I can actually enjoy the same treatment as you and Li Ming. You deserve it, Mu Dan said. However, I don't need this kind of evil spirit anymore. Wu Yuming shook her head and said, I can't beat him after cheating once, and then I have to cheat a second time. I'm not that shameless. No, you don't have to deal with Yang Dingtian anymore, Mu Dan said. As you said, you only have one battle with Yang Dingtian. Once you fail, there won't be a second time. Therefore, the battle between him and Yang Dingtian had already ended. The next mission you have to complete is the upcoming Armageddon War. Wu Yuming's eyes trembled slightly, but there was still no light. Wu Yuming thought for a while, but still shook her head and said, I was only born to defeat Yang Dingtian in this life. Only by defeating him can I obtain a new life, and have the qualifications to do other things. Now that I've failed, I don't have the qualifications to do other things, and I can only die. So, just put me down, and leave me here to rot and die. At least I'm not left with nothing here. At this moment, Mu Dan's gaze fell on the body that she had just thrown down, Ling Wu's body that she didn't know whether was dead or alive. Mu Dan slowly looked at Wu Yuming, and said coldly, I'm very moved by your desire to die. However, all of this is meaningless. I can only say that it's not up to you to decide whether you want to live or die. From the day you were created, your fate wasn't up to you to decide. Therefore, even if you want to die, you can't do it. After that, Mu Dan's, Dongfang Bingling's, gaze suddenly turned cold. Both of her hands suddenly converged in the air, and squeezed the air between her palms. Immediately, a purplish-blue light dragon condensed and swam in her hands. It was lifelike and ferocious. That purplish-blue light instantly set off Mu Dan's incomparably beautiful face, making it incomparably gorgeous and incomparably bewitching. Phew. Then, she suddenly released it. Aoo. With a fierce roar, the purplish-blue light dragon suddenly drilled into Wu Yuming's body. No, I don't need it, I don't need it. Wu Yuming struggled with all her might in the air, and desperately roared. However, just like what Mu Dan had said, his fate was never up to him to decide. No matter if it was life or death, he had no right to decide. After that purplish-blue light dragon entered Wu Yuming's body. In an instant, an unparalleled energy crazily filled Wu Yuming's body. His already rotting body instantly turned into ashes inch by inch. Only a skeleton was left, as well as a ball of light and shadow whirled in the Qi Sea. Immediately after, the skeleton in his entire body was completely shattered. In the entire Wu Yuming, there was only a Qi Sea energy world left. The roaming dragon of light and shadow drilled into his Qi Sea with all its might. Boom! In an instant, the entire sea suddenly set off monstrous waves. Huge waves of tens of thousands of meters, and huge waves of thousands of miles. The entire sky instantly covered all the light, and the two suns in the sky were completely shrouded. The world of thousands of miles seemed to have been completely changed, as if it was the end of the world. After the swimming dragon completely entered Wu Yuming's Qi Sea, a blue light instantly exploded. In an instant, the world of thousands of miles, where one couldn't see their fingers, instantly became as bright as day, as if instantly blinding people. After the light dissipated, a brand new body floated in the air. The skin of her entire body was as flawless as white jade. Her entire body was like the most exquisite and gorgeous sculpture. Wu Yuming stretched out her hand and looked at her palm and body. It was even more perfect than before she was seriously injured. The surging power in her palm was incomparably powerful. However, she still didn't have any pleasant surprise, but only endless disappointment. Is there any meaning in becoming stronger? Wu Yuming slowly said, my previous strength was accumulated bit by my own efforts. Now, a first-class evil spirit has made me so strong all of a sudden. What a big cheat. What do you want me to do? Kill Yang Dingtian? I will vomit. No, I said it before, you and Yang Dingtian are already over. Mu Dan slowly said, your next mission is to help your creator, fight against the so-called fate, help your foster father, and defeat the so-called god. The world extermination war is only the first step. Note, the second update is sent to you, please support. When Wu Yuming came back to his senses, Princess Mu Dan had already disappeared without a trace. At this moment, no one could describe what he was feeling. Whatever he lacked, he would pursue it. Wu Yuming wanted to defeat Yang Dingtian in a frenzy just to prove his worth. So for many years, he cultivated with all his might. Like an invisible person, he traveled to every corner of the world. When he discovered the darkness profound flame, he was as excited as Yang Dingtian. He felt as if he had found the source of this world's energy. Then, he started to search for profound flames. All kinds of profound flames were used to feed this darkness profound flame. This darkness profound flame was extremely powerful, but he had never used it before. Because he wanted to use it on God's spokesperson. Every year, he was waiting for the appearance of God's spokesperson. Every year, he was filled with anticipation and urgency. Therefore, before Yang Dingtian appeared, he had already been in a spiritual relationship with Yang Dingtian for a long time. He wanted to use this extremely powerful darkness profound flame on God's spokesperson. Once he defeated God's spokesperson, he would obtain a new life and become a real person. And when Yang Dingtian appeared, he was really disappointed. Extremely disappointed. How could God's spokesperson be so weak? How could he become God's spokesperson? So, at the beginning, Wu Yuming was not only disdainful of Yang Dingtian, he was also filled with hatred. You are so weak. How can you be worthy of my lifetime of hard work? How can you be worthy of my darkness profound flame? So, on the mountain of the cloud sky pavilion, he could not hold back the disappointment in his heart and expressed his disdain for Yang Dingtian. Then, Yang Dingtian performed miracles again and again. Finally, he made Wu Yuming face him. In the end, Yang Dingtian stabbed Wu Yuming so many times that he started to hate Yang Dingtian again. In the end, when the duel was about to begin, even this feeling of hatred disappeared. Because he wanted to use the darkness profound flame to kill Yang Dingtian. He was going to obtain a new life. Then, something unbelievable happened. He was defeated and killed in an instant. Perhaps many people would think that he was unwilling to give up, but he really wasn't. Even after being seriously injured, his cultivation was still far above Yang Dingtian's. However, he wasn't unwilling. He just wanted to find a place to wait for death. Because this proved that fate could not be defied. Even though he was 10 times stronger than the god spokesperson, he was still killed in an instant. It was as if everything was predestined. With this answer, everything became meaningless to Wu Yuming. As for obtaining a first-class dark spirit, it made him extremely powerful in an instant, breaking through an incredible bottleneck. Others might have been overjoyed, but this was not the case. But for Wu Yuming, what did it feel like? It was just like playing games. Level 90 was the pinnacle, a pinnacle that almost no one could surpass. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, and so on. You've spent countless lives and effort to reach level 85. You're about to break through to level 90. In the end, with a whoosh, the system installed the private server and instantly reached level 90. Even reaching level 100 was very easy. Instantly, the hard work and struggle of the past few decades became meaningless. He raised his hand into the air. Immediately, Ling Wu, who was covered in blood and mud, slowly flew up from the quagmire. With a light wave, the blood and mud on her body instantly flew away. Ling Wu became clean. However, her body was thin, weak, and on the verge of death. I'm not going to die. What do you plan to do? Asked Wu Yuming. Ling Wu shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Wu Yuming thought for a while and said, now that I have a first-class dark spirit in my body, I should be one of the strongest humans in this world. However, I can't find the goal of survival. In the following days, I'll work hard to find the goal of my life. As for you, I don't have the authority to decide your fate. Let yourself decide, okay? Ling Wu nodded. Wu Yuming said, I'm the owner of a first-class dark spirit. Therefore, I can bestow a second-class dark spirit to 5 people. I'll give one of them to you. He stretched out his palm. Immediately, a blue bead floated above his palm. With a light flick, this blue bead flew into Ling Wu's chi vessel. You have 3 days to think about your future life. Wu Yuming said, of course, this choice is actually life and death. 3 days later, I'll activate the second-class dark spirit in your body on my dark spirit tree. At that time, you'll undoubtedly become extremely powerful. However, you won't even be able to die. If you don't want this, you can choose to commit suicide within 3 days, okay? Ling Wu nodded again. Wu Yuming channeled a stream of profound energy into her body, allowing her to gradually recover her vitality and energy. After that, he gently lifted Ling Wu's back and flew in the direction of the central continent. 3 days. Within these 3 days, Ling Wu could choose to die. After 3 days, once the second-class dark spirit in her body was activated, she wouldn't be able to die anymore. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was talking to Yao Rao in the Cloud Castle. Yao Li, he's indeed my former fiancé. Moreover, we can be considered as childhood sweethearts. We've been playing together since we were very, very young. Yao Rao said, our fathers were the patriarchs of our respective tribes. Therefore, we were engaged when we were very young. Yang Dingtian said, but, I feel that he's very loathsome. He's a stupid racist. Yao Rao smiled faintly and said, he's just this kind of arrogant person. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, a man who allowed his fiancée to leave the little western paradise to find a human to plant her seed. What bullshit pride is there to talk about? Yao Rao's delicate body suddenly trembled violently. She said in a low voice, Little Tian, actually, when I left the little western paradise and came to the human countries to plant my seed, he wasn't there. He had gone to the most dangerous place to cultivate. And the reason why he cultivated with all his might was, because he didn't want me to plant my seed with a human. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yao Rao continued, he's actually always been the craziest opponent of the plant borrowing theory. He looked down on humans. He always firmly believed that the Silver Dragon bloodline should rely on their own efforts to ascend to the demigod clan, and not walk the same path as Naga. At that time, during the tribal assembly, he picked me as a plant female fox. Moreover, I was the most important one. He wanted to elope with me, and even wanted to instigate all the young people in the tribe to rebel. Thus, the Tribal Alliance Council could only cancel my plant borrowing qualification on the surface. They gave Yao Li a chance to prove himself. After that, he went to the most dangerous dark domain to cultivate alone. Taking advantage of his absence, the Tribal Alliance Council sent me out of the little western paradise to plant my seed in the human countries. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian sunk into silence. Then he said, although he has a perverted racial tendency, but he's not completely useless. Yao Rao gave a complicated smile. You liked him, didn't you? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Yao Rao smiled and said, we were childhood sweethearts. There's no need to talk about liking or not liking him. But we definitely have the same feelings as family. Yang Dingtian hugged her and said softly, you're mine. Remember, you're mine. No one can change this. Whoever wants to change this, I'll kill his whole family. If I can't kill him today, I'll kill his whole family tomorrow. I know, I'm yours. I'll always be yours. Yao Rao kissed Yang Dingtian's chest and said softly, husband, I'm not worried about Yao Li. Although he looks down on humans almost crazily, but he's not a bad person. What I'm worried about is those elders in the little western paradise. Once they know that we have a child, an almost perfect demigod child, they won't let us go. They won't hesitate to kill our whole family, and then steal the child. Yang Dingtian's face twitched fiercely. He clenched his teeth and didn't say anything. Baby. Yao Rao gently stroked Yang Dingtian's face and said softly, I'll go and see Yao Li. I'll talk to him and see how bad the situation is. If it's not bad enough, I can ask him to let us go. Although it's not pleasant to hear, it's not shameful for the baby, for our family. Yang Dingtian kissed her delicate lips and said softly, do you trust him? I trust him, just like how you trust Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua, Yao Rao said. Good, Yang Dingtian said, then you go and talk to him. Wu Yuming and Ling Wu returned to the great central capital. He changed his appearance and walked aimlessly on the street like an ordinary person. He observed every person on the street, thought about the meaning of his life, and searched for the goal of his life. Then, he came to a newsstand and bought a copy of the Chaos Times. He read the newspaper very carefully. Then, he took out a handful of gold coins and gave it to the newsstand owner. I'll have to trouble you to find me a copy of all the Chaos Times in the past 100 days. Thank you. The newsstand owner's eyes lit up when he saw the gold coins. He immediately went back to look for it. Then, he folded the newspaper that he had left behind and handed it to Wu Yuming. After receiving it, Wu Yuming nodded at him to thank him. Then, he carried the thick newspaper and found an ordinary inn to stay in. Then, he read it carefully. He passed by his once prominent southern mansion. It was still there. Even the people from the Netherworld Sea hadn't left yet. However, not only did he not go in, he didn't even take a look. In the ordinary room, he began to read the articles one by one. Then, he read the articles about himself. There were more than 100 articles. He became almost the only male lead in the Chaos Times. His limelight completely overshadowed Yongding Tian. Just like that, he read the articles one by one. Not a single word was a rumor. Not a single word was a smear. Not a single word was a stain. Everything that Wu Yuming had experienced was described in an extremely objective manner. When he forgot about Wu Yuming's identity and treated himself as a reader, he finished reading the several 100,000-word serial about Wu Yuming. Then, he immediately developed complicated feelings for this person. Pity, sympathy, admiration. However, there wasn't much disgust. On the contrary, his impression of Wu Yuming's wife's vulture became extremely disgusting. Ling Wu, on the other hand, was more or less negative. This was also the feeling that all the readers had towards Wu Yuming. After these 100 articles, Wu Yuming had almost become the #1 person. Countless people sympathized with him and pitied him. However, there was almost no pure disgust. There was even a group of fans that had an astonishing number of them. Almost all of them were women. This fan group was now frequently appearing in the newspapers and news. Among them, the most exaggerated one was Yang Dingtian's eldest daughter, Yang Ning-er, who was the leader of the Iron Furnace City's fan group. Naturally, she wasn't a fan of Wu Yuming. She only worshipped Yang Dingtian. Her original words were, "It's not easy for Wu Yuming to become my father's enemy." In order to prevent this fan group from going astray, I'll reluctantly become their leader. After Wu Yuming finished reading, he couldn't help but smile. His mind began to recall that Yang Ning-er. In the end, he discovered that he seemed to have never seen this fairy-like little girl before. After he finished reading all the articles about himself, he sighed and closed his eyes. Lying on the bed, he began to think about the meaning of his life. After that, he immediately became envious of Yang Dingtian. At the very least, his life was very meaningful. As for Ling Wu, she was also thinking about her own choice. She could either die or let the second-grade evil spirit in her body revive. That way, she would become extremely powerful. However, at that time, she wouldn't be able to die even if she wanted to. Moreover, her path had already come to an end when Wu Yuming was defeated and revealed his identity as one of the evil ways. Wu Yuming had already told her clearly that he was evil and Yang Dingtian was righteous. In that case, she couldn't use this righteous excuse anymore. Since she had already walked to a dead end, the only right thing to do was to die. She arrived at the northern region of the Zhongjing city and requested to see Yang Dingtian. It was Yun Zhenu who received her. When he saw the pale Ling Wu and her lifeless eyes, Yun Zhenu couldn't help but be stunned. Sect Master isn't in the Zhongjing city. He's in the Cloud Heaven city. Ling Wu said, "Then can you give me a demon eagle? I need to see him as soon as possible." Yun Zhenu said, "Why do you want to see him? Are you going to scold him again?" Immediately, Ling Wu couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected, she had given Yang Dingtian's people such a bad influence. Every time she came, she would mock and scold him. However, her status was lowly. Yang Dingtian would clench his teeth and listen to her words. Yet, he couldn't kill her. "Don't worry, it's not like that. Actually, I didn't really dare to see him a long time ago." Ling Wu said, "I'm looking for him to free myself." Yun Zhenu stared at Ling Wu for a long time before nodding his head. Then, he called the fastest demon eagle for her. Yun Zhenu rode on the demon eagle and flew towards the Cloud Heaven city in the northwest continent. At the same time, Yao Rao rode on the demon eagle and flew towards the Yin Yang mirror in the north. Because Yao Li, who possessed crazy racism, couldn't live in any place that had the smell of humans. Therefore, he chose to live in the yin-yang mirror that was uninhabited. 12 hours later, Lingwu landed in the Cloud Heaven City and requested to see Yang Dingtian. Yao Rao also landed in the yin-yang mirror at around the same time. At this moment, Yao Li was sitting on the surface of the mirror motionlessly. Note, the first update has been sent up. I'll continue to write the second update. Brothers, feel free to vote for 2 of the best works. Why didn't you go in to see me when you arrived at Cloud Sky City? Yao Rao asked, using the unique language of the Black Fox clan. A man can't protect his own woman, so he doesn't have the face to see you, Yao Li said, but there was a hint of anger in his tone. My man is Yang Dingtian, Yao Rao smiled and said, Big brother, don't get it wrong. Your man is me? Yao Li looked at Yao Rao and said word by word, Yang Dingtian is just a despicable and lowly human. He is just an insignificant stallion. We are noble silver dragon bloodline bearers. Don't forget this just because you stayed in the human world for a long time. Yao Li, I won't argue with you about this, Yao Rao said, I'll tell you directly here, I won't leave with you. My husband and my son are here. This is my home. You love him? You love Yang Dingtian, that monkey? Yao Li said sternly. Yes, perhaps I can't say that I love him because I haven't experienced a lot with him like his other wives, Yao Rao said slowly, but without a doubt, I miss him very much. It's like a woman who married a man she has never met, did the most intimate things together, and gave birth to a child together. She will miss him and love him. So even though my love is different from Shimin Yan Yan and the others, it's still love. Then what about me? Yao Li said angrily, then what am I? Are you going to betray the feelings between us? Yao Li, first of all, even though you and I grew up together, it's not an intense love between a man and a woman. I see you more as my big brother. Yao Rao said, of course, if we get married smoothly, then this kind of feelings might become the love between husband and wife. We might also become a loving couple that can't be separated. But now, I'm Yang Dingtian's woman. After I got pregnant, I wanted to leave him and return to Little Western Paradise, but I realized that I can't do it. Then what if I take you away by force? Yao Li said, you should know that even if Yang Dingtian were to gather all of his monkey minions, he still wouldn't be able to stop me. Then you are my enemy. Yao Rao coldly said, if you bring me back to Little Western Paradise, I will be powerless to stop you. But my precious son will work hard to become stronger, kill all of you, and then bring me back to Yang Dingtian, even if it takes 20 or 30 years. Of course, even without my precious son, perhaps in less than 10 years, Yang Dingtian will kill his way into the Little Western Paradise and bring me home. Dream on, dream on. Yao Li sneered and said, Yang Dingtian is just a human monkey. He's dreaming if he wants to defeat us noble silver dragon bloodline bearers. Yao Li, frogs at the bottom of a well, I'm talking about you people. Yao Rao coldly said. Yao Li said, it seems like the human world really can't be stayed for too long. You'll be polluted if you stay too long, just like you. You can say whatever you want. Yao Rao coldly said, in short, if you want to take me and my baby away, you'll have to kill me and bring my corpse back. Yao Li was furious, if you don't come with me, I'll kill Yang Dingtian. Yao Rao sternly said, before you kill Yang Dingtian, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Betrayal, betrayal. Yao Li was instantly enraged and said loudly, this is a shameful betrayal, how can you do this? How can you betray our feelings? Moreover, it's towards a human monkey. It's still the same, you can say whatever you want. Yao Rao said, but you know, once I make a decision, I will never change it. Then, she suddenly turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Yao Li suddenly said, is this okay? You can leave your son to Yang Dingtian, but you have to follow me. However, you must come with me and return to the Western Paradise with me. Impossible, a woman can't have 2 husbands. Yao Rao coldly said. Then, she rode on the demon eagle and returned to Cloud Sky City. However, after flying for 100 miles, she turned back again. Yao Li was instantly overjoyed, thinking that she had changed her mind. She flew in front of Yao Li again and asked, that's right, I was confused by my anger just now and forgot to ask you. Other than you, who else in the Little Western Paradise knows that I've successfully gotten pregnant in the human countries and even gave birth to a child? Yao Li was instantly disappointed and furious. He said unhappily, I don't know. Yao Rao said, they don't know? Yao Li said, yes. I'm not sure if they know that you've successfully given birth to a child. Yao Rao said, then use your brain to recall. Yao Li took a deep breath and said, I really don't know, and I don't dare to guarantee. Yao Rao looked at him deeply. Then, she turned around and returned to Cloud Sky City. The moment Yang Dingtian saw Ling Wu, he was extremely astonished. He completely did not expect that he could still see Ling Wu at this time. However, the current Ling Wu was almost unrecognizable to him. Her skin was so white that it was almost bloodless. Moreover, she had lost a lot of weight. Not only had her temperament changed, even her appearance had changed a little. From a healthy and powerful wheat-colored woman, she had turned into a beautiful and delicate girl. Purely looking at her appearance, it seemed that she had really become much more beautiful. However, Yang Dingtian still liked that healthy and powerful woman with wheat-colored skin. Of course, the previous Ling Wu had always carried a hidden fierceness and resentment. However, the current her had a calm and indifferent expression. It was as if she had really undergone some kind of transformation. So much so that Yang Dingtian did not know how to deal with her. Sit. After a long time, Yang Dingtian said this word. Then, he said, do you want to drink some tea? Ling Wu was slightly stunned. Then, she nodded. Yang Dingtian found some fragrant tea and lifted the kettle. However, he realized that the water was cold. Therefore, he hurriedly channeled his profound energy into the kettle to heat up the water. Then, he poured 2 cups of tea. After Ling Wu received the tea, she held it in her hands and stared blankly. Yang Dingtian was also sitting behind the table. For a moment, he did not know how to open his mouth. Immediately, the two of them froze there awkwardly. Why didn't you ask me if I found Wu Yuming? Ling Wu finally opened her mouth. Yang Dingtian, I don't think it's appropriate for me to ask. Ling Wu said, then why didn't you ask why I'm looking for you at this time? Yang Dingtian scratched his head and said, why are you looking for me at this time? Pfft. Ling Wu could not help but laugh. However, her beautiful face was incomparably desolate. Then, she smiled and said, didn't you scold me quite fiercely every time you saw me previously? Why are you so gentle now? Yang Dingtian, it's because you mocked me first. That's why I scolded you back. He didn't provoke me, so why would I scold him? Ling Wu was stunned. Then, her smile was filled with even more bitterness. Ling Wu asked again, can I ask you a question? Yang Dingtian, go ahead. However, don't ask a question that's too difficult. Ling Wu said, when you successfully won the city lord's position, why didn't you go to Inferno Island to pick me up? She had practically used up all of her courage to ask this question. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and thought for a while before saying, because I was very, very busy. Of course, this wasn't the main reason. The main reason was that I hoped that you would be able to successfully marry someone else. Ling Wu said, it's because I don't hold enough weight in your heart, right? You can say that. Yang Dingtian, actually, at that time, feelings were already a kind of burden to me. I was somewhat unable to bear it. Then how were you able to marry Qin Jiaojiao, Mu Liani, Wu Maji, and Ming Ro? Ling Wu said, Wu Maji and Ming Ro, I dare not compare their beauty. However, don't tell me that Qin Jiaojiao is much better than me? Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment before saying, firstly, Jiaojiao is a very cute girl. I also like her very much and love her dearly. Every woman has a unique inner world, including you. You're practically the most special girl I've ever met. However, I don't have the courage to explore the inner world of every girl. Because that would be an extremely huge emotional burden to me. Because that would mean a responsibility, and I might not be able to bear such a huge responsibility. Ling Wu's eyes turned red as she said, you still haven't answered my question. Why can you marry Qin Jiaojiao so easily, but can't you send someone, even if it's just a random person, a message to Inferno Island and ask me to come to Cloud Heaven City and come to your side? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Ling Wu, before I married Qin Jiaojiao, I only hated her. Her reputation was extremely bad. However, for the sake of Cloud Heaven City, I could only marry her. After I decided to marry her, I decided to understand her and love her. The facts have proven that she's indeed a cute girl. No, this answer still can't satisfy me, Ling Wu said while sobbing. Yang Dingtian, I seem to have told you before, or perhaps I didn't. I've loved 2.5 women. One is Dongfang Bingling. My love was born from longing, which then became even stronger because of hatred. The other is my wife, Shiman Yan, and Shiman Ningning. Don't ask me who I love more, I don't have the heart to answer. In fact, I've experienced many women after that, especially Wu Maji. She's more beautiful than Yan and Ningning. She's more special, more complicated, and completely capable of making people madly love her. It can be said that if I met Wu Maji before I met Dongfang Bingling, I would have pursued her crazily and wouldn't even be able to fall in love with other women. However, I've indeed met Dongfang Bingling first. After drinking a mouthful of tea, Yang Dingtian, Ling Wu, I'm a very ordinary man. My love for women is also very superficial. Let me put it more bluntly. As long as she's extremely beautiful and has an extremely good figure, even if her character isn't too good, I'll fall in love with her as long as she enters my world. Once we start to fall in love, I'll turn my love into love. I'm such a superficial man. I'm not like Wu Yuming. He's almost harsh towards love. Only an extremely small number of women can move his heart. As for me, as long as she's beautiful enough, she can move my heart. Then, as long as her character is cute, I'll be addicted to her. Therefore, Ling Wu. Yang Dingtian said slowly, my love isn't mysterious or noble. It's also not some amazing spirit. My love is very superficial. The reason why I don't love you enough is because I've already been stuffed with enough emotions before I met you. I've also lost the impulse to take the initiative to possess a woman. Therefore, if the you back then had come to Cloud Heaven City, I would have been prepared to welcome your arrival, to truly understand you, and to love you. However, if you want me to take the initiative to marry you, I'm sorry, I can't do it. Yang Dingtian drank another cup of tea and sighed, Ling Wu, there's a saying that every woman is an angel. Actually, I agree with this saying, but I don't agree with it at the same time. In this world, there's a large portion of women who are ordinary and ordinary. There's also a portion of women who are vicious. There's only a small portion of women who are complicated and filled with strong personalities. As for you, you seem to be in this small portion because you have a will and self-esteem that's so strong that it's almost abnormal. Of course, this isn't a compliment. Yang Dingtian said, in fact, this kind of woman makes me feel intimidated at the sight of her. However, if there's a type of woman in this world who's most worthy of happiness and most worthy of becoming an angel, then you can be one of them. It's just that, the superficial me back then was unable to match your complicated and strong will of emotions. Hearing this, Ling Wu finally couldn't hold back her tears. Like pearls dropping from a necklace, her tears flowed down continuously. Ling Wu, I've once said that you've fallen. I've said that you betrayed your past. You've started to despise your past and your hard work. Yang Dingtian said slowly, perhaps, I've said most of the wrong things because I didn't know you well enough back then. The reason why you resented running boats, resented your slightly dark skin, and hated your unglamorous clothing. It's not because you betrayed your past, but because of my responsibility. Ling Wu started to bite her lips and started to tremble continuously. It's because I didn't pick you up. It's because I married Qin Jiao that you felt inferior. You felt that your status wasn't worthy of me. At this time, Wu Yoming's appearance had undoubtedly given you the strength to set an example. Therefore, you took the initiative to change. Not only did you have to be worthy of me, you also had to surpass me. After that, you'll appear before me in a myriad of splendor, making me start to be amazed by you and regret my indifference towards you. Yang Dingtian, this kind of mentality is very normal. It's just like a loser who fell in love with a goddess, but the goddess didn't spare him a glance. Therefore, he worked hard in his heart. I must prosper and appear before the goddess in a dazzling manner one day, making her regret not choosing me back then. Of course, the loser here refers to a man with a lowly status. With a sigh, Yang Dingtian, it's just that your willpower is too strong. Therefore, you've gone further and further. Furthermore, your wisdom is unable to control your willpower, causing you to lose yourself in your heart. But fundamentally, this can't be considered as self-degradation. Instead, a lot of it is because of me. The true self-degradation is like vulture, because of greed. At this moment, Lingwu finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She covered her mouth and started to sob intensely. Yang Dingtian didn't stop her. He just let her cry to her heart's content. After crying for close to an hour, she gradually calmed down. She raised her head and asked, Yang Dingtian, if you could foresee what would happen later, would you have gone to Inferno Island to pick me up? Yes. If I knew that it would bring you such great harm, I would definitely have gone to pick you up. Yang Dingtian, I've said it before. I'm a superficial man. Therefore, I wouldn't be willing to let a beautiful and unique woman fall into the demonic barrier of the abyss. Lingwu wiped away the tears on her face. For the first time, she revealed a smile to Yang Dingtian and said, actually, I originally wanted to apologize to you. However, there's no need for that now. Lingwu continued, originally, I also wanted to explain to you. I wanted to explain the reason for all my actions and my way of thinking. However, there's no need for that now. Lingwu continued, I've even issued a final provocation to you. That's right, it's a provocation. I just wanted to let you know that I'm not in the wrong even if I'm standing on the side of evil. However, the one in the wrong is you. However, before I even opened my mouth, you've already taken the initiative to say that this is your fault. Even if it's actually my fault. I was too obsessed and too prideful. In the name of my personality, I've forced others to do things. Because I love you and want to marry you, yet you didn't give me the same response. I felt that I've suffered great harm and humiliation. In fact, you've never hurt me. On the contrary, you've saved me and my family. Rather than saying that I love you, it's better to say that I love myself too much. Lingwu drank the tea in her hand. After that, she smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, all right, I'm truly free now. After that, she walked to the front of Yang Dingtian and said, if you have even the slightest bit of pity for me, then please give me my final release and kill me with your own hands. Alright? Note, second update, brothers, free tickets for the best works, you can vote for me a few. This update was too difficult to write. The plot wasn't difficult to write. However, it was very difficult to completely get into the mood. After drinking 2 full cups of wine, she wrote until 9 o'clock in the morning. After the transformation, Lingwu rushed to the central capital and saw Wu Yuming. How do you feel? Wu Yuming looked at Lingwu. Lingwu had become so much more beautiful. He couldn't help but look at her in amazement. I feel very strange. Lingwu said, it's different from what I imagined. I thought that the terrifying feeling of darkness would instantly envelop my entire body and make me unable to resist it. However, who knew that it wasn't the case? Instead, it was a kind of light, incomparably blurry and incomparably blissful feeling. I can't describe it. In short, I feel very excited, as if I'm floating in the air. That's right. Wu Yuming said, the evil spirit energy has such a subtle influence that makes people fall deeply. Your excitement and blissful feeling will last for a very long time because you were originally too weak. After a period of time, when this excitement and blissful feeling gradually fades away, you will become incomparably sad and dispirited, so much so that you will crazily pursue this feeling again. And the thing that can bring about this feeling is the strength of energy and the rise of authority. Therefore, you can only desperately pursue authority and strength to make yourself stronger and stronger. Moreover, there's no end to it, until your will is completely ruled by the evil spirit energy. What about you? Lingwu asked, do you feel excited and blissful when a first-grade evil spirit allows you to break through to the half-saint realm directly? Wu Yuming shook her head vigorously and said, little Wu, I'm different from you. My past is too long and heavy, so much so that this little bit of excitement is completely unable to offset the confusion in my heart. Therefore, breaking through to the half-saint realm not only doesn't make me excited, it makes me even more dispirited. This includes Dongfang Bingling. The strength brought about by the first-grade evil spirit energy can only make her suffer incomparably. You know that she was originally the master of the hidden sect. She wanted to become the #1 person in the world through her own efforts. However, the first-grade evil spirit has already destroyed all of her efforts. Following that, Wu Yuming smiled and said, "Alright, let's not talk about us. Let's talk about you. How's your talk with Yangding Tian?" "Very good." Ling Wu said, "At least I don't hate him anymore. Instead, I hate myself." Wu Yuming said, "Even though this is a deeper obsession, it's still considered an improvement." "How did Yangding Tian persuade you to give up on suicide?" Ling Wu said, "She said that if I were to commit suicide now, my life would be too worthless. Therefore, I have to work hard to find my own value. The first step is to defeat the invasion of the evil spirit's will." Wu Yuming said, "He didn't want you to defeat the second-class evil spirit. Instead, he wanted you to look at problems from a higher perspective, expand your mind, and further find the value of your life. Do you understand?" Ling Wu nodded. Wu Yuming said, "Second-class evil spirits are like addictive monsters. That feeling of happiness and excitement made you desperately chase after it until you couldn't stop. In the end, the evil spirit completely controlled your will and turned you into its tool, madly chasing after power." Ling Wu said with a trembling voice, then can I resist it?" "Direct resistance is meaningless." Wu Yuming said, "Because can you reject the excitement and happiness in your heart right now?" Ling Wu shook her head and said, "I can't reject it. In fact, the reason why I returned to the central continent immediately was because I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to resist the happiness in my heart and would rush to Yangding Tian to woo him. Because I felt that this happiness was gradually destroying my strong self-esteem." "That's right. This is how it achieves its purpose of controlling you." Wu Yuming said, "Unknowingly, it disintegrates your will." "Then what should I do?" Ling Wu said in shock, I don't want to become an addict and a degenerate. Direct resistance won't work." Wu Yuming said, "It's just like you're a small boat and the evil spirit is a surging river. It's simply a pipe dream for you to sail against the current. The only way is to go downstream." "Then, isn't that degeneration and loss?" Ling Wu said. "Not only do you have to go downstream, you also have to flow faster than the river. You have to surpass its speed." Wu Yuming said, "Now, you'll feel incomparable satisfaction and happiness. This feeling will last for a few months. After that, you'll fall into an extreme emptiness. You'll desperately chase after strength to fill yourself up so as to achieve satisfaction once again. However, we can't give it the chance to feel empty. We'll desperately chase after it, desperately satisfy it, and exceed the energy required by a second-grade evil spirit. This way, you'll gradually become numb and completely liberated. Then you can do the same too." Ling Wu said. I can't. Dongfang Bingling can't do it too. We're first-grade evil spirits and can control and suppress our will at any time." Wu Yuming said, "You may not know this, but the one instructing Dongfang Bingling to do anything is no longer her own. It's completely the will of the evil spirit. The evil spirit has suppressed all of Dongfang Bingling's will. Do you know what will happen if you relax a little? Dongfang Bingling will commit suicide." Ling Wu said. "That's right. Dongfang Bingling will commit suicide." Wu Yuming said, "Therefore, I've heard that when Dongfang Bingling had just turned into a devil, she had already decided on a duel with Yangding Tian. I've thought about it carefully. From Dongfang Bingling's standpoint, this kind of duel is unnecessary. Therefore, I suspect that this duel is a trap that Dongfang Bingling has set for herself. She wants Yangding Tian to kill her. During the duel, the will that she had accumulated for several years will erupt in an instant. After that, she'll lose the duel and die under Yangding Tian's sword?" Ling Wu said. Wu Yuming said, "This is merely my guess. Because no matter how I think about it, there's no need for her to duel with Yangding Tian. As a matter of fact, at that time, she no longer had any desire to battle with Yangding Tian. And after turning into a devil, there's even less desire." "Why do you say that after turning into a devil, she no longer has any desire to battle with Yangding Tian?" Ling Wu asked doubtfully. "Firstly, in the mission of evil ways, I'm the only chess piece that can deal with Yangding Tian." Wu Yuming said, "Li Ming also has a certain desire to battle. Because he loves Dongfang Bingling deeply, he's jealous of Yangding Tian. Only Dongfang Bingling herself, who didn't have any desire to battle at that time, proposed a duel. Therefore, the only explanation is that she wants Yang Dingtian to kill her and free herself from being a first-grade evil spirit. But, a person who possesses an evil spirit can't die. Ling Wu said. Others might not be able to kill her, but Yang Dingtian might be able to do it. Wu Yuming said. Ling Wu said, then, does Yang Dingtian know about this matter? Wu Yuming said, he shouldn't know. He doesn't want me to be so meticulous. Ling Wu said, then I want to tell him. Wu Yuming said, but if you tell him, he might make a mistake in the duel and lose his life. Of course, all of this is up to your will. If you want to tell him, you can tell him at any time. Ling Wu immediately sank into contemplation. Alright, let's go. Wu Yuming said. Where are we going? Ling Wu asked. Wu Yuming said with a smile, let's go and disband the southern mansion first and let the people from the Netherworld Sea return. After that, I'll bring you to the ends of the earth and let you become stronger in the shortest amount of time. I'll let you defeat the devouring desire of a second-grade evil spirit and break free from its control. How long will it take? Ling Wu asked. Who knows? Maybe a few years, maybe even longer. Wu Yuming said. Ling Wu said, but you have your own things to do. Don't tell me that you'll accompany me and help me become stronger for the next few years? Wu Yuming said, in any case, I can't find any goal in life now. You're also my only family member. I have to find something to do and can't read the newspaper every day. Moreover, the Chaos Times has become an issue every 7 days. I'm about to finish reading all the newspapers that I've saved up previously. Then, under Ling Wu's somewhat incomprehensible gaze, Wu Yuming walked out of the inn and directly entered the southern mansion. Everyone in the southern mansion saw Wu Yuming appear. They were completely stunned in an instant. Then, it was boundless ecstasy. At this moment, other than the people from the Sea of Hades, those who were stationed in the southern mansion were the most loyal to the evil ways. Or, it could be said that they were already at the end of their rope. For example, the undying cockroach Shimanju, Qiu Ruhan, and Yangxing were all hiding in the southern mansion. If there were still people who hoped for Wu Yuming to return safely, it would be them. However, they were different from Ling Wu. They only treated Wu Yuming as their backing and hoped for revenge. Especially Shimanju. The moment he saw Wu Yuming, his entire body practically trembled and he knelt on the ground. After Wu Yuming was defeated, Shimanju and the others were practically in complete despair. Now, Wu Yuming had returned. Moreover, she seemed to have become even more profound and unfathomable. How could they not be wild with joy? Sect Master is back. This subordinate pays his respects to Sect Master. Shimanju and the others kowtowed with all their might. Instantly, their entire body was filled with the desire for battle. Wu Yuming said, I'm here to tell you that from today onwards, the southern mansion is disbanded. Just treat me as if I don't exist. Shimanju was stunned and said in disbelief, could it be that Sect Master wants to give up? I'm not some Sect Master. Wu Yuming said, I'm just a member of the evil ways and one of the nominal foster sons of the demon King Wendian. Who cares? Shimanju said, the winner takes all. As long as you win, you'll be the master of the Tiando League. I feel that Yang Dingtian's victory over you was purely coincidental. No matter which aspect you look at, he's far from being your opponent. We still have a huge chance of winning. Say no more. Wu Yuming said, from today onwards, the southern mansion is no more. You can do as you please. Qiu Ruhan said in a cold voice, Sect Master, could it be that you've been scared out of your wits by that despicable Yang Dingtian? Could it be that you're going to be a coward and allow Yang Dingtian to be so arrogant? Wu Yuming looked at her and said, yes, from today onwards, I'll avoid Yang Dingtian. Wherever he is, I'll immediately run 1,000 miles away. Then, Wu Yuming directly flashed and disappeared. Then what should we do? Wait for Yang Dingtian to come and slaughter us? Shimanju said loudly. Wu Yuming's voice came from afar, if Princess Mudan is willing to accept you, you can go and submit to her. Then, he completely disappeared, leaving behind a completely stunned Qiu Ruhan and Shimanju. Even if they were to die, they couldn't imagine why Wu Yuming would be so depressed after a single defeat. He even said that he would avoid Yang Dingtian. Of course, they didn't know that Wu Yuming was like a program. His final fate was written in the code. Either he killed Yang Dingtian and obtained a new life, or he died. Moreover, he was only allowed one chance. Because this was to test the authenticity of his fate. Wu Yuming's defeat proved his fate. He was supposed to die, but someone didn't let him die. Then, if he encountered Yang Dingtian again, it would be like a program encountering a fatal bug. If he encountered someone he was supposed to never meet again, he could only avoid him. Just like that, a few hours later, shocking news came from Zhongjing. The southern mansion was disbanded, the Sea of Hades was withdrawn, and all related personnel were dismissed. Immediately, everyone finally confirmed that Wu Yuming's era was over. As for those central continent leaders who were watching in the dark and still had hope, their final hope was also cut off. Wu Yuming had been walking in this world for countless years. In order to defeat God's spokesperson, he had been walking in this world with the identity of an invisible person for close to 100 years, constantly making himself stronger. Therefore, he was only half a step away from becoming a half-sage previously. Therefore, his understanding of this world had far surpassed Dongfang Minmi. He couldn't be more familiar with which place would give birth to mystic flames and which place would have secret realms. He wanted to bring Ling Wu to devour all the mystic flames he knew of and to train in all the secret realms he knew of. He wanted Ling Wu to walk in front of the second-grade evil spirit and help her defeat the second-grade evil spirit. In any case, he had nothing else to do. Wu Yuming met Dongfang Bingling on the sea after leaving the central continent. "Where are you going?" Dongfang Bingling asked. "To bring Ling Wu to cultivate." Wu Yuming said. "But, you should complete your mission." Dongfang Bingling said, "The world exterminating army is about to descend, but they still lack a human commander. You should find a suitable candidate and bestow your second-grade evil spirits so that they can become the backbone of the world exterminating army in the future. You must know that the Temple of Blood and Pleasure Palace are already half disintegrated." Wu Yuming said, "I know, but I don't want to do this because this isn't my mission." Princess Mudan, Dongfang Bingling, said, "You're the adopted son of His Majesty the Demon King and not Dongfang Bingling. We don't want to use the will of the evil spirits to suppress your soul directly. Don't force us to deal with you like how we dealt with Dongfang Bingling." Wu Yuming said, "The reason why I tried my best to defeat Yang Dingtian was so that I could be reborn and become a real person. If you want to suppress my will like how you dealt with Dongfang Bingling, then do as you please." Princess Mudan said, "Then, are you going to ignore His Majesty the Demon King's orders?" Wu Yuming said, "He's my everything, my sky and my earth. I've been carrying out his orders all my life, and he only gave me one order, which was to defeat Yang Dingtian and challenge fate. It's just that I failed, and you didn't let me die. Other missions are none of my business." Princess Mudan stared coldly at Wu Yuming for a long while. Then, she suddenly flapped her wings of light and flew towards the direction of the Dongli grassland in the northwest. One of the adopted sons that His Majesty the Demon King placed in the primal chaos world had already been crippled. The remaining one couldn't be crippled anymore. Wu Yuming's only mission was to defeat Yang Dingtian and take control of the Tiando League. He failed. Dongli's mission was to conquer the Naga race and make all the Naga race fall in love with him. Then, he would give birth to a demigod race and become the absolute ally of the evil ways. Therefore, Princess Mudan wanted to urge Dongli to speed up the pace of conquering the Naga race. Furthermore, she had already found the key to make the Naga race fall in love with him. Looking at Bing Ling's departing figure, Ling Wu asked, "Where is she going?" "To the Dongli grassland." Wu Yuming said. Ling Wu asked, "Why is she going to the Dongli grassland?" "She wants to urge Dongli to speed up the pace of conquering Queen Haixian." Wu Yuming said, "In this world, only Yang Dingtian has successfully impregnated a demonic fox. And only Yang Dingtian is able to make the Naga race fall in love with him. In the past, no one knew why. However, after the battle between Yang Dingtian and I, an extremely small number of people saw the key." "What key?" Ling Wu asked. "The darkness profound flame is the key to making the Naga race fall in love with him." Wu Yuming said, Yang Dingtian possessed a higher-grade darkness profound flame. That was why he was able to defeat me in an instant. Queen Xianxia had indeed suspected that the darkness profound flame could make the Naga race fall in love with him. However, I have the darkness profound flame. Therefore, she had secretly met me before. However, she realized that I was unable to make her fall in love with him. Therefore, she and Dongli gave up on this route. Actually, this route is correct. The reason why I am unable to make Queen Xianxia fall in love with him is because I am not a complete man. You have also discovered this point by accident a few days ago. Ling Wu's face immediately turned red. She said gently, Big Brother Wu, no matter how you are in the eyes of others, you will always be in my heart. In my heart, you will always be the best man. Wu Yuming looked at Ling Wu with a gaze that was filled with gentleness and pity. He smiled slightly. Mudan also knows about this point? Then, does she know how to know about the darkness profound flame? Ling Wu asked. She definitely doesn't know about the details. Wu Yuming said, however, for a top expert, this kind of thing can be easily seen through. Yan Yan Shimen was once poisoned by the darkness crystal. Yang Dingtian saved her. As a result, he obtained the darkness profound flame. With a little speculation, one can come to a conclusion. Then, is Dongli also able to create the darkness profound flame and make Queen Xianxia fall in love with him? Ling Wu asked. Perhaps. Wu Yuming said. Then what should we do? Wouldn't Queen Xianxia be in danger and fall into Dongli's demonic clutches? Ling Wu said. Wu Yuming said, perhaps, Dongli would fall into Xianxia's demonic clutches. Xianxia has always wanted to obtain a man who can make her fall in love with him. However, Yang Dingtian is too dangerous and too hard to control. Therefore, she has never officially made a move. Furthermore, she wanted to borrow my hand to get rid of Yang Dingtian the last time. Ling Wu said, then do we need to inform Yang Dingtian immediately? Wu Yuming said, you decide. If you want to inform him, then go ahead and inform him. As for me, I don't have this motivation. Although I won't kill him and avoid him, I also don't have this motivation to help him. Because I don't care if Xianxia has an illicit relationship with Dongli and gives birth to a descendant. Ling Wu was stunned for a moment. She was thinking in her heart whether she should inform Yang Dingtian about this matter. Note, second update. Requesting for support. At this moment, the central capital was extremely busy. Yang Dingtian should have left the Cloud Heaven City and returned to the central capital, but before Yao Rao's matter was settled, he couldn't leave. Therefore, this was the longest time that Yang Dingtian had ever spent with his family. Finally, his eldest son, Yang Li, was more or less close to his father. Yang Li was already over 3 years old and was considered a big child. His personality and Du Gufengwu's personality were becoming more and more obvious. He was very domineering, but also very magnanimous. Yang Yi was almost 1.5 years old, but he didn't look much younger than Yang Li. Furthermore, he was astonishingly beautiful. He didn't speak much, but his enunciation was very clear. When he answered questions, he was very accurate. Sometimes, his answers even shocked Yang Dingtian. According to Yao Rao, Yang Yi had never formally learned how to speak. When the adult spoke, he would listen at the side and then open his mouth to learn. When he could speak correctly, he would then speak. Although Yang Qin was slightly older than him, she still couldn't speak fluently. She spoke in a childish voice. Only Daddy, Mommy, Grandma, and Big Brother could speak more clearly. Because she was the only girl among the babies, she received the most doting. Yang Dingtian also liked this baby very much. It looked like a doll and was soft and chubby when he held it in his hands. It was unexpectedly well-behaved and rarely cried. It was born with a natural fondness for smiling. Even when it wasn't smiling, its eyes and mouth would curve as if it was smiling. Therefore, although Yang Dingtian spent most of his time with the babies, he was basically holding Yang Qin in his hands. When he was telling stories, Yang Dingtian widened his eyes and looked at him with admiration. Moreover, he would ask questions from time to time. This child seemed to be very eager to get Yang Dingtian's attention and affirmation. As for him, Yang Dingtian didn't hesitate to praise him. Yang Li, on the other hand, was moving around and twisting around, pretending not to listen carefully. In fact, he heard every word clearly. In short, this child was very rebellious. As for Yang Yi, he was the most serious child. He sat on the ground and sat very straight. He listened quietly and even thought. However, he was only a little over a year old. As for baby Yang Qin, she couldn't understand what her father was saying at all. She just lay in her father's arms and stared at her father's mouth that kept opening and closing. She found it very amusing. Then, when others laughed, she also laughed. His eldest daughter, Yang Ning-er, was almost 9 years old and no longer listened to stories. She had already requested to spend some time alone with Yang Dingtian. First, she would practice her swordsmanship in front of Yang Dingtian so that he could give her pointers. After the exchange of martial arts, she would also exchange her views on current affairs with Yang Dingtian. In short, she wanted to prove to Yang Dingtian that she had grown up. Last night, Yang Dingtian finally told Yan Yan, Ning Ro-er, and Mu Liani that they should take this opportunity to have a few more babies in the valley. Ning Ro-er and Mu Liani were both very happy. As for Yan Yan, she said that Yang Li was still too young and still needed her mother's love. Yang Dingtian said that Yang Li's rebellious heart was very strong now. She was too dependent on Shimin Yan Yan and wanted to monopolize her. Furthermore, as she grew older, her possessiveness towards Yang Dingtian was also very strong. These days, although she deliberately acted impatient in front of Yang Dingtian, she had never left his side. Furthermore, she tried her best to show off and even pretended to be casual. Therefore, she had to learn how to share, especially maternal love. Therefore, it was time for Yan Yan to give birth to a baby. Then, with joy and longing, Yan Yan worked hard to give birth to a little life in her stomach. At noon, a familiar voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's ears. It was the annoying racist voice. Yang Dingtian, come to the poison strait in the north to meet me. I can't smell you humans. Yang Dingtian was still carrying Yang Qin. After telling the story, he handed the children to his master's wife and wife. Then, he flew to the poison strait in the north of Cloud Sky City alone. Don't get too close to me. Just talk like this. Yao Li immediately reached out to stop Yang Dingtian from getting closer. At this moment, the two of them were more than 100 meters apart. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but frown. She was really a hopeless racist. If you have something to say it quickly, Yang Dingtian said unhappily. You can leave that child behind immediately, but Yarao must come with me. Yao Li said, this is my biggest concession. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yang Dingtian said, I'm very curious. What are you planning to do with Yarao back to Little Western Paradise? Yao Li said, of course it's to get married and be together forever to give birth to the purest silver fox offspring. Yang Dingtian said, don't you hate humans? Yarao and I had the most intimate relationship. Her body had the smell of me, a human. Why don't you mind? Yao Li's body suddenly twitched. She said coldly, Yang Dingtian monkey, this is the second time you want to throw shit at me. If it happens again, I will be very sorry to you. Don't threaten me. Just answer the question, Yang Dingtian said. Yao Li clenched her fists and said, then let me ask you a question too. Do you love your wife? I love her very much, Yang Dingtian said. Then, if you didn't protect her well and caused her to be defiled by a beast, would you despise your wife? Yao Li sneered. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, although I hate your description and analogy, I understand what you mean. I also admire your infatuation and breadth of mind. However, you are mistaken about one thing. Yarao is my woman and my legal wife. We are very much in love. Wrong. Yao Li said sternly, she has been in your human country for too long and has been corrupted by you. That's why she is lost. As soon as she returns to the Little Western Paradise, she will immediately wake up. She will look down on this relationship and want nothing more than to wash away every mark you have left on her. Yang Dingtian's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that other than your pride and magnanimity, you have no intelligence. The third time, Yang Dingtian monkey, you threw shit at me for the third time. You have used up all 3 chances, Yao Li said coldly. Yao Li said coldly, if there's a next time, I'll stomp you to death like an ant. The nobility of the silver dragon bloodline cannot be violated. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to say that she was just a bastard and that it had happened for the fourth time. However, he remembered that Yang Yi baby was also a hybrid between him and Yao Li. How could he bear to say that? Thus, he shut his mouth and didn't say anything. 7 days. Yang Dingtian, you have 7 days to choose, Yao Li said coldly. You can either agree to my request and leave your child behind. I will take Yarao away and help you defeat the so-called evil ways. Otherwise, I will forcefully take Yarao and your child away. You will get nothing. If you dare to stop me, I will kill you. After saying that, Yao Li disappeared into thin air. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and began to think about how to deal with this sick racist. When Yang Dingtian returned to Cloud Sky City, the Jiao Liao was extremely anxious because she didn't know where Yang Dingtian had gone. Furthermore, she had received an extremely urgent report a few hours ago. Sect Master, this is the report we received 8 hours ago. Someone stopped our patrolling winged cavalry and passed it to you. However, we don't know where you went, the Jiao Liao said. Yang Dingtian took it immediately. It was a piece of snow-white silk. The words on it were faint blue and were written with mystical chi flames. Mu Dan went to the Dongli grassland to help Dongli obtain the darkness mystical flame in order to achieve his goal of conquering the Snake Queen. Quickly go and stop her. The handwriting was very beautiful and delicate. As for the signature, there was only one word, Wu, it was Ling Wu. This report was given by Ling Wu. Almost instinctively, Yang Dingtian didn't have any doubts about this report. What about the patrolling winged cavalry who received the report? Have you seen it? Yang Dingtian asked. He didn't open it. However, according to the regulations, he was already in the secret pavilion. After receiving the report, he took the initiative to distance himself from all the other patrolling winged cavalry and didn't have any contact. Therefore, this report only passed through him and me, the Jiao Liao said. Yang Dingtian said, follow Madame Shimen to the secret pavilion and wait for the spiritual master to wash away this memory. Including that patrolling winged cavalry, wash away this memory together. Yes. The Jiao Liao said. Then, she quickly locked all the mystic meridians in her body so that she couldn't speak or write. Madame Shimen came in, carried her and walked toward the secret pavilion. Actually, Lingwu couldn't have used such a direct method to transmit this level of information. This involved the top secret of how to conquer the snake race. However, she wasn't Yang Dingtian's subordinate after all. It was already very hard for her to pass this information to Yang Dingtian. It seemed that her second-grade evil spirit had undergone a transformation after being activated, which made her somewhat afraid to meet Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian shook lightly and this piece of silk instantly turned into ashes. This piece of information was too important. Yang Dingtian knew very well why he could make the snake race and Yarao go into estrus. It was the darkness mystical flame. Because when Yan Yan had the darkness crystallization in her body and met Yarao for the first time, Yarao was already restless. Even though it hadn't reached the stage of estrus, it was still very budding. From then on, Yang Dingtian knew that the thing that made the snake race and demon fox race go into estrus was the energy of the black hole and the darkness mystical flame. Wu Yuming wasn't a complete man, so she couldn't make the snake race go into estrus. However, not only was Dongli a complete man, he was also a pervert. Once he possessed the darkness mystical flame, he could make Queen Hai Xian go into estrus anytime. Then, he could possibly rule the entire snake race. The consequences would be unimaginable. In that case, could Dongli create the darkness mystical flame? The darkness mystical flame was very mysterious. However, once the theory was pointed out, it wouldn't be difficult. Yang Dingtian could create the darkness mystical flame. Wu Yuming could also create the darkness mystical flame. Naturally, Dongli could also create it. As long as the energy of the mystical flame and the darkness crystal reached a balance, the darkness mystical flame would be born when both parties perished together and couldn't devour each other. Of course, the darkness mystical flame created by Dongli might be very weak. It was far from being comparable to Wu Yuming's and Yang Dingtian's. However, so what? This thing wasn't used for battle. It was used to make the snake race go into estrus. Just a little of it would do. He had to stop it. Furthermore, he had to stop it immediately. Once Dongli conquered Queen Xianxia and the snake race, the consequences would be unimaginable. In order to stop Dongli, Yang Dingtian had to resort to unscrupulous means. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to betray himself and seduce Queen Xianxia. He wanted to impregnate Xianxia before Dongli did. After making the decision, Yang Dingtian didn't even have the time to gather Dongfang Minmi or Dishibian to go with him. There was no time at all. He had to deal with Queen Xianxia before Dongli did. Before leaving, Yang Dingtian met with Yao Rao again. He told her that he had something very important to do and he had to leave. However, he would be back in 3 to 5 days at most. Yao Rao only said one sentence. "Don't worry, my husband. If Yao Li wants to take me away, I'll have to die. Moreover, you don't have to worry about Yao Li. I have confidence in dealing with Yao Li." Yang Dingtian nodded and kissed her deeply on the lips. Then, he rode on the demon vulture king and flew towards the Dongli grassland at his fastest speed. He had made the decision. In terms of martial strength, he wasn't Dongli's opponent. Therefore, he had to go all the way. He had to take down Xianxia and cook her thoroughly first. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I will continue to write the second update. The best work vote is free. Brothers, you can vote for too. He couldn't let Dongli succeed. He couldn't let him get Queen Xianxia. Yang Dingtian had to make the first move and cut off all of Dongli's escape routes. It wouldn't take too long to deal with Queen Xianxia. If necessary, it wouldn't take more than a few days to deal with the 4 commanders and 16 generals of the Naga tribe. That's right, Yang Dingtian really had such a plan. There was a saying, I'm not a casual person. I'm not a person when I'm casual. There were 4 commanders and 16 generals of the Naga Empire. Although there were less than 10 great masters and 1 half-saint now, their potential was too great. It could be said that these 20 to 30 high-level Naga tribe members could all break through to the half-saint level in the future. So for this trip, it wasn't enough to deal with Queen Xianxia alone. If he wanted to conquer, he had to conquer all the high-level Naga tribe members. Again, he was not a person when he was casual. In short, not a single high-level Naga tribe member could be left for Dongli. Although after Xianxia got pregnant, the first person she would kill would probably be Yang Dingtian, the situation was urgent and there was no other way. There were still 7 days before the deadline given by Yaoli. Even if Yang Dingtian conquered all the high-level Naga tribe members, he would only have 3 or 4 days at most. It was enough for him to return to Cloud Sky City. Cloud Sky City was almost 20,000 miles away from the Naga Empire. With the speed of Demon Vulture King Aja, it would only take 10 hours. Aja flew thousands of meters in the air and whizzed past. On the sea between the northwest continent and the Dongli grassland, there were ships passing by occasionally. Moreover, they were medium to large ships. In the past, there was almost no contact between the human countries and the Dongli grassland. But now, there were so many ships heading to the Naga Empire. Yang Dingtian knew who these people were. They were all defeated leaders of Xianxia state who were unwilling to accept the rule of the Yang Dingtian Council of Light, so they went into exile in the Snakemen Empire. It was easy for Yang Dingtian's fleet to stop them, but Yang Dingtian just wanted to test whether anyone dared to shelter these Xianxia state leaders. At that time, most of the Central Continent's leaders were exiled from Sky Demon City, and very few of them went to the Snakemen Empire. However, Sky Demon City did not dare to offend Yang Dingtian at this time. Not only did they refuse the Central Continent leaders' request for refuge, they even sent people to escort these exiled leaders back to the Council of Light's sphere of influence. Left with no choice, these Central Continent leaders could only flee to the Snakemen Empire. Yang Dingtian wanted to see if the Snake People Empire would take in these Central Continent leaders. In the end, Queen Xianxia really took them in. Thus, the leaders of Central Continent continuously went to the Snakemen Empire. Queen Xianxia's heart was strange and unpredictable. It was really hard to understand. 8 hours later, Yang Dingtian flew to the sky above the Dongli grassland. At this time, it had been a full year and a half since Yang Dingtian left the Dongli grassland. And in this year and a half, the Dongli grassland had completely changed. When he first entered the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian felt everything very clearly. The most magnificent and most powerful defense line in history stood in front of him. The huge city wall was dozens of meters high, like a giant dragon, and he could not see the end of it. Yang Dingtian knew how long the city wall was. It surrounded the entire Dongli grassland. Every few miles was an incomparably sturdy castle. And the sea outside the city wall was densely packed with all kinds of warships. These were the fleets of the Snakemen Empire. Every place on the city wall was a fully armed half-human race army. In the air, the dense patrolling winged cavalry crisscrossed. The half-human race army, especially the several major combat tribes, was far more powerful than the human army. The entire Snakemen Empire had hundreds of millions of troops. Therefore, in terms of military power, the Snakemen Empire was far more powerful than the Council of Light. Of course, the Council of Light's armed forces were far more powerful than the Snakemen Empire. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Yang Dingtian directly let the demon vulture King Azu fly to an altitude of 20,000 meters and directly whistled in the night. Therefore, the extremely strict air patrol of the Snakemen Empire did not find any trace of Yang Dingtian at all. After an hour and a half, Yang Dingtian came to the sky above the capital of the Snakemen Empire. The capital of the Snakemen Empire was completely different from when Yang Dingtian left. This was a city almost larger than Zhongjing. Incomparably magnificent buildings stood in every corner of the capital. The architectural style here was completely different from that of the human countries. All of them were made of stone and filled with the mysterious aura of an underwater empire. In the center of the capital, there was an incomparably huge pyramid. The pyramid was thousands of meters high, like a huge mountain, standing in the center of the Snakemen Empire. This pyramid did not exist a year and a half ago. Yang Dingtian could not imagine how such an amazing pyramid could be built in just a year and a half. The tallest pyramid of the Egyptians was only 100 meters high, and it took an unknown number of years. The pyramid of the Snakemen Empire was thousands of meters high, and it only took a year and a half. Of course, the national strength of the Snakemen Empire was not just 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times more than ancient Egypt. At the top of the pyramid was an incomparably beautiful statue. This was Queen Xianxia, half human and half snake, coiled at the top of the pyramid. This statue was lifelike, beautiful, and enchanting to the extreme. She was high on the pyramid, overlooking all living beings. Almost as soon as he entered the range of the pyramid, Yang Dingtian was discovered, even at an altitude of 20,000 meters. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Four beautiful women with snake tails and human faces, like meteors, rushed up to 20,000 meters in the air. Then, they used their powerful Xianxia to instantly lock on to Yang Dingtian. Of course, at this time, they could no longer lock on to Yang Dingtian, it was just that he did not resist. These four female Snakemen generals were very unfamiliar. But, they were all great grandmasters. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the Imperial Golden Palace? The leader of the Snakemen generals said coldly. The leader of the Tiando League in the human countries, Yang Dingtian said, of course, I also have another identity, which is the husband of your Princess Huanyu. Princess Huanyu? The leader of the Snakemen generals said disdainfully, even if you are the husband of Princess Huanyu, trespassing into the Imperial Golden Palace is a crime punishable by death. We will send your head back to the human countries. Her words showed that she did not put the Tiando League and the Council of Light in her eyes at all. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed, and he said, it's better if you go and report. Don't forget. I once fought side by side with your Queen Xianxia. I contributed the most to your queen's ascension. Attack. The four female Snakemen generals suddenly stabbed their swords. Boom. The energy in Yang Dingtian's body, mixed with the Xian flame, burned fiercely. Then, this energy and flame rushed toward the four female Snakemen generals. What was Yang Dingtian trying to do? Of course, he wanted to make the female Snakemen generals transform. Although the four of them together were not his match, it would save him a lot of trouble if they did not have to fight. Moreover, conquering the Snakemen race would start with these four female Snakemen generals. However, What puzzled Yang Dingtian was that the 4 female snakemen generals did not have any reaction to Yang Dingtian's flame. Not to mention that they did not transform into human form, they did not become aroused. Even their hostility did not decrease at all. This should not be. What was going on? Why did the 4 female snakemen generals not transform into human form? Moreover, Yang Dingtian had seen the 4 great commanders and the 16 great generals. You dare to attack? You are courting death. The female snakeman general's beautiful face flicked out her tongue, and her expression became ferocious. Then, she suddenly turned into a stream of light and stabbed her sharp sword toward Yang Dingtian. It seemed that he had no choice but to fight. Yang Dingtian did not unsheath his sword. He smashed it against the female snakeman general's sword and shook it. Instantly, the female snakeman general's sword turned red, and then turned into bloody black gold liquid and dripped down. The female snakemen generals were shocked. She did not expect to meet such an expert like Yang Dingtian. Hiss. Then, her snake tongue flicked out, emitting a special sound wave that humans could not hear. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In an instant, more than a dozen snakemen experts shot into the air like meteors. Among them, 4 or 5 were martial grandmasters, and the remaining half were advanced martial grandmasters. However, there was still not a single familiar face among them. What was going on? How was this possible? How did so many experts appear in the snakemen tribe? It had only been a year and a half. Even if it was accelerated, there was no way to produce so many martial grandmasters at once. What exactly did Queen Xianxia do to these snakemen tribe? At this moment, Yang Dingtian was surrounded by 8 or 9 martial grandmasters. The leader of the group was wearing a purple mask and had reached the level of a 9-star martial grandmaster. However, from his eyes, Yang Dingtian seemed to have seen him before. He should have been one of the snakemen tribe's higher-ups, if not one of the 4 great commanders, then one of the 16 great generals. Although he was powerful now and was already a 6-star martial grandmaster, it was still impossible for him to defeat 8 or 9 martial grandmasters. Are you Yang Dingtian? The leader of the 9-star martial grandmasters asked. Are you Viper Z? Yang Dingtian asked, have you searched my body before? Yang Dingtian remembered that when Yang Dingtian went to see Queen Poisa, Viper Z was the one who searched his body. At that time, she was considered Queen Poisa's personal guard, one of the 16 great generals. However, at that time, she had not broken through to the martial grandmaster level, but was just about to break through. Now, she was a 9-star martial grandmaster. How did she do it? And most importantly, she had once fallen in love with Yang Dingtian. Once the snakemen fell in love, they would never be able to erase it. At this moment, she looked at Yang Dingtian with a very cold and emotionless gaze. Why did you see the queen? Viper Z asked. Important. Yang Dingtian said. Viper Z looked at him deeply and said, wait a moment, I'll go and report. Whoosh. Then, she instantly turned into a stream of light and shot into the pyramid. After a short while, Viper Z returned. The queen is waiting for you. Please follow me. After that, she turned into a stream of light and flew toward the pyramid's main hall. Yang Dingtian immediately followed. Then, he prayed in his heart, hoping that it was not too late. He hoped that Dongli had not succeeded. He hoped that Dongli had not obtained Queen Xianxia. At the top of the pyramid, in the most dazzling palace, Yang Dingtian saw the peerless beauty, the devastatingly beautiful Queen Xianxia. She seemed to be even more beautiful than the last time Yang Dingtian saw her. She was the kind of beauty that would make you feel ashamed at first glance. She was the kind of beauty that could almost blind you. In terms of pure beauty and special temperament, she had already caught up with Queen Poisa. And her cultivation was much stronger than a year and a half ago. At least, Yang Dingtian could feel an unfathomable aura. Even in front of Wu Yu and Wolingzi, Yang Dingtian could not feel such a terrifying and deep energy. The snake men were indeed the snake men. He did not know what methods she used to make herself so strong, but also those unfamiliar female snake men generals. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and bowed. Yang Dingtian greets mother-in-law. No, you don't have to pretend. Queen Xianxia said, I believe you already know that your mother-in-law should be Queen Poisa. Dugu Shuang Dugu Fengwu's mother, and also my good elder sister, Queen Poisa. I am the one who conspired to usurp the throne. You were deceived by me and killed Queen Poisa. Yang Dingtian trembled violently. Of course, his shock was not because of the content of these words. It was because Xianxia had completely torn off the face of the saintess. It was obvious that she had nothing to fear. After being the empire's queen for a year and a half, her heart and willpower had become incomparably strong. She was no longer like before, when she was secretly hiding things from Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian greets Her Majesty the Queen. Yang Dingtian changed the way he addressed her. I believe you have seen it for yourself. I have finished what my elder sister did not finish. In fact, I have done it better than her. Queen Xianxia said slowly, in the near future, the Snakeman Empire will become the strongest empire in the entire primal chaos world. In the near future, the human kingdoms will also crawl under the feet of the Snakeman Empire. Power was indeed a poison, an incomparably terrifying poison. In just a year and a half as queen, Xianxia had completely torn off all her hypocrisy and became so naked. Speak, why are you looking for me? Queen Xianxia said. Yang Dingtian said, Queen, to ask for help? Against who? Xianxia asked. Little Western Paradise, the young lord of one of the demon fox tribes, Yaoli, Yang Dingtian said. What is it? What is his cultivation level? Xianxia asked. My wife, Yao Rao, is a black-tailed demon fox from Little Western Paradise. She was once Yaoli's fiancée. He wants to take her away by force. Yang Dingtian said, and this Yaoli, I am no match for him. Half-saint? Xianxia asked. I don't know, he should be more than 1,000 years old. Yang Dingtian said, in short, I gathered all the experts of the Council of Light, but they were no match for him. Xianxia said, you want me to help you get rid of him? Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Xianxia said, what price are you willing to pay? It's very simple, you will see soon. Yang Dingtian, who was originally respectful, suddenly said domineeringly. Then, he rushed over and pushed Queen Xianxia down. Queen Xianxia was caught off guard and was instantly brought to the ground by Yang Dingtian. Note, the double monthly votes are here. How many of them are there? Xianxia was furious at first. No one had ever dared to be so impudent to the so-called Supreme Queen, but when she smelled the unique energy in Yang Dingtian's rough and violent aura, her heart swayed and she was instantly mesmerized. Yang Dingtian kissed her little mouth fiercely. Although Queen Xianxia was devastatingly beautiful, Yang Dingtian was not that anxious. But at this time, he wanted to catch her off guard and settle the situation in the shortest time possible. Xianxia did not expect Yang Dingtian's sudden action at all. And she could not reject the unique energy in Yang Dingtian's body, so she instantly fell into a daze. If they were husband and wife, Yang Dingtian would definitely take it step by step. But now, it could be said that they were in a war. The most important thing was to take her down as soon as possible. Yang Dingtian made a prompt decision to take down Queen Xianxia. Suddenly, Queen Xianxia's eyes flashed with a painful light, then she suddenly struck out with her palm. Pfft! Yang Dingtian's body flew out like a straw and smashed into the golden wall, spitting out blood. Queen Xianxia sat up from the bed, panting, and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Of course, Yang Dingtian's blood was from the internal injury caused by the palm. And Queen Xianxia's blood was from Yang Dingtian biting her tongue and the corner of her mouth. Yang Dingtian, I purposely seduced you that day and flirted with you, but you looked at me with disgust. Why are you so impatient today? Xianxia picked up a bottle of clear water and poured it into her mouth, trying to cool herself down. Queen Xianxia did not hide her sarcastic tone in her words. Yang Dingtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, Isn't it because I have something to ask of your majesty? Yang Dingtian's reply also felt a little shameless. No, of course not, Xianxia sneered, you hate me in your heart, but you don't want me to fall into Dongli's hands. Because the secret of you making the Naga race and the demonic fox race go into heat has already been exposed, and that is the darkness profound flame. As for Dongli, he was creating the darkness profound flame. Once he succeeds, he will be able to make me fall in love and impregnate me. That way, he would become the husband of the queen and obtain the incomparably powerful strength of the Naga Empire. That's why you couldn't wait to rush to the Naga Empire to forcefully cook rice, right? Yang Dingtian did not speak, nor did he refute. Your so-called request to kill Yaoli for you is also a lie, Xianxia said. The Little Western Paradise is a world created by the fallen silver dragon. How powerful is it? If I kill Yaoli, countless silver dragon bloodline warriors will become enemies with the Snake Men Empire. You clearly know that I won't agree, and you definitely won't ask me to help kill Yaoli. You only rely on yourself for everything, and you didn't even ask me to help you deal with Wulingzi, so why would you ask me about Yaoli? Your Majesty is indeed unparalleled in intelligence. Yang Dingtian stood up and walked in front of Xianxia, stared at her impudently, and said, Then Your Majesty, how are you going to deal with me? Wait, we will wait together. Xianxia said, when Dongli succeeds in creating the darkness profound flame, and when he can make me give birth to a demigod descendant, you can die. How ruthless of you. Yang Dingtian pinched Xianxia's neck, bit it, and then merged his blood into her wound. That's right, he definitely wouldn't give up. He still wanted to think of a way to let his blood enter her body, and make Queen Xianxia enter an even more intense state of passion and lose her mind. Xianxia's heart trembled, and she almost lost her mind. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's unique aura merged into her blood. Queen Xianxia almost couldn't resist. Bang! She suddenly slapped out, and directly sent Yang Dingtian flying, spitting out blood. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's profound veins felt as if they were about to be torn apart inch by inch. His internal injuries had become even more serious. Xianxia's attacks were indeed ruthless. Yang Dingtian, you can play with me, but it won't be good if you make such big movements and bite me until I bleed. Xianxia sneered. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, You'd rather let that bastard Dongli take advantage of you than let me take advantage of you, right? Of course. Xianxia smiled and said, A queen can only have a gigolo, and not a husband. You, Yang Dingtian, don't have any greed, and are too selfless. I can't control you, and you can't become my gigolo. But Dongli is different. Not to mention being a gigolo. Even if he were to be a dog, he would be willing. Your Majesty, don't forget, Dongli belongs to the evil ways, and is one of the adopted sons of the demon king Wendian. How could he be so easily controlled by you? Yang Dingtian smiled and said, I want to cooperate with the evil ways. Dongli and I can be used as a bridge for cooperation. Queen Xianxia giggled and said, You should know that I've taken in many leaders of the central continent, and they are all officials in my empire. I promised them that when my Snake People Empire completely destroys the human countries in the future, they will rule the entire human race in my place. They are wild with joy, and can't wait to kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes. But how noble am I? How can I let these lowly humans lick the soles of my shoes? Yang Dingtian's smile gradually disappeared and said, But if I die, the human countries will be in a state of disunity. At that time, the World Extermination War won't happen. If the World Extermination War won't happen, it will go against the Demon King Wendian's will. What does that have to do with me? Queen Xianxia said indifferently, I want to cooperate with them, but it doesn't mean that I have to obey their interests. What I want is the human countries, and a tool that can help me conceive. That's all. Then, Queen Xianxia gently bent down and laid down on her side. Yang Dingtian, in the ancient times, the Naga Empire wiped out tens of billions of underwater life forms, ruled the entire underwater world, and established the most powerful empire in history. Xianxia giggled and said, Now, it's my turn to establish the most powerful empire in history. The lands that have already been discovered, and the lands that have yet to be discovered. From the eastern cloud state to the far west continent, from the North Pole to the Snow tribe in the South Pole, all of them will become the territory of my Naga Empire. Do you think that you, a mere Yang Dingtian, can compare to my ambition? Yang Dingtian said, It seems that power is really an incomparable poison. A year and a half ago, just usurping the Naga Empire was enough to make you extremely satisfied. But now, the entire primal chaos world seems to be unable to satisfy your appetite. The empire is as big as your heart. And the more power you have, the more your heart is. Queen Xianxia hooked her finger and said, Dongli is about to succeed. You don't have much time left to live. During this time, you should enjoy your last moments. Xianxia, where's Huangyu? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. She fell out with me. Xianxia said indifferently, she ran off to do something she shouldn't do. She's challenging my bottom line. What about Viper Mo and the others? Yang Dingtian asked. They were purged, but I couldn't bear to kill them. Xianxia said. What about Day by Day Bella and the elites of the resistance? Yang Dingtian asked. They were exiled. Xianxia said, my tolerance for them is already very high, but they still crossed my bottom line. Why can't those female Naga generals fall in love? Yang Dingtian asked. Because I removed something from their bodies and removed it. Xianxia said indifferently, so, they will never fall in love again. Yang Dingtian's eyebrows suddenly twitched. Queen Xianxia wanted to rule the entire world. Only she alone would be allowed to give birth to the demigod tribe. Then, why did Viper Z and those female Naga generals suddenly become so strong? Yang Dingtian asked. Xianxia smiled and said, of course there's a reason, but it's not convenient to tell you. After all, we Nagas are different from you humans. Yang Dingtian looked at the dome of the palace and said, I once thought that you would change like this, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. You're too naive, Yang Dingtian. Queen Seaheart said indifferently, not everyone is as stupid as you. Not everyone is as disdainful as you. You really want to kill me? Yang Dingtian asked. Queen Xianxia said, yes, your growth is too terrifying. If I give you a few more years, you might be even stronger than me. At that time, the one dead will be me. My dream of the Naga Empire will be completely shattered. So, I won't let you live. Then what if Dongli doesn't succeed in creating the darkness profound flame? Yang Dingtian asked. Xianxia said, how can it not succeed? Isn't it just to balance the energy of the darkness profound flame burning the darkness crystal, and let the two perish together to give birth to the flame? If Dongli doesn't succeed in such a simple matter, then he can die. Then, she took out an incomparably gorgeous golden dagger and handed it to Yang Dingtian. Look at this dagger, I made it especially for you. Yang Dingtian took it and looked. It was really made especially for Yang Dingtian, because there was a sculpture of Yang Dingtian on the hilt. Originally, it was a gift for you. Now that you are no longer irreplaceable, I might as well use it to send you on your way. Xianxia opened her jade-like hand gently and the golden dagger was instantly sucked into her palm. Then, she slowly placed it on Yang Dingtian's neck and said gently, as long as Dongli succeeds, I will use this dagger to cut off your head and use the golden sculpture to create your body. I will make you a complete person and place you in my palace to accompany me at all times. At this moment, Dongli, who was thousands of miles away, had reached the most crucial moment. The darkness crystal used to create the darkness profound flame could not be too big, or else there would not be a profound flame of such a level. However, he did not dare to use too small of a darkness crystal. He was afraid that the darkness profound flame would not be enough to make Queen Xianxia go into heat. However, the darkness crystal was so precious that it was impossible to have a large stockpile, let alone a large or small one. Therefore, Queen Xianxia and Dongli mobilized hundreds of thousands of people to transport the seawater down from the Red Sea. Then, they mobilized hundreds of experts and hundreds of warlocks to extract the darkness crystal from the seawater. Hundreds of thousands of people worked for a day and a night. They extracted an extremely small darkness crystal. It was much, much smaller than the one that Yang Dingtian had swallowed. It was about 100 times smaller than the one in Yinyan's body. This was the most suitable level of energy that he had calculated. Once he succeeded, it would mean that the darkness profound flame that Dongli had produced was about 100 times smaller than the one that Yang Dingtian had when it was born. This darkness crystal floated in front of him. Whoosh! Dongli suddenly summoned the profound flame and started to burn this thing. At the beginning, he carefully used less than 1,000th of the energy. The darkness crystal crazily swallowed the energy of the profound flame. Therefore, Dongli quickly increased the energy of the profound flame. The darkness crystal continued to swallow crazily. Dongli kept injecting profound chi into it. The energy of the profound flame became stronger and stronger. Finally, 15 minutes later, the energy of the profound flame and the darkness crystal reached a balance. As long as both parties perished together, the darkness profound flame would be born. Whether it was a success or a failure, it was now. Note, second update. Please support me. Thank you, everyone. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. For mobile users, please read it at Qidin.com. Finally, the dark crystal stopped devouring the mystic flame's energy, and gradually changed color. Dongli almost held his breath, because an incomparably powerful Snakeman Empire was waving at him. The color of the dark crystal gradually changed from the black hole-like darkness to black. That's right, it only revealed its normal black color at this moment. The mystic flame continued to burn, and Dongli kept injecting mystic Qi energy into the mystic flame. The dark crystal continued to change, from black to black-red. Then, it turned red again. Dongli did not know how Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming reacted when they obtained the dark mystic flame. But at this moment, it was as if he had opened a secret door, and this door led to another world, the most mysterious and mysterious world. He almost felt suffocated, and was incomparably excited. The color of the dark crystal became redder and redder. Dongli was about to succeed, he was about to succeed. Finally, the dark crystal was red to the extreme, and was exactly the same color as the mystic flame. It was as if it was about to shatter and turn into ashes. Then, the dark crystal suddenly became very unstable, as if it was desperately struggling and bursting. Bang, the dark crystal, which had been heated to an extreme red, suddenly exploded. Then, a half-foot black hole suddenly appeared on Dongli's palm. As if he had seen the birth of history, Dongli's entire body was trembling. This scene was really too mysterious, too mysterious. Then, the black hole crazily devoured the energy in Dongli's body, and the mystic flame. Take it, take everything. Dongli was agitated, and his voice was shrill. The black hole kept devouring. It crazily devoured the mystic flame in Dongli's body, and then everything gradually became quiet. The black hole suddenly began to condense, and condense. It became a dark crystal again, but this dark crystal seemed to be much bigger than the previous one, and its color seemed to be more dazzling. Dongli was stunned. Why did it change back? Bang. But at this time, this brand new darkness crystal suddenly cracked open, and a black flame came out of the crack, floating in the air. It was an extremely dark flame, but also an extremely beautiful flame. Dongli looked at the flame, his whole body trembling violently, and his hair stood on end. He did it, this darkness profound flame was 100 times bigger than the one that Yang Dingtian had created back then. He had successfully created the darkness profound flame, even though he was the third person in this world. However, this meant that he would have Queen Xianxia and the incomparably powerful Naga Empire. How many years has it been? Dongli had been wandering in this grassland for many years for this goal. Now, he had finally succeeded. Wu Yuming should have taken control of the entire Tiando League, but he failed. What Dongli wanted to control was the even more powerful Naga Empire, and he succeeded. The entire East Parting grassland would be his. The entire Snakeman Empire would be his. The peerless beauty, the devastatingly beautiful Queen Xianxia, belonged to him from now on. Dongli held the darkness profound flame with both hands, resisting the urge to cry. Looking at her, he felt his eyes heating up. What a beautiful darkness profound flame, no wonder it could make the Naga clan go into heat, and no wonder it could make the Skyfox clan go into heat. Dongli gently took back the darkness profound flame, and was about to swallow it into his qi. However, at this time, the darkness profound flame suddenly emitted an abnormal light, blue for a while, green for a while, red for a while, and then gray for a while. This newly born darkness profound flame suddenly became extremely unstable, and there seemed to be a lot of impurities that kept pouring out. Then, bang, the entire darkness profound flame suddenly exploded, and then completely turned into ashes and disappeared in the air. Dongli was stunned, completely stunned. What was going on? What the hell is going on? The darkness profound flame had clearly been born. Why did it disappear? Where is it? Where is it? Dongli said in a trembling voice, and then desperately reached out his hand to feel in the air, trying to touch his darkness profound flame. My darkness profound flame, where is it? Where is it? Dongli shouted, and then rushed to Mudan, and said sternly, Is it you who swallowed my darkness profound flame? Is it you who stole my darkness profound flame? Dongli almost went crazy, completely crazy. Heaven was so close to him, and now it suddenly kicked him into hell. Why? Why? The darkness profound flame has already been extinguished. Princess Mudan said. Why? Impossible, impossible. Dongli said sternly. Mudan said, It should be your profound flame, not strong enough, not pure enough. Dongli said sternly, I have the earth profound flame, and the heaven profound flame, is it still not enough? Is it still not enough? Mudan said, Yes, it's still not enough. Yu Ming has the heaven and earth profound flame, the great raging flame, and Yang Ding Tian has the heaven and earth profound flame, the million spirits demonic flame. So, your profound flame's level is still not enough. Dongli shouted sternly, Heaven, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? After venting crazily for a full 15 minutes. Dongli calmed down, and said, Are there still those heaven and earth profound flames? Mudan said, There are two more, the second-ranked void-splitting flame, and the first-ranked chaos spirit flame. Dongli's eyes were burning, and his face was almost distorted. Where? Where are they? The void-splitting flame will bloom soon, at the end of the world, at the border of the void. Mudan said, and this profound flame has been targeted by the demonic Fox clan, and they are determined to get it. Dongli said, although this void-splitting flame is precious, the demonic Fox clan is so powerful, they won't need it too much. Mudan said, that's right, but the void-splitting flame's special attribute is to pass through space and jump through space. 200 years ago, because His Majesty the Demon King had this profound flame, he was able to avoid the end of being destroyed. The demonic Fox clan wants to use this void-splitting flame to jump into the ruins of the Naga Empire, and find the boundless treasures. Suddenly, Dongli's eyes shrank, and then he said coldly, I don't care what the demonic Fox clan thinks, but I must get this void-splitting flame. Mudan said lightly, originally, this profound flame was going to be given to Dongfang Bingling. But her soul is too restless, and this void-splitting flame is related to the real resurrection of His Majesty the Demon King, and it is very important. When swallowing the profound flame, it will cause an intense conflict of energy in the body, and it will easily give Dongfang Bingling a chance to take advantage of it. So, this profound flame can't be given to her, and giving it to you might be the real deal. Mudan and Dongfang Bingling obviously have the same body. But when talking about Bingling, he kept using the third person, as if it was another person. Then, Mudan said, let's go, although it's bad news. But we have to tell Queen Xianxia, now is not the time to anger her. Yang Dingtian looked at the empire's capital through the window of the main hall. It's only been a year and a half, I really don't dare to imagine how you built such a huge pyramid, and the world's biggest city. Yang Dingtian said. It's very simple, just use your life to pile it up. Queen Xianxia said. How many people died? Yang Dingtian asked. Tens of millions? I forgot. Queen Xianxia said carelessly, Yang Dingtian, do you know how good the demonic Fox clan is at giving birth? Also, do you know how cheap their lives are? They can live no matter how they raise them. Do you know how many children a demonic Fox clan gives birth to in a year? 3. That's right, 3. Because for example, the werewolf clan, leopard clan, eagleman clan, and so on, there are many in a nest. Yang Dingtian understood that the demonic Fox clan's womb was not just a little stronger than the humans. Also, the babies of the demonic Fox clan were much stronger. Do you know why there is a great war in the Dongli grassland every few decades? Because of the explosion in population, there is no way to raise so many demonic Fox clans. Therefore, it has to be destroyed every once in a while. Xianxia raised her hand and said, now, I built a defense line of tens of thousands of miles, cultivated the entire imperial capital, and built this pyramid. Countless demonic Fox clan died, equivalent to the number of people who died in more than 10 wars. Even so, do you know how many demonic Fox clans there are in the entire Dongli grassland? 290 million, you didn't hear wrong, 290 million, and they are still giving birth. Yang Dingtian also felt his scalp go numb. The total land of the entire Dongli grassland was probably less than the total land of the north, northwest and southwest continents. However, the farming skills of the demonic Fox clan were very ordinary. Queen Xianxia continued, therefore, the construction of the imperial capital, the defense line, and all the major cities have been completed. What should we do? We can only start a war, we can only fight. 30 million, 50 million, 80 million. I will continuously transport the demonic Fox clan army to the human countries. You can imagine the consequences when that time comes. Yang Dingtian's mouth twitched. 50 million, 80 million demonic Fox clan army, that was equivalent to another Legion of Doom. Moreover, this number was not strange at all because the demonic Fox clan was a soldier. Moreover, they did not need to bring rations with them when they fought. The only problem was how to transport this astronomical number of troops to the human countries. Xianxia said, actually, the demonic Fox clan has always been a huge threat to the human countries. However, these stupid tribes can never be united. They can never be unified. When they were at their most united, they were actually divided into a total of 19 factions. Now, they are all under my Snakeman Empire and have become one faction. Therefore, the good days of the humans are coming to an end. Queen Xianxia walked in front of Yang Dingtian and gently caressed his face. She said in a hoarse voice, baby, it is not important whether there is a Legion of Doom or not. The end of the human countries will come no matter what. Then, she pulled out a dagger and placed it on Yang Dingtian's neck. She said gently, my little lover, Dongli is outside the palace now and will come in soon. Therefore, your death has come. But this is also good. You won't have to see the tragic end of the human world, right? Then, Queen Xianxia gasped for breath and kissed Yang Dingtian. The golden dagger slowly sawed on Yang Dingtian's neck. Immediately, fresh blood gushed out. Die, die, die. Once you die, everything will be over, everything will be over. Xianxia kissed Yang Dingtian again and again. The golden dagger in her hand kept sawing. Blood instantly dyed Yang Dingtian's entire back red and dripped on the soft carpet. At this moment, Dongli suddenly rushed in. Seeing this extremely strange scene, his eyes were about to burst. Fury, jealousy, insanity, and the raging flames burned Dongli completely in an instant. He even ignored that Xianxia was about to cut off Yang Dingtian's head. He only saw that Yang Dingtian and Xianxia were kissing intimately. Dongli couldn't bear it anymore. He immediately rushed up like lightning and slammed his palm, wanting to smash Yang Dingtian into meat paste and crush Yang Dingtian's bones. This was his woman. Yang Dingtian dared to violate her like this. He wanted to tear Yang Dingtian into pieces. Tear him into pieces. Bang, however, before his palm could strike at Yang Dingtian's back, Yang Dingtian's figure suddenly changed. Queen Xianxia's jade-like hand suddenly slammed out. There was a loud noise. Dongli flew out directly. Then, Queen Xianxia said coldly, remember, this Yang Dingtian belongs to me, not you. You don't have the right to kill him. If anyone wants to kill him, it will be me. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty. He knelt on the ground. Xianxia laughed and said, Dongli, are you jealous? Dongli said, yes, Your Majesty. I'm crazy jealous. It's burning my rationality. No need to be jealous. Nothing really happened between me and Yang Dingtian. Queen Xianxia laughed and said, I can't let you kill him. I want to kill him with my own hands. However, I can let you see how he dies. Then, the dagger in Xianxia's hand slashed slowly towards Yang Dingtian's neck. She wanted to completely cut off Yang Dingtian's head. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, Your Majesty, you didn't even ask Dongli if he succeeded in creating the darkness mystic flame. You're too impatient. Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned cold and said, Dongli, did you succeed? Dongli trembled violently. Then, he pressed his forehead tightly to the ground and said in a trembling voice, I didn't succeed. I failed. Note, begging for votes, begging for support. Thank you, everyone. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidin.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Qidin.com to read. What? Queen Xianxia's face suddenly turned cold. She said angrily, how can it fail? Yang Dingtian succeeded. Wu Yuming succeeded. This is a theory that has been completely proven. This is an extremely simple matter. How can it fail? Dongli prostrated himself and said, because my mystic flame is not a heaven and earth mystic flame. It's not strong enough and not pure enough. Therefore, the darkness mystic flame that was born only existed for a moment before it disappeared. After hearing this, Xian immediately fell into silence. This reason was very sufficient. The darkness mystic flame was so powerful and its energy level was so high. Its requirements must be very strict. It was reasonable that an earth mystic flame or even a heaven mystic flame could not give birth to the darkness mystic flame. Queen Xian's hand suddenly stopped. She stopped cutting off Yang Dingtian's head. The golden dagger in her hand was really not an ordinary item. It was actually not stained with a single drop of blood. However, her jade-like hand was already dripping with blood. It was all Yang Dingtian's blood. Dongli's face was cold as he said, Your Majesty, actually Yang Dingtian can still be killed. Because the second mystic flame in the world, the void-splitting flame, is about to bloom. The entire Temple of Annihilation will support me in obtaining this heaven and earth mystic flame. At that time I will succeed. I will be able to nurture a mystic flame that is of a higher level than Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming. At that time I will be able to successfully make you pregnant. Queen Xian did not speak. She only looked at Yang Dingtian's slightly mocking face. At this moment, her entire back was dripping with blood. Even her jade-like hand was covered in Yang Dingtian's blood. The smell of blood and the special energy aura caused Queen Xian's mind to waver. The fire in the depths of her heart burned fiercely. It was almost impossible to suppress it. Queen Xian used all her willpower to suppress the fire in her heart and said coldly, Who knows if you will succeed? If you fail, Yang Dingtian will be my only hope to give birth to a demigod. If I kill him, won't I destroy the Naga Empire's hope of unifying the world in the future? After that, Queen Xian abruptly locked all the profound veins in Yang Dingtian's body, rendering him completely immobile and unable to circulate any profound energy. Men, imprison Yang Dingtian in the deepest dungeon at the bottom of the pyramid. Queen Xian ordered. Immediately, four Snake Woman generals stepped forward and escorted Yang Dingtian as they flew towards the depths of the pyramid's prison. Then, Queen Xian said to Dongli, I'll give you one last chance. As long as you return successfully, I'll kill Yang Dingtian. Yes, Your Majesty. Dongli knelt and said. Xian suddenly said, Why aren't you curious? I don't seem to have any interest in the second-ranked void-rending fire in the world. Dongli said, Your subject doesn't know. It's good that you don't know. Xian said, But you must remember, since you people of the evil ways have made a move, you must have it. You must not let the Fox clan get it. You must not let them enter the ruins of the Naga Empire. Yes, Your Majesty. Dongli said in a trembling voice, The ruins of the Naga Empire will forever belong to Your Majesty. Queen Xian waved her hand carelessly and said, Remember, this is your last chance. Before you return successfully, or before you fail, I will imprison Yang Dingtian. In the depths of the pyramid's dungeon, Yang Dingtian could not move at all. Moreover, there were 4 great Grandmaster Naga female generals guarding him. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was indeed rash. When he heard that Dongli might succeed in conquering the entire Naga tribe, he was hot-headed and immediately rushed out. In the end, Dongli failed, and he became a prisoner. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was even more certain that he wasn't a wise and far-sighted person. A rational person would not take the risk. Moreover, he had underestimated Queen Xian's desire for power. Of course, perhaps this was not the right way to put it. In fact, Yang Dingtian had always been wary of Queen Xianxia. Therefore, after leaving Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian had always avoided contact with her. Even if it was to deal with Walingzi, he had never asked Xianxia for help. He had asked Du Guxiao for help many times, but he had never asked Xianxia for help. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had once said that if he succeeded in impregnating Queen Xianxia, it might be the time of his death. It could be seen that Yang Dingtian was still wise and could see everything clearly. However, his character was far from wise. He knew that if Dongli succeeded, he would die if he came to Dongli grassland. However, Yang Dingtian did not hesitate and came to Dongli grassland. He touched the deep wound on his neck and the blood all over his body. Even though he was mentally prepared, Yang Dingtian still didn't expect the Queen of the Sea Heart to have such a drastic change. She was actually so vicious and merciless that she didn't even try to avoid cutting off his head with her dagger. One must know that a year and a half ago, she still regarded him as her greatest benefactor. At that time, she did not know that Queen Poisa was already weak. She still thought that she was definitely going to die. She still thought that Yang Dingtian had not only helped her ascend to the throne, but also saved her life. Facing a man who had once moved her heart, who had once saved her life, she could even put aside her pride and kill him. She was indeed a cold-blooded hero, a creature of power. For power, she would kill anyone in the world that could be killed. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian had seen many heroes. Qin Wanqiu was one, Zhu Qingzhu was another, Ning Wuming and Wu Yuming could all be counted. Each of these four people was an ambitious and ruthless person. They were all outstanding talents. Whether it was their willpower, wisdom, or methods, they were all top-notch. Yang Dingtian was far from them. However, none of them could be as thorough as Xianxia. Ning Wuming was infatuated, while Wu Yuming was obsessed. Qin Wanqiu's hero attribute had a little bit of naivety and fantasy, as well as a little bit of persistence. In Zhu Qingzhu's hero attribute, he desperately wanted to inject a heroic spirit. Perhaps it was because he had knelt down in the soul-leaving palace decades ago, so he desperately wanted to straighten his back. However, there was no one who was as thorough as Xianxia. She was the only one that Yang Dingtian had seen. For power, she exiled all the rebels that she relied on as her confidants. She exiled all the female disciples that she treated as her own daughters, cut off all the female members of the Snake People race, and purged all the confidants of Queen Poisa. She was a truly emotionless person. For power and to achieve her goals, she would not hesitate to get rid of anyone in the world. To be honest, Yang Dingtian had once been soft-hearted towards Xianxia. He had promised to help Queen Poisa regain her position. When he was strong enough, he would get rid of Queen Xianxia. However, he had once hesitated whether or not he should kill Xianxia when the time came. Now, it seemed that Xianxia had to be killed without a doubt. Such a creature of power would only bring harm to the world. Of course, Yang Dingtian still had to think of a way to escape from here first. He had to escape. Because there were only 6 days left from the time that Yaoli had given him. Within 6 days, if he did not return to Cloud Sky City, then something would happen. Something big would happen. At that time, Yaoli, that racist psychopath, would forcefully take Yao Rao and Yang Yi away. If Yao Rao did not obey, then a tragedy would happen. Furthermore, it would not only affect Yao Rao, but the entire Cloud Sky City. Although that bastard Yaoli was not a villain, he looked down on humans. If he went berserk and started a massacre in Cloud Sky City, that would be the most terrifying thing. To him, killing a few humans was like eating a river or stepping on ants. There was no psychological burden. But how could he get out? His entire body's mystic meridians were locked. He could not move at all, nor could he circulate his mystic chi. He could not even open his mouth to speak. Furthermore, he was a few thousand meters under the pyramid. Who knew how many Grandmaster Realm experts were guarding the pyramid? There were even 4 at the entrance of the prison. From the looks of it, it was impossible to escape. However, as long as he could recover his mystic chi, it would not be difficult to escape. That was because he had Wumaji's demonic spirit mist cloak in his spatial ring. Furthermore, he had the invisibility mystic skill. He might not be able to escape from under Xianxia's nose, but escaping from a group of Grandmaster Realm experts would be a piece of cake. Therefore, the key was to recover his mystic qi. Then? How should he recover his mystic qi? Xianxia used an extremely powerful energy to lock Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians, causing his mystic qi to be unable to circulate. Then, he would need an extremely powerful or high-grade energy to break through these seals. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian possessed this energy. Lightning energy could ignore any defense and could instantly tear apart these energy seals. Therefore, he only needed to release lightning from his energy vessel into his mystic meridians. To be precise, it was to create a lightning mystic skill within Yang Dingtian's mystic meridians. However, the problem was that the connection between Yang Dingtian's energy vessel and mystic meridians had been completely sealed by Xianxia. In other words, Yang Dingtian's energy vessel had been isolated. Yang Dingtian could not feel his own energy vessel, nor could he control his energy vessel. Now, the only way was to rely on the soul of Queen Poisa in Yang Dingtian's mind. Let her think of a way to enter his energy vessel. Yang Dingtian would make use of her consciousness to control the mystic flame, create lightning, and break through the seal of his mystic meridians. At this moment, although he couldn't move his body, speak, or even blink his eyes, he still couldn't move his body. However, he could still think in his mind. Xianxia, Xianxia. Yang Dingtian began to wake up the sleeping Queen Poisa in his mind. At this moment, Ling Wu and Wu Yuming had just entered the Snake People Empire of the Dongli Prairie. The day before yesterday, Ling Wu had devoured her first mystic flame in the Devil region. Although it was only an Earth-grade mystic flame, it still allowed her to break through from a 2nd-grade Grandmaster to a 4th-grade Grandmaster. Next, Wu Yuming would bring her to devour her 2nd mystic flame. It was still an Earth-grade mystic flame. For the past 100 years, Wu Yuming was like an invisible person who walked in every corner of the world. There was no one in the world who was clearer than him about the various types of mystic flames. Therefore, a mystic flame required thousands of miles of continents to nurture. Some bloomed once every few decades, while some bloomed once every 100 or 200 years. To others, these mystic flames were incomparably precious and rare. However, to Wu Yuming, these mystic flames were not too rare. At least, he had devoured a heaven and earth-grade mystic flame and 7 to 8 other mystic flames by himself. Therefore, in the next few years, he would bring Ling Wu along and travel the world. He would give all the earth-grade mystic flames and heaven-grade mystic flames that he knew of to Ling Wu. This way, Ling Wu would be able to walk in front of a 2nd-grade evil spirit forever until she defeated the 2nd-grade evil spirit. This 2nd mystic flame was located in a poisonous miasma forest at the northwest corner of the Dongli Prairie. Other than Wu Yuming, there was probably no one else who knew about it. This earth-grade mystic flame bloomed once every 50 years. In about 3 months, it would bloom. However, on the way to the poisonous miasma forest, Wu Yuming and Ling Wu met Princess Mudan. Were you the ones who told Yang Dingtian about Dongli creating the darkness mystic flame and wanting to conquer Queen Xianxia? Mudan asked as she looked at Ling Wu coldly. Yes. Wu Yuming said indifferently, what's wrong? Nothing. Mudan said coldly, Wu Yuming, before His Majesty makes a decision on you, I won't do anything to you. However, Dongli will go and devour the void-splitting flame soon. I hope you won't cause any trouble. I'm not interested. Wu Yuming said indifferently. Mudan said, actually, by telling Yang Dingtian about Dongli, you've harmed him instead. He's already imprisoned and his death is not far away. After saying that, Mudan flew away and disappeared without a trace. Ling Wu trembled and looked at Wu Yuming immediately. Wu Yuming said with a bitter expression, Little Wu, Yang Dingtian is my enemy. It's fine if I don't kill him. You can't be thinking of asking me to save him, right? Do you have to be so absurd? Ling Wu's face drooped. Note, I'll continue to write the 2nd update. Please double the monthly votes. Note, brothers, it's the last day of 2014. Don't waste the double monthly votes. Vote for me. After that, I won't be opening the ticket request page, **********, Big Brother. I feel that Yang Dingtian being imprisoned by Queen Xianxia is actually our responsibility, right? Ling Wu said. Wu Yuming frowned. Ling Wu continued, say it. If I didn't tell Yang Dingtian about this matter, he wouldn't have come to the Dongli grasslands. If he didn't come to the Dongli grasslands, he wouldn't have been captured, right? Wu Yuming nodded. Ling Wu said, besides, isn't there still half a year before the second Earth-grade mystic flame in the poisonous miasma forest? During this period of time, we'll be idle anyway. Wu Yuming nodded and said, Little Wu, I feel that what you've said is very reasonable. However, can you give me a reason to save Yangding Tian? Ling Wu thought for a while but was unable to think of a reason. Wu Yuming said, besides, Little Wu, you women are too fickle. Previously, you and Yangding Tian were at loggerheads and did your best to help me deal with him. Now, you want to save him again. In short, you really need to give me a sufficient reason. Ling Wu thought for a while and said, the first reason is that this matter has sufficiently proved that we have to care less about Yangding Tian's matters in the future. Otherwise, new problems will arise. Therefore, we have to restore the entire matter to its original state and save Yangding Tian. It just so happens that we'll cancel each other out. After all, it's because of us, Yangding Tian, that he was imprisoned. Wu Yuming thought for a while and said, this can be considered as a reason. However, it's still not enough. Is there a second reason? Ling Wu said, the second reason is that when I think of Yangding Tian needing me to save him one day, I feel delighted. All right. Wu Yuming said, this reason is sufficient. Let's go. Let's go and save him. However, let's make it clear that I won't meet him. Yes. Ling Wu nodded her head vigorously and flew towards the capital of the Snakemen Empire. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and said, that's right, big brother. Will you be in danger if you go up against Queen Xianxia? She is very powerful. Wu Yuming sighed. Don't worry, silly girl. We won't meet Xianxia. Ling Wu asked, why? Wu Yuming said, Princess Mudan will help us lure Xianxia away. Why do you think she came to us? She wants us to save Yangding Tian. No matter the reason, she doesn't want Yangding Tian to die. Ling Wu was stunned. Queen Poise's consciousness energy easily passed through the other profound veins and reached the entrance of the energy sea. However, there was another problem. Its spiritual energy could not enter the Qi sea. Under normal circumstances, only the pure profound energy used for cultivation could enter from the outside. Furthermore, the spiritual energy wrapped in primal chaos profound energy could enter the Qi sea. At this moment, the connection between the profound veins and the Qi sea was completely blocked. Yangding Tian's primal chaos profound energy was basically unable to come out from the Qi sea. It was also basically unable to bring Queen Poise's spiritual energy into the Qi sea. Queen Poise's spiritual energy could not enter the Qi sea. Therefore, it was unable to create lightning within her body and break through Queen Xianxia's energy seal. Suddenly, Yangding Tian was completely at his wit's end. Immediately, Poise's spiritual energy was knocking around the entrance of Yangding Tian's Qi sea in a panic. However, it was completely useless. Yangding Tian was burning with anxiety, yet he was completely at his wit's end. Could it be that he was really going to be trapped here alive? Was he going to watch helplessly as Zhao Li took Yao Rao and Yang Yi away? No, he absolutely couldn't. Even if he had to die, he couldn't. He had to get out immediately, Yangding Tian's brain was working at lightning speed as he tried to find a way to escape. However, no matter what he thought of, it was all to no avail. Once the Qi sea was completely sealed, then nothing could be done. Furthermore, Yangding Tian could not move at all. Even if he wanted to wake up Naga Aoshuang in the spatial ring, it was completely impossible. Think. Suddenly, Yangding Tian thought of an idea. Put yourself in a situation of death and then come back to life. That's right, this was truly putting yourself in a situation of death and then coming back to life. It was an absolutely dangerous move. Let his brain sink into the deepest and deepest meditation, and then directly die in the meditation world. At that time, the brain would really think that he was dead and would stop all control of his body. At that time, the darkness profound flame in the Qi sea would desperately try to save him and wake him up. This was the profound flame's instinct. Saving its master was equivalent to saving itself. These energy seals were nothing in front of the darkness profound flame. It could easily break through them. However, this was completely dependent on Yang Dingtian's own theory. There was still no proof. And once it failed, then, although Yang Dingtian was not really dead, it was no different from being dead. He would sink into the deepest meditation and be lost forever. Yang Dingtian carefully thought about this method and theory. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was extremely absurd. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that there was only a slim chance of survival. But at this time, there was already no other way. Clenching his teeth, Yang Dingtian was going to try out this absurd theory that didn't have any support. At this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a black shadow flashed and entered. It was actually Viper Z. Yang Dingtian easily recognized that it was Viper Z through her eyes. Yang Dingtian looked at her in astonishment. Don't look at me like that. Although I have already lost the most important thing to me, so I can't transform or give birth to offspring. Viper Z said in a low voice. But after all, I have once been aroused. To the snake people, an instant is a lifetime. Other than the instinct to give birth to offspring, there is also the affection in the heart. I will kill the other 3 snake people female generals and save you. Yang Dingtian was completely unable to move. He desperately wanted to shake his head. Kuei-zi wanting to save him was completely a fool's dream. How many snake people experts were there in this pyramid? And as long as Queen Xianxia was here, Kuei-zi would not be able to save him. Instead, he would lose his life. Don't worry, Queen Xianxia is not here. She has left. Viper Z said. But she has locked your profound veins. I can't undo it. You can only go back and think of a way yourselves. Yang Dingtian was unable to speak or move. He could only stare at Viper Z with all his might to stop her. If she wanted to take him away like this, she would definitely die. However, Viper Z could not read Yang Dingtian's eyes at all. She directly grabbed him and was about to rush out. Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety. He desperately said to Queen Poisa in his mind, Xianxia, think of a way. Quickly think of a way to stop her. Otherwise, she will die and I won't be able to get out. Don't worry. Queen Poisa said. I have a way. Then, Queen Poisa's consciousness suddenly poured into Yang Dingtian's eyes. In an instant, the light in Yang Dingtian's eyes changed. His pupils shrank. In an instant, his eyes emitted a strange light like those of the snake people. Viper Z was stunned. She looked at Yang Dingtian's eyes in disbelief. Then, the light in Yang Dingtian's eyes kept changing. This was the unique communication method of the snake people. In fact, before the snake people turned into human form, when they were still in snake form, they communicated with each other either by shaking their tails or by swallowing and spitting. The most secretive and high-level communication was through the communication of the light in their eyes. Especially when 2 snakes were in heat, their eyes were always tightly locked, conveying incomparably rich information. If you save me like this, you will die too. Yang Dingtian used Queen Poisa's special communication method to communicate with Viper Z. I'm not afraid of death. Viper Z said. Anyway, I'd rather die than live now. My future hope has all been destroyed. No, not only will you die like this, but you can't save me at all. After Xianxia left, there are many other snake people masters in the Pyramid Palace. Viper Z said, I don't care. In short, I have to try. Even if I rely on her, I can't save Viper Mo and the others. I might as well die like this. Listen to me. Think of a way to undo the seal on my profound veins. I can escape on my own and you won't be in danger. Yang Dingtian said. Viper Z said, I'm sorry. I can't undo Queen Xianxia's energy seal unless it's a half-saint expert. Yang Dingtian fell into deep thought. Now that Viper Z was here, he could think of a way. There must be a way. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. That's right, I got it. Yang Dingtian immediately asked Queen Poisa, do you have darkness crystals? Think of a way to get some, just a little bit. I have. Viper Z said. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Why would Viper Z carry darkness crystals with her? Then, Viper Z suddenly pulled out her sword. At the tip of the sword, there was indeed a very small darkness crystal. Queen Poisa actually let her subordinates embed the darkness crystal in their weapons. What was she planning to do? Wouldn't a large portion of profound energy be devoured by the darkness crystal during battle? But no matter what, it was good to have the darkness crystal. Moreover, this one was so small that it was almost the same as the one in Yin-Yan's body. It couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Viper Z used the bloody black gold dagger to scrape off the darkness crystal. She placed it in her palm and said, "What should we do now?" "Put it in my mouth and pour water down it," Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Viper Z was stunned. This darkness crystal was the most terrifying thing in the world. Could it be eaten? "Don't worry, I've eaten all the darkness crystals that are tens of thousands of times bigger than this one," Yang Dingtian said. Then, Viper Z worriedly fed the darkness crystal, along with the sword tip, into Yang Dingtian's mouth. The instant that the tiny darkness crystal entered Yang Dingtian's body. Boom! The black-green mystic flame in his qi seemed to have seen something extremely delicious, and it suddenly woke up. Then, like a demon, a flame tentacle quickly stretched out from the abyss of his qi, and suddenly rushed out of the qi, and instantly swallowed up the energy of this dark crystal completely. And Xianxia's seal on the exit of his energy sea was instantly shattered without any effort. And after that black-green profound flame devoured the extremely smiling darkness crystal, it immediately dived back into the depths of his energy sea and continued to sleep. After the exit of his energy sea was unsealed, Yang Dingtian easily let some of the primal chaos attribute Yin Yang profound flame overflow from his energy sea. Then, it lightly collided with his profound veins. Pa! Extremely smiling lightning abruptly burst forth from within his profound veins. In an instant, all the seals were smashed to pieces. It was still the same saying, no matter how small the lightning energy was, it could completely ignore any energy defense. In an instant, Yang Dingtian completely recovered his profound energy and regained his mobility. Then, he took out the devil spirit mist robe from his spatial ring and quickly put it on. Then, he took out another set of clothes and put them on, finally avoiding the embarrassment of being completely naked. "Viper Z, come with me. Come with me to the human kingdom?" Yang Dingtian asked. Viper Z desperately shook her head and said, "No, if I leave, Viper Mo and the others will be dead for sure." "Where are they?" "Take me to them," Yang Dingtian said. "And Huang Yu and Day by Day Bella? Where are they?" "No, you can't go see them. If you don't go see them, they might not die for a while. If you go see them, they will definitely die," Viper Z said. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and immediately understood this logic. If Yang Dingtian escaped alone, Xianxia might be very angry, but she would definitely not vent her anger on Viper Mo and Huang Yu. But if Yang Dingtian went to see them, then they would definitely die for sure. Moreover, the current Yang Dingtian did not have the ability to save all of them. At this time, the snake people race was already filled with experts. Oh right, why did Queen Xianxia's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds? How did the experts of your snake people race become so powerful? Yang Dingtian asked. "I remember that you were only a 9-star grandmaster before. In just 1.5 years, you actually became a 9-star great grandmaster." Viper Z's expression changed and she said, "It's a kind of evil technique that devours the energy of living people. It's a kind of evil technique of the snake people race. All the snake people race who oppose her are all energy providers. All the opponents of the half-human race are all energy offerings. She has already devoured countless experts of the half-human race. She can transform a person's life into a very powerful and precious energy." "Then Huang Yu and Xianxia, will they be okay? What about Viper Mo and the others?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Huang Yu and Xianxia have been completely exiled," Viper Z said. "I don't know where Viper Mo is imprisoned. The reason why I'm relying on her is to save Viper Mo. However, I still can't find where they are imprisoned." "Then leave with me," Yang Dingtian said, "otherwise, you'll die here." "No, if I leave, Viper Mo will be completely hopeless," Viper Z said. "Moreover, if I leave, it'll be equivalent to betraying my sisters. But if you don't leave, Xianxia will definitely suspect you. She'd rather kill the wrong person than let you go," Yang Dingtian said. right at this moment. Bang! Suddenly, the thick golden door was scorched through. Then, Ling Wu rushed in and said, Yang Dingtian, we're here to save you. Yang Dingtian was stunned. What's going on? ******* note, requesting for support. Requesting for monthly votes. Thank you. Yang Dingtian and Ling Wu had merely met face to face. The moment she saw Yang Dingtian, Ling Wu was stunned and said, So you're fine. Then aren't we unnecessary? Yang Dingtian had never dreamt that Ling Wu would come to save him. Even if he had opened a hole in his brain, he would never have thought of this outcome. No, Ling Wu. I'm really happy to see you here. Yang Dingtian hurriedly said, Thank you. Oh. Ling Wu looked at Viper Z, who was beside Yang Dingtian, with a somewhat complicated expression. She pursed her lips and said, But you're really amazing. No matter where you are, there are peerless beauties who are willing to sacrifice their lives for you. Moreover, there's no distinction between races. I'm ashamed. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly, Oh right, Brother Netherworld is here too? Yes. Ling Wu had just finished speaking when she let out a low cry. This was because Wu Yuming had disappeared without a trace in an instant. In any case, he had said before that he would absolutely not meet Yang Dingtian face to face. Then, I'll be leaving too. Ling Wu said. No. Take care. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he said to Viper Z, Are you really not going to return to the human countries with me? Viper Z shook her head vigorously and said, I want to stay and think of a way to save Viper Mo and the rest. Remember, you must never come back before you're strong enough. After leaving this place, you must return to the human continent directly. You must never look for Xianxia and Huang Yu. If you don't look for them, they won't die. If you do, they'll definitely die. Moreover, there's a large group of them. It's impossible for you to bring all of them away. Yang Dingtian nodded vigorously. Then, he said to Ling Wu, I'll have to trouble Brother Netherworld to make a move and knock this Viper Z out. Don't let her arouse Queen Xianxia's suspicion. Ling Wu was stunned for a moment. After that, she nodded her head. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and gently hugged her. Thank you. Help me tell Brother Netherworld that I also thank him. Whoosh. Then, Yang Dingtian instantly flashed and disappeared without a trace. On top of the pyramid, Wu Yuming was carrying dozens of Naga experts by herself. After breaking through to the half-saint realm, he was so awesome. He was able to take on dozens of top experts with ease. Brother Netherworld, thank you. Yang Dingtian floated in the air and shouted out loudly. Wu Yuming suddenly flashed and appeared in the dungeon at the bottom of the pyramid. In any case, he and Yang Dingtian were kings who would never meet another king. Let's go. Let's see what you found for me. Wu Yuming grabbed onto Ling Wu's arm and was about to disappear without a trace. Wait. Ling Wu said. Big brother, Yang Dingtian asked us to help him knock out his Naga lover. *****CK. Wu Yuming couldn't bear it any longer. He, who never used vulgarities, had finally cursed. Viper Z smiled embarrassedly at him and said, Thank you. You're Yang Dingtian's friend. Before she could finish her words, Wu Yuming suddenly struck her with his palm and knocked her unconscious. He didn't want to hear what she was going to say next. Looking at the other 3 Naga corpses on the ground, he suddenly struck out with his palm. The corpses were instantly smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. Then, he grabbed onto Ling Wu's arm and flashed and disappeared without a trace. He headed towards the northwest direction. Little Wu, don't look for me again if something like this happens next time. Wu Yuming said hatefully. What the hell was going on? Yang Dingtian vaguely knew where Huang Yu should be. It was the sacred valley that Xianxia had led the rebel army to defend back then. Wearing the devil spirit mist cloak, he quickly arrived at the sky above the sacred valley. Sure enough, Yang Dingtian saw a large group of people here. They were living the most difficult life in the sacred valley. Not far from the sacred valley was the huge defensive line of the Naga Empire. There were also hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Day by day Bella, Xianxia, and Huang Yu were all in the sacred valley. they weren't part of the rebel army yet. Instead, they were considered exiles and people who didn't associate themselves with evil deeds. The reason why they were living here was to show that they had completely broken off their relationship with Queen Xianxia. There were only hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Sacred Valley. Yang Dingtian didn't go down to see them. Just like what Viper Z had said. Xianxia could tolerate Huang Yu and the others breaking off their relationship with her. She didn't care about their little bit of strength at all. But once Yang Dingtian came into contact with them, Xianxia wouldn't be able to tolerate it and would directly destroy everyone in the Sacred Valley. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't go to see them. He saw this group of rebels struggling to gather trees and dig out roots for food. They were struggling to survive, and they no longer had any strength to resist. Taking a deep breath in the air, Yang Dingtian looked for Huang Yu in the crowd. She was wearing coarse clothes and leading a group of young and strong people to build a house, a kind of permanent house. It was as if she was ready to settle down here for the rest of her life. Yang Dingtian suppressed the urge to rush down to meet her and said in his heart, "Huang Yu, wait for me. Dongli Grassland, wait for me." When Yang Dingtian was strong enough, he would return to Dongli Grassland. At that time, Queen Xianxia would die and Queen Poisa would be resurrected. There were still 5 days before the appointed time with Yao Li. It was more than enough. In the next 5 days, Yang Dingtian would have to deal with Yao Li wholeheartedly. No matter what, he couldn't let Yao Li take Yao Rao and Yang Yi away. Yang Dingtian met up with Demon Eagle King Ajia in the south of Dongli Grassland. Then, he rode Ajia back to Cloud Sky City at a speed of 2,000 miles per hour. 8 hours later, Yang Dingtian entered the sky above the northwest continent. At this time, he saw groups of winged cavalry from the Council of Light flying toward the sea in the west. On the sea, the ships of the Northwest Qin City fleet were densely packed. They left the port and sailed toward the sea in the west. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. What happened? There was actually such a big military operation. He didn't come down to ask. Instead, he continued to fly back to Cloud Sky City at a height of more than 10,000 meters. Along the way, Yang Dingtian saw countless winged cavalry. There were at least tens of thousands of them. They were constantly rising from the Northwest Qin City and flying toward the west. It wasn't just the Northwest Qin City. There were also winged cavalry from Cloud Sky City. Even the winged cavalry from the World Society in the north were constantly flying toward the sea in the west. Something must have happened. Something big must have happened. Otherwise, the Northwest Qin City fleet wouldn't have made such a big move. The Qin City fleet was specialized in defending against the Snake People Empire. Normally, they wouldn't be deployed. Now, they were almost out in full force. Along the way, Yang Dingtian saw close to 100,000 winged cavalry. What he didn't see was that the Council of Light's Air Force in the West Continent was almost out in full force. They were all flying toward the sea in the west as if they were searching for something. Something must have happened. Something big must have happened. Yang Dingtian desperately flew in the direction of Cloud Sky City. As soon as he entered the sky above Cloud Sky City, his master, Dongfang Menmi, came to greet him. At this time, almost all the Grandmaster experts of the Council of Light were out in full force in the sky above Cloud Sky City. There were more than 10 top experts floating in the sky above Cloud Sky City, guarding in every direction. "Master, what happened?" Yang Dingtian asked. "You have to be mentally prepared," Dongfang Menmi said solemnly. Yang Dingtian nodded vigorously. Yao Rao and Yang Yi were captured. "Your master's wife was seriously injured," Dongfang Menmi said. At that time, there were almost no experts in the entire Cloud Sky City. "Your master's wife had the highest cultivation. Also, almost all the winged cavalry warriors in Cloud Sky Castle were killed." Boom. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's brain almost exploded. Endless fury, towering fury, almost surged out of him. All of the blood rushed to his brain, as if it was going to explode his blood vessels. Yao Li, Yao Li. Shameless Yao Li, you clearly said that you would give me 10 days. Now there are only 5 days left. You actually took advantage of my absence to do this. Extremely shameless. Extremely vicious and evil, and Yao Rao actually regarded you as a brother. She even trusted you so much. Yao Li, you deserve to die 10,000 times for your crimes. Yao Li, I will definitely tear you to pieces, tear you to pieces. Yang Dingtian said word by word, gnashing his teeth. Dongfang Minmi said with a complicated expression, no, little Tian. It wasn't him? Yang Dingtian was stunned. Dongfang Minmi said, he is already dying. He is desperately hanging on to his last breath to see you one last time. It was Little Western Paradise who came and took Yao Rao and Yang Yi away. At that time, we were all not there. If Yao Li didn't save them, your master's wife would also be dead. Even the entire Cloud Sky City would be finished. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. His heart was completely shaken. That almost pathological racist almost sacrificed his own life in order to save Yao Rao and Yang Yi. In order to save his master's wife, Yang Dingtian immediately rushed into the valley of Cloud Sky City. Dongfang Minmi hurriedly chased after him. Where is master's wife? Yang Dingtian asked anxiously. No, let's go and see Yao Li first. He can die at any time, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian saw Yao Li. At this time, he was no longer as handsome as before, his whole person was like a completely torn toy. There were countless wounds all over his body. All of the wounds were blue in color. Moreover, there was not a single trace of blood on the wounds all over his body. His incomparably handsome face had almost turned into a lump of charcoal. Only his 2 eyes were still visible. Yang Dingtian's heart shook violently. Tears almost gushed out of his eyes. This person whom he viewed as an enemy, whom he schemed against, was now living a life worse than death in order to save his wife. This racist, who he scolded as a retard, used his own way to express his pride. Yang Dingtian immediately took out one of the few holy water pills he had and was about to feed it to him. However, he realized that he no longer had a mouth, who was so cruel. How could he be so cruel to his own kind? No need. You monkeys' pills are useless to us noble silver dragon bloodline bearers. Yao Li's voice, to be precise, directly sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. Even at this point, he still kept on calling them monkeys, monkeys. However, when Yang Dingtian heard it, he only felt his eyes burning. My body is already dead. My soul is also about to die. I only left a little bit of consciousness, so I can still communicate with you. Yao Li said, as a man, it is the greatest shame to not be able to protect your own woman. Many years ago, I was unable to protect Yao Rao and let her leave Little Western Paradise. Now, I am still unable to protect her and let her fall into the hands of the devil. I am not qualified to be called a man. Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth desperately. If this person in front of him could not be called a man, then no one in this world could be called a man. Although I look down on you monkeys, but I can't find another person to entrust her to. Yao Li said, so, the responsibility of protecting the mother and child will be yours. You have to go to Little Western Paradise and save Yao Rao and that child. Since I am dead, then let her remarry to you. Although you are only a human monkey, but it is still better than the devil. Who is it? Who is the devil? Yang Dingtian asked. Yao Qi. Yao Li said, this despicable usurper, this sinister and vicious schemer, this schemer who is trying to dominate the entire Little Western Paradise. Your son is the only successful descendant of the demigod clan. He will definitely marry Yao Rao and force her to become Yang Yi's father. Then, he will take the opportunity to rule the world and end the Tribal Alliance Conference in Little Western Paradise. How is his cultivation? Yang Dingtian asked. No. Yao Li said sternly, don't think about defeating him directly. You are only a human monkey. It is impossible. You have to use schemes. Moreover, he is trying to obtain the void fire so that he can jump into the Naga Empire. He wants to monopolize the ruins and treasures of the entire Naga Empire. Then, Yao Li said coldly, next, you must remember everything that I am going to say. Do not miss a single word. Yang Dingtian nodded vigorously. Yao Li said, because we in Little Western Paradise have the bloodline of the fallen silver dragon, we can reincarnate again after death. Our soul imprints can be truly reincarnated and reincarnated again. However, We can also choose not to reincarnate and turn into a silver dragon blood crystal. After that, I won't reincarnate anymore. This silver dragon blood crystal is for you. After you swallow it, as long as you conceal it, you will possess the characteristics of a silver dragon bloodline possessor. Then, you can sneak into the Little Western Paradise and wait for an opportunity to save Yao Rao and kill Yao Qi. How do I kill him? Yang Dingtian asked. Void fire, use. Void fire. My time is up. Yao Li said with a trembling voice, think of a way to swallow my silver dragon blood crystal. Then, Yao Li died completely. His entire body gradually shrunk into a small, charred fox. Then, a silver energy crystal slowly floated up from his body. This was the bloodline that the fallen silver dragon had left for Little Western Paradise. It was the energy source of all the races in Little Western Paradise. Yao Li, the racist who looked down on humans the most, did not choose to reincarnate. He completely gave up on his life and gave the silver dragon blood crystal to Yang Dingtian, who he hated the most. Note, first update, please double the monthly votes. Happy New Year, everyone. After taking a closer look, Yang Dingtian realized that this so-called silver dragon blood crystal was not a crystal, but a wriggling body of energy. To be precise, this should be the silver dragon's bloodline. After the fallen silver dragon seduced the Silver Fox clan, a new and powerful fox clan was born. They dominated the entire Little Western Paradise. Therefore, the new fox clan was also known as the Silver Dragon's bloodline. No matter if it was a female or a male, all of their powerful energy came from this silver dragon blood crystal. This was the bloodline that the fallen silver dragon bestowed upon the fox clan. Yang Dingtian floated this body of energy in his palm. He wanted to take a closer look at it. However, he could not do it at all. This was because it was really small. It was almost the same size as the dark crystal in Yin Yan's body. Although it looked like it was about half an inch long, it was actually just the light that it emitted. Its body was alive, and it was so small that it could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. Yang Dingtian carefully placed it in the energy box. At this moment, Yao Li had turned into a fox corpse. After losing this silver dragon blood crystal, he had completely returned to his original state. Don't worry. I will definitely fulfill your request, Yang Dingtian said. Subsequently, he reached out to carry its corpse. However, as soon as his hand touched it, the corpse turned into a pile of ashes. Yang Dingtian went to find a box and carefully placed Yao Li's ashes in it. He was going to bring it back to his hometown in the Little Western Paradise to bury it. Then, Yang Dingtian went to visit Masteress. Master's wife's injuries were rather frightening and severe. But after Yang Dingtian gave her a holy water elixir, it wasn't a big problem anymore. She said that a total of 3 people came to the Little Western Paradise this time. There was Yao Qi and his 2 subordinates. Masteress said that his 2 subordinates were not from the Fox clan. Moreover, they did not have human forms. They should be beasts from the Little Western Paradise. Yao Li was killed by Yao Qi with his own hands. She said that only a single palm strike was truly fatal. Yao Qi's fatal palm strike destroyed Yao Li's entire body. He almost instantly turned into a dried corpse. As for Master's wife, she was injured by one of his demonic beasts. This demonic beast could fly. It floated in midair. Its entire body was that of a snake, but it had a human-like face. Of course, it was not the Naga tribe. The entire upper body of the Naga race was human, and they were very beautiful. They had a complete human head. As for the demonic beast that had injured Mistress, its entire body was that of a snake. It was only 4 to 5 feet long and had no limbs. It only had a human face on its head, which was less than the size of a fist. It was extremely strange and disgusting. Mistress, were the children frightened? Yang Dingtian asked. Don't worry, there isn't. Mistress said, when that demon from Little Western Paradise came, Yao Li and I immediately sensed it and rushed out to stop it. At that time, the winged cavalry of Cloud Sky City was trying to stop them from entering. In the end, hundreds of winged cavalry patrols were all killed. After that human-faced snake injured me, Yao Li stepped in to save me and pushed me back into the valley. Then, he negotiated with Yao Qi. He said that he had promised you that he would give you 10 days. Now, there were still more than 5 days left. Therefore, he had to keep his promise. He had to wait for the 10 days to be up before taking Yao Rao and the children away by force. Yao Qi naturally would not allow it, so the two of them started fighting. Mistress took a deep breath and said, although Yao Li was very powerful, he was far from being Yao Qi's match. He was defeated immediately. Yao Rao could not bear to see him killed, so she appeared alone. She said that she could follow Yao Qi back to Little Western Paradise, but she asked Yao Qi not to kill anyone. Yao Li felt that he could not protect Yao Rao, so he was furious. Therefore, he rushed forward to die together with Yao Qi. Yao Qi's fatal palm strike killed Yao Li. Even though Master's wife had tried her best to speak in a calm tone, Yang Dingtian still felt a wave of fear. Actually, Yao Li could not die. Moreover, even if he died, it would not change the fact that Yao Rao was captured. However, he would rather die to protect his pride as a man. Mistress continued, Yao Rao originally planned to go back to Little Western Paradise with that demon Yao Qi and leave baby Yang Yi behind. In the end, Yao Qi said that he wanted Yang Yi. If she did not hand him over to him, he would slaughter the entire Cloud Sky City. In order to protect Cloud Sky City, Yao Rao had no choice but to take the children and leave with that demon. Yang Dingtian tried his best to suppress the anger and pain in his heart. He said, before Yao Rao left, did she say anything? Mistress said, she said that you should trust her and trust Yang Yi. Before you break through to the saint level, you must not go to Little Western Paradise to look for her. Yao Rao's last words were for Yang Dingtian not to go to Little Western Paradise to look for her because she was afraid that Yang Dingtian would die. Father-in-law. In the valley, Yang Dingtian saw Du Guxiao, who was carrying Yang Li. At this moment, Du Guxiao's face was pale and filled with fear. He hugged Yang Li tightly in his arms, afraid that if he let go, his grandson would be hurt. Yang Li kept crying and shouting for his brother, Yang Yi. When Yang Yi was at home, he was worried that Yang Yi would steal his attention and love, so he often bullied Yang Yi. However, after Yao Rao left with Yang Yi, he kept crying and shouting for Yang Yi. When Yang Qin saw her brother crying, she also cried. At this moment, the younger Yang Yichen seemed more mature. He quietly stood beside Yang Li and Yang Qin. Although he could not say anything comforting, he kept saying, don't cry, don't cry. Godfather will definitely bring brother Yang Yi back. Little Mingming began to practice his sword like crazy. He wanted to become stronger quickly so that he could protect his brother and sister, his mother and aunts, and even his grandmother. Cloud Sky City was originally the safest place in the world. Du Guxiao said, other than Walingzi who suddenly lost his mind, no one would attack the people of Cloud Sky City. In the end, it was the demon fox from Little Western Paradise who broke this rule. Yang Dingtian said, we have a tacit understanding with the forces of the entire chaotic world. However, those creatures in Little Western Paradise completely treat humans as monkeys. They don't care about this tacit understanding at all. You want to go to Little Western Paradise? Du Guxiao asked. Yang Dingtian said, yes, father-in-law. Du Guxiao said, but, with your cultivation level, I'm afraid it's too dangerous to go to Little Western Paradise. Even Princess Mu Dan can't enter Little Western Paradise. She still needs the guidance of the demon fox race. Yang Dingtian said, Yao Li gave up on reincarnation and gave his energy source, the silver dragon blood crystal, to me. As long as I swallow this silver dragon blood crystal, I'll be equivalent to a silver dragon bloodline holder. I should be able to freely enter Little Western Paradise. Silver dragon blood crystal? Du Guxiao frowned. Are you sure you want to swallow this thing? First of all, you might not be able to swallow it. This is the bloodline that the fallen silver dragon bestowed to the demon fox race, not to humans. Secondly, with your current bloodline, you can let the demon fox race give birth to offspring. You can also give birth to the Naga race. Once the silver dragon bloodline enters your body, we can't guarantee what will happen. Yang Dingtian suddenly fell silent. That's right, it was true. Firstly, whether he could swallow it or not was one thing. Secondly, after swallowing it, would it change Yang Dingtian's bloodline? This was the most important thing. Yang Dingtian said, "Father-in-law, but I have no other choice. Mudan and Dongli have also gone to Little Western Paradise. They are determined to obtain the spatial rending flame. I don't know the reason, but it's definitely not just for a heaven and earth mystic flame." Du Guxiao instantly became awkward. Because when it came to matters involving the evil ways, it was not easy for him to speak. Dongfang Minmi said, "Little Tian, 200 years ago, Wendian successfully swallowed the spatial rending flame. That was why part of his soul was able to escape and didn't completely turn into ashes. The spatial rending flame's use is to jump through space." Yang Dingtian only knew that after Dongli obtained the spatial rending flame, he would create the darkness mystic flame, which could make Queen Xianxia go into heat. Evil ways were determined to obtain the spatial rending flame. As for other reasons, such as wanting to jump into the ruins of the Naga Empire, he didn't know. He didn't even know if it was the key to reviving the demon king Wendian. But no matter which of these reasons it was, Yang Dingtian had to go to Little Western Paradise. He didn't even care about the consequences of swallowing the silver dragon blood crystal. "Father-in-law, the safety of Cloud Sky City may be in your hands now," Yang Dingtian said. Du Guxiao had a complicated expression and said, "My peaceful days won't be long now. But before the great changes come, I will protect Cloud Sky City and my precious grandson." Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and said, "Father-in-law, tell me the truth. Is Yunzhen Fengwu? Where did you send Fengwu?" Du Guxiao was silent for a moment and said, "Little Tian, I can only say that I don't know. At that time, in order to let Fengwu completely get rid of the evil ways, I sent her to Mi Nun. After that, I don't know what Mi Nun turned Fengwu into. Because she was strong enough, and she was an outsider. Also, she often taught Fengwu martial arts before." Then, Du Guxiao said helplessly, "Of course, I couldn't imagine that she would become the ambitious Queen Xianxia. Who would have thought that the Saintess Xianxia I saw at that time was really like a fairy?" Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian looked at Dongfang Minmi and the others and said, "Master, now is the most critical time to reorganize the central continent. You and the seniors should return to Zhongjing tomorrow. Next, the central continent and even the chaotic world's overall situation will be handed over to you." "Yes." Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanchou bowed and said. Then, Dongfang Minmi said, "Little Tian, how should we deal with Wu Yuming? Will he and his forces rise from the ashes?" "Don't worry, they won't." Yang Dingtian said, "Wu Yuming didn't die. We even met him in the Dongli grassland. In short, the situation is very complicated. But for a long time, we don't have to worry about Wu Yuming. Now, the evil ways forces are Mudan and Dongli, and both of them have gone to the Little Western Paradise. The Devil Queen and Li Ming must be busy reviving the Demon King. So in the following time, our Council of Light has no enemies in the entire chaotic world." "What about the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea?" Dongfang Minmi asked. "The Netherworld Sea seems to have put a lot of power in the Little Western Paradise." Yang Dingtian said, "So the next changes will all be in the Little Western Paradise, or the Void Border. In the Vulture Palace, Wulingzi is greedy and afraid of death, so he won't take the initiative to cause trouble. So in the following time, the Council of Light has to put all its forces in the central continent and vigorously build the elite forces directly under the Council of Light. Especially those few secret weapons and special crystals, the more the better. When the Doomsday War starts, there won't be time for us to build and develop." Speaking of the Doomsday War, Du Gujiao's expression was complicated. He carried Yang Li and walked out, taking the initiative to avoid suspicion. In the next few days, Yang Dingtian stayed in Cloud Sky City with his wife and child. When Wu Maji returned to Zhongjing with the baby, she heard that something had happened in Cloud Sky City. She had never stepped into Cloud Sky City, but at this moment, she immediately took the baby and entered Cloud Sky City with Qin Ji under the protection of Dishi Bian. Thus, Yang Dingtian saw the twins again. The boy was indeed becoming more and more like Yang Dingtian, but he was much more clingy than Yang Dingtian when he was young. And this girl was really shockingly beautiful. Not only Yang Dingtian, but everyone who had seen her said that they had never seen such a beautiful doll. She really looked like a doll. And like Wu Maji, she had a pair of watery blue eyes like sapphires. Originally, Yang Li was sad because of Yang Yi's departure. Now that he had a younger brother and a younger sister, he smiled again. Moreover, his little head was also reflecting. Did the enchanting ant take Xianxia away because he often bullied him? So he decided to treat this new brother and sister well. In the future, when Xianxia came back, he would also treat Xianxia well. Wu Maji integrated into Yinyan's big family much easier than Yang Dingtian had imagined. Hence, Yang Dingtian spent a period of blissful but sad days in Cloud Heaven City. A few days later, while his wives were worried and reluctant to leave, and he promised Yongli, Yangqin, and Ningning 100 times, he reluctantly and anxiously rode on the demon vulture king and went to the little western paradise. He turned his head and looked at the peaceful and happy valley. Little Ningning, Yongli, Yangyichen, Yangqin, I will definitely bring your brother Yangyi back. I will bring your enchanting ant back. Yang Dingtian made the 101st promise in his heart. Then, the demon vulture king flew towards the taboo continent sea area at a speed of 2,000 miles per hour. Because the entrance to the little western paradise was also in that wonderful skull hall. In less than 20 hours, Yang Dingtian arrived in the sky above the taboo continent sea area. A few hundred miles ahead was the seal of the Netherworld Sea. At this time, a total of 10 experts from the Netherworld Sea were firmly guarding the entrance to the taboo continent sea area. Yang Dingtian gently patted the demon vulture king Izao and said, "You go back first, I will be back in at least 1 or 2 months." The demon vulture king Izao rubbed Yang Dingtian's face affectionately. Yang Dingtian jumped up from the back of the demon vulture king, then used the invisibility mystic skill, and instantly disappeared into the air. Then, using the demon spirit mist cloak, he teleported dozens of miles. Just like that, he kept teleporting, and it was teleportation while being invisible. The Netherworld Sea's originally tight seal suddenly became a joke. Yang Dingtian easily broke through and directly entered the taboo continent sea area. Even the Grandmaster experts of the Netherworld Sea did not notice at all. After entering the taboo continent sea area, Yang Dingtian really wanted to know when he started to enter the taboo continent's illusion. However, he still unknowingly entered the illusion directly. From reality to illusion, there was almost no buffer, and no boundary. Almost suddenly, heaven and earth were reversed, and he entered the anti-gravity taboo continent's illusion. Below was the sky, and above was the land. Yang Dingtian kept flying up, and then finally landed completely and entered the taboo continent's illusion. But after landing, Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned. Because he did not enter the first world of the taboo continent, but directly entered the sixth world. It was equivalent to the Jurassic world of the Chaos continent. The last time Yang Dingtian left the taboo continent, it just happened to enter the sixth world. Could it be that this thing could still remember the file, but thinking about it, it was normal? This was a spiritual illusion, and it was normal to have a memory function. This sixth world of the Chaos world might be the most mysterious and beautiful era. At this time, the Chaos world had many plants and animals that could not be seen in reality. Especially the incomparably astonishing prehistoric monsters. Although they were mysterious and beautiful, they were also dangerous enough, and extremely dangerous. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Dingtian landed in this world, he immediately heard the roar of the prehistoric behemoth, and then a terrifying giant shadow suddenly rushed out of the sea. Although it was an illusion, it seemed almost 100% real. Although Yang Dingtian was very curious about this sixth world, he did not have the time to explore it now, nor did he have the mood to explore it. Before he had completely fallen into the sea area, Yang Dingtian suddenly spewed out the mystic fire and directly rushed into the void world in front of him. Then, the void world moved quickly, moving at a speed of 2,000 miles per hour. The rapid movement of the void world meant that the passage of time in the chaos world was irreversible. Yang Dingtian used the mystic fire to push his speed to the limit, moving in the opposite direction of the void world, and the speed exceeded 2,000 miles per hour. In this way, it was equivalent to the reversal of time. Immediately, the law of the spiritual illusion of the entire taboo continent was broken. Therefore, as expected, Yang Dingtian directly left the taboo continent's illusion, woke up from the illusion, and then directly appeared in this familiar hall, the Hall of Human Heads. Within the hall of thousands of square meters, it was still empty, and there was no one. There were still 4 familiar and huge doors, and the silver door in front of him led to the little western paradise. It was time to devour the silver dragon blood crystal. Yang Dingtian took out the silver dragon blood crystal and took a deep breath. Only by devouring this thing could he open the door to the little western paradise. However, only God knew what would happen after devouring the fallen silver dragon's bloodline. Note, second update, please double the monthly votes. Yang Dingtian held the silver dragon blood crystal in front of his eyes, desperately trying to see what this thing was. However, he really couldn't see it clearly. It was too small. He could only see a ball of light. Although Yang Dingtian was already a great grandmaster, he couldn't turn his eyes into a microscope. Then, how should he swallow this thing? First, he had to figure out whether this thing entered his bloodline or his sea of qi. If it entered his bloodline, he could just eat it directly. If it entered his sea of qi, he had to go through the mystic breathing technique. However, this thing seemed to be an energy body, but it also seemed to have a substance. Even if Yang Dingtian wanted to use the mystic breathing technique, it seemed that he couldn't absorb it. Then, just like the dark crystal, he had to swallow it. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything and swallowed it directly. Wasn't it just the fallen silver dragon bloodline energy? What was the big deal? This thing was even smaller than dust. After swallowing it, he had to use water and qi to absorb it. Finally, he looked in the mirror and confirmed that it was no longer in his mouth. He had swallowed it. After swallowing it, Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged in the hall and closed his eyes, waiting for the reaction. However, there didn't seem to be any reaction. First of all, he didn't become stronger. Second, his body didn't change much. He didn't change his bloodline to the silver dragon bloodline. Also, a fox tail didn't grow out of his butt. Yang Dingtian knew that a few hundred-years-old demon fox could already transform into a human form. However, the time was shorter, and a tail grew out. The longer he cultivated, the longer he would be able to maintain his human form. However, there was still a limit. For example, before Yao Rao was pregnant, she was still suppressed by the energy array. Otherwise, it would be very easy for her to transform into a fox. As for whether she would show her tail or not, it depended on the situation. For example, if she played crazily with Yang Dingtian in bed, her tail would grow out. Sometimes, to add to the fun, her tail would also grow out. However, most of the time, her tail could still disappear. Yao Li's cultivation was obviously much higher. Therefore, even if she left the little western paradise, she could still transform into a human form all year round, and there was no trace of her tail. Of course, even if the silver dragon blood crystal worked, it was impossible for Yang Dingtian to grow a tail. This was because the silver dragon blood crystal had nothing to do with the fox demon clan. It was just the silver dragon's bloodline energy. However, it wouldn't do if there was no reaction at all. Could it be that the silver dragon bloodline was only effective on the fox demon clan and had no effect on humans? Actually, the possibility of this happening was very high. Otherwise, no matter if it was the fallen black dragon or the fallen silver dragon, why didn't they seduce humans? Instead, they seduced sea snakes, mermaids, or demon foxes. However, if this thing didn't work, how could Yang Dingtian enter the little western paradise? It was at this moment that Yang Dingtian's qi suddenly turned upside down. Then, the black-green mystic fire, darkness mystic fire, that was hiding in the depths of the sea of qi suddenly shot out a flame. With a swoosh, it drilled out of the sea of qi and directly swept away the silver dragon blood crystal. Judging from his thirst, it seemed to be even crazier than when he saw the dark crystal. Just like that, the silver dragon blood crystal was violently swept into the sea of qi. Yang Dingtian immediately woke up Queen Poisa. Then, he wrapped her consciousness with pure celestial qi of no attributes and drilled into the sea of qi to see the whole process clearly. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. He saw the black-green mystic fire tear open the outer energy wrapping around the silver dragon blood crystal, revealing its true appearance. The sea of qi seemed to be a world of its own. Therefore, the silver dragon blood crystal, which was originally smaller than a speck of dust, suddenly became a few inches large in the sea of qi. After seeing its appearance clearly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. It was really a silver dragon. It was extremely ferocious, and powerful. The silver dragon swam wildly in the sea of qi. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow everything in the sea of qi. It waved its claws and was about to tear everything in the sea of qi. However, the black-green mystic fire wrapped around it and pulled it into the depths of the sea of qi. In the depths of the sea of qi, there was a black-green dragon that was a few 100 feet long. It was opening its mouth and waiting to swallow. This black-green dragon was Yang Dingtian's darkness mystic fire? After swallowing the deep-sea mystic poison, it became like this? What exactly was it? If the silver dragon looked ferocious and powerful, then in front of this black-green dragon, it looked cute. This black-green fire dragon gave people a feeling that it was going to swallow the whole world and destroy the whole world. That kind of extremely dangerous and powerful aura made people shudder at a glance. Whoosh! The black-green fire dragon swallowed the silver dragon into its stomach. After swallowing, the dragon's eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of silver light. As if it was extremely comfortable, its entire huge body was twitching. It seemed that after eating the fallen silver dragon's blood crystal, it was extremely comfortable. So much so that Yang Dingtian's entire qi vessel world was trembling with all his might. Finally, the dragon was done with its pleasure. Then, the incomparably ferocious and terrifying dragon suddenly stuck out its tongue at Yang Dingtian's divine sense and made a face. Yang Dingtian was stunned, and so was Queen Poisa. This feeling was too strange. An incomparably ferocious and powerful dragon made a face and acted cute. After swallowing the silver dragon's blood crystal, the black-green fire dragon in the depths of the sea of qi quickly went dormant and became a quiet black-green flame again, as if it was harmless to humans and animals. However, at this time, this black-green flame seemed to have gone deep into a thin silver wire. Its tentacles were still working, and it tore the energy light shell left behind by the silver dragon's blood crystal. In an instant, it tore into countless energy powder, filling Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. Then, it ignited it with the mystic fire. Boom! Suddenly, this pile of energy exploded in Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. Yang Dingtian's sea of qi quickly swelled to the extreme. Boom! Then, his entire body sank into nothingness. Just like that, very suddenly, Yang Dingtian ushered in another breakthrough. He was really not mentally prepared at all. In almost a moment, he directly broke through from a 6-star level 1 Great Grandmaster to a 7-star Great Grandmaster. Then, the sea of qi continued to swell, expand, and tremble slightly. 7-star level 1, 7-star level 2, 7-star level 3. 7-star level 9, finally, he became a 7-star level 9 Great Grandmaster. When he was about to break through to an 8-star Great Grandmaster, he was finally unable to continue. However, this was already an absolute surprise. A small energy shell actually allowed Yang Dingtian to break through by almost 2 stars. Yang Dingtian understood that the so-called silver dragon's blood crystal was enveloped by a layer of powerful and pure energy, so it was useless to eat it directly. If not for the black-green mystic fire, Yang Dingtian would not be able to swallow this thing at all. Moreover, once this energy protective layer was torn apart, there would be an extremely small fallen silver dragon inside. It was extremely ferocious and powerful. If he allowed it to stay in the sea of qi, Yang Dingtian would probably be smashed into pieces in a moment and die without a complete corpse. Now, the silver dragon's blood crystal belonged to the black-green mystic fire. The outer energy shell belonged to Yang Dingtian. Why did it feel like they were splitting the spoils? However, Yang Dingtian really wanted to know what his darkness mystic fire was now. It was originally a good darkness mystic fire. After swallowing the demon spirit demonic fire, it was just a powerful darkness mystic fire. However, after swallowing the deep sea mystic poison, it turned into a black-green color. After swallowing a huge darkness crystal, it actually turned into a dragon. Now, not only did it eat the darkness crystal, but it also ate the fallen silver dragon. What would it look like in the future? However, he could not care about this for the time being. It was more important to enter the Little Western Paradise first. However, the silver dragon blood crystal had already been swallowed by the black-green mystic fire. Then could he still enter the Little Western Paradise? Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian came to the front of the silver door and reached out his hand to push it gently. Such a huge door was actually pushed open with no effort at all. Then, the scenery outside came rushing at his face, what was the scenery outside, it was not as shocking as Yang Dingtian imagined at all. Instead, it was similar. It was almost exactly the same as the scene when Yang Dingtian left this hall last time. It was the feeling of a bunch of void illusions. It was a bizarre void. There were also countless figures shuttling back and forth in the void. Yang Dingtian took a step forward. Whoosh. It was as if a huge centrifugal force suddenly threw Yang Dingtian outside. Almost instantly, Yang Dingtian lost all consciousness and fainted directly. When Yang Dingtian woke up, he was already floating on the vast sea. This was the little western paradise, but it looked like there was no difference from the chaotic world. There were still two suns in the sky. The surrounding was still the boundless sea, as if it was similar to the Forbidden Continent sea area in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian gently flew away from the sea surface and floated directly in the air. However, where should he fly to? All he could see here was the vast sea. After a little hesitation, Yang Dingtian decided to go east. Referring to the two suns in the sky, Yang Dingtian operated the flying mystic skill. He flew towards the east. On the sea surface along the way, he did not see any ships. It was always the vast sea. Just when Yang Dingtian thought that he did not know how long it would take to fly, the entire sea trip ended unexpectedly. The little western paradise rushed into his eyes. Then, Yang Dingtian was really stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of him. Damn. This was the little western paradise. God was too biased. He actually gave such a beautiful scenery to the little western paradise. In front of him were countless mountains. Incomparably beautiful mountains, smoke drifted, waterfalls were like whiskers. Every mountain was like a fairyland. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was, these mountains were all floating in the air. That's right, the entire little western paradise was floating in the air, and below was the vast sea. Note, the first update was sent, I will continue to write the second update. Brothers, double the monthly votes. Not only were there endless mountains floating in the sky, there was even a huge continent floating in the sky in the distance. Yang Dingtian had no idea what was going on. Countless mountains and an entire continent floating in the sky. What was going on? This was not the Avatar's Pandora. Moreover, in Pandora, only a portion of the special mountains were floating in the sky. Most of the mountains and continents were still on the surface of the planet. And here, the entire little western paradise seemed to be floating in the sky. Yang Dingtian immediately flew towards the nearest mountain. He wanted to go to Yaoli and Yao Rao's tribe first. Yang Dingtian knew the name of Yao Rao's tribe. It was called the Shadow Spear tribe. However, Yang Dingtian did not know the exact location. As for which tribe Yaoli belonged to, Yang Dingtian did not know. However, he had a special jade pendant in his hand that he had always been wearing around his neck. Perhaps it was not a jade pendant. Instead, it looked like solidified blue water that was carved into the shape of a half-fox half-dragon. Of course, there was a very important question at this moment. That was the language of the demon fox tribe in Little Western Paradise. Yao Rao had taught Yang Dingtian some of the language of Little Western Paradise. However, Yang Dingtian had only spent a short time with his wives. Therefore, the language that he learned from Yao Rao was only bits and pieces. Therefore, after entering Little Western Paradise, he still had to pretend to be mute most of the time. However, Yang Dingtian was able to recognize more and more of the language of Little Western Paradise. This was something that Yao Rao had written long ago. Perhaps she had a premonition that she would not be able to stay in Cloud Sky City for long. She felt that one day, she would be forcefully brought back to Little Western Paradise. Therefore, after giving birth to Yang Yi Darling, she began to write a thick book about the language of the demon fox tribe. When she was taken away, she left this book for Yang Dingtian. For the past half a month, Yang Dingtian had been staying in Cloud Sky City. Although it was to enjoy the happiness of family time with his wife and children, it was more to learn the language of Little Western Paradise. Now, he had barely managed to learn the important words and phrases in a hurry. However, when the sentences were connected together, one would have to guess, not to mention speak. After all, Yang Dingtian was not a genius. Therefore, after entering Little Western Paradise, he still had to spend most of his time studying. There was a saying that went, "Looking at a mountain is close to death." The mountain in front of him looked very close, but Yang Dingtian flew for a few hundred miles before he was really close to the huge mountain range. This was a complete mountain range floating in the air. Only when they reached the bottom of the mountain did they realize how huge it was. The entire mountain range stretched for at least 1,000 miles. Yang Dingtian slowly landed at the foot of this unknown mountain. The moment he landed, he felt an extremely dense profound qi. That's right, it was probably several times denser than the chaotic world, and much purer. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt something strange on the top of his head. He felt that the back of his neck and ears were a little itchy. He hurriedly took out a crystal mirror, then, he was shocked to find that his face had changed. That's right, his face had really changed. His originally black hair had turned silver. His entire face had become a little sharper, and his eyes had become even narrower. Moreover, his ears had become sharp and long. More importantly, there seemed to be a silver mark on his neck, and it felt a little sharp to the touch. Yang Dingtian quickly touched his back, afraid that he would touch a tail. But fortunately, there was no tail. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yang Dingtian was really stunned. That's right, he still vaguely looked like Yang Dingtian, but only a little. His entire face had completely changed. What did he look like? Anyway, he didn't look like a demon fox, but more like the elves in the movies on Earth. The skin on his face was snow white, like jade. Well, that was a nice way to put it. The unpleasant way to put it was that Yang Dingtian's face was deathly pale, as white as a whitewashed wall, and it was so delicate that it didn't even have pores. His nose had become very long, his lips had become very thin, especially his eyes, they had become deep and narrow, accompanied by long ears. He did look like the elves in the movies, but in fact, he was far from being as natural as the elves. The elves were just a little more beautiful, but they still had a human face. And Yang Dingtian's face was already a little unnatural. You can be considered beautiful, but it was really a little unnatural. It really looked like an alien that was very similar to a human. Yang Dingtian was startled. Even the demon fox race wasn't like this. But this was also good. It also saved him the trouble of changing his appearance. However, he couldn't go back to the chaotic world like this. That Yang Dingtian would collapse. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but give it a try. He flew away from the mountain and returned to the surface of the sea. Fortunately, this strange face gradually degenerated and returned to Yang Dingtian's original appearance. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that only when he entered the land of the Little Western Paradise, the power of the Silver Dragon bloodline would change his appearance. He flew back to the huge mountain in front of him. Yang Dingtian went deep into the mountain, trying to find a village or tribe. He could also ask someone for directions to the Shadow Spear clan. However, after going deep into the mountain for a few hundred miles, he still couldn't find any village, nor did he see any demon fox race. Instead, he saw many different kinds of demon beasts. Yang Dingtian didn't fly in the air. Instead, he climbed the mountain and waded through the water, walking on his feet. Because only in this way could he truly understand the Little Western Paradise. After walking for a few hundred miles, the sky was dark. Yang Dingtian found a cave and stopped. He took out the book written by Yao Rao and continued to learn the language and writing of the Little Western Paradise. Just as he was learning deeply, he suddenly heard rustling footsteps. Yang Dingtian's ears suddenly stood up. He put the book back into his spatial ring with great vigilance. He held the modified soul sword in his hand that was close to the emperor grade. A series of soft footsteps came from afar. Yang Dingtian didn't move, nor did he extinguish the bonfire. He just held the sword in his hand, ready to attack at any time. But the strange thing was that Yang Dingtian couldn't sense any energy aura from the other party when the footsteps came closer. Only an expert many times stronger than Yang Dingtian couldn't sense the energy of Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, he felt like he was facing a great enemy. He was ready to hide and escape at any time. This Little Western Paradise was really strange. The first person he met was a top expert. Whoosh whoosh, two small black figures quickly entered Yang Dingtian's vision. Yang Dingtian was about to use his mystic skill to hide himself. But after seeing clearly, he laughed at himself. He came to a foreign world. He was really paranoid. It turned out that they were two children. They were about 6 or 7 years old. Their faces were covered in dust and they looked frightened. Because they saw the bonfire, they came over. No wonder he couldn't sense any energy. Yang Dingtian's heart softened. It was a boy and a girl. Although their faces were a little dirty, they looked very cute. They were chubby and had big eyes. Daddy. The little boy looked at Yang Dingtian's back and called out timidly. His voice sounded like he was about to cry. Maybe, these two beautiful children were separated from their parents. Yang Dingtian turned around and smiled warmly at the two children. Then, he took out some roasted meat and waved at them. Who knew that when the two children saw Yang Dingtian's face, their eyes would reveal a look of fear. They screamed and instantly turned into two streams of light and turned into two little foxes. They ran into the dark forest in an instant. Don't be afraid. Yang Dingtian's brain couldn't react in time. He could only call out a few times. But these two children had already run away without a trace. Yang Dingtian was still worried. He rushed out of the cave and looked around. But he didn't see the two children at all. Yang Dingtian frowned. He tried to sense the energy in the surroundings. He wanted to find the two children. Maybe, these two playful children got separated from their parents. They were two children of the demon fox clan. It seemed that in the little western paradise, very small demon foxes could turn into human form. But at the crucial moment, they would still turn into foxes. At this moment, in the forest far away, a gentle woman's voice sounded. Yang Dingtian couldn't understand her voice. But from her voice, it seemed to be very anxious. A moment later, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure rushed out from the forest. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she was startled. Then, she walked over and asked him anxiously. Her voice was very gentle. Yang Dingtian couldn't understand what she was saying. But he understood the word children. This should be the mother of the two children. She was looking for the two demon fox clan children. This woman was very beautiful, and her figure was especially graceful and moving. She had an oval face and looked very gentle and charming. Furthermore, she looked very similar to the little boy from the Foxman race. Yang Dingtian wanted to ask if she had met someone bad. But he didn't know what to say. Seeing her anxious and worried expression, Yang Dingtian quickly pointed at the place where the two demon fox clan children disappeared. Thank you, thank you. The woman nodded at Yang Dingtian gratefully. Then, she hurriedly went in the direction where the two Foxman clan children disappeared. Yang Dingtian wanted to chase after her. But this beautiful woman seemed to be wary of Yang Dingtian. So, he couldn't help but give up. He hoped that she could quickly find the two children. Next, Yang Dingtian perked up his ears and read in the firelight. As long as he heard anything, he would immediately rush out. However, until dawn, nothing happened. After dawn, Yang Dingtian continued to go deep into the mountains to look for the Foxman clan's village. After walking for about 200 miles, Yang Dingtian suddenly saw a familiar back. It was a graceful figure. It was the beautiful woman from last night. She was hurrying on her way. However, she didn't seem to see the two children. Hey, hey! Yang Dingtian shouted from behind. The beautiful woman was shocked and immediately turned around. When she saw Yang Dingtian, her expression relaxed. However, she still looked at Yang Dingtian with caution. After she turned around, Yang Dingtian saw clearly that she had found the two children. They were in her arms. One was a little red fox, and the other was a little white fox. At this moment, the two little foxes were sleeping. They were extremely beautiful and cute. When she found the children, Yang Dingtian was relieved. Then, she pointed at the little foxes in her arms and smiled kindly at the woman. The woman was stunned. Then, she smiled back at her. At this moment, Yang Dingtian realized that she was more beautiful in the day than at night. Especially her beautiful cherry lips. Other than her delicate face, there was also a hint of charm. She also smiled at Yang Dingtian, but her expression was still full of vigilance. After her graceful body bowed, she immediately carried the two children and hurriedly walked away from the side path. It was normal for a single woman to be afraid and vigilant when she saw a man in the wild. Yang Dingtian awkwardly stopped in place. He waited until she was far away before he continued on his way. He didn't want to scare her again. After that, Yang Dingtian continued on his way. He didn't see the delicate woman again until evening. In the mountains dozens of miles ahead, he finally saw the shadow of a village. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't help but speed up. After entering a forest, he suddenly heard the sound of dense footsteps in front of him. There was also an old man's heart-wrenching shout. Yang Dingtian didn't understand what he was shouting. However, it seemed to be the same as what the woman had shouted last night. He vaguely recognized the names of the two children. It seemed that this group of people was also looking for the two beautiful children. He immediately sped up. Suddenly, he saw dozens of men from the Black Fox tribe. They were holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. They were shouting names as they searched. When they saw Yang Dingtian, they clenched the weapons in their hands tightly. They were full of vigilance. However, when they saw Yang Dingtian's appearance, they relaxed. An old man from the Foxman tribe in the middle immediately ran over and asked Yang Dingtian anxiously. Yang Dingtian didn't understand what he was saying. However, he could vaguely tell that these people were looking for the two children. The old man from the Fox tribe in front of him might be the grandfather of the two children. However, these Black Fox tribe members in front of him were all bloodline warriors. Therefore, their cultivation was quite low. The old man from the Foxman tribe in front of him was at most equivalent to a martial Xian warrior. The old man desperately pulled Yang Dingtian's sleeve and asked if he had seen his grandson and granddaughter. He kept asking, tears running down his face. It seemed that he was about to collapse. Yang Dingtian couldn't say. Therefore, he hurriedly took out a piece of silk and a pen and wrote in the language of the Black Fox tribe. The children's mother has been found. Go home immediately. When the old man saw the words on the silk, he was shocked. Then, he wrote on the silk with a pen. The children's mother is dead. That delicate young woman is dead? Yang Dingtian was stunned. How could this be? He just saw it. Then, the Foxman tribe carried a corpse over. It looked like the corpse of a female fox. However, all the skin had been peeled off, leaving only bloody flesh. Moreover, the heart and brain matter had been eaten. What? When did she die? Yang Dingtian asked in shock. A few days ago, my son went out and didn't return. My wife was suspicious and went out to look for him. The day before yesterday, the children sneaked out to look for their parents. Yesterday, we found my wife's corpse in the wilderness. She had been eaten to this extent. The old man wrote. Yang Dingtian's expression changed. The young woman was not the children's mother. She was a monster that ate her mother and then turned into her mother. The two demon fox children had fallen into her claws. At this time, they were most likely dead. At this moment, Yang Dingtian felt that the beauty of the little western paradise had disappeared. There was only danger and terror. Ah! Yang Dingtian suddenly roared in anger. He actually watched as the two children fell into the hands of a monster. Moreover, he met her today. In the next second, Yang Dingtian suddenly soared into the sky and flew in the direction he came from. In just 15 minutes, he arrived at the place where he saw the monster last time. However, she had already disappeared. She definitely couldn't have run far. However, Yang Dingtian was flying all over the sky. She must have hidden. Yang Dingtian was very unfamiliar with this world. Once she hid, Yang Dingtian really wouldn't be able to find her. Thus, Yang Dingtian used his invisibility mystic skill. He also used the blink technique of the devil spirit mist cloak to search every inch of the surrounding several hundred miles. More than 2 hours later, in a deep cave, Yang Dingtian indeed found the monster and the two little foxes in the cage. And this monster still had the appearance of a delicate young woman. At this moment, she was naked in front of the mirror. Looking around, she revealed an incomparably charming smile. And in a large pot, a black liquid was boiling, preparing to cook the two little foxes. Wow, what a beautiful appearance. It's a pity that this skin will rot soon, the monster said regretfully in front of the mirror. Then, she looked at the little foxes in the cage and drooled. She said in a delicate voice, let's take off these clothes first. Then, the monster gently shook. Suddenly, its body suddenly drilled out of the skin. This beautiful skin instantly collapsed to the ground like a balloon without air, turning into a thin layer. It was incomparably strange. But what was even more disgusting was the appearance of this monster. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a disgusting monster. It was a white lump of meat without any shape. It was spread out on the ground and constantly squirming. There were no bones, and it was impossible to tell where the head was and where the body was. However, she had a pair of big, watery eyes and a pair of moving human lips. That's right, if this pair of eyes and mouth were on a human face, it would be very moving. But on this monster, it was incomparably disgusting. Moreover, because this lump of meat was constantly squirming, the two eyes and mouth were also constantly moving. Anyone who saw this appearance would probably vomit immediately. No wonder it could burrow into a complete human skin. Its entire body was made of soft flesh, and it could squeeze into any body. Time to eat, time to eat. Hee hee hee. Hee hee hee, this lump of meat was constantly squirming, approaching the cage. Change into a human, that way, the meat will be more tender and delicious. I want the skin of these two children, change into the appearance of children, hee hee. This monster's speech was not very clear, but it was really comparable to Yang Dingtian. When the monster opened its human mouth, Yang Dingtian immediately felt nauseous. Because this mouth was originally small, but after it opened, it became incomparably huge. Moreover, the inside of the mouth was densely packed with suction cups and countless sharp teeth. There were hundreds and thousands of them. This was simply the most disgusting mouth that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. He only saw a mouthful of green smoke coming out of its mouth. Then, the two little foxes in the cage immediately turned into the appearance of human children. Daddy. Daddy, Mommy. Grandpa. Come and save me, come and save me. The two little foxes desperately shrank into the cage. They kept crying and their small bodies trembled. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian circulated his qi. Then, he lowered the temperature of the demon spirit demonic flame to the lowest, the coldest. Whoosh! The extremely low temperature of the demon spirit demonic flame suddenly burst out and blasted toward the monster. In an instant, the monster was instantly frozen. Then, Yang Dingtian condensed the temperature of the million spirit demonic flame to the highest. Boom! The high temperature of the million spirit demonic flame suddenly blasted out. In an instant, the disgusting monster was turned into ashes. Finally, it didn't need to stay in this world to disgust people. After killing the monster, Yang Dingtian directly tore open the cage and carried out the two little foxes. The two little foxes' small bodies trembled violently as they hugged Yang Dingtian tightly. Don't worry, it's okay. Yang Dingtian hugged them tightly and said, I'll bring you back to your grandpa now. This time, Yang Dingtian came to the little western paradise to bring Yarao and Yang Yi home. Now that he had just entered the little western paradise, he saved two little foxes. This might be a good sign. The two little foxes gradually calmed down in Yang Dingtian's arms and turned back into two little foxes. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian handed the two little foxes to their grandpa. However, the children's mother and father had been killed by the monster. Yang Dingtian also knew that this monster was called the Faceless Monster. It liked to eat brains and hearts. Then, before the foxes died, it would peel off their skin and crawl into the skin to act as a human. Moreover, Yang Dingtian also found out that the so-called Little Western Paradise was not a place where half-saints and martial grandmasters were as common as dogs. He was a 7-star grade 9 martial grandmaster. In the Little Western Paradise, he was still considered a very powerful expert. At least, in the first small tribe he met, he had never seen an expert like Yang Dingtian. The strongest person in this tribe was only a human martial arts grandmaster. In the Fox Demon clan, most of them had a lower bloodline and their lifespan was only about 100 years. Moreover, the lower the bloodline, the earlier they would take some kind of spring water to transform into a human. On the other hand, those with higher bloodlines would need to cultivate for a long time before they could transform into a human. Some people with higher bloodlines would even abandon their human forms and forever appear in the form of a fox demon. However, after all the fox demon died, they would turn back into a fox. The children's grandpa thanked him profusely and shed tears of gratitude. Yang Dingtian stayed in his tribe for 3 days. In these 3 days, the furious Yang Dingtian killed all the man-eating monsters in the entire mountain range within a radius of a few hundred miles. In 3 days and 3 nights, he killed thousands of monsters that were harming the tribe. Then, in the reluctance of the entire tribe, he flew toward Yao Rao's family, the Shadow Spear tribe. The Shadow Spear tribe was about 4,000 miles away from here. With a direction and goal, it was easy to do. 3 days later, Yang Dingtian arrived at Yao Rao's family, the Shadow Spear tribe, ************ note, second update. Today, more than 9,000 words, begging for monthly votes. The Shadow Spear clan was a big clan. They were one of the 9 members of the Little Western Paradise Alliance's parliament. They ruled over a few hundred tribes. The first tribe that Yang Dingtian met was also ruled by the Shadow Spear clan. However, that tribe was too far away and separated by the vast sky. The people of that tribe could not fly, so they could never reach Shadow Spear City. They also knew very little about the Shadow Spear clan. To be precise, Shadow Spear City was not on a single piece of land, but more than 10 pieces of land. That's right, more than 10 pieces of land of various sizes were floating in the sky. The largest piece of land was at least a few hundred miles. In the middle, more than 10 pieces of land of various sizes surrounded it. There were even suspension bridges connecting the pieces of land of similar size. However, none of the pieces of land on the periphery were connected to the piece of land in the middle. The huge Shadow Spear City was built on these pieces of land and connected by various suspension bridges. This was the first time that Yang Dingtian had seen such a city. It was really an eye-opener. This should be a true sky city. The pieces of land on the periphery should be the slums of Shadow Spear City. Because most of the houses were dilapidated, most of the people walking around were also wearing tattered clothes. And on the piece of land of several hundred miles in the middle, the houses were tall and prosperous. When Yang Dingtian stepped into the slums of Shadow Spear City, he was immediately surrounded. Almost everyone on the road was pointing at him and whispering to each other. He could not help but feel strange. Why was this? Could it be that there was something wrong with his appearance? He pulled someone, wanting to ask Yao Rao's father, where his home was. However, everyone who was pulled by Yang Dingtian seemed to be greatly frightened and quickly ran away without a trace. In short, wherever he went, everyone's eyes followed. However, the moment he got close, those people ran away as if they had seen a ghost. This made Yang Dingtian very puzzled. Hence, Yang Dingtian decided to leave the slums and fly to the piece of land in the middle. Yao Li was the young master of a certain tribe. Yang Dingtian knew that. But whether or not Yao Rao's father is the patriarch of Shadow Spear clan, Yang Dingtian doesn't know. However, it should be very prominent, so it should be in the most prosperous place in the inner city. Yang Dingtian soared into the sky, and after flying for a few dozen miles, he landed on the central continent. Sure enough, even the air felt much better. The surrounding houses were all gorgeous and clean. The roads were paved with flat stones, and flowers bloomed on both sides. The cities of the Shadow Spear race were much more artistic than the human cities. There was even a dreamy feeling to them. What surprised Yang Dingtian was that there were not many human faces walking on the road. Most of the Demon Fox clan appeared in the form of a fox, but they walked on 2 legs. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian saw some foxes dressed in gorgeous clothes walking on the road and even bowing to acquaintances, he really felt a sense of dissonance. However, it was clear that the people living in this city were all from the Skyfox clan with a relatively high bloodline. Yang Dingtian's appearance was still surrounded by people here. However, it was already much better. However, almost everyone he met kept a respectful distance from him. Yang Dingtian was certain that there was definitely a problem with his appearance. As for what the problem was, he didn't know. Picking a middle-aged Demon Fox clan with an amiable face, Yang Dingtian stepped forward and asked, "May I ask where Lord Yaonu's residence is?" The middle-aged Demon Fox clan was slightly stunned. Then, he waved his hand at him and didn't say anything. Yang Dingtian was truly flabbergasted. What exactly was the problem with his image? Why did everyone look at him in such a strange manner? Yang Dingtian endured the astonished gazes and walked towards the inner city. However, he didn't walk a few hundred meters. At the front, there was an orderly troop of buck cavalry that rushed over and surrounded Yang Dingtian from the front and back. This demon fox clan actually used a buck as a mount. However, this buck looked very dangerous. First of all, its body was very large, and the horns on its head were as hard as iron and extremely sharp. The leader of the cavalry was also a fox. He came in front of Yang Dingtian and said with a serious expression, "Please come with me." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Was he being arrested? Am I being arrested? Yang Dingtian tried his best to ask in the most standard Sky Fox clan language. The demon fox leader smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, a gorgeous and sturdy carriage came over. Oh, it was a deer carriage. Please. The demon fox leader said. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Dingtian boarded the gorgeous deer carriage. Then, the leader sealed the entire deer carriage so that Yang Dingtian could not see anything outside. Then, the buck cavalry surrounded Yang Dingtian's deer carriage and headed towards the inner city. After a full 2 hours, the deer carriage finally stopped. The demon fox leader opened the door and Yang Dingtian got off the carriage. Then, he almost sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder Yao Li always looked down on humans. Just by looking at the houses, the demon fox clan was much more beautiful than the human countries. Standing in front of Yang Dingtian was an incomparably gorgeous palace. Almost every brick had a gorgeous sculpture on it. Every step was painted with gorgeous patterns. Every tree, every flower, had been carefully trimmed. An exquisite and beautiful garden, a bustling and artistic palace. Yang Dingtian felt that this was a different world. Compared to here, although many of the buildings in the human countries were spectacular, there was a world of difference between beauty and art. Moreover, the palace all used floor-to-ceiling windows. The windows were all made of expensive glass, and beautiful patterns were also painted on them. People who lived in such a palace, no wonder Yao Li kept saying that humans were monkeys and humans were monkeys. However, it was normal. The lifespan of humans was only about 100 years. The demon fox clan, on the other hand, lived for 1,000 years. Naturally, they had a lot of time to spend on art. Humans, on the other hand, spent almost all of their time on martial arts. Please follow me. The demon fox leader said and then led the way. Yang Dingtian followed him and walked into the gorgeous palace. Stepping on the exquisite steps and passing through a long corridor, he saw countless scrolls and sculptures along the way. Even the carpet under his feet changed because of the different environment. Finally, he entered a huge room with a delicate fragrance. This? It should be a living room because there was a row of soft and comfortable chairs and an exquisite and gorgeous small table. On the walls, there were also all kinds of portraits, but most of them were paintings of people. Yang Dingtian noticed that there were 2 men in the center. The man on the left was slightly younger and not as handsome. He looked a little thin. Moreover, his eyes were deep, as if he could see through people's hearts. Even though he was just a picture scroll, it made people not dare to look at his face. On the other hand, the man on the right was middle-aged and very handsome. He was an extremely rare handsome man. Moreover, the clothes on his body were much more gorgeous. Yang Dingtian noticed that the portrait on the left seemed to have been hung up not long ago. Even the paint on the portrait was relatively fresh. It should have been painted not long ago. Then, who could this person be? At this moment, there was a burst of graceful footsteps outside. In fact, she did not make any sound when she stepped on the ground, but Yang Dingtian could hear it. It was a woman, and a woman with very graceful steps. Gently pushing the door open, the woman walked in. Yang Dingtian did not turn around because he could see the woman from the reflection of the glass window. With a glance, Yang Dingtian's heart shook and then he was almost stunned. Because, this woman looked almost exactly the same as Yao Rao. Of course, it was almost and not completely, she was a little taller than Yao Rao. Her figure was not as exaggerated as Yao Rao. The enchanting devil's figure was almost exaggerated to the extent of being hot. And the woman in front of him, although her figure was also high and low, the curve was gentler, making her look very graceful but not so hot. Therefore, although their faces were very similar, Yao Rao looked very hot. This woman, on the other hand, was elegant and noble. That's right, this was Yao Rao's home. And in front of him, perhaps this was his sister-in-law. Yang Dingtian did not let his imagination run wild, but those words still floated into Yang Dingtian's heart instinctively. Half of his sister-in-law's body was brother-in-law's. Immediately, he threw away these distracting thoughts. What Yang Dingtian needed to care about now was whether he had been exposed or not. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that a group of Buck's cavalry captured him here and then his sister-in-law appeared in front of him? Jia greets Mr. His sister-in-law stepped forward and bowed slightly, performing a very graceful and moving aristocratic etiquette. Suddenly, the curve of her waist was like rippling spring water. However, Yao Li, Yao Rao, and Yao Qi were all surnamed Yao. Why was his sister-in-law surnamed Ji? Yang Dingtian did not say anything and only nodded at her. Although she was his sister-in-law, he did not know her position. It was right to speak less. His sister-in-law Jia stepped forward slowly and walked to Yang Dingtian's side. Suddenly, a charming fragrance drifted over. Mister, are you here for the person in the portrait? Jia stretched out her slender hand and pointed at the skinny man on the left. Him? Who is he? Yang Dingtian asked. Jia retracted her hand. Her movement was very elegant and moving. She smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, Mister, don't you know him? The new chairman of the Tribal Alliance's parliament, Mr. Yao Qi. Yang Dingtian's face did not have any expression, but his heart was trembling violently. It turned out that the skinny man was Yao Qi. He was the culprit behind all of this. But, why did Yao Rao's family hang his portrait on the wall, and, was he exposed or not? He did not understand what his sister-in-law was saying. Yang Dingtian immediately asked, Miss, you had people capture me. Do you know me? Note, the first update has been delivered. I will continue to write the second update. Please vote. Of course, I know you. Jia said, the Silent Ones, the most intelligent race in the world, all have very special looks. Any noble with some knowledge will recognize you. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Silent Ones, what the hell are they? Did he become a Silent One because he was not fluent in the fox demon's language? Or did he look like one of the Silent Ones in the Little Western Paradise? Jia was confused. Sir, you don't know Sir Yao Qi in the portrait? Yang Dingtian shook his head. I've heard of him, but I've never seen him before. He tried very hard to say these few words, but they were still very uneven and very strenuous. Jia said, I think you should be quite fluent in the fox demon's language among the Silent Ones. What kind of race was there in the Silent Ones? Was it the race that did not speak? Yang Dingtian looked at Yao Qi's portrait and asked deliberately, Is Yao Qi your elder brother? Jia said, Why do you say so? Yang Dingtian said, His portrait is with your father. Jia said, Because he's the chairman of the tribal council, his portrait will be hung in the palaces of any tribe. Oh. Yang Dingtian replied. He wanted to know what his sister-in-law thought of Yao Qi and how the Shadow Spear clan felt about Yao Qi marrying Yao Rao. After all, if Yang Dingtian wanted to save Yao Rao and Yang Yi, the Shadow Spear clan was a natural ally. Yang Dingtian pointed at Yao Qi's portrait and asked, What about him? Jia said, He's the most outstanding man in the Western Paradise, the most outstanding leader of the fox demon's race. He's the youngest chairman in the past few thousand years. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled. This chairman was actually elected? It seemed that the Little Western Paradise was playing a high-level game. They were electing. But he did not know how long the chairman's term would be. But there was also a bad news. This sister-in-law seemed to admire Yao Qi a lot. In her eyes, Yao Qi was an outstanding leader for Ge. She was very proud to have such a brother-in-law. If she became Yao Qi's sister-in-law, it would be very bad. At the very least, there was no doubt that this sister-in-law in front of her could not become Yang Dingtian's ally. Yang Dingtian immediately said, Why did you ask someone to bring me here? Nothing, I'm leaving. With great difficulty and missing a few words, Yang Dingtian painfully finished the sentence. Jia hurriedly said, "Please wait, mister. Perhaps it's rude of me to invite you here without permission. But if Jia doesn't do so, Mr. will be snatched away by someone else." Yang Dingtian was taken aback. It seemed like the silent tribe was quite popular. As the wise man of the world, the silent one does not like the prosperity of the world. He would rather seclude himself from the world and cultivate. He rarely appears in the world. Jia said, "Just now, I saw you looking at the portrait of Chairman Yao Qi. I thought you were walking in the world for him, so I said what I said just now." This sentence was too long. Yang Dingtian only understood a few words. He immediately frowned in pain. Jia hurriedly took out a piece of paper and wrote the sentence on it. Finally, Yang Dingtian roughly understood what it meant. It seemed that this silent one was equivalent to someone from the Little Western Paradise. A secluded person? Possessing extraordinary wisdom, Yang Dingtian picked up the brush and wrote on the white paper, "No. It's just that one day, I opened my eyes and suddenly wanted to go out for a walk. That's when I randomly walked here." Seeing Yang Dingtian's words, Jia's beautiful eyes immediately became misty. She said, "Mister, I've never seen your words before. You are indeed the wise man of the world. Can I keep such a treasure of calligraphy?" "Huh? This is a treasure of calligraphy? I'm using Zhao Ji's thin gold body to write the words of the Little Western Paradise." Yang Dingtian had practiced calligraphy for a long time in high school and university. He was also a little vain. What he learned was the thin gold body of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty. This was because this handwriting looked very awesome. In the chaotic world, no one had ever praised Yang Dingtian's handwriting. This was because there was no such thing as calligraphy and painting in the chaotic world. The seven refined lane was already the pinnacle of art. Even Yun Zhenu had never thought that Yang Dingtian's handwriting was good. Now that he had arrived at the Little Western Paradise, this place had a dense artistic aura. It allowed Yang Dingtian's thin gold body, which he had been practicing for several years, to shine brightly. "I'm just writing casually." Yang Dingtian still spoke in the language of the Little Western Paradise, which was not very fluent. Suddenly, Jia felt that this silent one in front of her was really high and mighty. Then, she turned to Yang Dingtian and bowed. "Sir, is there anything important that you need this time?" Yang Dingtian said, "Nothing. I'm just taking a walk." Jia immediately said happily, "Then, can you stay for a few days? So that I can serve you as a disciple?" Seeing that Yang Dingtian was frowning and could not understand, Jia quickly wrote on a piece of paper. This silent one in front of her who could not hear her was really too mysterious and too charming. Yang Dingtian truly didn't expect that his appearance would actually be so revered. Then, could he easily go to Yao Qi's side? Could he easily meet Yao Rao, or even let Yao Qi put on a show of 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Suddenly, a plan was formed in Yang Dingtian's mind. Then, he said, "I don't like to be restrained." Jia hurriedly bowed and said, "I dare not restrain you, sir. It's my honor to serve you." Wow, she's going with the flow. She's calling herself a disciple now. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside, and then the gorgeous door opened. A middle-aged man in a gorgeous royal robe quickly walked in. He first looked at Yang Dingtian with great surprise, then bowed deeply and said, "The king of the Shadow Spear clan, Monster's Wrath II, greets you, sir." This frighteningly handsome middle-aged man in front of him, who even had a meticulously groomed beard and exuded an indescribably noble aura, was his father-in-law, the master of the Shadow Spear clan. However, he was actually called Monster's Wrath II. Before coming to Little Western Paradise, Yang Dingtian had always thought that this place was a tribal era that was more backward than the human countries. As it turned out, this person exuded the aura of a so-called civilized aristocrat from head to toe. He wished that every brick and every tile revealed thousands of years of civilization. Moreover, this world also had a brilliant artistic civilization. Even the highest leader of the entire world was elected. Yang Dingtian really did not expect this. However, when he thought of the tribes outside Shadow Spear City, which were still so dilapidated and primitive, and even the periphery of Shadow Spear City was densely packed with slums, Yang Dingtian clearly knew that this was not a truly outstanding civilization. This world placed too much emphasis on bloodlines. Most of the people with low-level bloodlines had almost no place to rise above others. In this little Western paradise, classes were even more distinct and unfair than the human countries. Now, Yang Dingtian finally understood why Yao Li looked down on humans so much and felt that humans were extremely vulgar. He had always thought that it was because of martial arts cultivation, but now it seemed that was not the case. Although the Fox clan of Little Western Paradise was slightly stronger than humans in terms of cultivation, perhaps it was only by a little. What made them look down on humans was their self-righteous civilization. They felt that they were thousands of years more civilized than humans, and that they were thousands of years more advanced. Therefore, Yao Li kept referring to humans as monkeys. The Shadow Spear King in front of him, who was also Yang Dingtian's father-in-law, was completely like a crazy fan. He bowed for a long time before straightening his back and facing Yang Dingtian. "May I ask, what is your name, sir?" Yang Dingtian was barely able to understand his words and asked, "My name?" "Yes." "Please tell me your name, sir," Yao Ni II said. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and said word by word, "Xianxia." He originally wanted to call him Kong Ming, but he felt that this name was not awesome enough, so he changed it to Xianxia. Yao Ni II and Jia seemed to have heard some kind of heavenly voice as they slowly repeated this name. Suddenly, they felt that this name was really beautiful and profound to the extreme. Then, he bowed deeply and said, "May I ask, Mr. Xianxia, may I have the honor of listening to your teachings for a few days?" Yang Dingtian frowned slightly, as if he was a little resistant. Yao Ni II bowed completely, directly at a 90-degree angle with his legs, and then did not get up. Then, "Okay." Yang Dingtian's voice sounded a little awkward. Jia was completely mesmerized by his troubled expression. Oh my god, this was indeed the world's most gorgeous, most elegant, most intelligent, and highest bloodline silent clan. Every move was full of artistic and philosophical aura. It was really going to fascinate people to death. Just like this, Yang Dingtian inexplicably turned into Xianxia of the Silent Clan and stayed in the Shadow Spear clan's palace. He actually wanted to pay a visit to his father-in-law, and conveniently ask his father-in-law to help him save Yao Rao. In the end, his father-in-law's family was very happy to see Yao Rao marry Yao Qi, and they valued this son-in-law very, very much. Who asked Yao Qi to be the most outstanding leader in thousands of years? At only 1,300 years old, he successfully became the chairman of the Western Heavens Tribal Council. Yang Dingtian now knew how long a term was. A full 100 years. For humans, this was king lifelong system. So his father-in-law did not succeed, but instead became the noblest guest in the Shadow Spear clan's palace. Not only the palace, his arrival had already caused a stir in the entire Shadow Spear city. He now also understood why when he first entered the city, those people kept a respectful distance from him, but their attitude was very respectful. Because those people felt that his bloodline was too low, that he was only a low-level noble and was not qualified to communicate with the high-class Silent Clan. In just a few days, Yang Dingtian had caused a stir in the entire Shadow Spear city. There was an endless stream of people who came to visit him. Their attitude was more reserved than the other, more fanatical than the other. And Yao Rao's younger sister, his sister-in-law Jia, really thought of herself as the disciple of Xianxia of the Silent Clan. Faintly, she served Yang Dingtian more than she served her own father. She personally dressed Yang Dingtian, personally danced for Yang Dingtian, personally massaged his neck for Yang Dingtian, personally cooked for Yang Dingtian, and even wanted to personally feed him. In short, all that was left was to serve him in bed at night. After a few days of contact, she became even more madly infatuated with everything about the Silent Clan. So much so that Yang Dingtian did not dare to look into her eyes, because her original reserve had completely left her. Facing a sister-in-law who wanted to recommend herself to sleep with him at any time, Yang Dingtian did feel that it was a bit difficult to interact with her. Now, he finally knew the difference between Jia and Yao Rao. Jia was not very interested in martial arts, so she did not let her surname be Yao, but Ji. She was much more interested in art, civilization, theory, philosophy, and so on. Yao Rao, on the other hand, was completely infatuated with martial arts, and was obsessed with making the Fox clan the supreme ruler of the universe. But Yang Dingtian found that the Fox clan, who had such thoughts like Jia, was no longer mainstream. Now, even martial arts could not be considered the mainstream of the Little Western Paradise. Art and civilization were completely on par with martial arts. As for Yang Dingtian, he finally understood why he was so popular. Why the Silent Clan was so fanatically worshipped by the Fox Clan. It turned out that a long, long time ago, the fallen silver dragon did not seduce the Fox Clan, but a cave dweller. This cave dweller was actually closer to humans, but they had not been out of the sea for long, so they still had webbed feet. The reason why the fallen silver dragon chose this cave dweller was that they, like the Naga, were from the sea. Moreover, they had higher intelligence, and even used primitive words and tools. So, the fallen silver dragon first seduced the cave dweller. But later, it found that the cave dweller had a fatal flaw, and that was that they had no ambition, were reclusive, and somewhat had no desires. Moreover, although they had dealings with each other, they did not communicate much. Although this clan had extraordinary intelligence, if they did not have any ambition, it would be impossible for them to dominate this world. So, the fallen silver dragon began to seduce the Silver Fox clan, which seemed to be smarter and greedier at that time. Sure enough, the fallen silver dragon was right. After this female cave dweller was seduced by it, a new clan was born. Although their talent and intelligence were unparalleled, and even more outstanding than the beginner Naga, they did not have any ambition. They did not like to practice martial arts, and were more willing to spend most of their time meditating and thinking. In fact, they were almost unwilling to even speak, so they were called the Speechless Clan. This was not the most fatal thing. The most fatal thing was that they were unwilling to mate with a male and female, and were unwilling to reproduce. So, this silent clan became fewer and fewer, and it was said that they had gone extinct a few hundred years ago. However, this did not stop the Fox clan from worshipping this cave dweller. This was because the cave dweller's talent and intelligence were far superior to the Fox clan. The key was that the Silent Clan's silver dragon bloodline was very rich, and because they had very few descendants, their bloodline was very pure. The Fox clan's worship of the silver dragon bloodline was almost to the extreme. And no Fox clan's silver dragon bloodline could be compared to the Silent Clan's. Moreover, the Silent Clan's extraordinary mentality, their intelligence, and their attitude all became the reason for the Fox clan's fanatical worship. Therefore, it was no wonder that when Jia discovered Yang Dingtian, the Silent Clan, she immediately asked the Buck cavalry to bring him over, afraid that others would snatch him away. As for the Shadow Spear King, Demon Rage too, he was already so old, but his fanaticism was no less than his daughter's. Previously, Yang Dingtian was still worried that his fake speechless race would be exposed. After all, he didn't have their intelligence. In the end, he found that these worries were completely unnecessary. That was because all of the high-level foxes worshipped him in a sick and irrational manner. They were all die-hard fans. Not to mention exposing himself, even if he urinated on the street, he would be worshipped and respected by countless demon fox nobles. They would feel that this was the true freedom, and they would guarantee that there would be 10,000 demon fox nobles learning to urinate on the street the next day. In fact, this kind of limelight had already started. Yang Dingtian stuttering in the demon fox language had already become popular in the entire Shadowspear city. There were already countless demon fox nobles imitating him, and even his every move had become the object of imitation by the young nobles. This was not the craziest thing. The craziest thing was that the news of the silent Jiangshang had finally spread to the Silver Dragon Sky City thousands of miles away. Then, the newly elected leader of the Western world, Yao Qi, prepared to personally come to Shadowspear City to visit Yang Dingtian. Note, second update. Brothers, it's still double monthly votes. Don't waste it, vote for me. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian finally met the youngest chairman of the Fox Demon clan. Of course, he was also his biggest enemy in Little Western Paradise. Without a doubt, he was not very pretty in the Fox Demon clan. He was almost 1.9 meters tall, which made him look too tall and skinny. Especially his eyes, they were deep and narrow. It made him look very difficult to get along with. Yang Dingtian had a few misconceptions about Yao Qi. The first misconception was that he was elected chairman not because of his high cultivation. That was right. His cultivation was much higher than Yao Li's, but in Little Western Paradise, he was definitely not number one. He was not even in the top few. The reason why he was elected chairman was because of his political charisma and his charisma as a leader. The second misconception was that he was not elected chairman because of his high status. In fact, his status was even lower than Yao Li's. Yao Li was the young master of a clan. Yao Qi was an orphan, but later became the adopted son of the Jaina tribe's leader. When he was very young, Yao Qi showed great talent. In just a few hundred years, he made the Jaina tribe rise from a third-tier clan to one of the 9 great tribes. The leader of the Jaina tribe had once wanted to tie the knot between the two of them and marry into the Jaina tribe so that he could inherit the position of the tribe leader. However, Yao Qi gave up on the glory and wealth that was within his reach. He turned to the great sage Xianxia and became his disciple. He cultivated martial arts, philosophy, and politics. 300 years ago, the great sage Xianxia was elected chairman of the Western Paradise World's Tribal Council, and Yao Qi became his assistant. After that, Xianxia was elected chairman for 1 term, and then he retired completely. In the past 100 years, Yao Qi became the great arbitrator of the tribal council, in charge of the disputes between the 9 great tribes. Then, in this election, he probably received the full support of his teacher, as well as the support of the Shadow Spear tribe and the Jaina tribe. At the age of 1300, he was successfully elected as the chairman, becoming the youngest chairman in the history of the country. Of course, he did not have a good life. This was because the number of votes he received this time was the lowest in all the elections. It was a narrow victory. In the world of Little Western Paradise, he also had many opponents. Especially when he was the great arbiter, he had offended many people. Therefore, not only was he the youngest speaker, but he was also the most controversial speaker. The appearance of Xianxia from the Speechless clan was a great opportunity for Yao Qi. Of course, it was also a great risk. This was because the demon fox aristocrats' worship of the Silent Ones was fanatical. Therefore, as long as he could get Xianxia to stay by his side, it would be beneficial for him to stabilize his position as the chairman and even his future in power. However, if this silent speaker became disgusted with him, or even said something unfavorable about him, then his situation would become even worse. Therefore, after discovering that Yang Ding Tian was a fake Speechless, the Shadow Spear tribe, who was Yao Qi's absolute ally, immediately brought him to the palace and treated him with the utmost respect. After learning about this, Yang Ding Tian could not help but mock them in his heart. There were no fools in this world. It turned out that most of the respect that his father-in-law had shown him was fake. It was all for the sake of his son-in-law, Yao Qi, to fight for political resources. Instantly, Yang Ding Tian felt that the smile on his father-in-law's face was filled with the hypocrisy of a modern Earth politician. For the first time, Yang Ding Tian also felt that the political standards of the human countries in the chaotic world were quite low. On the other hand, the political standards of Little Western Paradise were similar to those of modern Earth countries. In fact, they were even better. As for him, the fake silent speaker, he had become a tool when he first appeared. However, there was one thing that he did not have to worry about. That was, his impersonation of the Speechless clan would never be exposed. Even if he was fake, Yao Qi would try her best to make it look real. Therefore, Yang Ding Tian now had a question. Was his sister-in-law Jia's fanaticism for him real or fake? 300 years ago, my teacher was fortunate enough to meet a sage from the Silent Clan. The two of them only talked for a day and night, but my teacher benefited from it for the rest of his life. He only understood less than half of the sage's wisdom after a few hundred years. Yao Qi also sat in front of Yang Ding Tian very respectfully and said, "Today, Yao Qi is fortunate enough to be taught by you. I will definitely benefit from it for the rest of my life." His sister-in-law Jia walked beside Yang Ding Tian and served him tea respectfully. Yang Ding Tian only smiled slightly and did not answer. As a Silent Clan member, he did not need to answer. He could see through Yao Qi's intention at a glance. He did not really want to ask him any questions. This Yao Qi in front of him was, without a doubt, the extremely conceited type. What he wanted was merely a political talent. Just like his teacher, who had talked for a day and a night with the previous Silent Clan member and was influenced by the Silent Clan's wisdom. However, who knew what the actual situation was? It would not be strange if the two of them talked about how to f*ck women. As long as everyone knew that they had talked for a day and a night, that would be enough. It was a political resource. He made use of the Fox clan's worship of the Silent Clan to create a political resource. Hence, no matter what Xiaoqi said, Yang Dingtian only smiled and did not speak. He was even scared out of his wits. Suddenly, Yaoqi's face turned ugly. That was because he despised the Silent Clan. He felt that the Silent Clan was antisocial and stupid. If the Fox Clan learned from them, the Fox Clan would have gone extinct a long time ago. If the Silent Clan was really so intelligent, they would not have gone extinct. His teacher Xianxia had indeed talked to a Silent Clan member for a day and a night. However, after the conversation, he had respectfully sent the Silent Clan member away. He had immediately gone to the lavatory in golden resplendence and pooped for a whole hour. Yaoqi asked. Why? His teacher said that if a perverted man talked to an abstinent person, what would the consequences be? Yaoqi shook his head. Of course, he knew. He asked his teacher to tell him. Yongxi said, the result is that the perverted man might become impotent. Yaoqi asked curiously, why is that? Yongxi said, because the abstinent person kept brainwashing you. He said that beautiful women are no different from feces. After saying this for 10,000 times, you would be poisoned. When you see a beautiful woman, you would think of feces. Wouldn't that make you impotent? Yaoqi said, teacher, that's weird. Why would a beautiful woman be associated with feces? It makes sense that a beautiful woman would turn into a skeleton after death. Yongxi said, because bones are not as disgusting as feces. That abstinent person would peel off the beautiful woman's skin and tell you that under the skin is disgusting fat and bloody flesh. It is no different from pork. Then, he would open the stomach and point at the green intestines. He would say that the intestines are feces. Hence, a beautiful woman is no different from feces. Then, he would tell you that the beautiful woman came from your imagination. After that, the so-called power and achievements were no longer illusory. Tell me, after listening to this for a day and a night, should I go and get rid of it? Yaoqi said, teacher, why do I feel that it makes sense? Yongxi said, of course it makes sense. Let me ask you, who do you think is the stupidest person in the world? Yaoqi said, someone who thinks he is smart? Yongxi said, no, someone who thinks he is smart at least makes himself comfortable. True stupidity is to see through everything. It is to be so smart that you see through everything and lose all your desires. Once you reach that stage, you can just die. Anyway, there is no point in you living, right? Yaoqi nodded. Yongxi continued, hence, the biggest stupidity in the world is wisdom. You said that his words make sense. Of course, they do. All the truths in the world seem to make sense. But all the truths are stupid. If you don't want to be stupid, it is simple. You can play with the truths and use them to get everything you want. Hence, Yaoqi had always looked down on authority. Moreover, they also kept a respectful distance from the silent ones and avoided the topic like it was a taboo. Hence, from the bottom of his heart, he looked down on Yang Dingtian, the silent ones. However, for the sake of politics, he had to ask for advice with a respectful attitude. But the silent ones in front of him just sat there arrogantly and did not say a word. Yaoqi was a king. Of course, he felt offended. Once someone offended him, not to mention the silent ones, no one could escape the fate of disappearing from the world. Hence, he still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. He said, do you think that I am stupid and unworthy of your advice? Yang Dingtian said, if you are stupid, then there is no smart person in the world. Yaoqi said, then why is Mr. Jiangshang not saying anything? Yang Dingtian said, you don't like me, and your words against the silent ones are like snakes and scorpions. Why should I say anything? Whatever you want, I will cooperate with you. You and I can do whatever you want for a day and a night. Yang Dingtian's words were very direct. If you want me to put on a show, then I will fulfill your wish. The two of us can just sit there for a day and a night. As for talking through the night, there is no need for that. Yaoqi's face twitched. He felt that his teacher was right. These silent ones were all arrogant and stubborn. They boasted that they saw through everything. It was one thing for him to think about it, but it was another thing for Yang Dingtian to expose him. All of a sudden, he became competitive, and the so-called respect on his face disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was replaced by an extremely conceited arrogance. He said, "Mr. is right. I am very disgusted by the creed of your speechless clan, and even feel that it is completely useless. If we followed your attitude of having no desires, then not only the little Western paradise, but the entire chaotic world would have been destroyed. Desire is the foundation of all civilizations and races' survival. It is the absolute driving force for all civilizations and races' development. If the silent ones were really the so-called intelligent ones, then why are you almost extinct now?" Yang Dingtian smiled and did not refute. Jia, on the other hand, was filled with uneasiness. She could not help but look at Yaoqi with fear. "That's right. Talking to the silent ones for a day and a night will be very beneficial to me. Many fox demons will think that I have gained the recognition and influence of the intelligent ones." Yaoqi said coldly, "However, since you have such an attitude, then I don't want this reputation. Goodbye." Then, Yaoqi stood up and was about to walk out. "When are you going to kill me?" Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Yaoqi paused and continued to walk out. He did not answer or deny. Yang Dingtian had guessed correctly. Since they parted on bad terms, Yaoqi would definitely kill him, the silent ones. That was because the silent ones had too many admirers. Once they said something that was unfavorable to him, the consequences would be severe. Therefore, the moment Yaoqi walked out, he would definitely not allow him to live in this world. At that time, Yang Dingtian did not stop him at all. He allowed Yaoqi to leave the room. Suddenly, Jia knelt beside him and said, "Why did you do that? You will lose your life if you do that. Although you are admired by tens of thousands of people, if Yaoqi wants to kill you, it will be a piece of cake." Yang Dingtian only shook his head and did not say anything. After interacting with Yaoqi for a short 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that this might be the first true monarch that he had met. Furthermore, it was a monstrously ambitious monarch that was decisive in killing. He was very similar to those outstanding places in China's history. Even Queen Sihart couldn't be considered a true ruler, because she was too soft and vicious, and her vision was too narrow. Next, Yang Dingtian would have to judge whether he was a truly outstanding and powerful king. Because for a king, intelligence was not the most important thing. The most important thing was character and breadth of mind. Such breadth of mind would basically lead to self-criticism, self-denial, and self-doubt. In the end, it would turn into correct thinking. This Yaoqi's prejudice and contempt for the silent ones were deeply rooted. If he thought of a way to kill Yang Dingtian, then he would only be a king. However, if he did not kill Yang Dingtian, but forced himself to understand the silent ones that he disliked and confirm whether his judgment was correct before deciding whether to kill Yang Dingtian, then he would be an outstanding king. Therefore, if he did not kill Yang Dingtian, then he would be an even more dangerous enemy to the human countries. Yang Dingtian's premonition was right. This Yaoqi in front of him was indeed an outstanding king. A few hours later, he came in front of Yang Dingtian again and said, "My judgment of the speechless race all originated from my teacher. Therefore, I am biased. This is a very dangerous action that will lead me in the wrong direction. Therefore, I really want to understand whether the silent ones are really intelligent and whether they are really harmful to this world." Yang Dingtian nodded at him. Yaoqi said, "I will only ask you one question. If you answer correctly, you will live. If you answer incorrectly, you will die. You know that it will be easy for me to kill you, and there won't be any serious consequences." Yang Dingtian nodded again. Yaoqi said, "My question is, what do you think is the thing that I am most worried about now? In other words, what is the problem that I want to solve the most after becoming the speaker?" Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. If he answered correctly, he would live. If he answered incorrectly, he would die. Note, the first update has been sent. I will continue to write the second update. Please vote. What was Yaoqi most worried about? What problem did he want to solve the most? If Yang Dingtian did not come from modern Earth, he would have answered wrongly. From anyone's point of view, Yaoqi's biggest problem was his controversial nature. There were many forces that did not approve of him. Of course, all of this boiled down to one thing: how to secure his position as the chairman. If it was anyone else, they would have given the same answer. However, Yang Dingtian knew very well that Yaoqi did not care about that. Instead, he cared about the future of Little Western Paradise. That's right, the future of Little Western Paradise. In the few days that Yang Dingtian stayed, he clearly felt that the upper world of Little Western Paradise was much happier than the human countries. They were not in any danger, unlike the human countries that had to face the threat of a world-ending war. It seemed like there was nothing in the world that could threaten Little Western Paradise. That was indeed the case. Regardless of whether it was the Snakeman Empire or the Evil Tao, they would not be able to threaten the Little Western Paradise for a very, very long time. In that case, this was the biggest problem. They were born in hardship and died in peace. Little Western Paradise was not in any danger and had a lifespan of thousands of years. Therefore, they had no intention of improving themselves and had lost their future goals. Perhaps they had once wanted to dominate all the dimensions in the chaotic world. They wanted to restore the glory of the Naga Empire and even go further. They wanted to become a true race of gods, the pinnacle of the universe. However, batch after batch of female foxes went to the human countries. Without exception, they all failed. The long years had erased most of their fighting spirit and dreams. Everyone was content with their current situation and only wanted to enjoy life. Look at the nobles in Shadowspear City. How exquisite their food was and how extravagant their clothes were. How extravagant their lives were. They even wanted a statue by the roadside to be extravagant. Moreover, there were already many people with high bloodlines who did not practice martial arts. Why did they not practice martial arts? That was because ever since the Tribal Alliance Parliament was established in Little Western Paradise, they rarely used force to solve disputes. It had been a long time since there was a war. Most of the time, political means were used to solve problems. Since there was no war, there was no room for military force to be used. A person with a high cultivation base might not necessarily be respected and loved. Therefore, more and more people pursued art and philosophy. This was actually a good thing. But Little Western Paradise was a little too morbid. For example, Yang Dingtian, a fake member of the Silent Tribe, did not display any outstanding talent at all. He did not write any immortal articles, nor did he publish any astonishing theories, nor did he have any works of art. However, almost the entire Shadowspear City was crazily chasing after him. And the reason was simply because he was from the Silent Clan. He possessed the highest Silver Dragon bloodline. Therefore, no matter what he did, he could be at the forefront of fashion. Even his stuttering speech could become a popular trend, and countless people imitated him. This was already sick. At this moment, the Little Western Paradise was like adding oil to a fire. The demon fox aristocrats who had lost their goal would eventually walk towards their own demise. Answer. If your answer is correct, it means that you are indeed a wise person. If your answer is wrong, it means that you are just a pretentious person. I cannot let you live, Yaoqi said. The Little Western Paradise now can no longer tolerate a pretentious idol. Yang Dingtian looked at Yaoqi and wrote word by word. The biggest problem you are facing, oh no, the biggest problem the entire Little Western Paradise is facing is that most people have lost their direction. It is as if they have entered an eternal drunken stupor. The few who are sober are unable to lead them to change. If this continues, in less than 300 or 500 years, Little Western Paradise will self-destruct. Yaoqi was instantly shocked. Yang Dingtian ignored his words and continued writing. Actually, there is a more realistic problem. I have rarely seen the children of the high nobles. As they have an almost infinite lifespan, the demon fox aristocrats no longer wish to have children. This is because it will affect their bloodline. Moreover, I have seen many aristocrat couples who are like passers-by. They have countless lovers. The private life in Shadowspear City has become extremely messy. In the end, Yang Dingtian used simple words to write. The Little Western Paradise now is at its brightest, but it is also at its most decadent. Therefore, in the next few hundred or thousand years, it will face the end of the world. Yaoqi looked at the words and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. His entire face and eyes were trembling. This was the first time someone had spoken to the deepest part of his soul. It was even clearer and clearer than what he was worried about. Many people thought that he would be very proud after becoming the chairman. However, they did not know that he could not sleep at night. He was extremely anxious when he saw the upper echelons of Little Western Paradise living in such a drunken stupor. After a long while, he bowed for the first time and said, "Mr. Xianxia, please forgive me for my ignorance and disrespect. Please forgive me for doubting your wisdom and blaspheming you." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Since you are so polite, I will say a few more words." Yaoqi bowed again and said, "Please enlighten me." Yang Dingtian continued writing. Previously, you were extremely disdainful of the speechless race. Obviously, you were influenced by your teacher. Your teacher thinks that desire is the root of the advancement of society. However, the speechless race thinks that all desires and pursuits are illusory. I advise your teacher to give up everything and pursue all eternity. Yaoqi said respectfully, "That's right. Although you have not heard of it, it is as if you have seen it with your own eyes." Yang Dingtian wrote, "Actually, both of them are right, but they are also wrong. Your teacher is wrong because he is too fearless. The speechless race senior is wrong because he is too pessimistic. However, your teacher is wrong more. Think about it carefully. How much of the Little Western Paradise's current situation is because of your teacher?" Yaoqi was shocked when he heard this. Yang Dingtian wrote, "When your teacher was elected as the speaker, Little Western Paradise was at its most chaotic. There were endless conflicts. Hence, your master spent 100 years to guide the mainstream of the Western Paradise from the martial path to the arts, using this to eliminate the conflict. This kind of guidance could not be said to be wrong. However, he should not have led it to the superficial. This thing is too illusory. Moreover, there is no clear future." Yang Dingtian continued writing, "Of course, he became the greatest speaker in history. However, he had already planted the seeds of disaster for Little Western Paradise. His actions were like he did not want a group of beasts to fight each other. In the end, he treated them like pigs. In the end, he really did raise a group of pigs. Just like what he said, if you don't want to be stupid, you have to play with the truth. He was too utilitarian, too smart, and too mean." Yang Dingtian's words were enlightening in Yaoqi's ears. Actually, he felt that way too. However, that was his teacher, his biggest political backer. Therefore, he could not think too deeply about it. Now that Yang Dingtian had exposed him, he broke out in cold sweat. That was right. Little Western Paradise was full of conflicts before, but it did not lack vitality. Now, Little Western Paradise was peaceful, but it was dead. How do I get out of this rotten situation? Sir, please teach me. Yaoqi said as he bowed. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, "Old habits are hard to change. Either you start all over again, or there is a huge external force. Otherwise, with your own strength, there is no way to save it." "Why is there no way to save it?" "Sir, please do not underestimate my determination. Even if I have to pay a huge price, I will save this situation," Yaoqi said. Yang Dingtian wrote on the paper, "Because the fox demon race in Little Western Paradise is not a race given by the heavens. It is also not a race that was born naturally. It is a race that was forcefully created by a powerful species. From the moment it was born, it was the moment it was destroyed. The Naga race is the most extreme example." Yaoqi clenched his teeth and said, "Sir, do you think that there is an intelligent species in this world that will live forever?" "Humans." Yang Dingtian said, "At least in the foreseeable future, they will continue to live." Yaoqi said, "Why humans?" Yang Dingtian said, "Because they are too ordinary." Yaoqi was stunned. Then, he fell silent. Others might not understand Yang Dingtian's words, but he was smart enough to understand. Yang Dingtian was speaking the truth. However, he was also hiding something. There was only one meaning in his words, and that was to let the demon foxes of the Little Western Paradise completely integrate into the human nations of the primal chaos realm, and let them also become popular. To put it more bluntly, he wanted to destroy all the powerful and rotten high-ranking fox demon race. He wanted the astronomical number of ordinary fox demon race to become the mainstream of Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian's secret was, of course, a poison. A poison that would destroy Little Western Paradise's martial arts. However, it was also the truth. It was also the truth that would allow Little Western Paradise to live forever. Sometimes, poison could save people. But of course, Yang Dingtian wouldn't say it so clearly. However, Yao Qi said it very clearly. He said directly, "Sir, you want me to destroy all the high-ranking fox demon race and let the ordinary fox demon race become the rulers of Little Western Paradise. Then, they will completely integrate into the human kingdom. Is that what you mean?" When he said that, his eyes were already cold and filled with murderous intent. He was indeed a king. He had just bowed down and kowtowed. Now, he was filled with murderous intent. Yang Dingtian knew that he needed a perfect explanation. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. "That's what I mean, but that's also not what I mean," Yang Dingtian said. "Oh." Yao Qi said, "Please enlighten me." Yang Dingtian wrote, "From a long-term perspective, that's what I mean. I want the high-ranking fox demon race to destroy themselves after completing their mission. I want the low-ranking fox demon race to become the mainstream of Little Western Paradise. However, this long-term plan will take at least hundreds or thousands of years. If I do it in the short term, it's no different from destroying my martial arts and committing suicide by taking poison." Yao Qi did not deny it. He said, "Is there no other way?" Yang Dingtian said, "If you only want a few thousand years of glory, of course, there is a way. It's to walk the path of the Naga race. Borrow from the humans and give birth to a demigod race. Then, they will completely rule over all the dimensions in the chaotic world. Then, your fox demon race's power will exceed the limits of the chaotic world. Then, there will be another great nirvana, which will lead to the complete destruction of the chaotic world." Yao Qi's eyes brightened. He said, "If that's the case, we will still have glory, right?" Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. That's right. The ambitious person in front of him had the mentality of a typical king, not an idealist. The instant glory of ruling over the world was what fascinated them the most. However, the longevity of civilization might not be what they really wanted. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "Yes. However, it's a pity that the Naga race has already done this. No matter what, repeating the path of others is not an absolute glory." Suddenly, the light in Yao Qi's eyes dimmed. Then, he laughed and said, "All right, talking to you is indeed better than studying for 10 years. I've learned a lot. Please rest, sir. I'll come again." Then, he bade farewell and left. Yang Dingtian could not help but sigh. Because of the judgment of the people of Earth, he was recognized by Yao Qi's talent. However, he did not say anything about Yao Qi. Moreover, their ambitions and views were completely different. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot work together. Yao Qi still wanted to follow the path of the Naga race. She wanted to give birth to the demigod race and rule over the universe. Even if she wanted to be completely destroyed like the Naga race, she would not hesitate. Just like the saying, even if it was a shooting star that passed by in a flash, at least it had once burned and shone brightly. If this happened to a person, it was not bad. However, if it happened to a race, it would undoubtedly be an extremely terrifying thing. In the history of Earth, there were too many races that had risen brilliantly. They had almost conquered the entire world, or more than half of the world. However, their rise was quick, and their fall was sudden. The Mongol Empire under Genghis Khan's lead had almost conquered half of the world in a short period of time. However, the entire empire had been destroyed in less than 100 years. Germany had almost fought against more than half of the world with its own power. Although it had lost in terms of strategy, it was extremely brilliant in terms of tactics. The burning thoughts of these races had not only destroyed themselves, but they had also created a huge disaster for the entire world. Once Yao Qi succeeded, the human countries would face an even more terrifying ending. It would be even more terrifying than the Great War of Extinction. Once the high-level fox race successfully gave birth to the demigod race, in addition to their almost endless lifespan, humans would not be their match. They would only face enslavement or destruction. Of course, they would also be destroyed. However, they would first destroy the entire world civilization before destroying themselves. For example, after the Naga race had dominated the underwater world, they had almost destroyed all the underwater civilizations. They were the only one left. That was because they wanted to monopolize all the energy in the sea to make themselves stronger. That would lead to the Great Nirvana. In the pavilion at the highest point of the palace, Yao Nu II and Yao Qi were having a secret conversation. What about Xianxia? Yao Nu asked. Yao Qi said, different ideals, different paths. Yao Nu II said, then get rid of him. I'll do it. I guarantee that it won't affect you at all. You can just blame it on the Silver Moon race. After all, Yao Li has already died in your hands. You can use Jiangshang's death to get rid of the dissidents. Yao Qi said, but this person is also my confidant. I haven't had such a good conversation with someone in a very long time. When he says something, I can understand the meaning behind it. When I say something, he can also understand what I mean. He's such a confidant and a great talent. It's a pity to kill him. Then, Yao Qi said, if he can be used by me, that would be great. Yao Nu II said, that's what I thought back then. That's why I kept him. He's from the speechless race. He'll bring you great political prestige. Yao Qi was a little disappointed with his father-in-law's vision. He shook his head and said, I don't care if he's from the speechless race. Try to get him. Either he'll be used by me or I'll kill him. How? Yao Nu II asked. Be my brother-in-law and betroth Jia to him, Yao Qi said. Yao Nu II said, how can that be? Jia is going to marry you together with Yao Rao. She'll be your future imperial concubine. No, although Jia is beautiful, if she can be exchanged for Jiangshang, that's what I want. Yao Qi said, think of a way immediately. Even if you want Jia to climb into his bed now, it'll be worth it. Note, second update. How many more days until the double monthly votes? Brothers, if you have it, hurry up and vote. Jia was stunned when she heard her father's request. She was speechless. All the admiration she had for Yang Dingtian was fake. She was looking forward to marrying someone like Yao Qi. She was looking forward to marrying Yao Qi with her sister. She served Jiangshang, the silent one, because of Yao Qi. Her sister, Yao Rao, gave her too much pressure. As the only female fox demon who had successfully borrowed a human seed and gave birth to a demigod's descendant, Jia felt that she had no chance of winning against her sister. In fact, Jia was the first one to get married to Yao Qi. Back then, Yao Qi tried to rope in the Shadow Spear clan to become the chairman. The marriage was decided by the greatest chairman in Little Western Paradise's history. He was also Yao Qi's teacher, the Eternal Pavilion. He came to Shadow Spear City to ask for Yao's Wrath II's hand. After that, the Shadow Spear clan supported Yao Qi to become the chairman. Not only that, but the Shadow Spear clan also roped in many close allies to support Yao Qi's election. If it were not for the Shadow Spear clan, Yao Qi would not have been elected. Jia was originally Yao Qi's only wife. However, there was a huge change. Some humans secretly reported to Yao Qi that Yao Rao had successfully borrowed a human seed and gave birth to a demigod's descendant. Not only that, but Yao Li had also received the news and went to the human kingdom to take Yao Rao back. Suddenly, Yao Qi felt that this was a huge opportunity. The opportunity to change the Western Paradise was right in front of her. Therefore, he left Little Western Paradise immediately and went to the human kingdom to take Yao Rao and the child away. Because of this, he did not hesitate to kill Yao Li, turning the Silvermoon clan, who had always been against him, into his mortal enemy. After that, Yao Rao also became the second wife that he was about to marry. No, Yao Rao was the first, and Jia was the second. Yao's Wrath II was very happy. He did not expect his daughter Yao Rao to successfully borrow a human seed. A few hundred years ago, thousands of the most outstanding female fox demon nobles went to borrow a human seed. However, none of them succeeded. All of them failed. Therefore, the entire fox demon clan gave up hope. They felt that it was impossible. Having lost their target, the fox demon clan became even more befuddled. But he had never thought that Yao Rao would actually succeed. What did this mean? Demon's Wrath II was very clear that this meant that his grandson was very likely to become the first emperor of Little Western Paradise, a true emperor. Hence, he had not invested much in supporting Xianxia before. Now, he was supporting Xianxia with everything he had. Because supporting Xianxia was equivalent to supporting his grandson. Jia, on the other hand, was the one who suffered the most damage. Originally, she was Chairman Xiaoqi's only wife, but later on, she had to be ranked after her sister. If that was the case, she would have accepted it. Now, she was actually asked to climb onto the bed of the silent clan's Xianxia. She really could not accept it. On what basis? On what basis? Why am I the one being sacrificed? Jia and Xiaoqi could be said to be like-minded. Many of their viewpoints coincided with each other. At the same time, Jia was a noblewoman with great ambition. Unlike the other fox nobles, she was not muddle-headed and befuddled. She also clearly saw the terrible situation that the demon fox clan was facing. Towards the speechless clan, she was full of repulsion and even hostility. She felt that the speechless clan's negative viewpoints would bring great harm to the entire Little Western Paradise. The reason why she served Xianxia from the speechless clan like a disciple was all for Xiaoqi. She just wanted to build momentum for Xiaoqi. Actually, she herself did not despise Xianxia from the speechless clan. She could only say that his viewpoints were completely different from hers. Hence, although she called herself a disciple, she did not ask Xianxia from the speechless clan, Yang Dingtian, any questions. Instead, she had those fox nobles come to worship her every day, and then she showed them her close relationship with Xianxia. Not only was she building momentum for Xiaoqi, but she was also building momentum for herself. Her identity as a disciple of the speechless clan could bring glory to her identity. As the future wife of the chairman, this identity was also a golden signboard. In today's Little Western Paradise, martial arts could no longer dominate the order. Reputation was more important than martial arts. Hence, no matter which noble, they would do everything they could to increase their reputation. And this Xianxia from the speechless clan became the best tool. Hence, she spared no effort to flatter Xianxia from the speechless clan. It was all for Xiaoqi. Soon, Jia forced herself to calm down. She said, "Father, why? Why?" Yaonu II said, "This speechless clan is overflowing with talent. Chairman Xiaoqi wants to use him for himself." "What talent does the speechless clan have?" "They only know how to hide from the world." "It's useless for governing the world," Jia said. Yaonu II said, "Chairman Xiaoqi said that Xianxia and he are close friends. It's just that their viewpoints and paths are different." Jia said, "Then, it's also him who told me to climb onto Xianxia's bed?" "Yes," Yaonu II said. Jia said, "Then I'll ask him myself." Jia came to Xiaoqi's house. For the first time, she lifted her beautiful and elegant face and looked at Xiaoqi. "You know that I admire and adore you a lot? That I dislike the speechless clan?" Xiaoqi nodded. Jia said, "I just want to confirm that you really want to marry me to Xianxia?" Xiaoqi nodded. "Yes." "Why?" Jia asked. Xiaoqi said, "He sees the danger of Little Western Paradise more clearly than I do. However, he's very biased against the Fox clan. He's even hostile. He wants to destroy the Fox clan." Jia said, "If that's the case, why don't you kill him?" Xiaoqi said, "As a king, I can't judge things based on likes and dislikes. If I don't like someone, I'll kill him. If I have a different view, I'll kill him. That's the most useless thing to do. To be able to make your enemy work for you, that's what a king should do." Jia said, "Is he worth it?" Xiaoqi said, "First, his identity as the speechless clan is worth it, let alone his talent." Jia said, "What do you want me to do? Seduce him?" "No." Xiaoqi said, "What's done can't be undone. Then, propose marriage." Jia's face turned pale. She said with a trembling voice, You can bear to see me like this?" "I can," Xiaoqi said expressionlessly. Jia's face was pale. She clenched her teeth and said, "What if, even if I do it, he still won't cooperate?" "Then kill him," Xiaoqi said. "What about me? What about me?" Jia's tears fell. Xiaoqi said, if you can't marry him, then marry me. You don't care. I've been with him before. I'm a pure and flawless virgin, Jia said while holding back her tears. Xiaoqi said, I don't care. Your sister Yao Rao gave birth to a human's child. I don't care. I'm even preparing to nurture that child to be my successor. We'll have many children in the future. All of them will assist their elder brother. Jia's tears finally gushed out. Xiaoqi's actions were unquestionably shameless and despicable. He was willing to give his woman to someone else for one person. However, he was so magnanimous that no one could refute him. All right. Since you're willing, then I'm willing too. Jia gritted her teeth and walked out. For half a day, Yang Dingtian's room was very quiet. Jia, who had been serving him meticulously as a disciple, had also disappeared. Yang Dingtian knew that Xiaoqi had to make a choice again. Kill him or find a way to tolerate him and use him in the end. Of course, if Xiaoqi wanted to kill him, he wouldn't do it in the Shadow Spear clan's palace. He would kill him somewhere else and blame it on his enemy, such as the Silver Moon clan. It was funny. If Yang Dingtian wanted to find an ally against Xiaoqi, he shouldn't have come to the Shadow Spear clan first. He should have gone to the Silver Moon clan. However, he instinctively thought that the Shadow Spear clan was Yao Rao's family and his father-in-law. They should have been a natural ally. Who would have thought that the Shadow Spear clan would be Xiaoqi's most loyal supporter? Yao Li's Silver Moon clan was Xiaoqi's most loyal enemy. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't really want to go to the Silver Moon clan anymore. At least, he didn't want to go for now. That was because he wanted to know more about Xiaoqi. If he could influence him to change the strategy of the Little Western Paradise and save Yao Rao and her son, that would be the best ending. Of course, the best ending would be for Xiaoqi to return Yao Rao and her son to him and form an alliance with him to fight against the evil ways. However, that ending was too dreamy. He shouldn't have too many fantasies. But at least, Yang Dingtian wanted to try. At least, he had to see Yao Rao and her son with his own eyes before he could do anything else. Now, Yang Dingtian had to continue guessing Xiaoqi's intentions. Was he going to kill him or use him? Yang Dingtian felt that Xiaoqi was definitely going to use him. Putting aside his talent, just his identity as a member of the speechless race was enough for Xiaoqi to use a lot of effort to rope him in and use him. What kind of trick would Xiaoqi use to win him over? Yang Dingtian racked his brains, trying to figure out what Xiaoqi would do. Just then, the door opened. A stunning beauty, Jia, walked in. She was wearing a flesh-colored silk dress. It was loose but clingy. It accentuated her curvaceous figure, making her look very seductive. Yang Dingtian immediately understood. Xiaoqi was going to use her beauty to trap him. He was really willing to go all out. Yang Dingtian knew that Jia was one of Xiaoqi's fiancés. The charming sister-in-law, Jia, came to Yang Dingtian and said, "It's late." "Sir, are you still awake?" Yang Dingtian said, "It's late." "Why are you here, Miss Jia?" Jia said, "I'm here to serve you." Note, I'll continue with the second update. Bosses, I really want a guaranteed monthly vote. Not long after, Jia left. She didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Yang Dingtian got up from the ground and tried to pick up his clothes, only to find that they were torn to shreds. About 2 hours later, Jia came in again. She seemed to have taken a bath as her body was filled with the fragrance of flower petals. 2 maids followed behind her, carrying a steaming bathtub. "Jia, help you bathe." Since everything had happened, Yang Dingtian didn't argue anymore. He sat in the bathtub and let Jia help him bathe. He just lay in the hot water and closed his eyes, thinking about the situation in front of him. Even though she was from the speechless tribe, Xiaoqi still wanted to rope in Yang Dingtian. Even if it was just a facade, it still had a high political value. Xiaoqi's goal was very straightforward. She wanted to marry Jia to Jiangshang from the speechless tribe and completely use him. Of course, because they had different ideals and paths, she wouldn't take Yang Dingtian's suggestion. For a very long time, she was just a facade that he had kept for himself. Now, Yang Dingtian had to face the problem of whether to agree or not. If he agreed, it would go against the personality of the speechless tribe. but if he didn't, Yao Qi would definitely kill him. Most importantly, Yang Dingtian wanted to see Yao Rao and her son. Plus, it might be more convenient to hunt for the void-cracking fire by Yao Qi's side. The speechless tribe's body is really strange, Jia suddenly said. Yang Dingtian looked down. It was indeed strange. First of all, compared to humans, his body seemed to be longer and flatter. Plus, there were natural patterns on his body. Some of the patterns even glowed. They were especially eye-catching in the dim light. Yang Dingtian looked at the patterns carefully and realized that they were mysterious. They were like special runes filled with special magic. The speechless tribe's body also looked like a human, but it seemed to be more seductive. Like the speechless tribe's face, it was between beautiful and seductive. Sir, what do you plan to do next? Jia asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head slightly and said, What do you want to do? Jia said, If you reject Chairman Yao Qi, you will be killed. However, I can still marry Yao Qi. Yang Dingtian, this is what you've been dreaming of, right? Yes. Jia said, But if you could serve Her Excellency Yao Qi, that would be the result I want as well. That is why I'm in a dilemma right now. Yang Dingtian did not answer. Jia asked, Mr. Jiangsheng, will you refuse? Yang Dingtian still did not answer. After the bath, Jia helped Yang Dingtian put on his clothes and said, Please come with me. Her Excellency Yao Qi is waiting for you. Afterward, Jia brought Yang Dingtian to the main hall. It was the main hall where she met Yang Dingtian for the first time. The walls were filled with dozens of portraits. When Yang Dingtian entered, Yao Qi was standing under his portrait. The chairman can only serve one term, or at most two. However, the chief of the 9 tribes can serve for life and the position is hereditary, Yao Qi suddenly said. That is why many people say that Little Western Paradise is actually the Little Western Paradise of the 9 tribes. The chairman is just a title. It's useless. Yang Dingtian did not answer. Among the 9 tribes, 4 of them are against me. 2 of them see me as their enemy, Yao Qi said. His Excellency Jiangsheng, what do you think I should do? Yang Dingtian remained silent. Sometimes, a rebellion is a good thing, right? Yao Qi said, the Little Western Paradise has been peaceful for too long. Martial arts has become the last trend, and the so-called art has become the mainstream. Countless people are trying to please the crowd. Countless people are being pretentious. Then, Yao Qi turned around and said, Mr. Jiangsheng, would you like to return to Silver Dragon Sky City with me? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Sure. Jiangsheng was stunned. Suspicion flashed in his eyes. He said, Isn't it too easy for you to agree? I thought you would rather sacrifice your life than submit to force. Some people were just like that. They were naturally suspicious. Yang Dingtian did not answer him. Facing such a person, no answer would be able to dispel his suspicions. Moreover, he would not kill someone just because he was suspicious. Just like that, under the reluctance of countless nobles in Shadow Spear City, Jiangsheng, the wise of the speechless tribe accepted Yao Qi's invitation to visit Silver Dragon Sky City. Jia went with him as his disciple. On that day, hundreds of thousands of Shadow Spear City's nobles sent him off. After riding on the flying carriage for 3 days and 3 nights, they finally arrived at Silver Dragon Sky City, which was more than 10,000 miles away. This speed was not considered fast. Yang Dingtian realized that Little Western Paradise did not have a strict requirement for speed. Perhaps it was because they had too much time, so they did not feel any urgency about speed. After arriving at Silver Dragon Sky City, Yang Dingtian finally understood what a real city in the sky was. Originally, Shadow Spear City had already given him an incomparably huge impact. However, compared to Silver Dragon Sky City, it paled in comparison. Shadow Spear City was just gorgeous. It was also filled with fantasy colors. However, Silver Dragon Sky City was filled with the colors of science fiction. It was really a city floating in the sky. There were countless huge houses. Although they were still filled with an artistic atmosphere, their height was no less than the skyscrapers on Earth. They were obviously ancient houses made of stone, but they were almost as tall as modern skyscrapers. Rows upon rows of buildings and gorgeous halls merged perfectly, forming the style of Silver Dragon Sky City that was both dreamy and majestic. This city already had the colors of a huge metropolis. As far as the eye could see, it was almost endless. Even Zhongjing was only a fraction of the size of Silver Dragon Sky City. Silver Dragon Sky City was considered the capital of the entire Little Western Paradise. It did not belong to any of the 9 tribes. It was the city that truly belonged to the speaker. Every term of the speaker was officially in charge of the city. That was why he had such great power and could suppress the 9 tribes. However, the speaker was elected. Therefore, every master of Silver Dragon Sky City could only rule for 100 years at most, 200 years at most. In the huge floating square, Yangding Tian, the silent tribe, received an unprecedented grand welcome. There were hundreds of thousands of Fox tribe nobles who came to the square to welcome them. The Qilin cavalry of the Silver Dragon Guards came out in full force for the first time. They lined up in the square to welcome the arrival of Speaker Yaoqi and Xianxia of the silent tribe. The Qilin cavalry only had less than 1,000 people. Because the Qilin beast mounts were extremely rare. That's right. It was really a Qilin beast. Although it was a little different from the Qilin in the legends on Earth. However, it seemed more majestic than the Qilin depicted on Earth. Every Qilin warrior was a disciple selected from the nobles of the Fox tribe. They had the highest talent, the best looks, and the noblest bloodline. Therefore, the Qilin cavalry should be the most powerful army in Little Western Paradise. However, they never fought. Instead, they existed as a guard of honor. They were seen as the noblest army in Little Western Paradise. When Speaker Yaoqi and Xianxia of the silent tribe walked out of the carriage, the entire square was in an uproar. All the nobles of the Fox tribe in Little Western Paradise knew about the existence of the silent tribe. Everyone knew that the silent tribe had the noblest Silver Dragon bloodline. However, almost no one had seen the real silent tribe. Because they were too reclusive. They were like immortals who avoided the world. They never stepped into the secular world. However, the more they were like that, the more the nobles of the Fox tribe worshipped them. Now, it was the first time the nobles of Silver Dragon Sky City had seen the real silent tribe. As expected, they were as noble and elegant as the legends said. They were filled with unparalleled wisdom. Yaoqi and Xianxia of the silent tribe walked side by side on the long carpet. Countless nobles cheered along the way. An orchestra with thousands of people played majestic and luxurious music. Speaker Yaoqi accompanied Xianxia of the silent tribe to inspect the noblest Qilin cavalry in Little Western Paradise. The entire carpet was almost 1,000 meters long. Because of Xianxia from the Speechless clan, the 1,000-meter-long carpet gave Speaker Yaoqi a huge political reputation. Yang Dingtian thought that Yaoqi would give a public speech. Not only her, but also him. However, she didn't. After walking down the red carpet, Yaoqi just waved at the countless nobles. Then, the two of them boarded the open golden carriage and went to the heart of Little Western Paradise, the Silver Palace. The Silver Palace. It was the political core of Little Western Paradise. It was where every speaker worked and lived. It was like the White House in America, the Kremlin in Russia, and the Buckingham Palace in England. However, the size of the Silver Palace should be at least 10 times larger than the 3 palaces combined. It was as majestic as a mountain. It was a huge square that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yang Dingtian didn't know how many years it took the Fox tribe to build the Silver Palace. He even felt a sense of absurdity. No matter how tall the Fox tribe was, they couldn't be more than 2 meters tall. However, the main hall of the Silver Palace was dozens of meters tall. Anyone who entered the palace, including the Fox tribe, would feel extremely small. Then, Yang Dingtian understood. These palaces weren't man-made. They were built for the god of Little Western Paradise, the totem of Little Western Paradise, the fallen Silver Dragon. Because in the entire Silver Palace, whether it was the square or the main hall, the statues of the fallen Silver Dragon were everywhere. Some were dozens of meters tall, while others were hundreds of meters tall. Perhaps they didn't want the fallen Silver Dragon to feel cramped. That was why the main hall was so huge and majestic. After entering the Silver Palace, Yang Dingtian was immediately protected. Or rather, he was put under house arrest. He stayed in one of the palaces by himself. In the five-story palace, there were over 100 beautiful maids, a few hundred formidable warriors, and a few hundred servants of all kinds. They were all serving Yang Dingtian alone. For a few hours, Yang Dingtian stayed in the palace. No one could talk to him or communicate with him. This was because Yao Qi had ordered that anyone who talked to Xianxia would be killed. Xianxia didn't appear. Jia didn't appear either. Yang Dingtian had followed Yao Qi to Silver Dragon Sky City. He wanted to see Yao Rao and her son as soon as possible. However, things weren't that simple. This group of palaces was much bigger than Yang Dingtian had imagined. It was also much more heavily guarded. Yang Dingtian didn't even know if Yao Rao and her son were in the palace. Although he desperately wanted to see Yao Rao and her son, he couldn't act rashly. This place was far more dangerous than he had imagined. But what he didn't expect was that Yao Qi would use every possible method to pull Yang Dingtian to her side and bring him to Silver Dragon Sky City even if she had to sacrifice her fiancé. After he succeeded, he put Yang Dingtian under house arrest in the palace. He didn't ask about Yang Dingtian at all for a few days. It was as if he had completely forgotten about the silent tribe. He didn't want Yang Dingtian to be worshipped by all the nobles like Jia. He didn't hold any banquets. Apart from the appearance at the square, he didn't let Yang Dingtian appear in public again. Mr. President? You paid such a huge price to get Xianxia. Why don't you use him? Jia asked. What do I use him for? Yao Qi used a quill pen to deal with official business quickly. Do I use him to buy people's hearts? Do I use him to build up my political reputation? Isn't that too much of a waste? Then what do you want him to do? Jia asked. Yao Qi said, I invited him to the Silver Palace. He agreed too easily. That's not normal. I want to immerse myself for a while and let some truth surface. Then, I'll think of a way to make him useful again. Jia said, but now, the nobles are very enthusiastic about meeting Mr. Xianxia. In the past few days, your support rate has been increasing rapidly. I think it's not a good idea to keep him under house arrest. There's a need to hold a huge banquet for him. Yes, we'll talk about it again. Yao Qi said, oh right, is your sister still not cooperating? Yes, not cooperating at all. Jia said, she doesn't want to be your wife. Once she shows up, she'll tell the truth that you took her by force. Arrange for her to meet Xianxia. Then, observe him secretly. Yao Qi said. Are you suspecting something? Jia asked. Nothing. Just observing. Yao Qi said, go. Yes. Jia said. Then, she turned around and left. She went to the palace where Yang Dingtian, Xianxia, was. After Jia left, Yao Qi's confidant came forward and said, Mr. President, will you send an envoy to the Sea of Spirits? The human, Dongli, came with him. Dongli? Yao Qi said, the Dongli who told us about Yao Rao's secret of giving birth? Yes, that Dongli. The Dongli who wants to cooperate with us. The confidant said. Yao Qi said, invite them in. Yes. Instantly, Wu Yu's envoy and Dongli from the Sea of Spirits entered the fallen hall of the Silver Palace to meet Yao Qi. At the same time, Jia came to Yang Dingtian and said, let's go. I'll bring you to meet someone. Note, I'll continue writing the second update. Brothers, I'm begging for votes. Who? Yang Dingtian asked. Jia said, you'll know when you see him. Then, she turned around and walked out. Even though the two of them had extraordinarily close contact, the relationship between the two of them had fallen into an even stranger state. Previously, Jia still treated him as a disciple and took care of him meticulously. Now, there was no need for formalities and hypocrisy. The relationship between the two of them suddenly became cold and unfamiliar. They walked through a long square and passed by a magnificent and huge bridge. Finally, they arrived at a magnificent courtyard. This courtyard was filled with beautiful red leaves. At this moment, they were fluttering in the wind and were extremely beautiful. Pushing open the magnificent crystal door, they entered a dreamy palace. That was because a considerable portion of the palace was open air. Red leaves were planted everywhere in the palace, including the roof. Yang Dingtian immediately saw the two figures that had captivated his dreams. Yao Rao was wearing a snow-white light fur coat and holding the beautiful baby Yang Yi. She was painting in front of a drawing board. Her small hand was holding Yang Yi's smaller hand as she painted. She was painting a formal Yang Dingtian. As she painted, she said sweetly, "Hey, these are Daddy's eyes. Daddy's eyes look honest, but they're actually dishonest. On your daddy's face, only this pair of eyes can still be seen." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled, as if he was struck by an electric current. His whole body went numb. He and Yao Rao couldn't be said to be in true love. To put it bluntly, it was no different from a man and a woman in ancient times who got married with a child. It couldn't be said to be love, but it could be said to be a lover. Lover, family, a casual word from her could tug at your heartstrings. After leaving Yang Yi, Yao Rao had completely transformed into her human form. Otherwise, she would still have some changes when she returned to Little Western Paradise. But the current Yao Rao was almost no different from the Yao Rao in Cloud Sky City. On the contrary, Yang Yi had some changes. His little ears had become cuter. Originally, his ears were very close to a fox's, but now they were closer to a human. Also, his little face was slightly longer than in Cloud Sky City. His eyes were brighter, and there was even a colorful world in his pupils. In short, in the human countries, Yang Yi only looked very, very beautiful. However, in Little Western Paradise, people could tell that he was different at a glance. He even had a very special aura around him, which made people feel a sense of tranquility and longing as soon as they got close to him. "Come, Bao Bao, the other eye, Bao Bao will draw," Yao Rao said. Yang Yi took the brush and began to draw Yang Dingtian's other eye. He didn't draw quickly, but he didn't stop or think too much. Instead, he drew very naturally and smoothly. Then not only Yang Dingtian was stunned, even Yao Rao was also stunned. Because Yang Yi's eyes were full of details. What she captured was one of Yang Dingtian's expressions. What was Yang Dingtian doing at that time? Oh, right, he was praising Yang Yi Chen. Yang Yi Chen had become very sensitive because of his father's death. He was also very eager to be protected and cherished by others. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was never stingy with his praise and attention. He would listen carefully to what he said and then give the most sincere and beautiful answer. The time Yang Dingtian spent with the children was very short, but as long as they were together, he was willing to work hard to let the children feel his love. And this scene obviously left a deep impression on Bao Bao, so he naturally drew it. He, who was less than 2 years old, even had a kind of photographic memory. He remembered many details more clearly than his mother, Yao Rao. Therefore, with the cooperation of the mother and son, a vivid and lifelike Yang Dingtian appeared in front of him. "Bao Bao is so good, so awesome." Yao Rao kissed Yang Yi and then said, "After drawing Dad, let's draw Grandma, Mom Yan Yan, Brother Yang Li, Brother Yang Yi Chen, Sister Ningning, Sister Yang Qin, okay? Let's draw everyone in the family, right?" Yang Yi was still drawing seriously, with a sweet smile on his little face, and then nodded vigorously. "Sister," Jia shouted. Yao Rao seemed to have just noticed that someone was coming, then she hugged Yang Yi and said, "Bao Bao, call Auntie." Yang Yi turned his little face and shouted, "Auntie." Then his eyes fell on Yang Dingtian's face, and suddenly he was stunned, then he stopped drawing and just looked at him, with big bright eyes, as if he was looking for some kind of special feeling. At this time, Yao Rao looked at Yang Dingtian for the first time, and she was also slightly stunned. Yang Dingtian himself, a very, very close person, could still find traces of Yang Dingtian from the outline of his face, but it was definitely a very, very close person. But Yang Dingtian's current changes were astonishing, a face that was completely different from a human's, even the structure of his body had changed, and his height was almost 2 meters. Especially his eyes, whether it was the pupils or the eyebrows, they were already very different from a human's. "Sister, this is the sage of the Speechless Clan, Mr. Jiangshang," Jia said. "Of course, he is also my fiancé." Yao Rao was even more stunned, looking up and down at Yang Dingtian for a long time. She did not sniff lightly, but Yang Dingtian knew that she was sniffing the special aura of Yang Dingtian. The Demon Fox clan was very, very sensitive to the special aura of the dark profound flame on Yang Dingtian's body. But after giving birth to Yang Yi, all the special energy of the demon fox clan in Yao Rao's body seemed to have completely disappeared. She was just like a complete human woman. Therefore, when she was together with Yang Dingtian, it was entirely due to her human emotions. She was already unfamiliar with the dark energy in his body and had become dull. So, Yao Rao could no longer sniff the aura of the dark profound flame in Yang Dingtian's body. Her eyes stared at Yang Dingtian's face for a long time, then she said to Jia, "Are you sure? He is your fiancé." "I am sure," Jia said. At this moment, Yang Dingtian opened his arms towards Yang Yi, asking for a hug. Yao Rao's eyes locked, but baby Yang Yi took the initiative to open his arms, which made her stunned. Yang Dingtian hugged Yang Yi in his arms, greedily sniffing the milky fragrance on his body and his soft body. When he was in Cloud Sky City, because he had to hug Yang Qin, he did not hug Yang Yi much. Now that he was hugging him in his arms, he actually felt as if the whole world was in his arms. Yang Dingtian's special aura made Yang Dingtian feel as if he was incomparably powerful in an instant. This was a very mysterious feeling. Hugging one's own child and one's own wife made one feel powerful. Because only when he was powerful could he protect them. Of course, he could not hug his wife now. In fact, he should not hug Yang Yi baby, as it would be very easy for Jia to see through him. But, this did not matter. The actions of the speechless clan sage could be explained, and even did not need to be explained. At this moment, Yang Dingtian baby was being hugged in his arms were around Yang Dingtian's neck, and his little hand was gently writing on his back, "Daddy." That's right, it was the Chinese character for daddy. Yang Dingtian's heart felt as if a 10,000-pound boulder had been thrown into his heart. When he was with the babies, he would occasionally teach them how to write Chinese characters. He was prepared to only teach this language to his own children. But unfortunately, he had only taught a few words before leaving in a hurry. And now, Yang Yi baby was writing the Chinese character for daddy on his back. Yang Yi actually recognized him, Yang Dingtian's shock was completely indescribable. How was this possible? Yang Yi baby was only a little more than a year old, and he had undergone a huge change from head to toe, from inside to outside. How could he still recognize him, ********* in another kind of grand hall? Dongli and the Nether Sea emissary came to visit Speaker Yao Qi. Dongli, the adopted son of His Majesty the Demon King Wendian, the Prime Minister of the Naga Empire, greets the Great Speaker. Dongli came in and bowed. Huali, the Lord of the Nether Sea, greets the Great Speaker. Behind him was a woman with a veil over her face. She was dressed in mermaid attire. She was graceful as she bowed. "Please sit." Yao Qi didn't stand up. He didn't want to pretend to be a human. After sitting down, Yao Qi said, "Thank you, Dongli, for telling me about my wife, Yao Rao." "This is what I should do," Dongli said, "it's my honor to be able to help the Great Speaker." Yao Qi said, "Then, what is the purpose of your visit, Dongli?" Dongli said, "Do you know that many years ago, Little Western Paradise sent thousands of female foxes to the human countries? But, Yao Rao is the only one who succeeded in borrowing seeds. Do you know why, Speaker?" Yao Qi said, "Because of Yang Dingtian's uniqueness." "No." Dongli said, "Maybe Yang Dingtian is special, but that's not the reason why he succeeded in making the female foxes pregnant. We already know the real reason, and I can do it too. I can also make countless female foxes pregnant." "Oh." Yao Qi's eyes trembled. Dongli said, "Think about it, if you have a large group of descendants of demigods, then the entire Little Western Paradise will become your empire in the future. The 9 great tribes and the tribal council would cease to exist. You will create a great empire, and you will become the only master of the empire. Your throne will be monopolized for hundreds or thousands of years." Yao Qi's face turned red. That's a very tempting prospect. "Then, what does Mr. Dongli want from me?" Dongli said, 2 things. First, the void-splitting fire. Second, the alliance between Little Western Paradise and the Temple of Annihilation. Alliance? Is there a need for that? Yao Qi said, plus, who is the alliance against? It can't be the human Yang Dingtian's Council of Light, right? Yang Dingtian? He's not worth mentioning. Dongli said, this is the greatest and strongest alliance in the world. The descendants of the northern Naga, the powerful Naga Empire. The underworld empire with thousands of saint-level experts in the southwest nether realm. Plus, the little western paradise with thousands of years of history and the bloodline of the great fallen silver dragon. Oh, maybe it will become the silver dragon empire in the future, and the evil demon empire that will rule the entire human world. The four strongest empires in the history of the world will form a great alliance. Yaoqi's eyes narrowed. She said, then, who is the enemy of this great alliance? The god of chaos. Dongli said, he controls the fate of the entire world. No one knows of his existence, but he is the omnipresent god of chaos. As long as we defeat him, we will defeat the fate that God has given us. We will be able to dominate the universe. Even if we leave the chaotic world, our empire will be able to conquer the sea of stars. Yaoqi took a deep breath and said, what a great fantasy. But I want to ask, I know about the existence of the god of chaos and how he mercilessly manipulates all of us. But, where is he? A war where we don't even know where the enemy is meaningless. Dongli said, I, the almighty demon king, already know where God is. He is also the only person in the world who knows where the god of chaos is. In order to defeat the god of chaos, he even purposely lost the war of destruction 200 years ago. Oh. Yaoqi laughed, so, in the war of destruction 200 years ago, Lord Wentian purposely lost it? Of course. Dongli said, otherwise, with the Void Piao Ling, how could he defeat the demon king Wentian? And now, the Void Piao Ling has become our equally great devil queen. Then, why? Yaoqi said, why did Lord Wentian purposely lose 200 years ago? He is waiting for someone, Dongli said. Who? Yaoqi asked. The god spokesperson, Yang Tian, Dongli said. Oh? Yaoqi smiled and said, that's funny. You said that he wasn't worth mentioning. Why is he so important now? Of course, he is not worth mentioning. Even the god spokesperson is not worth mentioning, Dongli said, however, he is indeed a chess piece. A chess piece that connects everyone together. Without his appearance, the countless experts of the underworld empire would not be able to leave this plane. Without him, the demigod descendant of the demonic fox race would not be born. Without him, the demigod descendant of the Naga Empire would not be born. In short, he is the crucial chess piece that allowed our great alliance to defeat God. Now, this chess piece's mission has ended. So, he can die. Yaoqi smiled and said, Your Excellency Dong Li's words are very inspiring. Then, as you said, if you want the demigod descendant of the demonic fox race to be born, the void-splitting fire is a prerequisite, right? Of course, Dong Li said. Yaoqi smiled, then why should I give up what is near and seek what is far away? Why don't I cooperate with Yang Tian directly? A great empire looking for a weak alliance might be wiser. Dong Li said, but this is impossible, right? You stole Yang Tian's wife and son. You have a deep hatred for him. Moreover, you killed so many people in Cloud Sky City. It doesn't seem like you want to cooperate with him. Yaoqi said, Sir Dongli, haven't you heard of a saying? As the saying goes, if you fight for unity, then the unity will survive. If you compromise for unity, then the unity will perish. Dongli said, I understand what you mean. You want him to be afraid first and then compromise. But you don't understand Yang Tian at all. He will never give in. He won't even be afraid. When he was very weak, he didn't even learn to be afraid, let alone now. That's not necessarily true. From what I know, he cares about his family and son very much, Yaoqi said calmly. Yaoqi said indifferently, therefore, I feel that there is still a lot of room for me to cooperate with Yang Tian. Perhaps, I need to go to Cloud Sky City again and invite Yang Tian's wife or son to visit the Silver Palace. This Yaoqi was truly unscrupulous. Yang Tian truly didn't expect that he still had plans to kidnap his children. Dongli said, if Yang Tian is beside you now, what do you think you should do? Yaoqi said, destroy all of his cultivation, including his brain. Leave only the part of him that is useful as a stud horse. Dongli said, what if he successfully deceived you and slept with your ex-fiancée? Moreover, at this moment, he is lurking beside you, intending to steal Yao Rao and her child as well. Yao Qi's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Dongli said, Yang Dingtian has disappeared from Cloud Sky City and is not in Zhongjing. Coincidentally, there is a Jiangshang from the Speechless clan in Little Western Paradise. Don't you find it strange? Yao Qi said, you mean that Jiangshang is Yang Dingtian in disguise? Dongli said, this person is very cunning. Anything is possible. Yao Qi said, but no one can impersonate the Speechless clan. Dongli said, but how many people have really seen the Speechless clan? Even you have not seen one, right? I know that your teacher has seen one before, but he has already left the world and no one knows where he is. So, almost no one has really seen the Speechless clan. They just naturally thought that an impersonator is from the Speechless clan, right? Yao Qi frowned and did not speak. Dongli continued, I would like to ask, if Jiangshang is Yang Dingtian, what are you going to do? Then he has angered a king. That is unforgivable. Yao Qi said calmly, I will kill him and control Yao Rao to kill him personally. Killing him in front of Yang Yi is the cruelest way for him to die. Dongli smiled. That's great. I have brought someone who is very familiar with Yang Dingtian. Even if he turns into ashes, he will recognize him. He is his mortal enemy. Can I let them in? Of course, Yao Qi said. Then, the two figures walked into the incomparably magnificent hall. Yang Jing, and the undying cockroach, Shimin Ju, who was even more stubborn than a cockroach. Yang Jing, the true successor of Cloud Sky City, Shimin Yinyan's fiancé, Yang Jing, greets the chairman. Shimin Ju, the adopted son of Shimin Wuya, greets the chairman. As expected, they are very close. Yao Qi waved her hand and said, Men, invite Lord Jiangshang from the Speechless clan into the hall. Yes. Two fox demon experts flashed and disappeared behind the hall. Note, I have sent in 50 words. The double monthly ticket is only 2 days away. Bosses, I beg of you. Yang Dingtian was still in shock. Baby Yang Yi was only a little more than a year old. How did he recognize him? Jia said, it's really strange. Baby Yang Yi never let anyone hug him, not even me and Dad. Now, he's actually willing to let Mr. Jiangshang hug him. Yang Dingtian ignored her and just gently looked at Yang Yi's little face. He really changed a lot. He didn't look like a human anymore, but he couldn't tell what was different. In short, he felt that in terms of temperament and even the aesthetic outline of his face, there was a difference from a human. But he was really very beautiful. It was the kind of beauty that a human face couldn't achieve. At this time, 2 demon fox experts appeared outside the courtyard and said, the chairman invites Mr. Jiangshang to the conference hall. Yang Dingtian nodded and then returned Yang Yi to Yao Rao. He smiled and nodded, then turned and left. Jia immediately smiled at Yang Yi and said, Baby, tell Auntie, why are you willing to let Uncle Jiangshang hug you? It's comfortable. Yang Yi said cutely and then continued to pick up the brush to paint. Jia was stunned. Could it be that the Speechless clan really had a very charming and comfortable aura? Yang Dingtian was brought to the conference hall by the 2 demon fox experts. He first saw his old acquaintance Dongli, then he saw the even more familiar Yang Jing, and finally he saw the most familiar Shimin Ju. Wow, this Shimin Ju, he had almost completely forgotten about him. He didn't expect him to still appear. How many people had he followed? Qin Xiaobai and Yang Yan, then Yang Jing, then Qin Qiqi, then Ning Wuming, then Zhu Qingzhu, and finally Wu Yuming. Now, he actually followed Dongli. Of course, this didn't mean anything. The key was that everyone he followed was destroyed by the other party. Until now, Dongli still dared to take him in. He was really very brave. The moment Yang Dingtian appeared, Dongli and the other two's gazes immediately shot over like lightning. Then, Dongli couldn't help but be stunned. Almost half a year ago, the Netherworld Sea had sealed off the entire Forbidden Continent sea area, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Later on, he did not react to Wu Yuming's defeat. Obviously, from then on, Wu Yu's focus was no longer on Wu Yuming, but somewhere else. Perhaps it was the Little Western Paradise. This was the second time that Dongli had entered the Little Western Paradise. Every time, he had followed the emissary of the Sea of Hades. Last time, Princess Mudan found Yao Li and sought an alliance. On the other hand, Dong Li was looking for Yao Qi, who was even stronger. Not only that, but he also told Yao Qi the secret of Yao Rao giving birth. The last time he had interacted with Yao Qi, it had only been a short test. This time, they were going to form an alliance for real. Moreover, he wanted to get the space-splitting fire through Yao Qi. When Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan swept the entire Little Western Paradise, he instinctively thought that Yang Dingtian was stirring up trouble. Then, he immediately returned to the human countries to search for Yang Dingtian's whereabouts. He realized that Yang Dingtian wasn't in Cloud Sky City, nor was he in Zhongjing. He was sure that he wasn't even in the human countries. Therefore, he was sure that this Jiang Shang from the Speechless clan who had suddenly appeared was Yang Dingtian in disguise. His purpose was to save Yao Rao and her son, as well as the space-splitting fire. However, when he saw this Jiang Shang, he couldn't help but be shocked. If it was really Yang Dingtian in disguise, then it might not be too real. Of course, Dong Li had never seen the Speechless clan before. However, he felt that the Speechless clan at most looked like a weird human. However, when he saw Jiang Shang for real, if the Speechless clan really existed, they would definitely look like this. That was because he was too different from a human. Although he had eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, his proportions were different from a human's. It was another kind of special proportion. Therefore, it formed a very weird aesthetic picture. His face was pretty, but it was very weird. Almost immediately, one could tell that he wasn't a human, especially his aura and actions. Yao Qi said, "Mr. Jiang Shang, this Dong Li from the human countries said that you're not the real Speechless clan. Instead, you're Yang Dingtian in disguise. What do you think?" "Yang Dingtian? I'm very interested in him." Yang Dingtian said, "My human friend, if you have time, tell me everything about Yang Dingtian." At that moment, Yang Dingtian was speaking the human chaotic language. Moreover, he was much more fluent. Yao Qi couldn't help but be stunned. Yang Dingtian was doing the opposite. "Didn't you suspect that I was a human in disguise? Then I might as well speak the human language very fluently." However, the strange thing was that Yang Dingtian's fluency was like a foreigner who had never lived in China. He learned Chinese very well and spoke it very fluently. However, there was something weird about it. Yao Qi said, "Mr. Jiang Shang, you speak the human language much more fluently than the Fox clan's language." Yang Dingtian said, "I'm very interested in humans. Actually, I plan to visit the human countries in the near future, especially this Yang Dingtian." "Why? Are you very familiar with Yang Dingtian?" Yao Qi asked. "No, I heard his name from the president. He said that he's the master of the human countries." Yang Dingtian said, "And I've always said that humans will become a race that will survive in this world. Therefore, I plan to spend the rest of my time in the human countries." "What do you want to do in the human countries?" Yao Qi asked. "Observe." Yang Dingtian said, "If I feel that I've observed enough, I'll try my best to help, even though I might not be able to." Yao Qi's face twitched. "You'd rather help humans than the Fox clan?" Yang Dingtian fell silent. He wanted to provoke this rebellious mentality and dilute Yao Qi's suspicion. Therefore, he gained the upper hand by showing his strength. Subsequently, he persevered and followed up with another attack. He asked Dong Li, "This human friend, you said that I am Yang Dingtian's impersonator. Why is that?" Dong Li's gaze trembled. He smiled faintly and said, "My people will know if you're a fake or not." Then, he waved his hand and said, "Yang Jing, Shimin Ju, you said that even if Yang Dingtian turned into ashes, you'd still recognize him. Come and take a look." Yang Dingtian opened his arms slightly and stood there without moving. Yang Jing and Shimin Ju walked forward and approached Yang Dingtian's face to check carefully. Yang Jing checked Yang Dingtian's body while Shimin Ju checked his face and eyes, especially his eyes. However, Yang Dingtian was wearing clothes and it was hard to see. Yang Jing couldn't help but look at Dong Li. Before Dong Li could say anything, Yang Dingtian took off his clothes and left only a pair of shorts on, revealing his entire body. Immediately, Yang Jing jumped in fright. This was not a human's body at all. How could a human's body be so long and flat? Moreover, the most shocking thing was that his toes were webbed when they were spread open. That was nothing. There were many natural runes on his body. Not only were they glowing faintly, but they were also semi-transparent. Even his internal organs could be vaguely seen. Xianxia immediately held his breath. How could this be Yang Dingtian? This was not even a human. How could he be a fake? Yang Dingtian's martial arts were awesome. Even if he could change his appearance and body, he couldn't possibly change his race. Shimanju stared at Yang Dingtian's eyes and pupils. He believed that a person could change his appearance, but he definitely couldn't change his eyes. But the strange thing was that these were not human eyes and pupils. Upon closer inspection, the structure of this pair of eyes was completely different from a human's. It was much deeper and much more complicated. Then, Shimanju closed his eyes to feel and smell Yang Dingtian's aura. That's right. Yang Dingtian's body had a very special aura. It was because of the 9 Yang mystic meridians. That vigorous feeling of firepower was very subtle. Only those who were very attentive would be able to feel it. Xianxia firmly believed that even if the eyes could be changed, the mystic meridians couldn't be changed. Then, he felt a complete truth. Not only was this not Yang Dingtian's aura, it wasn't a human's aura at all. A human's aura couldn't be so slow and long. Moreover, it had an extremely special energy aura. How is it? Dongli looked at the two of them. Xianxia shook his head and said, impossible. This Mr. Jiangshang is not a human at all. Even the structure of his body is completely different. Shimanju said, I think so too. Not only are his eyes and pupils different, even his bloodline and aura aren't human at all. Dongli's expression changed drastically. How could it not be? Of course, he didn't have any proof. But he trusted his intuition completely. This must be Yang Dingtian's disguise. How could it not be? Yao Qi's expression suddenly turned cold. Mr. Dongli, do you know what kind of status this Mr. Jiangshang has in Little Western Paradise? Dongli's expression changed. Yao Qi said, he's respected by millions in Little Western Paradise. His reputation far surpasses mine. Now, you dare to slander him. How should you be punished? Dongli said, Mr. Speaker, am I going to be punished for my words? Yao Qi said calmly, it's fine if you offend me. But if you offend the Honorable Mr. Jiangshang, you'll be in trouble. Dongli said, Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about today is the alliance. Alliance? What alliance? Yao Qi said, what I'm talking about now is how to punish you for offending Mr. Jiangshang. Dongli turned and stared at Yang Dingtian. I don't know how you did it, but I know that you're Yang Dingtian's disguise. I trust my intuition completely. Mr. Dongli, do you want to die? Yao Qi said coldly, men, break these humans' limbs and chase them out of Little Western Paradise. Wait. Suddenly, Jia walked out and looked at Dongli and Yang Dingtian. Mr. Dongli, are you sure that he's Yang Dingtian? I'm sure, Dongli said, I trust my intuition completely. Alright, I'll give you one last chance to prove it to us, Jia said. Then, she looked at Yang Dingtian and said softly, Mr. Jiangshang, of course, I should call you my future husband. I think this is very important to both of us, right? I can't marry a human who I don't know anything about. Yao Qi's expression turned cold. Jia, I think it's unwise for you to appear now. Mr. Speaker, there's something I must tell you, Jia said. Your future successor, Yang Yi, doesn't allow anyone to hug him, including you and me. However, he let Mr. Jiangshang hug him just now. Oh? Is that so? Yao Qi said. Jia looked at Dongli and said, Mr. Human, you must know that you only have one chance. Tell me, how do you plan to prove that he's Yang Dingtian? Dongli turned his face and looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, I can't help but admire you. Not only can you change your face, you can even change your body structure and race. I'm really suspicious. What did Zhao Li give you? Yang Dingtian's eyes shrank as he looked at Dongli and asked, you have enmity towards me? No, it's not hostile. I just want to expose your tricks. Dongli sneered, you may think that you're foolproof and flawless. However, you still have the biggest flaw. Do you know what it is? Yang Dingtian ignored him. Darkness mystic flame. Dongli sneered, the darkness mystic flame in your body. You can change your face and your body, but you can't change your darkness mystic flame. Then, he took out an energy jade box. After opening it, there was a small dark crystal floating inside. It was almost invisible to the naked eye. Dongli sneered, your darkness mystic flame loves to devour the dark crystal. Anyone, any living thing, as long as they consume the dark crystal, their energy will be devoured crazily. Their body will shrivel and it will be a horrible sight. Only you will be fine after consuming the dark crystal because you have the darkness mystic flame in your body. Then, Dongli passed the dark crystal to Yang Dingtian and said, swallow this dark crystal and you'll be able to reveal your true face. Swallow it. Yao Qi suddenly said coldly, Your Excellency Dongli, there's something wrong with your logic. You said it yourself. No race can withstand the devouring of the dark crystal. If Jiangshang isn't Yang Dingtian, wouldn't Little Western Paradise lose an eternal wise man? Dongli said, Your Excellency, this dark crystal is very small. If he isn't Yang Dingtian and is the real Jiangshang from the Speechless clan, he won't die. Then, it won't take his life. It will only cause his cultivation to deteriorate and his body to shrivel. I think that the greatest contribution of the Speechless clan is their wisdom. As for cultivation, that's not important. Dongli's words were undoubtedly heart-wrenching. Yao Qi immediately looked at Jia and said, Jia, he's your future husband. It's up to you to decide. Can you decide a husband whose cultivation deteriorates? Jia said, it doesn't matter. As long as he still has his wisdom, I think it's more important for him to prove himself. As soon as she said that, the entire hall suddenly turned cold. Then, Dongli placed the dark crystal beside Yang Dingtian's mouth and said, Please. Note, the first update has been delivered. I'll continue to write the second update. Please vote. Yang Dingtian did not look at Dongli. Instead, he looked at Jia. He suddenly understood the effect of a long period of time on an intelligent life. High-level fox demon nobles all had long lives. However, if they used their long lives to cultivate, then they would be no different from Earth. Because of the long period of cultivation, perhaps decades or even centuries would pass in the blink of an eye. Just like Yarao, although she was already 1,000 years old, her thinking was no different from a human woman in her 20s or 30s. This was because when she was in the Little Western Paradise, she was like Yaoli. She spent a large amount of time on cultivation. Perhaps the longest period of time she had spent in the human world was the few decades she spent in the human world. Over the past few decades, the aimless journey of borrowing seeds had exhausted her spirit, causing her original ambition to almost disappear. The dream of giving birth to the demigod race, the dream of turning the demon fox race into another Naga race, had almost disappeared. Therefore, when she was imprisoned, she was very quiet. She did not think of any way to resist. She did not even try to tempt the young Yan Yan to let her out. This was because there was no difference between staying in the energy prison and staying outside. Later, when she successfully gave birth to a life with Yang Dingtian, she was very excited. The dream that had faded away was reignited. She wanted to give birth to the demigod clan and let the fox demon clan dominate the world. However, with the birth of her son, these thoughts were all gone. All that was left was her innate maternal instinct. Only complete and strong maternal love. She had completely become a good wife and mother. The Little Western Paradise had become a terrifying place for her. She had completely treated Cloud Sky City as her home. As for Yang Dingtian, rather than a lover, it was better to call him the father of her child. However, this did not matter. As long as Yang Dingtian did not betray his responsibility as a father and husband, Yarao would always treat Yang Dingtian as her husband and her love. However, Jia was completely different. She was more talented, so she only used half of her time to cultivate. The remaining half of her time was used to think, socialize, and improve her knowledge and self-cultivation. Therefore, the long period of a few hundred years had become extremely terrifying. She must have struggled, reflected, and suffered. Her intelligence prevented her from falling like the other demon fox nobles. Thus, as time passed, she became completely heartless. It was said that a night as husband and wife meant endless devotion for the rest of their lives. Logically speaking, she had an intimate relationship with Yang Dingtian, so she would more or less have some sentimental attachment to him. However, she didn't care about Yang Dingtian's life or death at all. Turtles can live for thousands of years because they almost don't think and don't move. As for intelligent life forms, such as human-like intelligent life forms, if they had a lifespan of thousands of years, the only outcome would probably be complete collapse and destruction. In the past, the demon fox aristocrats had all cultivated in order to dominate the world. Countless female foxes had offered themselves to the humans for the sake of their great cause. However, due to the complete failure of the borrowed seed and the 100 years of Xianxia painting, the martial arts civilization had been castrated and turned to the illusory art civilization. Thus, the Little Western Paradise began to show signs of collapse. In other words, the entire Little Western Paradise was collapsing. Among them, perhaps they were ambitious or wise. When Yaoqi and the others discovered all of this, they were anxious and wanted to turn things around. Jia, on the other hand, happened to be his kindred spirit. What? You don't dare to? Are you afraid of showing your true form? Dongli sneered. That's right. The silver dragon bloodline had changed Yang Dingtian's body structure, changed his face, and even changed his race in the Little Western Paradise. However, it couldn't change the dark mystic flame because the dark mystic flame seemed to be of a higher level. Therefore, using the darkness crystal to make Yang Dingtian appear was practically the best method, and it was also the only method. Then, did Yang Dingtian have the ability to stop all of this? No, he didn't. Dongli, who was in front of him, had the same cultivation as Yu Ming. Jia's cultivation was about the same as Yao Li's. Of course, she might be slightly weaker. As for Yao Qi, she might be more powerful than Yao Li, Jia, and Dongli combined. Therefore, if he consumed the dark crystal, he would show himself. If he didn't consume the dark crystal, he would be exposed in advance. What about running away? Of course, that was one way. Unfortunately, in order not to arouse suspicion, Yang Dingtian had already put the demonic spirit mist cloak into the space ring because it wasn't an invisibility cloak. Yang Dingtian had a huge advantage, or rather, a huge disadvantage. That was his character. He wouldn't back down at the crucial moment and would definitely take the risk. Therefore, after a glance at Jia, he swallowed the darkness crystal without another word. After all, if he consumed it, there was a 90% chance that he would be exposed. If he didn't accept it, he would be exposed in advance. Because Yaoqi would rather kill 3,000 innocents than let one go. As for the consequences of consuming it, he would leave it to the heavens to decide. Seeing Yang Dingtian consume it decisively, Dongli was instantly stunned. Yaoqi and Jia were also stunned. Then, all eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian's body. After the dark crystal entered his stomach, there was an instant reaction. The dark green mystic fire seemed to have smelled the most delicious food and woke up immediately. Then, it extended its tentacles from deep within his energy reserve and grabbed the dark crystal. In no time at all, it was devoured cleanly. Then, it went into the depths of his energy reserve and lay dormant. Previously, when he consumed the dark crystal, there were some changes to his body. Now, there were no changes at all. It was as if nothing had happened. Dongli's lips curled into a smug smile. He had succeeded. Meanwhile, Yaoqi and Jia's faces gradually turned cold and frozen. The reason why his cultivation didn't degrade and his body didn't shrink after consuming the dark crystal was because of the dark mystic fire. With the dark mystic fire, it proved that he was Yang Dingtian. Of course, Wu Yuming also had the dark mystic fire, but he was still in Dongli's grassland. However, at that moment, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly changed drastically. His body of the silent clan abruptly shrank into an extremely small ball, and then abruptly expanded. Meanwhile, the mysterious runes on his body suddenly burst out with dazzling silver light. Then, his body started to transform horribly. Roar! Roar! His face was becoming sharper and longer, and two fangs suddenly protruded out. His eyes quickly turned deep. The mark on his neck suddenly grew and turned into a terrifyingly sharp fin. His entire upper body was fiercely lengthening. His hands suddenly extended into terrifyingly sharp claws. Roar! Then, he roared into the sky. The entire hall was shaking. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. Only Jia and Yaoqi clearly saw that the silent tribe in front of them had turned into a fallen silver dragon. That's right. It was the fallen silver dragon. Soon enough, all the terrifying transformations faded away, and Yang Dingtian gradually reverted back to the appearance of the silent race. At this moment, everyone finally understood why the speechless clown looked so demonic even though they resembled humans. Because the layout of his facial features was actually similar to the fallen silver dragon. As expected, the silent tribe was the tribe closest to the fallen silver dragon bloodline. Who would have thought that the darkness crystal would trigger such a horrifying change in the silent tribe? At that moment, Yaoqi and Jia were completely and utterly shocked. As for Dongli, he could no longer make any sound. He stood there in a daze without moving. Yang Dingtian, who had turned back into the silent tribe, slowly walked toward him. Looks like you've got the wrong person. Dongli's face trembled. Yes, I'm sorry. Since you've got the wrong person, then your eyes have grown for nothing, right? Yang Dingtian said coldly. Dongli's face instantly turned pale. That's right. Then they've grown for nothing. Yaoqi smiled. Then, she slowly stood up and locked down Dongli's aura. Jia locked down Dongli's aura from another direction. More than 10 demonic fox elites suddenly appeared and surrounded Dongli. Since your eyes have grown for nothing, I'll take them out for you, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Swoosh. Yang Dingtian's 2 claws that had not completely degenerated pierced Dongli's eye sockets and dug out his eyeballs. Then, he crushed them and pasted them on Dongli's face. In an instant, only 2 black holes were left in Dongli's eye sockets. Black blood flowed out slowly. It was indescribably eerie. Dongli's entire body was trembling. Boundless pain and madness filled his entire body. The pain of losing his light swept through his entire body. However, he did not let out a scream. His entire body was trembling madly. Thank you, Mr. Jiangshang. Can I take my leave now? Dongli bowed and asked. Yaoqi said, this is only Mr. Jiangshang's punishment. My punishment has yet to come. At this moment, the special envoy from the Sea of Hades, Huali, suddenly said, Mr. Chairman, please stop. Suddenly, Yaoqi's eyes shrunk. Special envoy Huali said, this is also Ms. Wuyu's will. I believe you know who she is. Suddenly, Yaoqi's eyes trembled. He waved his hand and said, get out. If we see you in Indu again, we'll kill you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dongli bowed. Then, Special Envoy Huali carried Dongli on his back and quickly left. Yang Dingtian looked at Yaoqi coldly and turned to leave. Jia looked at his back and said to Yaoqi, Mr. Chairman, it seems like Mr. Jiangshang has undergone a huge change after swallowing the darkness crystal. He finally learned how to rage. It seems like he has become a little darker. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly turned back and stared at Jia. You're my fiancé, right? Jia was stunned and said, yes, Mr. Chairman. Then, Yang Dingtian did not say anything. He grabbed her by the neck and dragged her back to his palace. Jia, whose cultivation was higher than Yang Dingtian, seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. She did not resist at all and was dragged away by the neck. Throughout the entire process, Yaoqi did not stop him at all. After returning to his palace, Yang Dingtian threw Jia on the ground and turned into a beast. Note, second update, I beg for monthly votes. Jia did not resist. She even cooperated. However, she remained expressionless throughout the entire process, as if she was a robot. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally understood what a sculpture was. The woman in front of him was a perfect sculpture. He was beautiful to the extreme, but even a rapist would be dispirited when facing him. Yang Dingtian's violent aura calmed down when he saw her expressionless face. He waved his hand and said, let's go, let's go. Jia stood up and said, are you sure you don't want to vent the anger and violence in your heart? I'm more than happy to. No need. Yang Dingtian waved his hand. Have a good rest, then. I'll take my leave. Jia walked out just like that. Wait. Yang Dingtian said. Oh, you changed your mind? Jia said, please come. No. Yang Dingtian said, when I transformed into the fallen silver dragon, how did you feel? Shocked, Jia said. Don't you feel admiration and passion? Yang Dingtian asked curiously, you fox demons have an unparalleled fanaticism toward the fallen silver dragon. Jia said, first, as a silent clan, you're only closer to the fallen silver dragon bloodline. There's still a fundamental difference between the two. Second, I'm a fox demon, so I'll always think from the perspective of my own interests. Oh, I understand. Yang Dingtian nodded. Is there anything else? Jia asked. No, Yang Dingtian said. Then I'll take my leave, Jia said. Jia, who was wearing her silver brocade robe, returned to the main hall. Sir President, this Xianxia is very dangerous, Jia said. Yes, very dangerous, Yaoqi said. After consuming the dark crystal, he can actually transform into the fallen silver dragon. This will undoubtedly attract the most fanatical worship among the fox demon nobles. The fallen silver dragon is the totem of the entire Little Western Paradise. Once the nobles see his transformation, this Xianxia will most likely replace me and become the only leader of the entire Little Western Paradise. So? Kill him? Jia asked. No. Yaoqi said, that's too much of a waste. Maybe he'll die one day, but it'll be when he's no longer useful. Jia said, I have another worry. The silent tribe, who originally had no desires, no joy, and no anger, actually developed negative emotions after consuming the dark crystal. I think this is the real danger. With the speechless clan's intellect and talent, once lust is born, coupled with the fox demon's fanatical worship of them, they might become the rulers of the entire Little Western Paradise. Yaoqi nodded. Jia continued, that's why I feel the need to secretly hunt down all the silent tribe in the Little Western Paradise. Yaoqi nodded and said, perhaps this mission will still fall on Mr. Jiangshang's head. In the following time, Yang Dingtian, who was pretending to be from the silent race, became the noblest person in the Silver Palace. He was almost on par with Chairman Yaoqi. He could go to any corner of the Silver Palace, including visiting Yao Rao and her son. Of course, he couldn't leave the Silver Palace because he was worried that Dongli and some other traitors would harm him. Yaoqi became extremely respectful in front of him. He bowed like a disciple just like Jia. Not only that, Yaoqi also announced to the entire Little Western Paradise that he was officially Mr. Jiangshang's disciple, Yang Dingtian, and would listen to his teachings for the rest of his life. Half a month later, he was going to hold an unprecedented banquet for Mr. Jiangshang. The banquet would be held in the Silver Palace. Almost all the high nobles would be invited. During the banquet, Yaoqi would formally acknowledge Mr. Jiangshang as his lifelong great sage in the Little Western Paradise. A great sage was above a great sage. Yaoqi's previous teacher, Yongxi, was a great sage before he became the chairman. After he left his position, Yongxi was also made a great sage. Hence, Yang Dingtian became the second great sage in the Little Western Paradise. This was a very high position. It was almost no lower than the chairman. It was also a lifelong position. Hence, Yang Dingtian, who was pretending to be Jiangshang from the Speechless clan, became the most respected person in the Little Western Paradise. The fox noble's passion for him reached a whole new level. His inauguration ceremony as a great sage was also held in the banquet half a month later. Great sage, in 10 days, I will hold the grandest banquet in the history of Little Western Paradise, Yaoqi said. I've already sent out tens of thousands of messengers to inform all the high nobles in the Little Western Paradise. Thank you, Yang Dingtian said calmly. You've seen Yao Rao and her son. How do you feel? Yaoqi asked. Yao Rao succeeded. The child called Yangyi is a demigod, Yang Dingtian said. Yaoqi's eyes brightened. I heard that the child is very close to you. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Yaoqi said, this child will become my successor in the future. A few hundred years later, he will become the first emperor of the Western Paradise Empire. 1,000 years later, he will become the only supreme emperor of all the dimensions in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian nodded. He didn't reply. Yao Qi said, you know that I want to marry Yao Rao, but she obviously doesn't want to cooperate. What do you think I should do? Yang Dingtian shook his head. He didn't reply either. Haha, of course, I know that you won't help me with this, Yao Qi said. Then, can I ask you to help me with something? Please, Yang Dingtian said. In the deepest part of the Silver Palace, there's a person imprisoned. His brain contains the secret of the void-splitting fire. Yao Qi said, we all know that the void-splitting fire is in the void border. It's another dimension. But we don't know where the entrance to this dimension is. How do we get there? Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. The void-splitting fire. He finally heard about it. And this person knows? Yang Dingtian said, he knows where the void-splitting fire is? How do we get to the void border dimension? Yes, he knows, Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian said, then why don't you ask him yourself? He won't tell me, Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian said, then why do you think he'll tell me? He'll definitely tell you. Because you're from the Speechless clan, Yao Qi said. Yang Dingtian said, you want him to tell me, and then I'll tell you? Yes, Yao Qi said. Then why do you think I'll tell you? Could it be that my willpower is inferior to that prisoner? Yang Dingtian asked. You'll definitely tell me, Yao Qi said calmly, alright, you can go and see the prisoner in the underground palace now. Just like before, I'm going to see the enchanting lady. Yang Dingtian was led by two extremely powerful fox demon elites into a deep tunnel in the underground palace. How powerful were the two fox demon elites? Yang Dingtian didn't know. Anyway, in front of them, Yang Dingtian couldn't detect their energy levels at all. This deep underground passageway was really deep to the extreme. How deep was it? 10,000 meters? 100,000 meters? Or even deeper? In the end, they arrived at an underground palace in the deepest part of hell. Here, they couldn't even see their own fingers. There was no light. It was extremely dark. Even with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he couldn't see anything. Yang Dingtian walked into the prison in the underground palace. The giant door behind him closed slowly. Then, the two Speechless clan elites left and returned to the surface. In the entire underground palace, there was only Yang Dingtian and that prisoner left. Of course, in reality, Yang Dingtian couldn't see the prisoner at all. He didn't even know if he existed. Therefore, he was about to light up the flame. No, don't light it up. This is an unparalleled energy prison. You can't release any energy. Otherwise, everything will turn into ashes, including you and me. Suddenly, a hoarse voice was heard. Yang Dingtian took off his clothes and revealed his Speechless clan body. That was because the runes on his body had a natural glow. Although it was very faint, it was very bright in the extreme darkness. Then, he didn't see a person. Instead, he saw a snow-white fox. Its entire body was surrounded by special energy black lines. It couldn't move at all. Speechless clan, Speechless clan. The fox let out an extremely emotional voice. It was trembling and tears were about to flow out. Teacher, teacher, are you the one who sent me to save Little Western Paradise? The fox looked up at the sky and trembled. Yang Dingtian bowed to him and said, Xianxia of the Speechless clan greets you, sir. May I know your name? The fox used the most solemn attitude to make himself bow and said, disciple of the Fox Demon clan, Xianxia greets the Speechless clan's teacher. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He was Xianxia? Yao Qi's teacher, his biggest political backer. The most outstanding chairman in the history of Little Western Paradise. He was also the only great teacher before Yang Dingtian came. Didn't he go away to avoid the world? How could he be imprisoned here? Yao Qi went to see Yao Rao again. Yao Rao was still hugging Yang Yi and drawing on the drawing board. But this time, she was drawing Yan Yan Shimen. Yao Qi came to see Yao Rao and her son every day. But Yao Rao treated him like he was nothing. She's very beautiful. She's Yang Dingtian's wife. I think she's called Shimen Yan Yan Shimen, right? Yao Qi smiled. Yao Rao still treated him like air. Yao Qi continued, you draw Yang Dingtian's portrait every day. You draw Shimin Yanyan's portrait as if you're going against me. You want baby Yangyi to remember that they're his family. But in reality, you're just going against yourself. Yao Rao's body suddenly trembled. Yao Qi smiled and said, "You're actually afraid that you'll forget Yongding Tian and Cloud Sky City. You're afraid that one day, you'll compromise with me and fall into my arms. So, you're drawing desperately so that Yongding Tian will be engraved in your mind every day." Yao Rao's hand slanted. Suddenly, there was a line that shouldn't be there on the drawing board. Yao Qi said, "You might love Yongding Tian as a family member, but it's very difficult for you to love him as a man and a woman. After all, you're more than 1,000 years old, right? And he's a human after all. I heard that there's nothing between the two of you other than your physical relationship. In reality, the two of you only spent a short time together, so there's no love between the two of you. And the child in your arms is the only thing that's related to him." Yao Rao continued to be quiet. Yao Qi continued, "So, I'm not worried at all, and I'm not forcing you. Because I know that one day, you'll forget about it. Even if there's a deep-rooted love, it won't be washed away by time. Moreover, you were only the child's mother and the child's father in the past. Keep drawing. Keep drawing. One day, your drawing will become blurry until you can't even remember what Yongding Tian looks like." Yao Rao's body started to tremble, and her lips started to turn pale. Yao Qi said, "Of course, your heart is still waiting for Yongding Tian's arrival. If he comes, even if he can't save you, he only needs to appear in front of you for a moment. Then, all the blurry thoughts will become clear, and your heart will change instantly. You'll have an extremely strong love for him. Love is very simple, but it's also very mysterious. But, he won't appear in front of you anymore. Even if you don't want him to come, your heart is yearning for him to come. And in this yearning and waiting, your impression of him will gradually become blurry and fade away, until you're completely in my arms." Yao Qi was poisoning Yao Rao's heart. That's right. Yao Rao didn't want Yongding Tian to come. She only thought of one thing, which was to wait for Yongding Tian to become stronger, and then bring her back to Cloud Sky City. But Yao Qi planted a seed in her, waiting for Yongding Tian to come. Yongding Tian didn't come in the end. Yao Rao's heart would feel that it was a betrayal, and in the end, she would change her heart in anger and disappointment. That was the poison that Yao Qi planted in her heart. He was a very scary opponent. Seeing that his mother's hand was trembling, Yang Yi suddenly took the paintbrush from his mother's hand and opened his arms to Yao Qi. Yao Qi was stunned, then he was instantly overwhelmed. This was the demigod tribe, his hope for the future. And this demigod tribe was always cold to him. He always wanted to hug him, but he always ignored him. But then, Yang Yi baby actually took the initiative to stretch out his arms. Yao Qi's breathing quickened, then he immediately hugged Yang Yi baby. "Yang Yi, you can't call a thief your father," Yao Rao said angrily. Yang Yi baby's extremely beautiful face smiled at Yao Qi, and Yao Qi quickly smiled back. It was as if he wanted to gather all his emotions and flattery into his smile. Then, Yang Yi baby used the paintbrush and slowly drew a line across his neck. It was a red paintbrush. On Yao Qi's neck, it left a red mark that looked like blood. Throat cut, that's right. Yang Yi baby gave Yao Qi a throat cut. He used a blood-red paintbrush to cut his throat. That meant that in the future, he would use a sharp blade to really cut his throat. By then, what would flow out would not be red paint, but real blood. Yao Qi was instantly stunned. His entire body seemed to have been fixed. He was extremely stiff and couldn't move at all. He felt as if all the other parts of his body had completely disappeared. Only the coldness on his neck was extremely clear. That was obviously a paintbrush, but he really felt as if his throat had been cut open. After a long while, Yao Qi's gaze landed on this extremely beautiful little face. His gem-like eyes were still filled with innocence and peace. The face that was so beautiful that it didn't look like a human was still looking at him innocently. It was as if the throat cut just now wasn't drawn by her. After drawing, Yang Yi baby opened his arms to his mother. Yao Rao was stunned. She instinctively hugged her baby back. Yang Yi took another paintbrush and pointed at the face on the canvas. He said in a baby voice, "Yan Yan's mother." After a long while, Yao Qi seemed to be able to move again. He looked at Yang Yi baby and said, the god race. The god race. It really is the god race. Then, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Only a god race like this is worthy to be my successor. Yang Yi, you will only know who is the one who treats you the best when you grow up. I will get the void fire for you. I will get the ruins of the Naga Empire for you. I will build a huge empire for you. In less than 30 years, you will become the crown prince of the entire Western Kingdom. Note, the first update has been delivered. I will continue to write the second update. Thank you for your monthly votes. Thank you to Emo Xiao, Too Crazy, and Flaming Bookworm for their 10,000 Qidian coins tips. Also, thank you to the other brothers for their tips and monthly votes. Pastry bowed deeply. Note, there is a lot of information in this, please read it carefully. Deep within the Silver Palace's energy prison. Your Excellency Yongxi, why are you here? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Yongxi said, because I mistook my disciple for someone else. I thought that he was really going to be on the same side as me. On the same side? What do you mean? Yang Dingtian said, he only wants the fox race to become a half-god race, then unify the Little Western Paradise and establish the Western Paradise Empire. Then, he will rule the entire chaotic world and create something like the ancient Naga. Yongxi said, I am the opposite. I feel that neither the Naga nor the fox race is a natural product of the world. One was born from the black dragon and the other from the silver dragon. They have abnormally strong energy, so they are destined to be destroyed. So, my goal is to destroy the fox race and leave the normal fox race behind. Then, I will lead them to walk a more stable path. When the time comes, I will let them work with humans and get through this dangerous chaotic world. When Yang Dingtian heard this, he was stunned. In Yao Qi's mouth, and even in some secret documents, it wasn't like that. Yongxi was a firm believer of the fox race. More than 300 years ago, he had once conversed with a member of the silent race for an entire day and night, leaving behind a beautiful story in the entire world. He publicly announced that during that one day and night, the wisdom that the silent race had left behind for him was something he could enjoy for the rest of his life. But in private, especially in front of Yao Qi, he had a very harsh view of the silent race. He felt that the silent race's negative view of the world was extremely stupid. He also told Yao Qi that the true stupidity of the world was the wisdom that saw through everything. There was no point in living like that, so the silent race should just die. True wisdom was playing with the so-called truth. Yang Dingtian said, 300 years ago, you met a senior from the silent race? Yes, I did. We even talked for a day and a night. Yongxi said. Yang Dingtian said, that day and night of talk gave you a lot of political prestige. You publicly said that the silent race had given you wisdom that you could enjoy for the rest of your life. Yongxi said, that's right. Yang Dingtian continued, but what you told Yao Qi in private was the complete opposite. You despise the speechless clan for being so passive and reclusive. You think that their words are complete bullshit, but you have no choice but to endure these detached and passive remarks for the sake of political spectacle? Yongxi said, that's right. That's what I told Yao Qi. Furthermore, I told him that the silent race seemed to be the smartest, but they were actually the stupidest. True intelligence is to play with the truth and not let anything become an obstacle in your way. Yongxi continued, however, I have no choice but to tell Yao Qi this. I can't let anyone know that my thoughts have changed. In the past, I had the same idea as Yao Qi. I wanted the Fox Demon tribe to become a demigod tribe like Naga and dominate the entire universe. I felt that no one could change my mind. Even in my heart, I had already formulated a grand strategy. So, I chose to run for the position of speaker. Because I had a very high reputation and I succeeded. Just as I was about to carry out my strategy of dominating the Fox Demon tribe, a speechless clan member found me and talked to me for a day and a night. Then, he changed your mind? Yang Dingtian asked. Yongxi said, can you change Yao Qi's mind? Yang Dingtian said, no, his mind is very firm. Yongxi said, my mind is also very firm. No one can use any words or any truth to persuade me to change my mind. Not to mention the speechless clan, even the gods can't do it. Let alone a day and a night, even a year or 10 years can't do it. Because my life's creed is very simple. I have to move forward, do whatever it takes, and destroy all obstacles. Even the truth is no exception. Yang Dingtian said, then, how did the speechless clan senior do it? How did he persuade you to change your mind in a day and a night? Xianxia said, he didn't say. Instead, he made me realize my dream. The dream of the fox demon tribe dominating the world. How is that possible? Yang Dingtian said. Xianxia said, he didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, but he was also a very powerful spirit master. He pulled me into a very deep level of meditation. Although in the real world, we only talked for a day and a night, in the deepest level of meditation, I stayed for an endless amount of time. Maybe thousands of years, maybe tens of thousands of years, maybe even longer. Xianxia said with a confused look, in the meditation world, I successfully obtained the Void Fisher fire and successfully entered the ruins of the Naga Empire. Then, I successfully established the Western Kingdom and successfully gave birth to the demigod clan. Finally, we rushed out of the plane door with the humans and destroyed the human kingdom, the underworld kingdom, and the underworld kingdom. In the end, we successfully ruled all the planes in the chaos world and became the only overlords of the universe with the Naga clan. But our desire had no end. Our desire for power had no end. So, we went crazy and hunted all the energy in the world. We killed all the intelligent life forms and all the demon beasts in order to monopolize all the energy in the chaos world. After killing all the other life forms, we began to kill each other. At first, we killed the low-level demon foxes, but in the end, we even killed the high-level ones. In the end, I killed all the competitors. I became the most powerful life form in history, but I also became the only life form in the chaos world. Xianxia paused for a moment, then said, I reached my ultimate goal, to become the only god in the chaos world. But the entire chaos world had become a land of death. There were no other life forms. Then, I lived for an endless amount of time. I only had endless loneliness. Finally, I couldn't bear this loneliness, so I chose to commit suicide. But sadly, I was already a god. Even if I wanted to die, I couldn't die. I could only live like this for an endless amount of time. Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Just thinking about this kind of life made him shudder. Xianxia was silent for a long time, then said, then, suddenly, I woke up and found that I was dreaming. In the world of meditation, I had an incomparably long dream. But this dream was incomparably real. At least for me, it was a completely real experience. So, without needing any persuasion, I gave up on my so-called ideal. Because no matter how strong you are, when you are the only person in the world, then extreme strength is extreme weakness. Everything is meaningless. Yang Dingtian nodded. That's right, that senior of the Silent Clan was indeed a supreme sage. He used absolute methods to make Xianxia change his ideals and will. Xianxia said, Mr. Jiangshang, what do you think is the driving force for a life form, or a race's development? Is it desire? Yang Dingtian shook his head, anyone who denies desire is a hypocrite. On the other hand, anyone who only recognized desire was a shameless person. There is only one eternal driving force for any intelligent life form, and that is survival. But many people interpret it as desire, and the two are indeed very, very similar, even more so than twins. But even if there is a 1 in 10,000 difference, it is still different. Mr. Jiangshang, you are indeed a sage. Xianxia said, in fact, I also thought about it for a long, long time. After understanding this principle, I also confirmed that survival is the only driving force for an intelligent life form. Then, I fully understood that the so-called essence of survival is continuation. The high-level demon fox race has a lifespan of several thousand years. They have already occupied almost all the resources of the Little Western Paradise. And because of their endless lifespan, they selfishly gave up on continuation because fewer and fewer demon fox nobles are willing to give birth. Thus, I spent a total of 100 years to guide the Western Paradise's civilization from the martial path to the illusory arts and social classes, especially the almost perverted blood theory. Because of this, in less than 2,000 to 3,000 years, almost all the demon fox nobles will be destroyed. Even if someone wants to stop it, they won't be able to. So that's how it is, Yang Dingtian finally understood why this chairman Yongxi wanted to lead the demon fox aristocrats to the brink of decay and destruction. He wanted the demon fox race to be reborn, to let the ordinary demon fox race become the ruler of the little western paradise. He wanted the demon fox race to return to the right track. Yang Dingtian was absolutely unable to be so cold, heartless, and self-destructive. How can you be so cruel? Yang Dingtian said, if it was me, even if I knew it was right, I wouldn't be able to do it. Because someone demonstrated it to me, Yongxi said. Yongxi said, actually, your silent tribe is much more intelligent and talented than us. They have the ability to dominate the world. But they can see the result of dominating the world, so they gave up. In order to completely prevent the future world from being destroyed, they gave up on prolonging their lives. In the end, they even completely gave up on life. For example, the sage of the silent tribe that I talked to for a day and a night, after talking to him, he chose to pass away. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with endless respect. Previously, Yang Dingtian also judged the silent tribe lightly, thinking that they were too passive and shunned the world. But he didn't know that they were truly intelligent. They rejected the temptation of the fallen silver dragon and used their absolute intelligence and will, as well as supreme sentiments to save the world. Otherwise, with their intelligence and talent, they could go further than the Naga race. Yongxi said, actually, I was very close to success. I was re-elected for 2 terms. Then, I gave the next step of the strategy to my successor, Yao Qi. And he, very well. He concealed it in front of me, deceived me, and successfully let me push him to the position of chairman. Then everything that happened, you already know. He is on the path of destroying the world. The so-called Void Fissure Fire and the ruins of the Naga Empire were his first step. Ruling the Little Western Paradise and establishing the Western Paradise Empire was his second step. Giving birth to a demigod descendant was his third step. No, this third step, he is already halfway to success. Yang Dingtian said, because a demigod descendant of the fox tribe did appear. What? Yongxi suddenly trembled, then took a deep breath and said, Mr. Jiangshang, when I was about to walk on the path of destroying the world, the sage of the silent tribe came to my side and stopped everything. Now, Yao Qi is on the path of destroying the world, so you appeared. You are here to stop him, right? You can stop him, right? Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, sorry, I can't change his mind. Why can't you change it? Yongxi said, you can bring him to the meditation world and achieve his ideal hegemony there. It's just like what the Silent Clan did to me. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, sorry, I still can't do it. Why can't you do it? Yao Qi's will can't be stronger than mine, unless. Yongxi suddenly trembled, then looked at Yang Dingtian, unless you are not. He didn't finish his words, unless you are not from the silent tribe. Yang Dingtian didn't admit or deny it. But, this meant that he admitted it. Actually, admitting it at this time was an extremely dangerous thing, and very smart people wouldn't admit it. But Yang Dingtian still admitted it, and Yongxi understood. But don't worry, this is an absolute energy prison, and no one can eavesdrop. Yongxi was silent for a long time. Are you on his side? Yongxi suddenly asked. No, it will never be possible. Yang Dingtian spoke word by word, you and I are absolutely like-minded individuals. Come here, put your heart under my palm. Yongxi said. Yang Dingtian did as he was told. Suddenly, it was as if a strand of energy entered Yang Dingtian's heart. After a long time, Yongxi said, oh, I understand. That's right, you can't be on Yao Qi's side. You are the king of humans, Yang Dingtian, right? Yang Dingtian nodded. I know many of your stories and miracles through an old friend. Yongxi said. Yang Dingtian didn't ask who it was. Yongxi said, he is here to ask you about the void-splitting fire, right? Child, I have bad news. Yongxi said, Yao Qi has seen through you, or rather, he saw through you a long time ago. Yang Dingtian was shocked, as if he was struck by lightning. How is that possible? Yongxi said, nothing is impossible. Yao Qi can see through my heart and successfully deceive me, so what is impossible for him to see through you? How did you become the silent tribe? Yang Dingtian said, I swallowed Zhao Li's silver dragon crystal. How is that possible? Yongxi said, the silver dragon bloodline can't enter the human body. Yang Dingtian said, I am the special one. And I was the one who gave birth to the demigod fox descendant. Yongxi was shocked for a long time, then said, then, no wonder he saw through you. Because every silver dragon blood crystal is recorded in a silver dragon illusory mirror. This is the Little Western Paradise's biggest secret. And this silver dragon illusory mirror is in the hands of every chairman. It symbolizes the highest authority of the Little Western Paradise, and it is also a top secret. And after the chairman leaves office, all secrets about the silver dragon illusory mirror will be washed away. Of course, because my brain was modified by the silent tribe's ancestors, it can't be washed away, so this top secret was kept. So, the moment Zhao Li's silver dragon blood crystal entered your body, he saw through you. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. Yao Qi was so cunning. And this so-called silver dragon illusory mirror controlled all the silver dragon blood crystals, and only the previous chairman knew about it. It sounded like the nuclear button of a big country on Earth. Yang Dingtian said, he saw through me long ago, but he didn't kill me. So he let me meet you and get the secret of the void-splitting fire? Yes. Yongxi said, because I am a spiritual master, and the silent tribe's ancestors modified my brain, so he can't use any spiritual methods to find the secret in my brain. But he can get it from you, as long as I tell you. Yang Dingtian said, but you can choose not to tell me. Yongxi said, no, I will tell you, because I trust the silent tribe. Yang Dingtian said, but I am a fake silent tribe member. Yongxi said, but Yao Qi thinks I can't know you are a fake. Because in reality, I can't tell you are a fake at all, but you admitted it yourself. Yao Qi has no other plans, but he is too cunning to understand your nobility and sincerity, so he missed one point, and you risked your life to admit that you are a fake. Yongxi continued, this is Yao Qi's only flaw, and our only chance to defeat him. Then, Yongxi closed his eyes for a long time, thinking quickly, then he opened his eyes and said, Yao Qi's goal is the void-splitting fire, and he can get it through your brain. Then we will beat him at his own game, and use the void-splitting fire to kill him. Yang Dingtian was shocked, can you do that? Senior. Yongxi said, it's very difficult, or it's completely impossible. Because to them, your brain domain is no secret at all. You can lie with your mouth, but you can never lie with your brain. Unless your brain has been modified by an extremely powerful spiritual master. Yang Dingtian said, modified? How? Yongxi said, it's very simple, it's to isolate an absolutely safe area in your brain. Then, all important information will be placed in this area, and no spiritual master will be able to read it. Yang Dingtian heard this, and immediately thought of his space ring. In the real world, this was an absolutely safe isolated area, and no one would be able to discover it. Then, Yang Dingtian's brain moved, and he immediately woke up Poisa, saying, Xianxia, do you have a way to isolate an absolutely safe area in my brain, and no spiritual master will be able to read it? Queen Poisa said, of course, it's easy. Your brain area is my absolute home field, and I can easily block any area, and no one will be able to read it. Yang Dingtian said, yes, I can block any area in my brain. Yongxi's eyes brightened, really? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Yongxi said, good, then according to our plan, Yao Qi will definitely die. Yang Dingtian said, go ahead. Yongxi said, I'll tell you two pieces of information. The first one is real, and after you hear it, you have to completely isolate it in a certain area of your brain, and it will only open after a month. The second one is fake, and it will stay in your brain. So, during this month, even you will think that the second one is fake, and that the first one doesn't exist. Only then can you fool Yao Qi's spiritual master, understand? Yang Dingtian nodded, understood. Yongxi said, good, then I'll tell you the first piece of information that's real. The Void Fisher fire will bloom in 89 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. The entrance to the Void border is at the bottom of the ocean under the Silver Moon Clan's endless peak. This entrance is like a black hole, and it will appear 13 days before the Void Fissure fire blooms, but it will only open when the Void Fissure fire is about to bloom. When it's not open, no one can enter. Yang Dingtian said, then how do I devour it? Xianxia said, after entering the void border, you have to remember that other than the completely dark continent, everything else you see is actually the Void Fissure fire. You just have to jump into the abyss, and it'll be the same as jumping into the Void Fissure fire, and it'll be the same as swallowing the Void Fissure fire, because the Void Fissure fire's attribute is spatial travel. Yang Dingtian said, Your Excellency Xianxia, how did you know this secret? Xianxia said, because 300 years ago, in the meditation world that the Speechless Clan sage created for me, I obtained the Void Fissure fire this way. Yang Dingtian nodded. Xianxia said, then, do you remember this piece of information? Yang Dingtian said, yes. Xianxia said, good, then seal this piece of information, as well as the memories from before until you admitted to pretending to be the Speechless Clan, and open them after a month. Yang Dingtian said, okay. Then, Yang Dingtian said to Queen Poisa, Xianxia, seal all the memories after I said that I can't change Yaoqi's mind. Okay. Queen Poisa said, you have to completely lower your defenses. Yang Dingtian's mind instantly entered a clear and defenseless state, and then he felt a white light in his brain, and this memory was instantly sealed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian seemed to be in a daze for a moment. When he woke up again, all the memories from after he admitted to pretending to be the Speechless Clan were sealed and disappeared. He shook his head lightly and said, I'm sorry, Master Xianxia, I can't do it. I can't change Yaoqi's mind. Xianxia sighed softly and said, oh, you're not a sage who specializes in the mind, then may I ask what you specialize in? Wisdom, survival philosophy, Yang Dingtian said. Xianxia said, then, there's another way to cut off Yaoqi's ambition. His first goal is to get the Void Fire and then the Naga's treasure. You have to be one step ahead of him and get the Void Fire. Without the Void Fire and the Naga's treasure, his plan to dominate the world will lose at least half of its support. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He said, then, how do I get the Void Fire? Xianxia said, remember, the Void Fire will bloom in 79 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. The entrance to the Void Border is at the bottom of the Silver Moon Clan's endless peak. You need the energy of the dark crystal in your body to enter the Void Border through this entrance. After you enter, when you see the world inside light up, other than the dark land, the rest of the light and shadows are all Voidcrack flames. You just have to jump down and you'll be able to obtain Voidcrack flames because its attribute is spatial travel. At this moment, Yang Dingtian obviously didn't know that this information was fake. He would only know after a month when the real information was revealed. The real time for the Void Fire to bloom was 89 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes later. At this moment, Xianxia said that it would take 79 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. There was a difference of 10 days. The entrance to the Void Border was open 2 hours before the mystic fire bloomed. Xianxia said that it could only be opened with the energy of the dark crystal. His goal was to lure Yaoqi to use the dark crystal. As a silver dragon, once Yaoqi used the dark crystal, he would be devoured by the two terrifying energies. He would be torn apart and die. Xianxia said, do you remember? Mr. Jiangshang. Yang Dingtian said, yes, I do. Xianxia said, please remember my words. Be one step ahead of him and get the Void Fire. Destroy Yaoqi's strategic support. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he bowed and left. Note, the second update is 6,500 words. I wrote until 9:30 a.m. I'm sweating profusely, I'm begging for your support. Yang Dingtian returned to the surface from the dungeon. The two demonic fox elites immediately brought him to see Yaoqi. Yaoqi was at the side of a beautiful lake. It was a mirror-like lake. There was a pavilion in the middle of the lake that was covered in moss. At the end of the lake was a mountain of red leaves. Yingdu was a city filled with sci-fi and even magic. It was rare to see such an oriental classical scenery. Yaoqi was in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. The two demonic fox elites brought Yang Dingtian and flew over. When they reached the pavilion, they flew away like kites. Only Yang Dingtian and Yaoqi were left in the pavilion. How was the conversation? Yaoqi asked. Not bad, Yang Dingtian said. Yaoqi asked, did he tell you the secret of the splitting void fire? Yang Dingtian replied, that's right. But he also saw the secret in the meditation illusion realm. Yaoqi said, so, will you tell me? Yang Dingtian said, no. Yaoqi said, even if I threaten you with your life, you won't tell me? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Yaoqi pointed at a bird not far away and said, do you see that bird? I see it. It's a red bird, Yang Dingtian said. Yaoqi said, it will keep flying above the lake. It won't leave the lake and won't enter the water. This lake is only about 15 acres. It's completely within your sight. How about we make a bet? Yang Dingtian said, what bet? Yaoqi said, you stare at the bird and I'll stare at your eyes. Your eyes have to follow the bird. If you lose it, I won't be able to see the bird's reflection in your eyes. Then, either you tell me the secret of the splitting void fire or you die. Of course, if you don't lose it and keep following the bird, you win. You don't have to tell me the secret of the splitting void fire and you won't die. Yang Dingtian didn't reply. Yaoqi said, I can warn you. No matter what the other things are, this bet is definitely real. As long as you lose, either you tell me or you die. Yang Dingtian nodded, all right. Then, his gaze locked onto the bird. The lake was about 15 mu, which was about 10,000 square meters. It was a regular circle, and Yang Dingtian was standing in the center of the circle. The radius of the lake was about 55 meters, which meant that the bird could not go further than 55 meters. This distance might be a little far to an ordinary person's vision, but it wasn't worth mentioning to Yang Dingtian. Then, Yang Dingtian trembled violently. Instantly, the pavilion beside him was reduced to ashes. Because the 4 pillars of the pavilion would block the view. Yang Dingtian's line of sight could not be blocked, not even for a second. How long will it take? Yang Dingtian asked. Half an hour, Yaoqi said. That was 7 to 8 minutes. To an ordinary person, it was impossible for them to not blink for 7 to 8 minutes. Even for the experts in the chaotic world, it was difficult for them to not blink for 7 to 8 minutes. They could choose to blink alternately. But to Yang Dingtian, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Because the speechless clan could not blink for a year. In other words, they would often stare blankly at a place and then stand there for a year without moving. Because they were deep in thought. Therefore, this bet was a piece of cake for Yang Dingtian. However, he knew that Yaoqi's bet was not as simple as he thought. You can start now, Yang Dingtian said. Yaoqi took out an hourglass and floated at the side. Then, he stared at Yang Dingtian's eyes while Yang Dingtian stared at the bird. It was a beautiful bird. It was about the size of a human fist. It was fiery red and very eye-catching. At that moment, it was only 20 meters away from Yang Dingtian. Moreover, it was flying in a circle with him as the center. It was very regular and its flight path did not change at all. It kept flying, flying, flying merrily. However, no matter where it flew, Yang Dingtian's eyes followed it closely. However, his speed was getting faster, and faster, and faster. As it flew, Yang Dingtian's body spun quickly too. His eyes were always in a straight line with the bird. It flew faster and faster, faster and faster, faster and faster. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. It flew faster and faster, faster and faster, until it reached an extreme speed, then, it disappeared, that's right, it disappeared. Because the basic reaction time of the human eye was 0.2 seconds. In other words, when the reflection time of something in your eyes was shorter than that, the human eye would not be able to see it. That was Yaoqi's plan. It was a bet that he would definitely lose. At that moment, the bird was about 20 meters away from Yang Dingtian. Then, it flew in a circle with Yang Dingtian as the center. In other words, it flew 125.6 meters in a circle. It completed the circle in 0.2 seconds. In other words, the bird's flying speed was more than 6,000 meters per second. It was 20 times the speed of sound. In this world, of course, there was no bird that could fly faster than 20 times the speed of sound. No bird could do that. It was an energy shadow, so it could do that. At that moment, even Yaoqi could not see the bird, let alone Yang Dingtian. Therefore, this was a bet that Yang Dingtian would definitely lose. Yang Dingtian spun his body quickly, and Yaoqi followed suit. He stared at Yang Dingtian's eyes but never blocked his vision. He was waiting for the moment the bird disappeared from Yang Dingtian's eyes. Then, he would win. There was no meaning in defeating Yang Dingtian in terms of strength. Only by defeating him in terms of intelligence would he feel a sense of accomplishment. Therefore, he had to win. But the shocking thing was, the bird was still reflected in Yang Dingtian's eyes. He even felt that it was not flying. It was completely still. That was because it flew 50 circles in a second. And Yang Dingtian also spun 50 circles in a second. Yaoqi knew about this theory. But the bird should have disappeared. Why could he still see it? Yaoqi could not help but turn around to look at the bird. He could not see it at all. Why could he see it? In fact, Yang Dingtian was very shocked too. When the light stopped in the eyes for less than 0.2 seconds, human eyes would not be able to see it. In fact, human eyes would not be able to see it even before that. But Yang Dingtian's eyes were no longer human eyes. They were the eyes of the speechless race. It seemed to have the ability to focus and follow the focus automatically. Therefore, no matter how fast the bird flew, it was completely meaningless to him. Because his eyes were completely locked on. However fast the bird was, the speed of his eyes was as fast as the bird's speed. Therefore, it was always in focus. To him, the bird was always still. Therefore, Yaoqi was very powerful. This was a bet that he would definitely lose. To Yang Dingtian, this was a bet that he would definitely win. Unless the bird's flying speed was faster than Yang Dingtian's spinning speed, Yang Dingtian would not be able to win. With Yang Dingtian's current cultivation, it was not a problem for him to spin a few hundred circles per second. That meant that the bird's speed was more than 10,000 meters per second, or even more than 100,000 meters per second. However, Yaoqi's bet only lasted for 15 minutes. The bird could not possibly speed up to that number within that time. Therefore, Yaoqi lost. Suddenly, a sentence echoed in Yang Dingtian's ears. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? His heart skipped a beat. He knew that Yaoqi had asked someone to investigate the secrets in his mind. The principle of resisting a mental attack was simple. You just had to find the target of the attack and defend against it. However, although it sounded simple, it was, in fact, extremely difficult. If the opponent's mental power was far greater than yours, then the defense would be meaningless. Yaoqi's words rang in Yang Dingtian's ears again and again. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? It was like hypnosis, repeating over and over again. At the moment, Yang Dingtian had to lock onto the red bird that was flying faster and faster. He also had to resist Yaoqi's powerful mental attack. The opponent's powerful mental power surged wildly, destroying his will. If it was Yang Dingtian himself, he would not be able to resist such a powerful mental attack while multitasking. However, he could now. He realized a very, very mysterious thing about this body. That was, he could separate his eyes and brain completely so that they would not interfere with each other. It was impossible for humans to do that. That was because everything that the eyes saw had to be processed through the brain. Hence, this meant that Yang Dingtian could not block his brain. If he could not block his brain, then the enemy's mental power would be everywhere. However, he could completely block it now. His eyes were still staring at the red bird. However, he did not need to form an image in his mind. That was because he only needed to let Yaoqi see the reflection in his pupils. Then, he could completely defend against Yaoqi's mental attack. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? Yaoqi's questions were getting louder and faster. She was even getting impatient. That was because the 15 minutes were almost up. The sand in the hourglass was about to run out. 15 seconds. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? 10 seconds. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? 8 seconds. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? 5 seconds. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? 3 seconds. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? 1 second. When will the void-splitting fire bloom? Where is it? How do I devour it? Ding. Time was up, the sand in the hourglass had run out. Yang Dingtian had won the bet. Not only the bet, but Yang Dingtian had also won Xiaoqi's mental attack. Instantly, Yang Dingtian heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze relaxed and he almost fainted. As for the bird, it immediately slowed down and flew leisurely on the surface of the lake. Xiaoqi looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated expression. She sighed and said, "Mr. Jiangsheng, you are indeed amazing. You have won." Yang Dingtian said, "So, can I leave now?" "Of course." Xiaoqi said. Yang Dingtian said, "Will you never ask this question again?" Xiaoqi said, "I'll never ask again. You've won the bet and you've won completely." "Then, I will take my leave," Yang Dingtian said. "Please." Xiaoqi said. Yang Dingtian bounced lightly and flew out of the pavilion. Then, under the protection of 2 demonic fox elites, he returned to his palace. After Yang Dingtian left, suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed completely. The beautiful lake disappeared. The red leaves forest in the distance disappeared. It was a completely dark hall. It was so dark that it was almost empty. It was a circular hall. Then, the flying red bird landed beside Xiaoqi. It turned from a bird into a human. It was an extremely old demonic fox. He was wearing a blood-red cape. He was so skinny that he was almost like a withered branch. "I have failed. Even now, he has resisted my mental attack," Xiaoqi said. "Is he really from the speechless tribe?" The extremely old demonic fox was blind. He had lost his eyes. He was a mental attack master. The most powerful mental attack master around Xiaoqi. Everything that Yang Dingtian saw was a mental illusion created by him. The mental attack master was so powerful that he could kill any human mental attack master in seconds. "Then, master, did you succeed?" Xiaoqi asked in the demonic fox's ancient language. The demonic fox mental attack master nodded. Then, he handed over a piece of cloth with both hands. "I don't know who he is. But his mental defense is unprecedentedly strong. Your mental attack did not work. I turned into a bird and let him chase me. I took the chance to lock onto his eyes. But during the entire process, my mental attack was useless. I could not see any information in his eyes," the demonic fox mental attack master said. Xiaoqi said, "Then why did you succeed?" The demonic fox mental attack master said, "Because the time in the hourglass was up. He won completely. So, he relaxed completely. I quickly read a string of words in his eyes. Of course, I did not recognize the words. But I recorded it all." Just now, Xiaoqi kept asking, "When will the void fire bloom? Where? How do I devour?" She asked countless times. It was like hypnosis. Yang Dingtian locked his mind and did not think about it at all. As long as he did not think about it, the answer would not be revealed. However, the moment he won, his mind relaxed. Instantly, the answer appeared in his mind automatically. The mental attack master interpreted it instantly. It had to be said that this was an unparalleled mental attack master. As for Yang Dingtian, he did indeed possess an unparalleled spiritual defense. Perhaps it did not belong to his mental willpower. But it was extremely strong. Xiaoqi took the piece of cloth that the mental attack master gave her and walked out of the mental attack hall. She returned to her room and opened it. Then, she was completely astonished. The words on it were neatly written: "The void fire will bloom in 79 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. The entrance to the void border is at the bottom of the Silver Moon clan's endless peak. You need the energy of the dark crystal in your body to enter the void border through this entrance. Once you enter, you will see that the world inside is lit up. Other than the dark land, the rest of the light and shadows are all voidcrack flames. All you have to do is jump down and you will be able to obtain voidcrack flames. This is because its attribute is spatial transference. That was right. This was the second message that Xianxia gave Yang Dingtian. It was a fake message to trick Yaoqi. The purpose was to kill Yaoqi. However, even Yang Dingtian did not know this. He had always thought that this was the real message. So, he tried his best to defend against it. Of course, this also made Yaoqi believe in the authenticity of this message even more. It could be said that Yongxi's plan was perfect. There were no flaws. However, the only flaw was that Yaoqi did not recognize the words on the cloth. She had never even seen them before. Because they were Chinese characters from Earth. Yang Dingtian was an Earthling. So, when he thought, he revealed Chinese characters. The mental attack master recorded it down faithfully. Note, the first update is 4,600 words long. I will continue to write the second update. Please support me. Yaoqi, who had obtained this Chinese character, instinctively wanted to find a way to decipher it from Yang Dingtian. However, he quickly gave up. Not only would he not get what he wanted, but it would also alert Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Yaoqi went to the largest library in Yingdu and found the oldest scholar. Then, he passed the parchment with 3 Chinese characters on it to him and said, "Elder, have you seen these words before?" Yaoqi had purposely extracted these 3 words from Yang Dingtian's words. They were the first word, the middle word, and the last word. The reason why he chose these 3 words was because there was a chance that the words of various civilizations would be repeated. For example, the words of the Little Western Paradise were the same as the words of the human countries in the chaotic world. Although there were not many words, there were still dozens of them. With these 3 words, the probability of accidental contact could be eliminated. However, he could not choose too many words. If someone could understand these words, they might be able to guess the meaning. He was the only one who knew the secret of the void-rending flame. The scholar who was 4,000 to 5,000 years old had taken these 3 words before. Actually, these 3 words were void, realm, and surpass. The strokes of these 3 words were more complicated. The chances of them being similar to the words of other civilizations was almost 0. It was as if he had sunk into endless memories. He was a fox demon who had little interest in martial arts. For thousands of years, he had been flipping through books. He flipped through the books of every race, so he knew almost all the words in the chaotic world. Actually, it was rare to see such an old man in the fox demon race. His body was wrinkled like tree bark. Yaoqi held his breath and waited for his reply. After a long while, the elder said, "I've searched through all my memories. I know almost all the words in this world. However, I don't recognize these 3 words. I don't even know which dimension they come from." Yaoqi first felt a sense of loss. But immediately after, she felt a surge of curiosity towards Yang Dingtian. The fox demon elder in front of him was completely proficient in all the words in this world. He could even recognize the words of the ancient underwater civilization. However, he did not recognize these 3 words. It seemed that his identity as a great sage was far from simple. The deeper the secret of these 3 words was, the more mysterious Yang Dingtian's identity would be. "However, I've seen these words before," the fox elder said. "Although it's not the same word, I can guarantee that it's the same language. Because the logic of their words is exactly the same." Yaoqi said, "Then do you remember where you saw it? Are they all those words?" The fox elder said, "It's a very, very random memory. I really can't remember." Yaoqi said, "I am a spirit master. Can I help you?" The demon fox elder said, "Mental strength masters can only forcefully erase a person's memories, or they can remove their mental defenses and use hypnotism to induce certain memory fragments. But he wasn't a god, so he couldn't enter my head and search through my memories. In fact, how many years do I have in my memory? Therefore, spirit masters can't help me." Yaoqi said, "Then, is there nothing we can do?" The fox elder said, "I need to meditate. If it's convenient, please leave these 3 words with me. Xiaoqi said, of course. Thank you for your help. The fox elder sat in his seat and slowly closed his eyes, starting to search through his memories. This was a very, very long process. Xiaoqi couldn't wait here. Leaving the words there was just a very elegant way for the scholar to do so. Even though he had destroyed the 3 words, the shape of the words had already been imprinted in the elder's mind. Then, I'll take my leave. Xiaoqi bowed. The fox elder didn't reply. Xiaoqi left the library and continued to search for other ways to decipher the words. After that, the demon fox scholar continued to meditate. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, he still couldn't find any clues in his memories, so he burned the parchment. Then, he took out the parchment and pen, writing the 3 words over and over again, trying to find inspiration from the middle, trying to find some bits and pieces of his memories. Then, one of his students noticed the elder's strange behavior. It was a beautiful woman, a beautiful fox elder. She was about 2,000 years old and was also a scholar. She was never married. He walked over and said to the elder, "Teacher, teacher." The fox elder was completely immersed in his own world. He couldn't hear him at all. The beautiful demon fox scholar walked over and looked at him as he wrote these 3 Chinese characters over and over again: void, realm, transcendence. He shouted 2 more times and finally gave up. He turned around and left. Of course, Xiaoqi would not place all of his hopes on the elderly scholar. In fact, he had used everything he had in the past few days to find countless knowledgeable demon foxes to recognize the 3 words. However, these 3 words seemed to have come from another world. Not a single fox demon knew what these words meant. Not a single person knew what they were. Actually, there was another way. Yang Dingtian might teach the words to the people around him. Therefore, he just needed to get Yang Dingtian's family to decipher the words. That would be enough. However, he didn't want to do that until he had no other choice. Of course, he didn't have a belief that he shouldn't implicate his family. However, he instinctively avoided that. He felt that as a king, doing something like that might be very despicable. However, he would sometimes think that a king should be unscrupulous. Therefore, he made a decision. He would go and see the last person. If that person still couldn't give him an answer, he would send people to the human countries and capture all of Yang Dingtian's family. Xiaoqi easily found Huali, the Sea of Nether emissary. "I want to see your faction leader, Wu Yu," Xiaoqi said. "Sorry. Our faction leader won't enter Little Western Paradise," Huali said. Xiaoqi said, "Then, we can meet at the border between Little Western Paradise and the human countries." Huali, the Sea of Nether emissary said, "I'll go and report. However, it's up to the faction leader to decide whether or not to meet." Xiaoqi said, "Of course." Huali, the Sea of Nether emissary, left. When Xiaoqi returned to the Silver Palace, she ordered her 2 trusted subordinates, "Go and hide in the human nation's Cloud Heaven City. If you don't receive the order to cancel the mission 5 days later, bring all the family members of the Cloud Heaven City Lord, Yang Dingtian. Kill anyone who tries to stop you." Yes. The 2 demonic Fox clan elites instantly disappeared from the main hall. 2 days later, Xiaoqi and Wu Yu appeared in the Palace of the Skull. This palace was the border between the human countries and Little Western Paradise. "Long time no see," Xiaoqi said. "Long time no see," Wu Yu said. Then, the 2 of them fell into silence. After a long while, Xiaoqi said, You're still beautiful." "No, you're even more beautiful than before. So beautiful that I can't look at you directly." Wu Yu said calmly, "What? Am I more beautiful than your so-called fiancé?" "More beautiful. She is just a good wife and mother. You, on the other hand, have a magical beauty." Xiaoqi's eyes blurred. Wu Yu sneered, "So what? You're still abandoned by your teacher." Xiaoqi said, "No, my teacher's heart hurts a lot. You're the only love of his life. Of course, it's also me. But your bloodline is too special. All those who tried to take it from the human countries all failed. That's why my teacher saw you as his only hope. That's why he was willing to let you leave his side and go to the human countries." Wu Yu smiled, "Unfortunately, I didn't succeed either." You might not know this, so I gave myself a name, Wu Yu. It has two meanings. The first one is that my lower body is clean and flawless. I don't have any dirt from a woman. The other meaning is that I will never have children. Yaoqi's face twitched. She didn't reply to Wu Yu's harsh words. Wu Yu said, Mr. Yaoqi, may I know why you're looking for me? Are you forcing me to mate with Yang Tian? No, I wouldn't dare. Yaoqi lowered her head and said, in my heart, you'll always be the person I respect and love the most. You're also my goddess. For a very long time I grew up under your care. Wu Yu said, all right, tell me why you're here. Yaoqi took out a piece of parchment. There were still 3 Chinese characters on it. Void, realm, surpass. May I know if you recognize these 3 characters? Yaoqi asked. Wu Yu's eyes narrowed. Yaoqi caught his expression instantly. His heart skipped a beat. I don't know the meaning of these 3 characters. Wu Yu said calmly, but I know what these 3 characters are. I also know that Yang Tian is in your hands, right? Yaoqi's face twitched. She said, do you want to save him? No, it doesn't matter if he lives or dies, Wu Yu said calmly, these 3 characters don't belong to this world. They come from another world. In the chaotic world, there are only 2 people who can truly master these characters. Who? Yaoqi asked. Yang Tian and the Demon King Wendian, Wu Yu said. Yaoqi said, so you're saying that I can't get the annotation of these characters? You don't understand these characters either. Yes, I don't, Wu Yu said. Yaoqi sighed softly and didn't say anything. It seemed like there was no other way. They could only go and capture Yang Dingtian's wife and children. Wu Yu suddenly said, actually, there's another person. He's neither Yang Dingtian nor the Demon King Wendian. But he knows the meaning of these characters. Yaoqi's eyes brightened. Who is he? You don't need to know, Wu Yu said, do you want all the annotations of these characters? Yaoqi said, yes. Wu Yu said, I can find this person and give you all the annotations of these characters. But you have to promise me one thing. Yaoqi said, what is it? Wu Yu said, let my people see your teacher. I want to make sure that he's still alive. When he said that, Yaoqi's expression changed. No one knew that he had imprisoned Yongxi. No one at all knew about it. Then, how did his teacher's future wife, the goddess that he had a crush on, know? Wu Yu said calmly, because he would write me a letter every half a year. He would travel thousands of miles from Little Western Paradise to send it. But half a year has passed and I haven't received any letters from him. As for you, I think I understand you. Yaoqi was silent for a long time. Then, she said, you still love him? No, I've already fallen in love with someone else, Wu Yu said, but I still care about his life and death. Yaoqi said, all right, I promise you. But I have to tell you that your people can only see him. I will accompany him. And after seeing him, she can never enter Little Western Paradise. Also, I will transfer him to another dungeon. Wu Yu said, deal. The next day, Yaoqi brought the Nether Ocean emissary, Huali, to the dungeon. After seeing Yongxi, they left immediately. From the beginning to the end, she was only awake when she saw Yongxi. She was completely unconscious for the rest of the time. So, she didn't know where Yongxi's prison was. Then, Yaoqi brought Huali back to the Skull Palace. The Nether Ocean emissary, Huali, nodded at Wu Yu. Then, Wu Yu handed a thin book to Yaoqi. Yaoqi flipped it open, and it was filled with the comparison of the chaos language and Chinese characters. Then, I'll take my leave, Yaoqi said. After returning to Little Western Paradise, Yaoqi didn't transfer Yongxi away. But in the Shadow Spear tribe thousands of miles away, Yongxi's substitute appeared and gave a passionate speech to the Shadow Spear tribe nobles. The order to kidnap Yang Dingtian's family was cancelled. The 2 demonic Fox tribe elites returned to Little Western Paradise from Cloud Sky City. Then, Yaoqi translated Yang Dingtian's speech according to the Chinese characters in the book. The void fire will bloom in 79 days, 16 hours, and 30 minutes. The entrance to the void border is at the bottom of the Silver Moon tribe's endless peak. You need the energy of the dark crystal in your body to enter the void border through this entrance. Once you enter, you'll see that the world inside is lit up. Other than the dark land, the rest of the light and shadows are all voidcrack flames. All you have to do is jump down and you'll be able to obtain the voidcrack flames. This is because the voidcrack flames attribute is spatial travel, success. Success. Yao Qi's body trembled slightly. The void fire was going to belong to him soon. The treasures of the Naga Empire were going to belong to him soon. Of course, he would still try his best to prove the authenticity of the book. In reality, it wasn't difficult to prove it. Any language had a strict logic. As long as he understood the logic of the mysterious language, any wise person would be able to determine the authenticity of the words. Once he proved the authenticity of the book, he had to do two things. First, he had to get the dark crystal. 2 of them. Second, he had to find a reason to destroy the Silver Moon tribe. 2 birds with 1 stone. Note, second update. It's past 9 again. I'm going crazy. Please vote. End of chapter 733. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.